Chapter 161. She didn't say it. But I understand that expression. He asked a series of questions that caught her off guard. And she didn't know which one to answer first. Since it's hard to answer, then don't answer it. Clearing his throat. I'm just asking casually. Just pretend I didn't say it. Shen Qingyan didn't want to. How could he pretend he didn't say it? He clearly said it. And he was extremely interested in this topic. Pull her to sit down. And look at her with a smile. Be good. Tell me. Do you want to marry Yunjian? She glanced at him carefully. And her voice was as low as a mosquito. Yeah. Shen Qingyan was happy. Why do you want to get married? Oh. I just think he is very good. Very good? Shen Qingyan choked. Maybe he would introduce her? But this very good? It's not been a day or two. Why did he suddenly have this idea? Seeing her eyes evasive. It seems that she dare not look at him. And thinking of the letter that Gu Yunjian asked him to send. She had a vague guess. Lifting his sister's chin. He said in a serious tone, Did he bully you? No. No. Absolutely not. He denied it. But blushed. If it's bullying. To be responsible. She bullied him. This made Shen Qingyan feel more ominous. Afraid of hurting her self-esteem. He suppressed his anger and turned to find Gu Yunjian. Gu Jinhao was talking to Gu Yunjian about returning to Daki. But he obviously didn't want to listen. Just perfunctorily. He was concentrating on looking at the moon in the night sky. And his hand was touching the peace buckle on his neck intentionally or unintentionally. Jueyun watched Jifeng and Qingyun sparring on the side. It's called sparring. But to be precise, Jifeng was abusing Qingyun. Because he was angry with Gu Yunjian on the way out of the palace. And he had to find a place to vent. Gu Yunjian. Come here. Hearing this angry voice, Gu Jinhao was amused. He was probably the first person who dared to call him the little uncle. Gu Yunjian said nothing and followed him to a tree. The mottled shadow of the tree fell on Shen Qingyan's angry face, making Gu Yunjian feel guilty. Qingyan. I'm asking you. Did you bully my sister? Gu Yunjian looked up suddenly. Qing Shuang said I bullied her? But she wasn't angry with him. Or did she feel wrong now? No. He had to go see her. Shen Qingyan held him back. She didn't say it. But I understand that expression. I was wondering why you brought her back early. It turns out you had bad intentions. Gu Yunjian. I treated you as a close friend. But you actually bullied my sister. Even though you are a prince. I will still beat you up. Shen Qingshuang recalled the expression on Shen Qingyan's face when he left. And always felt something was wrong. So she quickly chased him out. And actually saw him swinging his fist. Third brother. You are not allowed to hit him. She shouted and ran over. Jueyun heard the voice and flew in front of Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan was not afraid of him. So he just vented his anger. And then Jifeng also joined the battle. Gu Jinhao had suffered at the hands of Jueyun and Jifeng. So he watched the fun with interest. Are you okay? Shen Qingshuang stood in front of Gu Yunjian. Her eyes full of concern. It's okay. He smiled at her. His eyes as gentle as the moonlight. Are you angry with me? She shook her head. How could that be? Third brother misunderstood. I will explain to him later. Don't blame him. Don't worry. He touched her long hair and turned to scold. Jueyun. Jifeng. Stop. Jueyun shouted. My lord. Master asked me to protect you. But he attacked you. So you only listen to Uncle Wu. And what I say doesn't matter to you. Right? His indifferent and angry voice shocked Jueyun. He saw that Jifeng had withdrawn from the corner of his eye. And secretly cursed him for not being loyal enough. If he was left alone, how could he be a match for Shen Qingyan? He was defeated directly. He wanted to leave. But Shen Qingyan wouldn't let him go. He was hit 3 times in a row and couldn't bear it. Shen Qingshuang had no choice but to shout, Third brother. I feel dizzy. Although he didn't know whether it was true or not. Shen Qingyan could only take it seriously. He said to Jueyun, I won't fight anymore. Jumped in front of his sister. And snatched her from Gu Yunjian. Why are you dizzy? I don't know. I just feel dizzy. And the world is spinning. Gu Yunjian was worried. And when he saw her secretly winking at him, he shook his head and smiled. Gu Jinhao frowned and curled his lips when he saw the intimate interaction between the two. They didn't consider his feelings at all. His eyes lit up. He had to fan the flames. Otherwise, he would be sorry for himself. Mr. Shinsan. What did the little uncle do to make you so angry? Shen Qingyan was about to speak. and Shin Shuang fell directly into his arms. He panicked and hurriedly carried her back to the room. Just as he was about to find a doctor, he heard her giggle. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. You lied to me. What can I do? I can't just watch Yueyun being beaten to death by you. I'm not that capable yet. With a snort, the little girl's arm was still bent outward. She rolled up her sleeves. Look! Nothing happened. Seeing the cinnabar, Shin Qingyan felt relieved. Patting his chest. He was really scared just now. He sat next to her again and tapped her forehead. Why did you blush just now? Aren't you embarrassed? She said, half truthfully. I think Brother Yunjian is very popular. And all the princesses and princesses like him. So I want to strike first. Who knew you would interpret it as something else? Shin Qingyan felt extremely guilty towards Gu Yunjian at this time. He actually wanted to hit him. Fortunately, he had a good temper and didn't bother with him. He messed up her hair that she had finally combed. Why are you worried? Yunjian is introverted and stubborn. Since he has decided on you, he will never like other girls. If you want to be with him, just act coquettishly to the eldest brother, and he will definitely agree. As for Dad, listen to the eldest brother. As for the second brother, ignore him. He has no say in our family. But you will only be 16 next month. Isn't it too early? Pinching her face, he smiled. Is Yunjian anxious? No wonder. The fourth prince is chasing so hard. He has to hurry. Sister, don't be anxious. We have to be dignified and control him well, so that you won't suffer any loss if you marry him. Okay. Looking at her lowered eyebrows and smiling lightly, Shin Qingyan began to feel sour in his heart. This little Juju, who he has loved and protected for many years, is going to be taken advantage of by someone else. And he really can't accept it for a while. Even if that other person is his best friend. Although he is still the one who is trying to match them up. In the Chu Palace, in the Imperial Garden, beside the Lotus Pond, stood a woman in yellow. She was looking around. And when there was no one around, she quietly took out a sachet from her sleeve. She raised her hand and threw it into the center of the Lotus Pond. Unexpectedly, a figure flashed in front of her and accurately grabbed the sachet. Who? She was shocked. A teasing male voice. I was guessed right. Qin Yanxue. You are a princess. But you actually stole things. It's really funny. Qin Yanxue was ashamed and angry, and knelt down to salute. Meet the third prince. Qin Shaojun raised his hand slightly, and his smile under the moonlight was full of irony. Qin Yulan ran over from not far away and said proudly, Brother. What? I said she was sneaky. And Qing Shuang's sachet was stolen by her. I didn't. Qin Yanxue argued, biting her lip and looking at her. Qin Yulan took the sachet from Qin Shaojun's hand and shook it in front of Qin Yanxue. You didn't? This sachet was embroidered by my mother, and I just gave it to Qing Shuang a few days ago. Do you still want to deny it? Then he snorted. Sister seduces men with love potions, and younger sister steals sachets. After all, they are sisters. Birds of a feather. Chapter 162. If you are farsighted, you are not as good as my elder brother. Qin Yanxue clenched her fists, obviously suppressing her anger. Fourth princess. Are you so sarcastic? Qin Yulan looked innocent. I just told the truth. Is this considered sarcastic? Your psychological endurance is obviously not as good as your mean heart. Her bright eyes blinked, like the stars in the sky, shining into the dark heart of Qin Yanxue. Put the sachet in place. This. I will take it back. You. Go and apologize to Qing Shuang tomorrow. I won't go. She would never bow her head in front of Qing Shuang, especially since she was just disliked by Gu Yunjian today. She had never seen a gentleman as bright and elegant as him, with a noble status and handsome and elegant appearance, like a green bamboo reflecting on the water when quiet, and like a spring breeze when smiling. She was willing to give up her status as a princess and serve him as a maid, but he simply refused. In his eyes and heart, there was another woman, and all his pampering was given to that woman. She returned to the capital city unhappy, and accidentally learned that he would attend the dinner. She was delighted and went to the palace to ask the emperor to let her dance in front of the palace. Just to dance for him, so that he would change his mind about her and let him know that she was not a lowly orphan, but a princess. But he turned a blind eye. He even indulged Qin Shuang to bully her. If he knew that she stole the sachet knowing that Qin Shuang was in a hurry to find it, what would he do to her? He was Wu Bo's master. If he was angry, would Wu Bo come to Chu to kill her? Wu Bo asked her to clean up the valley as a reward for saving his life. But he did not allow her to covet his master. And it was even more impossible to tolerate her harming the master's sweetheart. No. Absolutely not. Qin Yuan shook the sachet at her. Since you don't want to apologize, then I will tell the truth to my father. Your sister's misbehavior in the palace has already made the emperor furious. And I think the ending will not be good. You have committed theft again. And I am very worried about you. She turned and left. And Qin Yanxue quickly caught up with her. Princess, Xin Shuang is just an outsider. We are sisters. Why do you have to embarrass me for her? Qin Yuan sneered, stretched out her slender jade finger and pointed at her shoulder. What a joke. Who is a sister to a woman as scheming as you? My biological mother is concubine Qin. And your biological mother? Just a nameless country girl. Dare to call me a sister? Qin Yanxue bit her lip and stared at her feet angrily. Suddenly, she looked up and smiled. You are so protective of Xin Shuang. Do you like her brother? Qin Yuan smiled instead of getting angry, and crossed her arms over her chest. Yes. I like her brother. So what? Unlike you. You shamelessly approached the 15th prince even though you knew he had a lover. And you refused to repent after being rejected. She kept calling him this palace. And her condescending temperament was so strong that Qin Yanxue was angry but helpless. But she couldn't let the emperor know about this. And people had to bow their heads under the eaves. She knelt down to her. Princess, I will apologize. Qin Yuan raised her eyebrows. Remember. Tell the truth. Don't hide it. Yes. After Qin Yanxue left depressed, Qin Shaojun said, in my opinion, you are really turning your elbow outward. How could it be? Qin Yanxue is the outsider. And Qin Shuang is my future sister-in-law. Perhaps she felt embarrassed. Qin Yuan covered her face and laughed. Qin Shaojun rolled his eyes. Yuan, brother told you about your marriage. She stopped laughing and glared at him fiercely. Brother, I was tricked by you once. There will be no second time. Don't expect to use me as a marriage to strengthen your power. I won't listen to you. Look at my sister. She likes the 15th prince, but was forced by my eldest brother to seduce the handsome brother. This time she lost more than she gained. Do you want me to be her too? Qin Shaojun's face turned red because of what he said. He put his hand on her shoulder and advised, I will definitely let you marry openly. And will never use such dirty means. You are my own sister. Qin Yuan took his hand away with disdain. Come on. How can I not understand you? Anyway, my mother knows my mind. She loves me the most. And will not let you do whatever you want. Seeing that he was unhappy, he snorted, when it comes to foresight, you are not as good as my eldest brother. Why do you say that? It's rare to hear a little girl analyze the situation. Qin Shaojun wants to hear the opinions of bystanders. Qin Yuan blinked and smiled. Why did big brother let me seduce my handsome brother? Of course. It was to marry into the Dingen general's mansion, obtain military intelligence, and provide intelligence for the future war between the two countries, so as to gain the attention of the emperor. So the Shen family is very important. Right? Yes. Qin Yuan said mysteriously. Then why don't you match me with my handsome brother? Qin Shaojun was stunned. He had always wanted to form an alliance with the emperor and queen mother of Daqi, but ignored the Shen family. After she said that, he could consider it. Anyway, what he wants is to suppress Qin Shaoyuan. So it doesn't matter whether he chooses cooperation or alienation as a means. Yuan, are you willing to marry into the General Dingen mansion and become my spy? Qin Yuan said with a puff. Qin Shaojun, can you be more sunny in your heart? If I marry, brother Yingjun will be my husband, and the General Dingen mansion will be my husband's family. How can I harm them? You are too much. You just want my husband's family to be convicted? Qin Shaojun didn't quite understand. Then why should I match you to marry in? She sighed. First, strike at the eldest brother. After all, you have done what he couldn't do, and indirectly destroyed his conspiracy. Secondly, my sister's mistake this time is too big, and the emperor will definitely find a way to calm down the 15th prince and the Shen family. Anger. If you propose me a marriage at this time, I will naturally not refuse. This will solve the urgent problem. My father will definitely treat you differently. The position of the prince. Seeing that he was a little loose, she said again, if you enter the East Palace, you will be the emperor in the future. With my sister and me in Daqi, the two countries will be at peace and never go to war. Isn't this beneficial to the country and the people? It can also let those drunkards live a few more days. As for the third, Xin Xiaojun. After all, we are brothers and sisters. You should also do something human. Help your poor sister. And take it as compensation for cheating me before. She blinked pitifully, as if looking at a scumbag. Xin Xiaojun's mouth twitched. This information was a bit too much, and he had to think about it carefully. Think quickly. Qing Shuang and the others are leaving Chu soon. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. I can tell you that I can settle down if I marry my handsome brother. For the rest of you, if you dare to force me to marry, I will mess up your entire plan and end it all. She clenched her fists, full of threats. Before he got angry, she snorted in hatred and ran away. I'm so happy today. The next morning, Qin Yanxue arrived at Lai Fuan. After asking about the location of Shen Qingshuang's room, she went over with a handkerchief twisted. She knocked on the door, but she wasn't there. Didn't she get up? It was already noon, so it shouldn't be that time. She knocked again, but still no one opened the door. The door of the next room was opened. Gu Yunjin walked out slowly. His steps were shaky. His face was pale, and he coughed from time to time. Qingshuang went out. Qin Yanxue said, and walked over. Prince, are you sick? Nothing, he perfunctorily said. If you have something to ask her, wait outside for a while. I won't accompany you. It was rare that Shen Qingshuang was not there. Qin Yanxue was happy in her heart. My lord, where are your followers? Gu Yunjin felt that she talked too much and didn't want to talk to her anymore. Not even to be perfunctory. Just as he was thinking about how to get rid of him, he heard the voices of Shen Qingshuang and Gu Jinhao in the distance. And his eyes, which had been dull just now, suddenly became bright. Qin Yanxue looked in the direction of the voices, and it was indeed them. With a turn of his eyes, he held Gu Yunjin affectionately and shouted to Shen Qingshuang, Miss Shen, you are finally back. Chapter 163 Shen Qingshuang. Who do you say is paying for it? Shen Qingshuang was holding a bowl of medicine when she suddenly heard Qin Yanxue's voice and saw her smiling and hugging Gu Yunjian's arm with a provocative look. She immediately became unhappy. Gu Yunjian only felt dizzy and didn't care when Qin Yanxue took his arm. Prince, be careful. The delicate voice startled Gu Yunjian. He saw her holding his arm and immediately pushed her away. His face sullen. How dare you? Qin Yanxue opened her innocent eyes and said aggrievedly, Prince, I saw that you were not feeling well, so I supported you. Gu Yunjian was disgusted with her and said bluntly, don't play tricks in front of me, let alone make the wrong decision. Prince, I didn't. I was really just worried about you. Gu Jinhao smiled and scolded, little uncle. Look at you. You scared the princess. People are kind, but you refuse them. You really don't have any sympathy. Gu Yunjian said coldly, Gu Jinhao, if you keep talking nonsense, I will let Fang Mingju marry you when I go back. Gu Jinhao. He was angry out of shame. He was just angry out of shame. Pulling Shen Qingshuang's sleeve, raised his eyebrows and said, I told you not to rush. But you didn't believe it. I tell you, there is no shortage of women around the little uncle. You boil medicine for him, and he has the princess to take care of him personally. Gu Yunjian couldn't stand this chattering nephew. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't be his uncle. Gu Jinhao didn't realize the danger at all, and pulled Shen Qingshuang's sleeve again. Qingshuang, I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? Shen Qingshuang glanced at him. You keep talking all the way. Can you take a break? I'm not tired. I'm tired. She walked past Gu Yunjian without even looking at him, which made him very sad. She misunderstood. She must have thought that he and Qin Yanxue were not clear. Qingshuang, can you listen to my explanation? He chased after her and spoke softly. She put the medicine bowl on the table with a bang. What explanation is there? What is there to explain? I'm not blind. Gu Yunjian's heart sank, and his head lowered even more. Where are Jueyun and Jifeng? She asked him. Jueyun went to Qingling Pavilion, and Jifeng washed clothes. The voice was weak, half because of physical discomfort, and half because of bad mood. She didn't say anything else. Turned around and took a white coat from the closet. Take off this one. Gu Yunjin obeyed and did as he was told. Okay. Well, put this one on. She handed him the clothes. Gu Jinhao was extremely envious and jealous when he saw her carefully helping him to tidy up his collar and sleeves. Gu Yunjian was very nervous. What did she mean by this expressionless face? Qingxuang. She pointed to the outer shirt she had changed. Throw it away. She touched it. She refers to Qin Yanxue. Qin Yanxue's face was already black. She slapped her face in public and thought she was dirty. Gu Yunjian said okay, of course. But he didn't want it at that time. She put her hand on his forehead. And it was still hot. Her voice was much gentler. Come here and drink the medicine. Gu Jinhao's dog eyes were about to pop out. Shouldn't the dead girl be angry with the little uncle? Why is she so gentle to him? This is unscientific. Remind, Qingxuang. The little uncle and her were not clear just now. You just let it go. Shen Qingxuang handed the medicine bowl to Gu Yunjian. It's hot. Drink slowly. Turning to Gu Jinhao, fourth prince. Don't fan the flames. I'm not blind. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that it's not Brother Yunjian's problem. It's Qin Yanxue who is willing to stick to him. Why should I be angry with him? Qin Yanxue was angry. Who did she think she was? Pointing at her angrily, Shen Qingxuang. Who are you saying is sticking to him? Shen Qingxuang pressed her hand down with disdain in her eyes. My princess? Is there anyone else here besides you? Last night, I said that your eyes and ears are not working well. How can your comprehension ability also need to be improved? If you are willing to pay, then pay. Anyway, it is not Brother Yunjian who will suffer. If the pay is really a problem, at most you can take a concubine or something like that. Just treat it as an extra person to order around. And sell it out to make a few taels of silver if it is disobedient. Gu Yunjian almost choked to death on the medicine and started coughing violently. Gu Jinhao smiled evilly. The young uncle was excited when he heard about the concubine. Qingxuang. He must have had that thought. Shen Qingxuang rolled her eyes at him. Fourth prince. You are so idle that you gloat over other people's misfortunes whenever you have the chance. If you want, you can take them home. You can marry Fang Mingzhu, Fang Ninger, Qin Yanxue, and Qin Youyu. And you will have a full mahjong table. If you have something to play, you won't have the energy to compete for favor and mess up your palace. Gu Yunjian just recovered and coughed again because of what she said. The little girl's mouth is really powerful. Look at his nephew again. His handsome face is as black as the bottom of a pot. My teeth are about to break. Shen Qingxuang. I came all the way to see you. If you don't say anything nice, you're going to mock me? Just teasing you. Tease? Are you as teasing as you are? Yes. Haven't you just tried it? Shen Qingxuang. Gu Yunjian waved to the door. Zhuiyun. Jifeng. Asked the fourth prince to leave. He's too noisy. Gu Jinhao was afraid because he couldn't beat him. He cursed the two boys for coming back at the wrong time. Quickly call a truce. Don't bother them. Can I go out? It's better to go out by yourself than to be beaten out. He still has his face. Zhuiyun saw Qin Yanxue standing outside the door and felt that he would disturb his prince. He made a pleased gesture. And Qin Yanxue walked away angrily. Gu Yunjian put the medicine bowl aside and asked Shen Qingxuang, Are you really not angry, or are you just pretending for Qin Yanxue? She looked at him in surprise. Then smiled. Do you like her to support you? He shook his head. I was dizzy at the time and didn't pay attention. She smiled again. She did it on purpose to alienate us. I won't do what she wants. You should have a good rest. Okay. He rubbed her long hair. His eyes full of tenderness. Thank you for trusting me. She lowered her head to pull his quilt. Thinking of what happened last night, she felt a little guilty. Why thank me? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have caught a cold. It doesn't matter. I'm glad you're okay. He smiled slightly. Qin Yanxue is here to find you. Just send her away if you ask her something. She is thoughtful. Stay away from her. She said okay. Hesitated for a moment. Kissed him on the forehead. And then ran away. Gu Yunjian touched his forehead, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Close your eyes. The familiar lotus fragrance lingers in the air. Shen Qingxuang found Qin Yanxue. What do you want to talk to me about? Although she was still angry, Qin Yanxue could only bow her head, apologize to you. The sachet last night was taken by me. You? She was slightly startled. Then figured it out. Where is the sachet? It's in the hands of the fourth princess. She snorted. I know. You can go. Qin Yanxue didn't expect it to be so easy to pass. And she wanted to say something but didn't say it. And left quickly. Jifeng stared at her back coldly. Miss. Just let it go. Shen Qingxuang leaned against the tree leisurely. Are you kidding? I'm just going to accept it. Jifeng. Think of a fun idea to teach her a lesson. And I'll cook for you myself. This is so tempting. Jifeng patted his chest. Don't worry. Miss, I will definitely satisfy you. If you are not satisfied, Jueyun's dog life will be yours. Jueyun. Jifeng. You are looking for death. Chapter 164 Jueyun. How dare you commit a crime? After taking the medicine twice, Gu Yuanjin felt much better in the evening. No longer listless. But he didn't see the little girl. Jueyun. Where is Qingxuang? My lord. Miss Shen took the fourth princess to Tongkai Bank to find the third son of Shen. I told you that she will be back soon. Gu Yuanjin smiled and nodded. Thinking of him, walked to the chair in the yard and sat down. He felt much more comfortable after enjoying the evening breeze. But why do the clouds in the sky look like her smiling face? Jueyun went back to the house and took a coat to put on him. Miss Shen said that you have not recovered from the cold and cannot be exposed to the wind. He frowned deliberately. You listen to her. Jueyun chuckled and scratched his head without saying anything. Speak. Jueyun put down his hand and said embarrassedly, Master said that when we arrive in Chu, we must listen to Miss Shen. Even if the prince disagrees with her, he must listen to her. Gu Yuanjin asked curiously, Is that what Uncle Wu taught you? Jueyun nodded. Master said that in the future, Miss Shen will be the boss of our Ling Yuan. You must be sensible. Prince, don't you agree? Gu Yuanjin's face turned slightly red. He didn't admit or deny it. He just cursed. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The sunset gradually faded, and the person's face was nowhere to be found. Where did Jinhao go? I accompanied Miss Shen to Tongkai Money House. And Qin Yunjifeng also went with him. Gu Yuanjin said sullenly. Does Qin Yuan need so many people to accompany her? It's not like she can't find it. Hearing the unhappy tone, Jueyun said, The fourth princess said sorry. Miss Shen can only accompany her. You know. The fourth prince followed Miss Shen like a fly. How dare you? What a comparison. Jueyun cursed at himself for his gaffe. I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have said that about the fourth prince. You can say whatever you want about him. I'm not interested in that. But he followed Qingxuang. You compared him to a fly. So what is Qingxuang? Jueyun. It turned out that he had caught the wrong point. Your Highness. How about your subordinates urging them to come back? No. It seems like your Highness is in a hurry. Jueyun looked at him dimly. If he wasn't in a hurry to pace back and forth in this courtyard, then what would he look like if he was in a hurry? On the surface, he was appreciating the flowers and plants. But in his heart, he must have grown grass long ago. Right? Fortunately, Lao Shang has booked the entire courtyard of the Tianzhou house. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a big place for him to play. Your Highness, you are a dignified and prudent little uncle. Why do you look like a silly boy who has fallen in love? Are you criticizing me? Gu Yuanjin suddenly stopped, with anger in his eyes. Jueyun shook his head very quickly, saying no. Seeing him staring at him, he had to divert the blame. Your Majesty, when you were asleep, the fourth prince always showed his courtesy to Miss Shen, and always said things that made people think about it. I seriously suspect that he has an unclean mind. Do you think you should remind him appropriately? He stood nervously, glancing nervously, hoping that the master could feel his sincerity and loyalty. After his reminder, Gu Yuanjin immediately thought of Gu Jinhao's unremitting efforts to fan the flames in the morning. He wanted to teach him a lesson at that time. But he was anxious to clarify the misunderstanding with the little girl and put it aside for the time being. Okay. But you have to fight alone, so that he doesn't think Lang Yuan will only bully the minority with the majority. I obey your command. Tongkai Money House. Shen Qingxuang held her cheek and looked at Qin Yulan with blurred eyes, admiring her very much. She has never been idle since she arrived. Her big watery eyes flickered and she kept saying handsome brother. It was so sweet that it made people sick. Shen Qingyan just smiled without saying anything, and occasionally added some tea for her, and she thanked him sweetly. Gu Jinhao propped up his chin and looked at Shen Qingxuang, just like she looked at Qin Yuan. Still, Jifeng couldn't bear it. Fourth prince, are you sleepy? I'm not sleepy. Gu Jinhao came back to his senses and glanced at him. Jifeng. What do you mean? Nothing. I just saw you looking at the lady so infatuatedly, and I was afraid that your eyes would be tired. Shen Qingxuang glanced at Gu Jinhao suspiciously, and he immediately gave her a bright smile, which made her whole body shudder. Gu Jinhao's smile froze. Shen Qingxuang. What do you mean? Is my smile not pretty? Shin Qingxuang pulled an awkward smile from the corner of her mouth. I can't appreciate it. Go back and smile for Fang Mingzhu. She will definitely like it. Gu Jinhao was unhappy. Why do you always mention Fang Mingzhu? You know that I broke up with her a long time ago. But I started with brother Yunjian. So don't smile at me like that. The dead girl seemed to be afraid that he would forget, and always reminded him of this fact intentionally or unintentionally. How could he not know? But he was unwilling. He obviously liked her. No less than the little uncle. Snorted. Why can't you smile like that? Are you afraid of liking me? She shook her head. No. I think this smile is stupid. 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 Being in a bad mood. Qin Yun secretly looked at him, as if to see what kind of smile was silly. He became even more angry, and said with a dark face, Do you want to be beaten? No. No. He went to pour him a cup of tea diligently, and his face looked better. Seeing that it was getting late, and seeing that Qin Yuan had no intention of leaving, Shin Qingxuang did not wait for her. Originally, the girl said that she was embarrassed to be alone with Shin Qingyan, so she wanted her to accompany her. At this time, she was redundant. Third brother. I will go back to the inn first. Brother Yunjian should be awake. Shin Qingyan and Lao Shang still had some things to do, and Qin Yuan kept making noises. So she asked her sister to take her away. Qin Yuan acted like a spoiled child for a long time. But in the end, she did not change Shin Qingyan's decision. She sighed, and pulled her future sister-in-law's arm, and left together. On the way, Qin Yuan sighed leisurely. Qingxuang, do you think I can be your sister-in-law? Shin Qingxuang patted her hands, and said earnestly, Yuan, the master leads you to the door, and the practice is up to you. As the saying goes, as long as you work hard enough, fate will not let you down. But does brother Yungjun like someone like me? Of course. Brother San and brother Yunjian are so good friends. The girl they like must be the same. Believe me, and believe yourself. I am waiting for you to marry into our family in Daki. Qin Yuan's cheeks immediately flew two red clouds. Okay. Okay. Don't worry. I am different from my sister. I will never harm brother Yungjun, let alone our family. Shin Qingxuang admired our family very much and gave her an affirmative look. Gu Jinhao laughed while listening, but he felt more lonely in his heart. When they were parting, Qin Yuan thought of the sachet. She said angrily, That bad woman Qin Yanqiu has stole it even though she knew you were anxious. Did she apologize to you? Shin Qingxuang nodded. I came this morning. Thank you very much. Gu Jinhao was interested in the sachet, and asked her what was inside. She only said it was medicine for emergency use, and refused to say anything else. When they arrived at the inn, they saw Jueyun guarding the door of Gu Yun's room. Shin Qingxuang asked curiously, Are there any guests? Yes. Qin Shaojun is here. Then I'll go to rest first. Gu Jinhao also wanted to go back to his room, but was stopped by Jueyun. Fourth prince? I want to learn a few tricks from you. Gu Jinhao was not interested. He was exhausted physically and mentally, and just wanted to have a good rest. But Jueyun flew directly in front of him and blocked his way. Fourth prince? Whether you are willing or not, we will have a fight. Gu Jinhao was angry and pointed at him, and said, Jueyun, how dare you commit treason? Who gave you the courage? Jueyun held the sword and said calmly. The prince agreed. Jifeng was happy when he heard it. Boss, I want to come too. Jueyun glanced at him with disdain. You are indispensable everywhere. The prince said. Don't let people say that Ling Yuan is bullying the minority with the majority. Don't worry. Everyone has a share. Chapter 165. I woke up and found that I missed you very much. Everyone has a share? What do you think he is? Jueyun, you are too arrogant. Since your master does nothing, I will take good care of you. If the two of them attack at the same time, he will certainly not be defeated. But Gu Jinhao is very confident in a single fight. Your Highness, let me go first. As a guard, Qin Yun is responsible. Gu Jinhao waved his hand, signaling him not to embarrass himself. Before being abused by Shin Qingshu in the palace, and being abused by Jifeng yesterday, now he still wants to compete with Jueyun? I can only say that he is courageous. Qin Yun was extremely embarrassed, and had to offer the sword with both hands. Jifeng handed the sword to Jueyun like a dog. Boss, hurry up. I also want to compete with the fourth prince. I didn't have enough fun in Ling Yuan before. Gu Jinhao was so angry that his teeth chattered. It was true that the master was like the servant. and his eyes were on the top of his head. Although he was furious, he was still very steady and fast when he attacked. And even Jueyun admired him. But admiration was admiration. After 20 moves, he knew he would win. Gu Jinhao thought that although it was not easy to win Jueyun, he would not lose. Unexpectedly, this young man's kung fu was much higher than his. I guess Ling Yuan didn't take it seriously that time. But why did he take it seriously this time? Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a cold figure standing in front of the door, dressed in white clothes that were whiter than snow. And he immediately understood. He came to teach him a lesson under the pretext of sparring. Because Qin Xiaojun was present, he didn't want to lose face too badly. So he found an opportunity to do a somersault and jumped out far away. Jueyun was about to chase after him. But Gu Yunjin said calmly, "That's enough." Gu Jinhao breathed a sigh of relief. If he chased after him, he would lose face. Qin Xiaojun looked at Jueyun, thinking how great it would be if he had such a skilled guard. Then he gave up the idea. Tang Shi's kung fu was not weak either. But he almost killed him. And he was still in shock. "Your Highness, please consider what I just said. I will come again tomorrow." Gu Yunjin nodded and asked Jifeng to see him off. Gu Jinhao walked over angrily. "Little uncle, you actually let the guards attack me. Don't you think it's too much?" Gu Yunjin put his hands behind his back and glanced at him. "What about you? Didn't you go too far? If you continue to talk back at me, I won't give you face anymore." Gu Jinhao snorted, "I'm telling the truth." Qin Yinchua looked at you with such tenderness that tears were about to drip out of her eyes. And she even held your arm. Gu Yunjin looked at his smirking eyes and smiled slightly. "Jinhao, I've been your uncle for so many years. If I don't teach you well, I'll be unworthy of the title of uncle. Anyway, Qin Xiaojun is gone. And even if I beat you up, it won't affect the image of Daki." Jueyun asked the fourth prince for advice. "Little uncle, don't. You can't do this." Before he finished speaking, Jueyun came up to him. And Gu Jinhao had no choice but to fight. After a while, Jifeng also came back. His eyes were bright. He said to Qin Yun, "My boss is very good at martial arts." "Right? It's very good." But Qin Yun dare not stand idly by. This is no longer a competition. This is clearly bullying. He has to help. Otherwise His Highness will definitely take out his anger on him. Ji Feng was eager for this, so that he could also have a chance to play. For a while, the four of them fought together. And from time to time, there were sounds of pain. Shen Qingxuang wanted to take a nap. But when she heard the noise outside getting louder and louder, she became curious. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Gu Yunjian standing in front of it, seemingly hesitating. She smiled directly. "Looking for me?" Looking at her beautiful smile. He nodded, "Yes." "Is there something wrong?" She reached out to touch his forehead. Relieved, Gu Yunjin took her hand, held it in his palm, and hesitated to speak. She shook his hand and joked, "Are you shy, little uncle?" Looking at her bright and clear eyes, he held her in his arms. She was stunned, but did not break free, and reached out to wrap her arms around his waist. "What happened?" She looked up at him. "Why are you dodging?" "Nothing. It's just..." He stroked her long hair for a long time, and whispered in her ear, "It's just that I woke up and found that I missed you very much. But I couldn't see you." She couldn't help laughing. How could she bear that such a handsome and gentle man said something that made her heart beat? At the same time, the two people in the yard were also beating their hearts. Not just beating their hearts, but more of a tremor. Gu Jinhao and Qin Yun's pain cries and curses were endless, interrupting Shen Qingxuang's heartbeat. She stretched her head to see. "What are they doing?" "Nothing. They are playing around." He pulled her back. She was still so curious at such a warm moment. He pulled her in and sat down, squatting in front of her. "Qingxuang, I wrote a letter to Uncle Wu yesterday." She blinked and smiled. "Reporting safety?" He shook his head. "No. I asked him to prepare. I want to get married." "So soon?" She was surprised. "With me." He was stunned. "What else?" She stopped smiling, and her eyes became serious. His heart sank. Was she unwilling? Yes. She had just agreed to date him. And it was hard to accept that they would get married in a few days. "I am." He scratched his head. Embarrassed. Anyway. Last night. I am a man. And I cannot shirk my responsibilities." hearing him speak so seriously. She comforted him, "But I am fine. There is no damage. Don't take it to heart. Although this is the fact. It is different for him." She tilted her head to look at him, only to see that his eyes were lonely. And she felt a little reluctant. She pushed him, "Brother Yunjian, how about you do it?" His dim eyes lit up, and there was joy in his eyes. "You agreed?" She touched his face tentatively, and he was moved and covered her hand with his. "Agree. I've seduced such a handsome and elegant young man. It seems that I should be responsible for you. But my third brother said that I'm still young, and it may not be easy to get married. It doesn't matter. Just agree. I'll take care of your father and 3 brothers." Half an hour later, Shen Qingyan came back. When he saw Gu Jinhao and Qin Yun, who looked like useless people, his eyes widened. He wanted to hold back his laughter, but he couldn't. His laughter was so rude. "Shen Qingyan, that's enough," Gu Jinhao said angrily. "I was in a bad mood and didn't want to have dinner with him. I asked the waiter to send it to the room." "What's going on?" Shen Qingyan asked his sister. Shen Qingshuang told her about Qin Yanshua's visit. "I didn't expect that your brother Yunjian would retaliate. It can be seen that he is really angry." "Ah, sister, I'm a little scared. If I offend him one day, will he let those 2 boys beat me?" Looking at his feigned panic, Gu Yunjian felt a dark streak in his eyes. "Not serious. There is a marriage that you want to hear about." Shen Qingyan refused without thinking. "Stop it. Although I have no problem with you, my sister is still young. I want to marry her in 2 years. It depends on your performance." Gu Yunjian didn't expect to encounter obstacles first, let alone Shen Nafang and Shen Qinglang. "We'll talk about Qingshuang and I later. What I want to talk about is your marriage." Shen Qingyan looked at him in surprise. He didn't even like anyone. How could he get married? Gu Yunjian took a sip of tea and looked leisurely. Qin Xiaojun said that after Qin Youyu woke up today, she recalled the absurdity of last night and was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to hang herself when the palace maid was not paying attention, but was saved by Qin Xiaoyuan. The Emperor of Chu took away her title of princess and sent her back to Dingbei Palace in order to make up for the harm caused to you. I intend to betroth Qin Yulan to you. Chapter 166. Lingyan likes you. Shen Qingyan slammed the table and stood up. "I don't agree. Let me marry Qin Yulan. Is there something wrong with the king of Chu's brain? This is not to make up for the damage. This is a secondary damage." "Gu Yunjian, you won't agree." "Right. I tell you. Although you are the uncle of the Emperor of Daki, you can't be my master. Don't blame me for being anxious with you." Gu Yunjian gestured for him to calm down. "What do you mean calm down? Can you calm down if I ask you to marry Qin Yanshua? Can you calm down if I ask my sister to marry Gu Jinhao? In the end, you don't feel the pain until the stick hits you?" He shook his clothes, and the more he looked at him, the angrier he became. "What kind of brother is that?" Gu Yunjian handed him a cup of tea. "Xingyan, don't get excited. I didn't agree. It's just that Qin Xiaojun conveyed this meaning. So I asked for your opinion. Do I need to ask this? Isn't it okay to just refuse directly?" Gu Yunjian helplessly. "Isn't it because I saw that you and Qin Yuan have been in a close relationship recently that I have such a guess?" Shen Qingyan drank the tea and snorted. "What do you mean by close relationship? I have never responded to her kindness. It's just that I think the little girl is lively and innocent like my sister, and I don't want to break her joy. I tell you, refuse as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will never marry my sister in this life." At this point, Gu Yunjian must refuse. Shen Qingshuang said slowly, "Third brother, Yulan is actually quite good. She is simple and cute." Shen Qingyan pinched her face. "It's enough for us to have one simple and cute girl in our family. I can't handle 2. Be good. Don't get involved in this matter. You and her are only sisters, not sisters-in-law. Are you sure?" She curled her lips. "Sure. I like gentle and quiet ones. That little girl is too jumpy and noisy. I can't do business with peace of mind. If I can't do business with peace of mind, how can I earn a lot of money for you to spend?" Gu Yunjian said faintly, "I have money. And there is still a lot. I will give it to Qingshuang. She can't spend it all." Shen Qingyan was very upset. "What does it have to do with you? I tell you, Yunjian, you are much worse now than before. Third brother, I think brother Yunjian is better than before. He used to talk too little and was too cold. How could he be as cute as he is now?" Gu Yunjian couldn't help laughing. The gentleness in his eyes could drown people. As long as she likes it. It's fine. Shin Qingyan was full of disdain. Cute. Hateful. Right? Okay. It's late. Yunjian. Go to bed quickly. Don't stay in my sister's room to plot something bad. Regardless of whether he is willing or not. Shin Qingyan directly put his arm around Gu Yunjian's shoulders and went out. And closed the door. Qingyan. Do you want a drink? Shin Qingyan laughed. You really understand me. Let's go! Jueyun. Jifeng. You stay outside and protect Mission. Jueyun said, My lord. Jifeng is enough here. I'd better follow you. Gu Yunjian pointed at Shin Qingyan and said with a smile, I have thugs. Nothing will happen. Shin Qingyan chased and scolded Gu Yunjian. I am your thug? Be careful that you can't get into our house. The two found a secluded tavern, blowing the evening breeze, drinking and talking happily. From poetry to human nature. From the court to life. Whatever comes to mind. Talk about it. Freely and relaxed. Qingyan. Do you know about Lingyan? Shin Qingyan clinked glasses with him. Princess? What's the matter? Gu Yunjian said, her affair with Jiang Haobai. Shin Qingyan smiled. How do I know this? Look at the questions you ask. They are so strange. She is very unhappy. Jiang Haobai often humiliates her and beats her. What? Shin Qingyan put down the cup with a bang and said angrily, Why does he do that? Realizing his loss of composure, he gulped down a glass of wine. Why? Gu Yunjian said slowly, Lingyan doesn't like him. But you know, although she is the eldest princess, her family background is not noble. The queen mother gave her a marriage. So she had to marry. After Jiang Haobai got married, he found out that she had another lover. And he was angry and always threatened her with this. In front of people, they are a loving couple. But behind people, they always insult each other. If she hadn't told me, I would still be kept in the dark. He looked at him steadily. Observing his reaction, he just drank in silence, without saying a word. After a long time, he asked, Why doesn't she divorce? Gu Yunjian sighed. I also said that there is no need to consider the so-called royal face. If she wants to divorce, I can make the decision for her. I also suggested finding a place to settle her. But she didn't want to. She would rather stay in Chengyi Marquis Mansion and not let Jiang Haobai enter her room again. Shin Qingyan shook his head bitterly. What's the point? As long as she stays there, she can't really have peace. Why not let her live in Lingyuan? Lingyuan only has Qingshuang as the hostess. And Lingyan will only be a guest. His originally indifferent eyes were filled with joy. And he was a little embarrassed. I love your sister. I want to give her enough sense of security. Shin Qingyan looked up and stared at him. Suddenly smiled. And patted his shoulder. No wonder the little girl said that. What? Shin Qingyan pointed at the cup. Pour the wine. You're ordering me around now. I can imagine the days ahead. He pretended to be displeased. And the wine in the pot trickled into the cup. Just like his mood at the moment. Shin Qingyan drank it all in one gulp. And pointed at the empty cup again. Don't worry, little uncle. What I'm going to tell you will definitely make you feel it's worth it. Gu Yunjian smiled slightly and handed him the poured wine. Last night. Do you know why I beat you? Gu Yunjian raised his eyebrows. Why else? You thought I bullied Qingshuang. Shin Qingyan nodded and asked again. Then do you know why I misunderstood? He really didn't know this. Because Qingshuang told me that she wanted to marry you. Gu Yunjian was ecstatic. Grabbed his hand. And the wine in the cup was shaken out. He had always thought that it was his wishful thinking. And that she agreed reluctantly? But he didn't expect that she would actually agree. Really? She said she wanted to marry me? Shin Qingyan opened his hand with disdain and said him unhappily. After she said that, her cheeks flushed and her eyes dodged. So I suspected that you bullied her. Later she said no. She just said you were very good. Gu Yunjian simply ignored the unwillingness and jealousy in his eyes. He felt warm in his heart. And it should be that the little girl felt sorry for him that she had such an idea. He put down the wine glass and turned to run to the inn. Shin Qingyan saw him leave suddenly. Jumped up and grabbed him. What are you doing? Go back to the inn and say good night to Qingshuang. Shin Qingyan's mouth twitched. Are people who are in love so crazy? It's okay to talk less for a day. We haven't finished talking about what happened just now. Why are you telling me about the princess? He had a vague guess. But he needed his confirmation. Gu Yunjian didn't want to talk about this. He was focused on meeting his little girl. He just threw a sentence, "Let's talk about it tomorrow." Shen Qingyan didn't want to. "Let's finish talking. It's really troublesome. Lingyan likes you. So Jiang Haobai is jealous. And he even instigated Tang Shi to assassinate Qingxuan to make you sad. I can't bear to see her depressed. So I hope you can enlighten her when you are free." Shen Qingyan's hand loosened, and he stood there in a daze. The moonlight lengthened his tall figure, adding a lot of sentimentality. Until he was drunk. He returned to the inn and fell asleep on the couch. Chapter 167. If I can't be his wife, I'll be his sister-in-law. The next day, Qin Xiaojun went to Laifuan to meet Gu Yunjian and then returned to the palace to report. When he arrived, his sister was discussing with her mother what to bring when she got married. They were so happy that even the king of Chu looked disgusted. "Yulan, you are a princess after all. Can you be more reserved?" Qin Yulan turned her head and laughed. "Father, men should get married when they are old enough. And women should get married when they are old enough. Why should you be reserved? Only by being unrestrained can you live freely." "Mother, what do you think?" Concubine Shen had already lost her eyes. But she was very satisfied with Shen Qingyan. He is both civil and military, elegant, and has a prominent family background. It is not possible to find someone better than him in the entire Chu state. It would be a happy thing if he became her son-in-law. Originally, she had her eyes on He Lianchao, the young master of Qianglin Pavilion, who was handsome, but a little too dandy. "Let's listen to your brother first. Xiaojun, how is the situation?" Qin Yulan knew how to be reserved and shy at this time, and buried her face in Shen Fei's arms. Qin Xiaojun's mouth twitched. This sister is not good at other things, but imagination and self-confidence are good. She thought Shen Qingyan would marry her without even listening. "Father, mother," the 15th prince said that since Qin Youyu was severely punished, he and Shen Qingyan will not pursue it anymore. Emperor Chu nodded slightly. That was the best. Then what? Qin Xiaojun cleared his throat and glanced at his ostrich-like sister. Then, nothing. Nothing? What does nothing mean? The ostrich sat up straight, very surprised. What about marriage? Shen Qingyan has no plan to marry a wife. And I don't want to delay you. So I declined. Qin Yulan was stunned. How could he refuse? He was smiling when he was with her. Qin Xiaojun waved his hand in front of her. Yulan, are you stupid? Qin Yulan slapped his hand down. Brother, are you lying to me? I'm free. Anyway, I've told you the result. Find another good husband. Qin Yulan snorted angrily. No. She had to ask for clarification. Concubine Chen was dumbfounded. It was already embarrassing to be rejected. Her daughter actually went to ask for an explanation. She was really crazy. Don't even think about it. You know how miserable she will be when she comes back. Xiaojun, follow her quickly. We finally settled the dispute. Don't stir up another wave. Emperor Chu ordered. Yes. Father. I'll go right away. On the way. Qin Xiaoyuan, who had a dark face, met him. Qin Xiaojun smiled meaningfully. Brother, you come to plead for Qin Youyu? Yes. Losing such a great helper is painful. Qin Xiaoyuan looked at his smiling face and wanted to punch him. But he held back and walked forward as if he didn't exist. Brother, things change over time. It's better to follow the rules in the future and don't make the wrong decision. Qin Xiaoyuan's body trembled, turned his head, and stared at him coldly. Since it's a turn, it will come to you sooner or later. Third brother, you should take care of yourself. There is still a long way to go in the future. We are just getting started. Brother, you can see it clearly. And I, as your younger brother, will feel relieved. No more words. I have something to do, and I'll leave first. Qin Xiaojun caught up with his sister, and his lips were worn out. She still wanted to go to Laifuan to ask clearly. Otherwise she would never give up. Unable to persuade her, he had to accompany her. Brother, wait outside. Don't go in. Qin Yulan opened her arms to stop him, as if he was going to cause trouble. Qin Xiaojun laughed dumbly and tapped her forehead. I'll help you calm down. No need. I'm going to get an answer, not to fight. Besides, you can't beat handsome brother. Qin Xiaojun was heartbroken. At this time, her elbows were still bent outward. Girls are extroverts. Qin Yulan trotted all the way. The closer she got to Shen Qingyan's room, the sadder she became. The sadder she was, the more piercing the laughter in the yard became. The little mouth pouted and ran to the center of the laughter. Qing Shuang. I'm not happy. Why are you so happy? Qing Shuang gave Jifeng and Jueyun a thumbs up, then proceed as planned. Turning to Qin Yuan, tell me why you are unhappy. Brother Yingju refused the marriage. He doesn't want to marry me. I want to find him to ask clearly. Is he there? Yes. He is playing chess with brother Yunjian. Do you want to see him? Qin Yuan rubbed her handkerchief. Agreed. I'm a little afraid to see him. Qing Shuang said. What are you afraid of? Anyway, he won't marry you. Is there anything more uncomfortable than this? Qin Yuan thought about it. It seems to be so. No more rubbing the handkerchief. Change to rubbing the hair. Why doesn't he want to marry me? I asked yesterday. He likes quiet and gentle. We are lively and lively. Not suitable for him. Qing Shuang included herself in it, so that it is easy to resonate and not hurt her too deeply. Qin Yuan pouted. But you said yesterday that he and your brother Yunjian are close friends. And the girl he likes will be the same. Her pitiful eyes made Qing Shuang speechless. She didn't expect her brother to play by his own rules. Qin Yuan shook her arm. Qing Shuang. You said you supported me. You said I would be your sister-in-law. You said you would wait for me to marry you in Daki. Qing Shuang didn't expect that the blame was put on her. But she did say so. Glancing at Jueyun and Jifeng's shining eyes, she let them play aside first. Sorting out his thoughts, he asked her earnestly, why do you like the third brother? Qin Yuan looked far away, and his thoughts returned to the day of their encounter. He is handsome and unrestrained. Qing Shuang was waiting for her parallel sentence, but she didn't come up with it. It turns out to be handsome and unrestrained. I had an idea in my mind. Yuan. Besides my third brother, I also have my second brother and my eldest brother. All of them are handsome and elegant. My eldest brother is a major general who is feared on the battlefield. And my second brother is the commander of the Imperial Guards, who is in charge of the Imperial Palace Guards. Both of them are more attractive than my third brother, a businessman who smells of money. Would you pick one? Qin Yuan's eyes lit up, and then dimmed again. But my handsome brother risked his life to save me, and I should repay him with my life. Qing Shuang was very upset. And swimming in the water is also considered risking one's life? It's just a little effort. If it doesn't work, you can jump into the river again, and I will let my eldest and second brothers save you once. Holding her shoulders. How about my second brother? We are close in age, but I forgot what your second brother looks like. This is not easy. Let her sit for a while. Run to pull Gu Yunjian, and insist that he draw Qing Shuang's appearance now. Qing Shuang, we're playing chess. I'm going to win. How can you be like this? Qin Qinyan was unwilling and insisted on pulling Gu Yunjian away. Then you marry Yuan. Qin Qinyan saw her raised eyebrows and smiled. And he understood at once, and urged Gu Yunjian to paint quickly. When Qin Yuan saw the portrait with the ink not yet dried, she immediately thought of the heroic and resolute young man she met at the birthday banquet of concubine Xian, and immediately decided, he's the one. A heavy stone fell from Qing Shuang's heart. Judging people by appearance is also good. Emotional hurt comes quickly and goes away quickly. Have you figured it out? I figured it out. If I can't be his wife, I'll be his sister-in-law. Just like you. If you can't be his wife, you'll be his aunt. Qing Shuang. Not only do we have similar personalities, but we also have similar destinies. Qing Shuang really didn't know how to react. This woman can't speak. So why can't she shut up? She caught a glimpse of the young man in white standing quietly not far away, frowning at her, waiting for her explanation. Chapter 168 Promise to let your second brother marry me. She walked over as if she had made a mistake, hooked his two slender fingers, and shook them gently. She had already apologized. But on second thought, she had done nothing wrong. She had been rejecting Gu Jinhao's advances since she arrived here. The words wife and aunt were all Qin Yuan's own words, and had nothing to do with her. She raised her head proudly. I didn't think so. And I won't apologize. He didn't say anything. Still frowning. She was anxious. I really didn't think so. It was all Yuan's nonsense. How could I possibly want to be the wife of the fourth prince? He held back his laughter, and deliberately kept a straight face. Whose wife do you want to be? You asked knowingly. She regretted it as soon as she said it. Because his eyes, which were always calm, actually revealed cunning, which made her feel cheated. Brother Yunjian, you are disrespectful to the elderly. Gu Yunjian really frowned this time. She actually said he was disrespectful to the elderly. You said I was not old 2 days ago. She also smiled cunningly. I can say it. But others can't. Qin Yuan got goosebumps when she heard these sweet words. But she liked it. If there was such a handsome man who said these goosebumps to her, she would be so happy. She unfolded the portrait of Shen Qingshu again, laughed while reading it, turned around and ran away. She ran back again after a while. She dragged Shen Qingshuang from Gu Yunjian to the stone table, spread the paper, ground the ink, and handed over the pen. Shen Qingshuang was confused. What for? Write a letter of commitment. Shen Qingshuang was even more confused. Promise what? Promise to let your second brother marry me. Shen Qingshuang's pen fell down in shock. Is this a letter of promise? This is a contract of sale. Showing a dignified smile, she said earnestly, Yulan, you haven't even seen my second brother again. And you are so easy to entrust your life to him? Isn't this a bit too hasty? Qin Yuan waved her hand rather proudly. Isn't there a portrait here? He looks handsome and elegant. That's enough. He has already met the requirements of my future husband. You don't want to get along with me? Only by getting along with each other can we know whether it is suitable or not. Qin Yuan was again. She waved her hands proudly. No need to get along. It must be suitable. Listen to me. Your second brother likes you. You like me. So your second brother will like me. Let's do it the other way around. I like you. You like your second brother. So I also like your second brother. Shen Qingshuang was stunned by her brain circuit. This guy's logic is simply amazing. Qin Yuan pushed her. Hey, Qingshuang. Do you regret it? No. No. Why should I regret it? Anyway, she is not marrying. And it is difficult for the second brother, a young man, to get married. Besides, there is no official match in the book. Marrying Qin Yuan is better than living alone for the rest of his life. She picked up the pen again and was about to write when she asked in doubt, if this letter of commitment is written, what are the consequences? Qin Yuan smiled mysteriously. Of course. Otherwise, what is the promise? If your second brother doesn't marry me, let your brother Yunjian marry me. Shen Qingshuang was not happy. What a joke. It's okay to let Gu Jinhao marry her. But Qin Yuan disagrees. She only said that the fourth prince is handsome. But his temper is too bad. She is afraid. So she doesn't want it. Helplessly, Shen Qingshuang took the paper and pen to Shen Qingyan and asked him to write. After all, this was to help him out. Shen Qingyan didn't dare to write. No one except the eldest brother could make the decision for the second brother. When he was in trouble, Gu Yunjian took the pen. Qin Yuan held his promised letter and tilted her head and said, 15th Prince, you only promised, but didn't write what to do if you can't do it. Can I believe it? Gu Yunjian said lightly. This prince never promises things that he can't do. It's just to let Shen Qingshu marry you. An imperial decree is enough. Why are you so entangled? Shen Qingshuang admired his domineering, but doubted the feasibility of the imperial decree. After all, the emperor was under house arrest by them. If he didn't retaliate when he was released, it would be a blessing. Why did he issue an imperial decree to grant marriage? Could it be that he was crazy after being locked up for a long time? Just believe me. There was no other way. So he could only believe it. Qin Xiaojun absent-mindedly admired the street view, waiting for his sister to come to him crying. And he had thought of the words of comfort. There are always beautiful women in the world. So why do you have to love Shen Qingyan unrequitedly? He even decided to go to Qingling Pavilion to meet He Lianqiu in person, trying to persuade him with emotion and reason to match him with his sister. First, his sister has known him for many years and knows him well, so she will not be wronged if she marries him. Second, with the strong financial resources of Qingling Pavilion, it will definitely be a strong support for him to enter the East Palace. Win-win. Brother. Hearing this enthusiastic call, Qin Xiaojun quickly adjusted his emotions to the fullest state. And his emotions also accumulated to the most abundant degree. Yulan, don't be hurt. Who would have thought that what came into his eyes was a smiling face with a blush, which caught him off guard. And he swallowed the words of comfort that were about to come to his lips. Shouldn't she cry? Qin Xiaojun couldn't believe his eyes. Was he stimulated to the point of stupidity? Touching her head, staring at her without blinking. Sister, don't scare me. What happened? Qin Yuan bit her lip and smiled, then took out a piece of paper from her sleeve and handed it to him. Qin Xiaojun took it doubtfully and became even more confused. What is this? A letter of commitment. Are you sure? Hearing this, Qin Yuan was unhappy. It was written by the 15th prince himself. So what was there to be uncertain about? Her eyebrows raised as soon as she saw it. How come the ink is all blurred? It's unlucky. She snatched it away and went to find Shen Qingxuan again. Gu Yunjin wrote a new one for her because someone was acting like a spoiled child. She held it like a treasure and folded it carefully until the ink was dried. You look so cautious. As if it were an imperial decree. Qin Xiaojun joked. It's the imperial edict. When Qin Xiaojun saw the contents clearly, his eyes almost popped out. Shen Qingshu? Why did you change him? Qin Yuan laughed. Yes. He is still handsome and elegant. Brother. Since the 15th prince has agreed, this marriage can't be avoided. You should quickly prepare the dowry for me. When Qin Xiaojun put the precious letter of commitment in front of the king of Chu and concubine Chen, the two looked at each other and were speechless. It was still the king of Chu who spoke. Yuan, you are a princess. How can your marriage be so casual? Qin Yuan shook her head solemnly. Father, it's not casual. This is the result of my careful consideration. As a woman, I hope to marry a good family. The brothers in the Shen family are friendly and respectful. And the father is kind, and the son is filial. There is no mother-in-law who doesn't get angry. And the sister-in-law is as cute as me. It is a good family that is hard to find. As a princess, I hope that the people of Chu can live and work in peace and not suffer from the disaster of war. Ding'an General's mansion is our strong enemy on the battlefield. If I marry there, it will be beneficial to the peace between the two countries. And father can worry less. Just when the Emperor of Chu was moved by his daughter's deep sense of justice, Qin Xiaojun said faintly, it's mainly because Shen Qishu is good-looking. If she was not good-looking, even if she was forced with a knife, she might not succeed. The brother and sister started to fight, and the Emperor of Chu waved his hand to signal them to stop. Yuan, go to Dingbei Palace to see Youyu later. Xiao Yuan came to the palace and said that she wanted to die again and broke her head. Qin Yuan said in a muffled voice, muttering, shamelessly taking drugs and asking for death? The Emperor of Chu glared at her. This child. After all, she is the only legitimate daughter of your uncle. And her parents are gone. So it was just a misconception for a while. Qin Xiaojun smiled. Father, I think she shouldn't be so wrong. Will someone instigate it? Chapter 169. Shock in the Palace. Seeing the solemn look on the face of the Emperor Chu, concubine Chen thought of her son's recent misfortune of losing 2 cities, and was afraid that she would offend him by making indirect accusations. So she scolded him. Xiaojun, don't talk nonsense. Qin Xiaojun smiled and said, Mother, I just think that things are abnormal. And I am afraid that my sister has been deceived and made a scapegoat without knowing it. As my father said, she is the only legitimate daughter of my uncle. And I can't bear to see her end up in a miserable situation. Yuan, what do you think? Facing her brother's earnest eyes, Qin Yuan chose to ignore it. She was not interested in this topic. And she didn't want to defend Qin Youyu. She only knew that the woman drugged Shen Qingyan to steal her away. She also shamelessly confessed to Gu Yunjian to steal Shen Qingxuan away. She said unhappily, if you do something wrong, you will be punished. There is no need to deceive. If she doesn't want to, who can force her to death? Qin Xiaojun rolled his eyes at her. What's the use of this sister? She won't even follow his lead. Marry her as soon as possible to avoid bad things in the future. Father, what do you think? Qin Xiaojun asked again. He didn't believe that he didn't have any doubts. In fact, the king of Chu realized the problem at the time of the incident. It was unreasonable for him to drug Shen Qingyan when he was obviously in love with Gu Yunjian. In addition, Qin Xiaoyuan's attempt to cover up the truth made it more obvious. He thought he could get away with it. But he didn't know that he was trying to cover up the truth. I will find out about this matter myself. You don't need to say more. After the king of Chu left, concubine Chen glared at her son. You just can't keep your temper. Even if you don't say it, the emperor will investigate. Now he thinks you are too ruthless and want to bring down your brother. Qin Xiaojun was shocked. He was indeed too anxious. Thinking back to his father's expressionless face, he was annoyed. But it was too late to regret now. At night, Dingbei Palace, Qin Yuan came reluctantly with her maid Xiao Pu. When the housekeeper saw her, he immediately knelt down and saluted. I want to see the princess. Qin Yuan raised her hand and raised her eyebrows. I want to see Qin Youyu. The housekeeper led her to the main hall and said respectfully, "Princess, please wait a moment. I will report to the eldest lady now." Qin Yuan drank tea and waved her hand. "No need. I will go directly there. This back and forth will waste a lot of time. Xiao Pu, you stay here and wait for me." Qin Yuan had been here before and knew Qin Youyu's boudoir. She walked slowly towards her room while enjoying the scenery, as if inspecting. Halfway, she caught a glimpse of a lonely figure standing under a osmanthus tree. It was Qin Yanxue. Qin Yuan didn't look away. These two sisters had the same scheming mind, so it was better to stay away from them. So she quickened her pace. Qin Yanxue suddenly heard something unusual and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a woman in yellow hurrying by. "Like a thief," she shouted. "Who are you?" "Stop!" Qin Yuan didn't listen to her and ignored her. "Come here!" A thief broke into the palace. This cry attracted many servants, and they all chased after Qin Yanxue's instructions. After chasing, they saw that it was Qin Yuan, and they all knelt down to pay their respects. "How many bad things have you done these days?" Qin Yuan rolled her eyes at the group of people kneeling down, and glanced at Qin Yanxue again. "I came to visit your sister on the order of my father, but you treated me as a thief. What is this? The thief crying catch the thief?" She raised her eyebrows and chuckled. Hurting Qin Yanxue. The thief crying catch the thief? Isn't it just a hint that she stole Shinqing Shuang's sachet? "Princess, I was dazzled for a moment. Please forgive me." She nodded slightly to apologize, and Qin Yuan didn't pursue it. After all, she had already taken advantage of her. She raised her hand generously and brushed her hair again. "Forget it. I'm not the kind of person who cares. I was just dazzled. Not my heart." She said to the people kneeling in front of her, "You should stand up too. Remember it. And don't believe it. Although the palace is sparsely populated, there are still 2 princesses. Don't make a fool of yourself." "Yes, Princess." Qin Yanxue looked at her light figure and bit her lips tightly. Why did she show off in front of her? She was like this. And Shinqing Shuang was like this too. Equally annoying. Equally hateful. She returned to the room angrily, holding a vase and smashing it on the ground. And the anger in her chest was relieved with this crisp sound. She smashed a few more and felt much better. Then a panicked maid ran in. "Miss. What happened?" "Nothing. Just a few broken vases." "Miss, don't move. I'll clean it up." Just as she squatted down, the maid was frightened and collapsed to the ground. Miss. This soul-screaming voice made Qin Yanxue very annoyed. And she said angrily, "Why are you so startled?" The maid covered her mouth with one hand and pointed to the ground with the other hand. "Miss. Centipedes. So many centipedes." "Centipedes?" Qin Yanxue glanced at it doubtfully, and then screamed. Tears came out of her eyes. Under so many pieces of debris, long and thin centipedes were crawling. Crawling under the table. Crawling under the chair. Crawling to the bottom of her shoes. "Why don't you find someone to clean it up?" She retreated to the side of the couch and angrily said to the maid with her eyes closed. The maid hurriedly got up. And at this time, a centipede crawled onto the surface of her shoes. She cried and threw away her shoes, and ran out barefoot. Qin Yanxue didn't dare to stay any longer and rushed to the door. But the door slammed shut. There was also a gust of wind, like a cold wind. Qin Yanxue pulled the door hard in fear, but found that it couldn't be pulled open at all. She was panicked and afraid, and slammed the door violently, shouting help while slamming. But there was no other sound except her own shouting. At this moment, she suddenly felt itchy at her ankle, as if something was crawling. She carefully lifted her trouser legs, and it turned out to be a centipede. It was slowly crawling along her white and straight legs. Behind this centipede, there was another one, like a relay. Qin Yanxue yelled like crazy, but no one paid attention to her. Legs are not shoes. She couldn't give them up. Fortunately, there was a pen on the desk. She grabbed a handful, closed her eyes, and shoved the centipedes away. Although she was terrified, she finally shoved them down. She couldn't stay here any longer. She absolutely couldn't stay here. But the door seemed to be locked, and she couldn't get out. Suddenly she saw the bed. She lifted the quilt and jumped on it. While she was still in shock, she felt something moving by her hand. Her heart skipped a beat, and she looked tentatively. And it turned out to be a bunch of living things like scorpions and bedbugs. Qin Yanxue couldn't hold on any longer. holding her head and screaming. She jumped off the couch, climbed up to the window, and finally opened it. She didn't care about much and jumped down directly from the top, rolling and crawling, just to get away from the room. Help! Help! She cried for help weakly while crawling, and her hand touched something, soft and cold. It was the foot of the maid just now. The maid was just fainted, but she thought she was dead. With this terrible thought, her lifeless eyes immediately widened, as if she saw a ghost. She covered her eyes and shouted with all her strength. Finally, a living person was attracted. It can be said that all the living people in the palace, including Qin Youyu and Qin Yuan, everyone stared at her in a state of embarrassment with their eyes wide open. It was Qin Yuan who spoke. What happened today? My sister is determined to die. And my sister is determined to scare others to death. Big sister, you should have a good rest. I'm leaving first. Qin Youyu glanced at her concubine coldly and smiled contemptuously. Come on. Send her back to her room. Qin Yinxue fainted when she heard about going back to her room. At Lai Fuan, Shen Shuang had been waiting outside the room, waiting for Ji Feng and Jue Yun. Chapter 170. Who is the playboy? It's been so long. Why haven't you come back yet? She frowned, and her eager look made Gu Yunjian very curious. She didn't say it, and he didn't ask it either. Anyway, the two boys didn't dare to hide it after they came back, while Shen Shuang was looking forward to it. Jifeng and Jue Yun finally came back. Miss, it's done. Jifeng ran to her first, his spirits high. Shen Shuang was excited. Tell me in detail. Jifeng was beaming with joy. Jue Yun and I caught a lot of centipedes, scorpions and bedbugs, and hid the centipedes in vases, wardrobes, and drawers, and put scorpions and bedbugs under her quilt and shoes. There are only places you can't think of, and there are no places we missed. You didn't see it. Qin Yinxue was so scared that she'd lost her soul. She cried and screamed, which was hilarious. Later, when she heard that Qin Youyu was going to send her back to her room, she fainted directly. Shen Shuang clapped her hands happily. You're not dead. Are you? Jue Yun patted his chest. Don't worry. We know the severity of the situation. You won't die. Jifeng laughed. But you won't be normal for a while. Shen Shuang gave them an admiring look. Reliable. When you committed the crime? No. When you punished evil and promoted good. Were you discovered? Jue Yun raised his eyebrows. We are the best guards in Lingyuan. If such a small thing can reveal our whereabouts, we might as well quit. I wanted to use the drug you gave me, but Qin Yuan came out and was so domineering that she told everyone in the palace not to be fooled by Qin Yinxue, saying that she always likes to cry thief, so no one cares about her cry for help. The only maid who had seen the centipede was knocked out by us. It was surprisingly smooth. Shen Shuang was beaming with joy. He dared to steal her sachet and even wanted to rob her. This was a small punishment. He took out 2 silver notes and gave one to each person. He smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits. Thank you for your hard work. Take it and spend it. Don't be polite. After seeing the silver notes clearly, Jue Yun's eyes were wide open. 1,000 taels. Jifeng put it in his pocket and glanced at him with disdain. Boss, you look so ignorant. The young ladies always start with 500 taels. Jue Yun felt jealous. It turned out that following Shen Shuang was so happy. Begged, Miss, my martial arts is better than Jifeng's, and I am also obedient. Can you let me follow you? Jifeng pushed him away. He actually tried to steal someone's girlfriend in front of him. How could he tolerate this? Boss, you can't do this. Perhaps he felt it was shameful. So Jue Yun took a step back. Jifeng, let's take turns. No. Boss. Big. You are used to living in poverty, and you can't stand the sudden change. No. I can stand it. Boss, don't force yourself. As a person who has been through it, I tell you that this feeling is very uncomfortable. It took me a long time to adapt. After being used to the bitterness of life, I really can't stand the sweetness of the poor suddenly getting rich. Jifeng, don't talk nonsense to me. It's settled. 1 month each. Who settled it with you? I don't agree. Gu Yunjian, who was standing not far away, couldn't listen anymore. These 2 money-grubbing guys. Did the king treat you badly? Hearing this indifferent voice, the 2 boys were stunned. When did the prince come over? Why was there no sound at all? It is possible that they were too involved in the argument just now and didn't pay attention for a while. The two of them bowed respectfully at the same time. Your Majesty. Gu Yunjian stood in front of them. His voice could not tell whether he was happy or angry. You are so brave that you dare to sneak into the palace to scare people. Receiving the look of help, Shin Shuang took him down. Brother Yunjian. Don't scold him. Qin Yanxue stole my sachet and poached me. It is not a gentleman to not take revenge. So I asked Jueyun and Jifeng for help. Gu Yunjian frowned slightly and said softly, you can also choose a slightly gentler way. There are so many insects. How scared she is as a girl. And she was actually scared to death. If someone else does this to you. Shin Shuang felt wronged and chilled. Did he reverse his position? It was obviously that woman who hurt her first. But he considered whether she was afraid. Yes. Her sachet was stolen. But she almost lost her innocence. But Qin Yanxue was scared by the insects. The logic of the scum man. Pushing away his hand that was stroking her long hair. His eyes were sparkling. 15th Prince. I only take revenge when there is a grievance. I can't be kind to women. Besides, she heard me first. I don't need to be kind to her. You can't hear her if you feel sorry for her here. Just marry her back to Ling Yuan and take care of her slowly. Hearing her suddenly change the address. Her eyes full of anger. Gu Yunjian's tone became softer. I'm not blaming you. I'm just helping you analyze. She interrupted him directly. Thank you. It's not necessary. If I'm wrong, my father and 3 brothers will teach me a lesson. Just then, Shin Qingyan came out. And Shin Shuang called 3rd brother. Shin Qingyan ran over and smiled. What's wrong? You look so aggrieved. Qin Yanxue stole my sachet. I asked Jueyun and Jifeng to catch insects to scare her. She fainted. Do you think I did something wrong? Of course not. How can you be so timid that you fainted after being frightened? Sister, it's pointless to ask others to do revenge. I will take you to teach her a lesson myself. Gu Yunjian didn't expect him to react like this. And felt helpless. Qingyan. Why are you fooling around too? Shin Qingyan glanced at him with disgust. What's fooling around? You dare to bully my sister and make her lose her mind. Let's go. Sister. It's late at night. It's the best time to take revenge. But you be good? Don't tell the eldest and the second that I'm late for revenge. Otherwise, I won't be able to escape the fasting of facing the wall. I've taken revenge. Once is enough. If you dare to hurt me again next time, I won't be polite. As for empathy, leave it to the fickle-minded radish. Shin Shuang took off the jade bracelet on her wrist, stuffed it into Gu Yunjian's hand, ran back to the room, and slammed the door. The loud noise made Shin Qingyan's heart tremble. Who is the fickle radish? No one cared. He asked again, Hey, who is the playboy? Jifeng and Jueyun did not dare to answer, and retreated in silence. Shin Qingyan locked his eyes on Gu Yunjian, and then recalled his sister's behavior just now, and sighed. You? Gu Yunjian's mouth was bitter. I just think her way is too extreme. So I want to persuade her. Shin Qingyan laughed. Yunjian, am I saying that you are simple or stubborn? I'm telling you now. Girls are always right in love. Don't say it's not my sister's fault. Even if it is, you can't say it directly, especially for a woman who has bad intentions towards you. Who can bear it? Be content now. Playboy. Pat his shoulder sympathetically, and went to find his sister. Unfortunately, no one answered the door. Gu Yunjian regretted it too late, staring blankly at the bracelet in his hand, thinking back to what she said. His heart was hit hard. She even returned the bracelet. Is she going to break up with him? Sleepless all night. The next day, he waited in front of her door early to apologize. But until noon, her door did not open. No choice but to ask Shin Qingyan for help. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. Shin Qingyan had to push the door, which was not locked. But the person was gone. Chapter 171. Do you really not want it? Shin Qingyan looked back at the stunned Gu Yunjian and shrugged. The little girl was pissed off by you. Gu Yunjian was anxious and regretful. Why did he have to say that? Qin Yanxue deserved it, even if she was scared to death. What did it have to do with him? What was wrong with him that made her misunderstand that he was sympathetic to women? Qingyan. She is unfamiliar with this place. Where can she go? He pulled Shin Qingyan's arm, his eyes panicking. How do I know? Gu Yunjian. You lost my sister. If you don't find her back intact, our brotherhood ends here. He opened his hand and went to the room to look for any words left by his sister. Sure enough, there was a piece of paper and a porcelain bottle on the couch. There were 5 words written on the paper. Third brother. Medicine. His. Shin Qingyan stuffed the medicine and paper into Gu Yunjian's hand and went out. Gu Yunjian clutched the paper and the porcelain bottle, feeling even sadder. She clearly cared about him, but left in anger, not even giving him a chance to apologize. Even the medicine left behind was to be handed over by Shin Qingyan. Jueyun, Jifeng, Qingxuang are missing. Go find them. The 2 boys were shocked when they heard this. This was a big deal. They were originally people who would not suffer any loss. And if they got angry, it would be even bigger if they got into a fight with others. Your Highness, let the 4th prince and Qingyan help together. More people will help us find them faster. Okay. But the 2 people were also missing. The room was clean. The bedding was neatly arranged. And the sunlight shone in through the window. Warm and peaceful. But there was no one. Gu Yunjian had a bad feeling. And his heart was in turmoil. Could they be together? Did you hear any noise at night? At the beginning of the night, we heard footsteps. We thought it was the prince going to the courtyard to relax. Jueyun and Jifeng lowered their heads. Thinking back, it should be Shin Qingxuang. After all, her room was next to Gu Yunjian's. But he really didn't feel when Gu Jinhao and Qingyun went out. Gu Yunjian also heard footsteps. He was in a bad mood at that time and didn't care. He thought it was the waiter of the inn. If he had known earlier, he would have come out to take a look. Where did the 3rd Master Shin go? Jueyun said. He was in a hurry. He must have gone to find Miss Shin. Prince, let's go quickly. The Chu Kingdom is not peaceful. Miss Shin is emotionally unstable now. Don't let anything happen to her. Jifeng added weakly. If the 4th prince finds him first, and then adds fuel to the fire and says something bad about the prince, I'm afraid. Jueyun looked at Gu Yunjian's running figure and hit Jifeng on the back of his head. Do you think the prince is not confused enough? You are still worried. If you keep worrying, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape 50 boards. Tokai Money House. As soon as Shin Qingyan showed up, Lao Shan came over excitedly. 3rd young master. Where's Qingxuang? He strode in, and Lao Shan hurried forward to lead the way. She hasn't gotten up yet. The young lady came crying last night, and she didn't say anything. This really worried me to death. 3rd young master. Did you scold her? Don't blame me for being talkative. How could you bear to scold such a lovely girl? Shin Qingyan stopped and glanced at him. Am I tired of living? I scolded her? By the way, no matter who comes, say they haven't seen her. Okay. Pushing open the door, Shin Qingxuang was sleeping soundly on the couch. Her sleeping posture was really unflattering, and there were traces of tears on her little face. Shin Qingyan frowned and sighed softly, regretting introducing Gu Yunjian to her. She had never cried like this in the past 15 years at home. He pulled her quilt, brushed the long hair on her face, and sat aside. Hot! She kicked the quilt that had just been pulled open, turned over and slept with the quilt in her arms. Like climbing a mountain, Shin Qingyan had no choice but to open his folding fan to fan her. Finally, when his hands were numb, she woke up. She smiled at him with her eyes wide open. 3rd brother. Shin Qingyan was just happy that she got out of her loss. And before he could say anything to praise her, her mouth shrank and tears fell down. She actually cried. This wave of operations came too fast, and Shin Qingyan was caught off guard. He quickly took out a hand towel to wipe her. She was crying and coughing, and her lungs were about to burst. It made him feel distressed. He said he only liked me. He was so distressed when I took revenge. And he was worried about whether that woman was scared. 3rd brother. He said he was helping me analyze. Do I need him to teach me a lesson? Who is he? What right does he have? Don't you think so? Yes. What right does he have? We shouldn't have agreed to him so quickly. And now we are lawless. Shin Qingxuang threw away the wet hand towel and wiped it on Shin Qingyan's sleeve. Choked, it's better to stop the loss early. Since you can't let go of that scheming woman, why did you pretend to be noble in the first place? Hypocritical. The emperor's uncle is great? That's right. What's so great about it? Shin Qingxuang sobbed a few times, then glared at him. It's all your fault. You have made so many messy friends. None of them are serious. Shin Qingyan's mouth twitched. Gu Yunjian was not a frivolous friend. He was his only serious friend. It's just that this friend had no past emotional experience and couldn't grasp the girl's mind. He believed that he really felt that the way of revenge was inappropriate, but ignored the girl's focus. It's not a question of method. But who does he care about compared to her? Hey, sister, don't cry. What's the big deal? Gu Yunjian's position is not right. We don't want him anymore. She stopped crying and raised her red eyes. Really don't want it. Didn't you return all the bracelets? Shen Qingyan was a little unsure of his sister's thinking. She scolded her to death the previous second, and had a momentum of never seeing each other again. But now she seemed a little hesitant. If you analyze it carefully, it seems that she is reluctant. Shen Qingshuang did not continue the topic, and took up his sleeve to wipe her tears. You didn't tell him I was here? Shen Qingyan shook his head. No. Then he showed his appreciation. You even knew to slip me a note in advance. You have a conscience. You are so old. You are sensible at least. How can I be angry with him and make you anxious? I'll wash up first. My face is like a cat. Gu Yunjian and the other two started looking for Shen Qingshuang from Laifuan. But they didn't see her for more than an hour. On the way, they passed by Qianling Pavilion, thought for a while, and went in to find Healy. Upon learning that Shen Qingshuang was missing, Healy ordered his grandson to send more people to search together. I wanted to keep Gu Yunjian to discuss what to do after returning to Daki, but he was in no mood, so I had to postpone it. After leaving Qianling Pavilion, Gu Yunjian thought of Tonkai Money House, which was the only place Shen Qingshuang was familiar with besides Laifuan. But no matter how he asked, Lao Shang insisted that he had not seen it, and his words were quite dissatisfied. Why did he make their young lady angry? He also symbolically sent Zhao Shirtu and other clerks to help look for it. Seeing him like this, Gu Yunjian's last hope was gone, and he left the money house unhappily. Walking absent-mindedly, Shen Qingshuang finished her breakfast absent-mindedly, holding her chin and listening to her brother and Lao Shang talking about the money house business with a smile on their faces. But she really couldn't get interested. Shen Qingyan was afraid that she would be bored, so he stuffed some silver notes into her. Brother will take you out for a walk? As soon as she arrived at the door of the money house, Shen Qingshuang didn't want to go anymore. Third brother. It would be so embarrassing if we met him. Shen Qingyan looked indifferent. What are you afraid of? Hold your breath. Ignore him, and make him angry to death. As soon as he finished speaking, a smiling face came up. How about I borrow you? Act out a play to annoy the little uncle. Shen Qingshuang was startled. Why is the dog prince here? Gu Jinhao stretched and rubbed his forehead. Don't be so surprised. Be surprised. I heard the noise when you came out last night. Followed you all the way here, and waited for so long to see you come out. How about Qingshuang? You helped me act in the play before, and I will help you this time. Chapter 172. I'm not blaming the prince. I'm just helping him analyze. You stayed here all night? She looked at him like a fool. Gu Jinhao yawned, and felt that her eyes were unfriendly, and frowned. You don't believe it? I believe it. What can't you do? Don't tell me you followed me because you were worried about me. Shen Qingshuang, you're going too far. What else? He rolled his eyes at her, and then smiled and said, How is it? Have you changed your mind about me? Are you a gentleman now? She reluctantly said, At least you won't sneak into my room quietly, and come out like a zombie to scare people. Gu Jinhao took it as a compliment. Hey, Qingshuang, I really feel sorry for you. You gave up a loyal and affectionate gentleman like me and devoted yourself to the little uncle. What happened? He actually blamed you for harming your woman. Really? I can't stand it. Shen Qingyan was a little unhappy. Although he was angry with Gu Yunjian, he still couldn't stand Gu Jinhao's slander. Fourth prince? It's almost okay. The prince didn't mean that. He just didn't know how to express it. Gu Jinhao sighed heavily. Third Master Shen. The words come from the heart. The little uncle meant that. Your position is not right either. You should stand firmly on your sister's side like me. Qingshuang, consider it. This acting is purely for help, free of charge. The subtext is that he is not like her, who will charge money for a little help. Shen Qingshuang directly refused. No. Why not? She didn't even consider the action, which made him feel that he was disliked. Maybe it wasn't an illusion. Shen Qingshuang glanced at him and laughed. Although I am angry, I am not stupid. I am acting with someone like you who has ulterior motives towards me. What if you set your sights on me? Shen Qingyan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Smart. Gu Jinhao snorted. I have set my sights on you whether you help me or not. Anyway, I have proposed it. It would be a waste if you don't use it. Gu Jinhao. Can you have some backbone? Where is your fierceness? Where is your coldness and self-restraint? So stupid. The dog prince was not ashamed but proud, with a bright light in his bloodshot eyes. To be honest, I was depressed for a long time after being rejected by you. But I changed my mind and realized that only the seniority cannot be changed, and the rest have room for improvement. What's more, we knew each other earlier, and we have good memories. Good memories? Shin Shuang wanted to beat him to death directly. How shameless. She was whipped by Qin Yuan and brought to this time and space for no reason, and was locked up in a small dark room for interrogation. But in his eyes, it was actually good. If she hadn't confessed Fang Mingju's trick and cured concubine Xian's illness, she would have been miserable in his hands. Just thinking about it makes me cry. Shin Qingyan saw Gu Jinhao's shameless character, and was afraid that he would steal his sister. So he quickly pulled his sister away. Gu Jinhao didn't care and quickly followed. Good time. Good sunshine. The three of them strolled and played all the way. And Shin Shuang's mood became better and better. But she always encountered strange people who described her to passers-by. And whenever that happened, she would avoid them like a thief. Shin Qingyan smiled but said nothing. But Gu Jinhao was surprised. Where did the little uncle find so many people? Where else can I find her? Qiongling Pavilion. But she didn't plan to tell him, lest she ruin someone's business again. Shin Qingyan found it funny to see his sister evading. She didn't do anything wrong. So why hide? She could play openly and go back when she was done. Would those people dare to tie her back? After hearing his analysis, Shin Shuang felt that it made sense. That's right. She was fair and square. She found a restaurant to have lunch and rest. Gu Jinhao couldn't open his eyes, so he leaned on a chair to take a nap. When he was getting into the mood, he heard a surprised voice, Miss Shuang. Shin Shuang turned her head, and it turned out to be Yi Lianqiao. That high-spirited and high-spirited energy. As if he had won the lottery. As soon as he put away the fan, he felt relieved. So you are here? It took me a long time to find you. Who are you? Shin Qingyan and Gu Jinhao spoke at the same time, with the same unhappy look in their eyes. Yi Lianqiao looked at them one by one, and praised them. Handsome. But one is more chic, and the other is more murderous. He coughed twice. I am Yi Lianqiao, a friend of Miss Shuang. When did you have such a friend? Shin Qingyan couldn't stand this dandy air. Shin Shuang replied, I met her in Chu. Yi Lianqiao smiled and nodded. That's right. You were so intimate when you just met? Mr. He, pay attention to your address. Yi Lianqiao was also unhappy. What does it have to do with him how he addresses her? He said unhappily, Who are you? I am her third brother. Yi Lianqiao's displeasure immediately turned into joy. So it's the third brother. Gu Jinhao knocked on the table. I told you not to get close to her. Why don't you remember? Yi Lianqiao was afraid that he was her brother again. So he was gentle and smiling. Who are you? Gu Jinhao. Yi Lianqiao sneered. If he was surnamed Gu, then he was not afraid. Just when he was about to raise his eyebrows, he thought something was wrong. There seemed to be someone named Gu Jinhao in the Qi. Could it be? Are you the fourth prince of the Qi? Yes. I am the king. By the way, what do you do? You ask questions all the time. Yi Lianqiao felt wronged. They were obviously interrogating him like a criminal. But it was his problem. Fourth prince? Have you heard of Qiongling Pavilion? No. The name sounds like a brothel. How could he have heard of it? Oh, then I'm a businessman. I'm the young master. Sure enough, this easy-to-understand explanation made Gu Jinhao understand. And he looked down at him. Why are you looking for Shuang? The 15th prince said that Miss Shuang, Miss Shen, is missing, and asked us to help find her. Miss Shen, I'll take you to see him. He's going crazy. No, I'll go back to the inn later. She hasn't thought about what to say when they meet, so as not to be embarrassed. Not long after Yi Lianqiao left, Gu Yunjin arrived. The clothes that used to be spotless were stained with a lot of dust, especially the sleeves, which were scratched and blood was faintly visible. The tired eyes had some brilliance because of seeing her. He stepped forward quickly and called her name excitedly, but she called him 15th prince lightly. He was struck by lightning, and his hands trembled. The light in his eyes slowly faded away. He stared at her, but she turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Shin Qingyan felt a little reluctant. He had known him for so long, but he had never seen him so distraught. Pulling his sister's sleeve, he whispered, How about I leave first? I'll go with you. Then, why don't you stay for a while? Clearing his throat. Yunjian, sit here with me. As soon as he stood up, he was pulled down by Shuang, and the threatening look made him dare not move. Little uncle, sit here with me. Gu Jinhao moved in generously, his eyes full of pride. Shen Qingyan pushed his sister's arm. Yunjian is injured. How about you take a look at him? She glanced at him secretly, then retracted her gaze and drank tea as if nothing had happened. Little uncle, what's the matter with this injury? Is it because of a hero saving a beautiful woman? Gu Jinhao had a sly smile on his face. Shut up. Gu Jinhao was used to being rushed anyway, so he didn't take it to heart at all. Unexpectedly, Shen Qingxuan said quietly, 15th Prince, you are so rude to Jinhao. It's really inappropriate. Gu Yunjian heard that she changed the name for Gu Jinhao, but was still distant and indifferent to him, and felt very sad. Shen Qingyan almost couldn't sit still. That sister, Yunjian was injured and the 4th prince still teased him. How can you say that about him? 3rd brother, I'm not blaming the prince. I'm just helping him analyze it. The prince was just injured, but Jinhao was scolded. Look at Jinhao's eyes. How scared he must be. Chapter 173. Are all of you Gu people like this? Gu Jinhao did show fear, even a little frightened, and the tea in the cup spilled. He never expected Shen Qingxuan to call him so intimately. Happiness came so suddenly that he was not only caught off guard, but also flustered. She clearly rejected his suggestion to act with her. He thought about it, and understood that whether she accepted it or not would not change the fact that he was pursuing her relentlessly. So it was really a waste to not use it. Besides, there was such a perfect context. On the other hand, his little uncle, whose eyes were always calm and composed, could not hide the loneliness and bitterness. Gu Jinhao had a flash of sympathy, but it was only a flash, thinking back to when he racked his brains to show his favor to the little girl, and even cheated in order to make her accept him. But what happened in the end? This disrespectful young uncle took his love away quietly with his beauty, demeanor, and seniority, which made him depressed for so long. He shrank to the table. Scared? Qingxuan, the young uncle is too fierce. I'm scared. His trembling voice scared Shen Qingyan, and his scalp was numb. Is this guy so deep into the play? Shen Qingxuan poured a cup of tea as if nothing had happened, blew it carefully, and handed it to Gu Jinhao. It's hot. Drink slowly. Okay. Okay. Gu Jinhao hurriedly took it. Since she changed, this was the first time she spoke to him so gently. Although this gentleness was too much and a little fake. But it doesn't matter. Once there is twice. Once there is a prophet. With a turn of his eyes, he had an idea. He handed the cup back to her. I pressed my arm when I took a nap just now. You feed me. His playful and provocative look made Shen Qingxuan frown. She gave him a look and said, enough is enough. Gu Jinhao became even more excited. He pushed the cup in front of her and raised his eyebrows. Qingxuan, I know you are good to me. Don't worry. I won't change my mind. And I won't blame you for someone inexplicable. Seeing the anger in Gu Yunjian's eyes, and seeing Zhou Yunjifeng running over with sweat on his forehead, Gu Jinhao shut up. Shen Qingxuan took the tea and said, I'll feed you. But before she handed it over, her wrist was held by a slender hand. Qingyan, I'll sit here. Gu Yunjian had already arrived beside Shen Qingyan, but his eyes were always on Shen Qingxuan. Shen Qingyan finally waited until this taciturn guy couldn't sit still anymore, and hurriedly changed seats with him. Let go! Shen Qingxuan couldn't break free, and didn't dare to move, lest the hot tea spill on him. Gu Jinhao saw that the tea in his mouth was gone, so he stood up and was pulled down by Shen Qingyan. 4th prince? Don't get excited. Didn't you press your arm? I'll feed you. He picked up the cup and was about to put it to Gu Jinhao's mouth, but he was scared and stopped him. This king doesn't have that kind of habit. Gu Yunjian was in no mood to care about them. He only knew that Shen Qingxuan wanted to feed Gu Jinhao tea, which made him unable to calm down. He knew she was mad at him, and wanted to watch coldly and let her vent her anger. But the reality was far more cruel than imagined, and the calmness he had developed over the years was vulnerable in front of her. I want tea too. He loosened his grip on her hand a little, and moved closer to the cup she was holding. But she took it down with her other hand, and pushed him away. She brushed her long hair and moved aside. If the prince wants to drink tea, he can go to Dingbei Palace. There are many people rushing to serve tea. Gu Yunjin heard this and looked at her angry look. And his heart was relieved a little. She was jealous. He carefully held her hand. And she shrank back as if she had been electrocuted. Which made him uneasy again. Qing. Third brother. I'm leaving first. She rushed out like she was running for her life. And Shen Qingyan didn't even have time to react. Qingyan. You watch Jin Hao, and don't let him follow. If he dares to disobey, teach him a lesson directly. Just keep your breath. After Gu Yunjin gave the instructions, he went to chase the little girl, leaving Gu Jinhao speechless. Just left like that? Finally, Qin Yun came, thinking that the chances of winning would be greater with two people. But unfortunately, the opposite happened. The two of them couldn't beat Shen Qingyan. He also paid a lot of money for tables, chairs and benches. Shen Qingshuang had no direction, so she ran wherever there was a road. She thought she ran very fast, but she was still caught up by Gu Yunjin. Afraid that she would slip away again, he held her hand tightly. The busy street was not a place to apologize, but she was always dishonest, so he had to find a nearby street corner. Let go! Then don't run. Okay. As soon as he let go, she ran away. Gu Yunjin was really helpless. Could he still believe her words? When he caught up with her again, he turned a deaf ear to everything she said, until she said her hand hurt. He stopped holding her hand and hugged her instead. His heart softened with this hug. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Although I didn't mean it the way you understand. Since you are angry, it's my fault. He stroked her hair and soothed her softly. Don't be angry anymore. Okay. Prince, this is on the street. Please respect yourself. She stood straight and proud. He expected her to forgive him with just 2 words of apology. Is she so easy to coax? He hugged her tighter. Don't call me that anymore. You want to punish me and make me sad. You have achieved your goal when you returned my bracelet last night. She was unhappy. He actually put the blame on me? He snorted. It is obviously your position that is not right. But you put the responsibility on me. Gu Yunjin. Are you embarrassed? Let go. People come and go. I still need face if you don't want it. If you don't let go, you will run away. Besides, this is a street corner. No one can see it. Even if they see it, it doesn't matter. People who don't know me won't care. And people who know me dare not say anything. These words actually came from his mouth. Shen Qingshuang found that she didn't know him well enough. Why are you so shameless like Gu Jinhao? Are all of you Gu people like this? He raised his head and touched his forehead to hers. Don't call that brat so affectionately like you did just now. I know you were deliberately trying to piss me off. But I can't stand it. I can't stand it. So you go find Qin Yanque. She likes you. And you pity her. You are a couple. It just so happens that her sister is also interested in you. A Huang and Vine can share a husband and have a good relationship. The unfinished word stopped abruptly. With only a whimper. He held her in his arms and lowered his head to kiss her, feeling her change from rejection to acceptance. His movements became lighter and lighter. There won't be that kind of thing in the future. I promise. And I miss you so much. Don't disappear again. After receiving her reluctant yeah, his eyes regained clarity and were filled with smiles. How did your arm get hurt? She asked the question she wanted to ask when they first met. He glanced at her and said indifferently, when I went to the restaurant to find you, I was accidentally cut by a knife in the kitchen. After treating his wound simply, he took off the bracelet she returned from his wrist. She raised her eyebrows and smiled softly. I don't want it anymore. As for whether I will accept it in the future, it depends on your performance. Gu Yunjin sighed silently. Why did he bother? He thought of something more serious. Then you promised before. Our marriage. If you don't accept the bracelet, how can you accept him? She rolled her eyes at him. I regret it. And we'll decide based on subsequent developments. Third brother was right. Agreeing too quickly led to his lawlessness. Gu Yunjian would rather he was a mute last night. Suddenly, he heard a lot of noise in the distance. And Shen Qingshuang's desire to watch the fun started again. So she dragged him and ran away. Gu Yunjian was held by her hand. And his mood suddenly brightened. Pushing aside the crowd of onlookers. It turned out to be a notice. It said that the second princess of Dingbei Palace was suffering from a strange disease. And she was looking for a famous doctor. If she could cure it, she would be rewarded handsomely. Chapter 174. It's easy to get it. Suffering from a strange disease? Looking for a famous doctor? Shin Shuang muttered. Turning to Gu Yunjian, you were fine last night. How come you got a strange disease so soon? Gu Yunjian thought. Wasn't it because he was scared by Zhui Yunjifeng? But he didn't dare to say it, lest someone bring up the past. It was so hard to coax him. He couldn't stand it again. Perhaps she has a chronic disease like me, which has been dormant for many years, and has only just broken out. Shin Shuang pulled him out of the crowd, holding her chin with a sly smile. Oh, a chronic disease is a chronic disease. And it's the same as yours? You have so many things in common? It's really destined. Gu Yunjian couldn't help but think of the performance of the Injustice of Do Yi performed in Yinhui Garden, and rubbed her hair. It would be unfair to my injustice if it didn't snow on this day. She chuckled, and her eyelashes were still shining when she lowered her head. He couldn't help but reach out and touch her fair and tender face. And she stepped back. This is not a street corner. Can you be more stable? Okay. He smiled slightly, with his hands behind his back. With so many imperial doctors in Chu, can't they cure her disease? She looked at the surrounded notice again. Gu Yunjian said, if it can be cured, it won't be a rare disease. Well, it's useless to say that. Brother Yunjian, when are we going back? I miss my dad. I had a dream last night. The old man scolded her for being too happy. I can come anytime. But didn't you promise to treat Wangguo's brother's cold? His words reminded her. She almost forgot. Calculating the time. It's only 2 days. But the medicine is ready. And it will be okay with an acupuncture. No trouble. Unexpectedly, when the two arrived at the inn, Wangguo had already brought Wenshi, who was waiting at the door. Miss Shin. Mr. Gu. It's great to see you. Wangguo's slightly dark face was full of smiles. And the surprise was like his sudden wealth in Qingling Pavilion that day. Wenshi stood behind his brother, looking not very good. Shin Shuang took his pulse, raised her eyes and asked him, are you cold? Wenshi nodded, a little embarrassed. A few days early. Shin Shuang smiled. The disease is not something that people can control. And it's too early or too late. Let Wangguo find a waiter to open a room, and she will go to get the medicine. Gu Yunjian followed her to the room. And after a while, he finally spoke. Shuang. Does he have to take off his clothes too? Shin Shuang answered him while preparing the medicine. Yes. Otherwise how can I give acupuncture? Oh. His sudden silence made her feel interesting. And she turned her head to look at him. You don't think I asked you to take off your clothes because I wanted to take advantage of you? Do you? Gu Yunjian blushed. How could that be? Then why are you blushing? She stuffed the medicine into his hand and went to get the silver needle. He found a chair and sat down, cleared his throat, and scratched his head. Can I give acupuncture without taking off my clothes? She put the silver needle aside, lifted his chin, and said in a rather frivolous tone, Prince, I'm just treating a disease. Do you want to be so wronged? He stood up and also lifted her chin, saying half-truthfully, I don't want you to look at others. She couldn't help laughing and took his hand. What should I do? Don't treat it? I've agreed. Besides, I want to take something back from them. Do you want to threaten Jean Feng Mammy? The prince is really smart. He sighed. I told you not to call me that. Just treat him. But don't go in yet. I'll go and teach him to take off his clothes. Shin Shuang was speechless. Let him do it. Let him do it. After drinking the medicine, Wenshi no longer felt cold, and prepared to give him acupuncture. Shin Shuang waited outside bored, waiting for Gu Yunjian to say it was okay. When she plucked 78 leaves, the door opened. Shuang, come in. Gu Yunjian's smiling face made her feel strange, and he asked as he walked, it's just taking off clothes. Why is it like weaving clothes? What the hell? When she saw Wenshi wrapped like a mummy, she admitted that she was stunned, conquered, and completely defeated. The 15th prince could actually remember the parts where he was acupunctured, except for those parts that were exposed. The rest were either wrapped in clothes or wrapped in cloth found from nowhere. And even his face was covered, in the name of fearing that she would be embarrassed. Looking at the arms and legs wrapped up like hooves, everyone except Gu Yunjian was extremely embarrassed, including Wenshi, whose face was covered and eyes were dark. Shuang, hurry up. Even though she was wrapped like this, Gu Yunjian still didn't want her to stay here any longer, as if staying a little longer would pollute his little girl's eyes a little more. Shin Shuang was frightened by his urging and asked Wangguo to take him out. But he refused to leave, and promised not to say a word before reluctantly staying. He didn't say anything, but he stared at her straight, which made her frightened again, and her hands were shaking while inserting the needle. Wang Guo was frightened and wiped the sweat too frequently, and his sleeves were half wet. At this moment, he felt that it was right for his brother's face to be covered. Otherwise, with Master Gu's nervousness, he would be scared to death if not pricked by the needle. Master Gu, come and sit for a while. I'm not tired, but I'm scared. Shin Qingshuang looked up, her eyes full of pleading. Please, brother, you keep staring at me. I'm uneasy, but I won't be at ease if I don't stare at you, he muttered. Shin Qingshuang put down the needle, took off the bracelet on his wrist, and put it on her own wrist. Are you at ease? What else is there to be uneasy about? Gu Yunjian simply sat next to Wang Guo and drank tea with great interest, without a spy, and Wang Shi's symptoms were relatively mild. Shin Qingshuang finished quickly. She gave Wang Guo some medicine and wrote down the method of taking the medicine for him, which made the two brothers thank her profusely. Miss Shin, will this relapse? Shin Qingshuang put the silver needles in place, looked at him and said, it's hard to say, but his condition is not serious. It should be fine if he takes medicine regularly. If he feels uncomfortable, take him to Yinhui Garden in the capital of Daqi to find me. She couldn't say it to General Dingen's mansion, so as not to cause trouble. Wang Guo held out 20,000 taels of silver notes. His eyes sincere. Miss Shin, you saved my brother. Please accept this silver note. Shin Qingshuang is not short of money, and she is not rich. How can she always run into a fool like He Lianchao, who is stupid and rich? No need. Meeting is fate. Just make friends. She insisted on not accepting it, and Wang Guo had no choice. Wang Shi took out a jade pendant from his body. A little ashamed, Miss Shin, how about I give this jade pendant to you? Shin Qingshuang shook her head. What did she want the jade pendant for? It's not like she didn't have one. She just wanted an item that Jin Feng Mama gave to the two brothers. But she hadn't figured out how to ask for it naturally. Wang Shi said again, although this jade pendant is not a valuable item. When my aunt gave it to me, she said it was blessed in a temple in Dachi and can ensure safety. Shin Qingshuang snatched it away, and it was effortless. Suddenly seeing the two brothers' astonishment, she said with a shy look on her face, well, I just want to see what it looks like after it's been blessed. When she came out again, Shin Qingshuang walked with the wind and stuffed the jade pendant into Gu Yunjian's hand. It's up to you when you go back. Gu Yunjian nodded steadily and said okay. She took off the bracelet and stuffed it into his hand, without waiting for him to speak. She pinched his face. It was just a temporary measure just now. Now that the matter is done, the item will be returned to its original owner. Gu Yunjian touched his face and shook his head speechlessly. It's not enough to lie to him, but he also teased him. Chapter 175. Did you drive her crazy? When Gu Jinhao returned to the inn, he found that the door of Gu Yunjian's room was wide open. He was curious and looked inside. He was standing at the table painting. Shin Qingshuang was lying beside him, watching with her chin in her hand, and occasionally gave some immature suggestions. Brother Yunjian, here, add more flowers. Okay. Here. Here. The tree is not green enough. The color should be darker. Okay. Draw some more birds. Magpies. Auspicious. Okay. The sunlight shone through the window on them, coating them with a layer of softness. A gentleman is like jade. A beauty is like a painting. Gu Jinhao was stunned. Such a beautiful scene. Why is it not her and him? At the same time, he was deeply disappointed. It was a waste of effort. And even the acting was only for a while. It's obviously a movie about three people. Why can't he have a name? Or was it Gu Yunjian who found him first? You're back? Oh, I'm back. Gu Jinhao walked in sullenly, feeling aggrieved, but not trying to hide it. You've made up so quickly. Gu Yunjian glanced at him indifferently. Wouldn't it be worthy of your passionate performance if you didn't hurry up? Gu Jinhao, you really hold a grudge. If Binghe steals your sweetheart in the future, you should be generous to me. I have a sweetheart now. But you, my little uncle, stole it. He stared at him in a rage and protest. Observing his reaction, Gu Yunjian's eyes were slightly surprised. And then he retracted his gaze and focused on the painting. Childish temper. It's only when the two sides are in love that they snatch. Not one-sided. You were curious at first, and then you were unwilling to get it. Not that you had to like her. I think so. Shin Qingchuan nodded solemnly. Fourth prince? Brother Yunjian is right. There is no fate between us. You are the one who is holding on. Why am I holding on? It's you. The stupid girl. If it weren't for the little uncle. I don't believe you don't like me. Why do you have this illusion? What illusion? On the way I took you to Shoan Palace to treat my mother's illness. You were obviously very, very dependent on me. If he knew it would be short-lived, he would definitely treat her well. Would not deliberately make her angry. Would not deliberately threaten her. And the story might be different. But how could he know that he would be tied down by her? Shin Qingchuan had been recalling the journey to Shoan Palace, when suddenly an idea flashed in her mind, and she slapped her forehead. I remember. It was a thunderstorm that day. And there was no other living thing except you. Do I have a choice? Besides, it was a conditional exchange. Don't make it so ambiguous. What dependence? Not only did she deny it, but she also looked disgusted, which made Gu Yunjian's heart fall. Especially when he saw Gu Jinhao speechless. He suddenly understood. I will accompany you in the future. And you are not afraid of wind, rain, thunder and lightning. He smiled at her, his eyes full of tenderness. She smiled. Okay. I wanted to vent my long-standing resentment and anger, and confess my feelings at the same time. But who would have thought that I would eat a mouthful of dog food? I'm destined to be a bit of a snob. Changing the subject, little uncle. Are you leaving for Daki tomorrow? Gu Yunjian thought for a while. The day after tomorrow. I have an appointment tomorrow. Who? Nosy. The topic was ended again. Gu Jinhao didn't know what to say. But he didn't want to leave just like that. So he sat aside quietly. Shin Qingchuan looked at the painting. And he looked at her. Suddenly he found that her jade bracelet was back on Gu Yunjian's wrist. And he was overjoyed and refreshed. Slowly pacing to the table. Little uncle. Why? Did you buy another jade bracelet to match? Gu Yunjian knew that he was not holding back. And looked at him leisurely. This is the one your grandfather gave me. It's just that it's more meaningful to wear bracelets in turns. Right, Qingchuan? How could it be wrong? Said, wearing in turns. You have me. I have you. It's conducive to deepening feelings. Gu Jinhao really wanted to slap himself in the face. Why bother with people who love each other? Now he doesn't have to eat dinner. Fortunately, Qin Yuan arrived and broke the awkward atmosphere. Qingchuan, I finally found you. Come with me. Shin Qingchuan was pulled by her arm. Confused, where are we going? To Dingbei Palace? Didn't Qin Yanxue get crazy? Father insisted that it was my responsibility, and asked me to cure her. Shin Qingchuan was very surprised. You made her crazy? Qin Yuan said. What am I doing? It's a long story. Let me make it short. Last night, I was ordered to visit Qin Youyu, because Qin Yanxue thought I was a thief. So I was angry with her. So much so that later the servants in the mansion said they heard her calling for help. I thought it was because she was ugly and had many people doing evil. So I stopped those people. Who would have thought it was true? And when she crawled into the yard, she was like a female ghost. Oh! Shin Qingchuan understood a little bit about what the madness was, and asked her carefully, then what? Qin Youyu never liked her. So she asked someone to send her back to her room. Do you know? There are so many centipedes, scorpions, and bedbugs in her room. Crawling there, baring their fangs and claws, and fighting. Qin Yuan brushed her arm. So scary. There is no choice. Move her to another room. She went crazy when she woke up this morning. Qin Youyu originally wanted to hide in the palace to avoid the world. But she was scared when she saw her sister's crazy look. So she went to the palace to report immediately. Father and mother sent the chief of the imperial hospital to treat her, but returned without success. So they posted a notice to find famous doctors. Gu Jinhao glanced at Gu Yunjian, but he glared back. Fourth princess, did anyone post the notice? Hearing this, Qin Yuan laughed, perhaps thinking that such a serious matter should not be too frivolous. So she frowned again. 3 or 4 famous old doctors went there. But unfortunately, they were scared away by Qin Yanxue as soon as they arrived at the door. Ha ha ha. Sorry. Why can't you be scared? My father felt guilty about his dead uncle. So he asked me to find a way to cure her. She got angry again when she said this. Why? You take it out on me when you can't catch the culprit. Qingchuan, don't you think it's unfair? It's all your second brother's fault. If he had married me earlier, he wouldn't have suffered this. Xin Shuang. It's really unfair. After all, she suffered for Jue Yunjifeng, and even more for herself. But the most unfair one is Xin Qixu. She dared to go against the emperor for her sister. But she found him a wife and insisted on marrying him. Now she is being blamed for no apparent reason. Qing Shuang, you know everything. You are such a good doctor. So please go with me. I know you hate that woman, and it's a bit difficult to force her. How about this? If you cure her, I will beat her up to vent your anger. Isn't it okay? Yulan, my medical skills are not stable. If something goes wrong, I can't take the responsibility. There is nothing wrong with her going to cure her love rival. Finally, she went to Debate Palace with Qin Yuan. Are you sure you saw the same jade pendant as mine? Xin Shuang asked again before entering the door. Qin Yuan held her jade pendant and looked at it carefully again. Nodding, it looks very similar. I saw it in the vase fragments last night. Because there was a centipede next to it. I didn't dare to take it. So I asked the maid to clean it up and put it aside. You will know when you see it later. After hesitating for a while, Xin Shuang followed her. Where's the jade pendant from last night? I'll take it to the princess. Qin Yuan handed the jade pendant to Xin Shuang. Take a look. Xin Shuang examined it doubtfully. And there was actually a faint lang. Word. She held the jade pendant tightly. And her heart tightened. Xin Qingyan told her that the jade pendants of the 4 brothers and sisters were exactly the same except for the names. They were specially made by their mother in the early years, implying the deep love between brothers and sisters. It's just that the eldest brother's piece disappeared a few years ago. He and the second brother joked that they gave it to their sweetheart. But the eldest brother just smiled and said nothing. And the matter was left unresolved. Chapter 176, I thought you were dead. Xin Shuang began to hesitate. She had a bad feeling. Qin Yinxue had the jade pendant of the eldest brother, which meant that their relationship was not ordinary. The eldest brother would never give such an important item to an outsider, let alone a woman. Thinking of Xin Qinglong's kindness to her, she could no longer stand by and watch. Biting her lip, taking a deep breath. What kind of life is this? The woman that the eldest brother likes actually misses her man. Chaos. Or let this matter drift away with the wind after saving her. Just pretend that she doesn't know about it. Qing Shuang, what are you thinking about? Qin Yuan saw that she was thinking about something, and rubbed her arm, her big eyes flickering, full of curiosity. Qin Shuang smiled at her perfunctorily. Go see her. I'll try to see if I can cure it. But give me this jade pendant. Her brother's things must never be left in the hands of such a disgusting woman. And she didn't want that woman to have anything to do with the eldest brother anymore. In her mind, a girl who can match Xin Qinglang doesn't need to have a prominent family background or be as beautiful as the moon. But she must be devoted to him. Qin Yinxue. Not worthy. As long as she agrees to treat him, Qin Yuan will give her anything she wants. Not to mention the jade pendant. And nodded immediately. Like offering treasures, I have a lot of beautiful jewelry. Pearls. Gems. Night pearls. I will take you to choose later. So generous? She teased. Qin Yuan nodded solemnly. Anyway, I will soon become your sister-in-law. Mine is brother Qingxu's. His is yours. And I will give it to you directly to save me the trouble of bringing it to the Qi. Xin Shuang smiled. This guy has already entered the role before getting married. And his consciousness is too high. She thinks that the second brother is not worthy of her. Qin Youyu learned that they were coming and personally took them to Qin Yinxue's new room. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw a vase flying out from inside. Fortunately, they dodged in time. Otherwise they would have been hit. Qin Yuan was already very angry. She came to treat her illness, and acted like she was being assassinated. She immediately put her hands on her hips, and said angrily, a madman can't do this. Right? Did she do it on purpose? She has been like this since she woke up. She uncovered the bed, and smashed the vase when she saw it. She has changed a lot of rooms. Qin Youyu looked helpless. But she couldn't hide the occasional flash of gloating. Why did you break the bottle? Are you afraid there's a centipede inside? Qin Yuan snorted. You. Hold her down. She pointed at 3 maids and pulled Xin Shuang to the side. Wait a minute. I'll treat her later. Okay. She took a look inside, and saw Qin Yinxue with disheveled hair, and 2 bare white feet, which were covered with mud and some scars, presumably from scratches. She waved her 2 dirty hands randomly to hit the maid who grabbed her. Her eyes were sometimes fierce, and sometimes crazy. It was really scary. Shin Shuang was startled and retracted her gaze. When she turned her head, she met Qin Youyu's indifferent eyes. Because of the tea with love potion under the pot, both of them were a little embarrassed. Qin Youyu wanted to harm Shin Qingyan, but she got what she deserved and made a fool of herself in front of others. The princess was deprived of her honorable position and became a princess. Shin Shuang didn't win either. She stopped the conspiracy, but accidentally drank the pot of tea. Fortunately, nothing happened. Neither of them knew what to say, and looked at each other in silence. What's the use of you? You can't even catch a person. This delicate rebuke broke the awkwardness. Qin Yulan rolled up her sleeves and rushed forward, pushing away the maid whose face was scratched with blood marks. I'm here. The maids quickly retreated. It was not that they could not catch her, but they were of different ranks and could not hurt the princess. They were afraid and could only be beaten. Qin Yulan grabbed Qin Yanshua's hair, making her unable to move. What are you crazy about? Who has time to accompany you to be crazy? Hurry up and treat her. I have something else to do. To the 3 stunned maids, come and hold her down. And take her pulse. The maids hurried forward. But Qin Yulan wailed, and her hair was grabbed by Qin Yanshua, and she cried in pain. You crazy woman. I didn't use much force, but you are so cruel. Before she finished her words, she was slapped in the face by her. Qin Yulan was stunned. How dare he hit her? Even Qin Youyu was stunned. Her princess sister had been spoiled and protected since she was born. Qin Yanshua, a concubine of unknown origin, dared to hit her. Don't let the palace get involved. Come here. Catch her. It doesn't matter if she gets hurt. With her words, the maids no longer have to worry. Qin Yanshua pushed Qin Yulan away and ran away as if she didn't feel any pain. This made Qin Yulan very angry. She would never give up and chased after her desperately. Shin Shuang saw that it was terrible. With Qin Yanshua's madness, she would definitely suffer alone. So she hurried to chase Qin Yulan. After chasing, she found that the Dingbei Palace was too big. Even Qin Yulan was almost lost after being circling around by Qin Yanshua. Let alone Shin Shuang. Yulan, why don't you go back? I don't know where that woman is gone. Besides, I always feel that this courtyard is eerie. She really felt this way, feeling uneasy and a little scared, like when she was lured to the backyard of Huaxin Palace by the little palace maid. No. She dared to hit me. I must fight back. Qin Yulan had to vent her anger. Seeing that she was scared, she pulled her hand. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Suddenly, she heard footsteps in front of her. And Qin Yulan was happy. The crazy woman is there. After running a few steps, she saw the panicked Qin Yanshua. Qin Yulan was even happier and pulled Shin Shuang to chase. Glimpsing a trace of gloom in Qin Yanshua's eyes, Shin Shuang instinctively stopped. But the girl holding her did not let go. Suddenly, her body was pushed hard by someone, and the two of them slipped and fell straight down. After screaming, there was no movement. Qin Shuang, wake up! Wake up! We have been ambushed! Qin Yulan, who regained consciousness, shook Shin Shuang with wet hair, and finally saw her open her eyes, and wiped away tears excitedly. You scared me to death. I thought you were dead. Shin Shuang held her dizzy forehead and pouted at her. Can't you hope for a better life? But this body aches almost as much as death. What a jinx! Aren't you in pain? She rubbed her arms and legs, and then rubbed her confused head. Qin Yulan stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. I fell on you. So, it doesn't hurt too much. Shin Shuang wanted to die at this time, and she came to help her. But she became her cushion instead. God, can you open your eyes? Looking at her messy hair and clothes full of mud and water stains, Shin Shuang looked disgusted. Yulan, why do you look like a female ghost? What's good about you? Qin Yulan said. I at least have a pair of shoes. And you don't have any shoes? Shin Shuang realized that her feet were cold, and she shrank under her skirt. But her skirt was soaked by water, making it even colder. Looking at this dim little room, she felt a sense of déjà vu again. Every time she had this familiar feeling, it meant that she was going to be unlucky. She sighed and looked around. It was a bit like Gu Jinhao's small dark room, but it was not filled with torture instruments, nor were there any evil spirits. It was a blessing in disguise. Then Qin Yulan screamed like a corpse and shrank directly behind her. Qin Shuang. Ghost! Shin Shuang was already uneasy, and her body trembled when she suddenly howled. In front, in the shadows, a small door opened with an untimely creaking sound. A long shadow appeared on the ground, getting closer and closer to them. Chapter 177. Do you hate me so much? The two girls subconsciously held their hands tightly together, and their bodies pressed tightly together. No one dared to look up and look at the people approaching from far away, and they all stared at the shadows on the ground tremblingly. One shadow overlapped another shadow. It was two people. In my heart, I prayed, don't come over. But what is coming will come. Finally, the shadows stopped. A voice of contempt. A princess can be scared like this. Where is the ruthlessness before? The reason why people are afraid is nothing more than because of the unknown. When the veil of the unknown is lifted, even if there is still fear, it is greatly reduced. For example, Qin Yuan at this time. She could tell that it was Qin Yanshua's voice, so she was not afraid now, and pulled Shen Shuang to stand up. Raising her hand and pointing angrily, Qin Yanshua, what on earth do you want to do by pretending to be a ghost and tricking me here? Qin Yanshua laughed, and the laughter seemed a little gloomy in this empty room. She walked slowly towards her, staring at her fiercely. If it weren't for you, how could I have lost face last night? I am a princess, and I appeared in front of everyone so embarrassedly. What would you do if it was you? Qin Yuan snorted disdainfully. Are you mentally ill? You don't go to find the person who put the centipede and scorpion in your room, but put the responsibility on me. Do you think I am easy to bully? Qin Yanshua yelled. I don't care. If you hadn't stopped the maids and servants, how could I have endured the fear for so long? Later I thought, maybe it was you who had them put those in, and the culprit is you. Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan laughed dumbly. She just followed the emperor's order to visit Qin Youyu, but she got into such trouble. So you acted crazy and stupid just to lure me here? Qin Yanshua wiped the tears that flowed from her excitement, and her smile became much softer. That's right. But I didn't expect that there would be another Shen Shuang. Aren't you calling yourselves good sisters? It's just right that we share the same difficulties. Qin Yuan felt that she was sick more and more. Shen Shuang didn't offend you. You let her go. Qin Yanshua was stimulated again, especially when she thought of Gu Yunjian. Her heart was sour and painful. I won't let her go. If I let her go, the 15th prince will not see me anymore. Shen Shuang saw her talking nonsense, and her heart was straight. A good man doesn't suffer a loss in front of him, so he should not provoke her and keep silent. Qin Yuan laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward. You still expect the 15th prince to like you? You are as ignorant as your sister. Your sister confessed in public, but you made small moves behind her back. She was slapped in the face out of the blue. Damn. Hit her again. This crazy woman hit her again. Qin Yuan was furious, her eyes wide open, and she stretched out her hand to pinch Qin Yanshua's neck. You little bitch dare to hit me. I'll strangle you to death. The man next to her saw that Qin Yanshua was almost choked to death, and pulled Qin Yuan away. Shen Shuang quickly took off the hairpin on her head to poke the man's hand. He screamed and threw her away. The two sisters fell to the ground, and they cried out in pain. Qin Shuang, I'm sorry. I've implicated you. Qin Yuan felt extremely guilty. Asking her for help brought her disaster, and tears came out. Shen Shuang took out a handkerchief and wiped her tears randomly. Just treat it as a catastrophe. We have to hold on until someone rescues us. Who can save us in this damn place? Ji Feng has been following me. He will find us. Qin Yanshua laughed as if she heard a joke. Ji Feng was led to the wrong direction by my people, and he can't find this place before the matter is over. The matter? What matter? Shen Shuang's inexplicable fear came again. Qin Yanshua raised a very gloomy smile at the corner of her mouth, walked into a door next to her, and brought out a pot and 2 cups. Poured 2 cups of tea and poured them into their mouths without saying anything. What kind of tea is this? Qin Yuan wanted to vomit out what she drank, but it was in vain. She was given the love potion that Qin Youyu used at the palace banquet. Shen Shuang said hatefully. Her eyes fell on the greasy man with a face full of flesh, and she was so scared that her body trembled. It was too terrible. Qin Yuan was also shocked. She knew what she was going to suffer. This bitch. Qin Yanshua brushed Shen Shuang's hair, and she was directly pushed away. She was angry, holding her chin tightly, slapping her, and then spitting. How are you better than me? Why is he so devoted to you? Shen Shuang looked at the raging jealousy in her eyes, afraid that she would burn herself to death. What's wrong with Gu Yunjian being devoted to you? It's normal to be devoted to you. Some people can't say what's good about them. But no one can replace them. For example, her. But she couldn't say that. With this woman's abnormal mental state, she was really afraid that she would be killed by her anger. Do you hate me so much? Qin Yanshua's hand was even stronger. Of course I hate him. I liked him the first time I saw him. I, a princess, was willing to serve him as a slave. But he was disdainful. I hate you. If it weren't for you, he would definitely like me slowly. Don't you know? I asked the maid to secretly change the wrong tea you drank at the palace banquet. I wanted you to show off your charm in front of him. But you left the table first. You are so despicable. Qin Yanshua loosened her chin and started kicking her. Qin Yuan recognized the shoes under her skirt. They were Shen Qingxuang's shoes. She struggled to get up and pushed Qin Yanshua away, her eyes full of ridicule. Why? You can't get her man. So you wear her shoes? Ridiculous. Qin Yanshua's face flushed red, and she stuffed her feet under her skirt. Suddenly, the man saw the whip at his waist, pulled it out, and gave Shen Qingxuang and Qin Yuan 2 whips each, making them feel so painful that they couldn't stop crying. Qin Yanshua's heart. The depression immediately dissipated. Cry. The sadder she cried, the happier she was. Su Ba, these 2 women are yours. Just consider them as your reward for doing things for me. Su Ba smiled obscenely, and slowly walked towards the 2 girls hugging each other. Qin Yanshua's shadow was reflected on the dim wall, and together with her smug laughter, it became a terrifying existence in this room. Gu Yunjian waited for an hour, but did not see Shen Qingxuang come back. According to her medical skills, it shouldn't take so long. For some reason, he was a little flustered. Jin Hao. I'm going to Dingbei Palace. Gu Jinhao hurriedly stood up. Little uncle, do you have to keep a close eye on her? Qingxuang is just going to see a doctor. But it's been too long. Maybe she's playing outside. Gu Yunjian shook his head, changed his coat, and walked out quickly. No. She said she would come back soon. Qin Yanshua has bad intentions. What if she makes things difficult for her? Hearing what he said, Gu Jinhao became cautious and called Qin Yun to go with him. Sure enough, Qin You told me that Shen Qingxuang and Qin Yulan went to chase the crazy Qin Yanshua. How long? Half an hour. Qin Yu pretended to be embarrassed. The maids also went to look for them, but they couldn't be found in the whole mansion. Your Majesty, why don't you have a cup of tea first? You never know. They might be back soon. Gu Yunjian had no mood to drink tea. He was anxious and felt that the little girl was going to meet with an accident. Jueyun. Qin Yun. Go search. Jin Hao. Let's search separately. After searching for an instant stick of time, nothing was found. When Gu Yunjian was anxious, Jueyun ran over. Your Majesty. Jifeng found a cave in a remote yard. The cave was sealed, but the surrounding soil was new. Open it. Jueyun looked into the cave, worried about the danger, and asked Gu Yunjian to stay up there. But he insisted on going down to investigate Shen Qingxuang's whereabouts. At this time, Gu Jinhao ran over. Little uncle, don't go down from here. There is a room over there. There is a mechanism leading to the underground. Mechanism? Gu Yunjian looked at Qin Yu. She was surprised, and then suddenly realized, yes, I forgot about it. Prince, I will take you there. Gu Yunjian said coldly, don't bother the princess. Open the mechanism. And an underground staircase appeared. Going down the stairs, there is a room. Just above is the hole, with light shining through. There is a faint cry. Gu Yunjian listened carefully, and his heart trembled. Qingxuang is here. She cried so sadly. Something must have happened. Prince, there is a door. Jueyun kicked it open, and Gu Yunjian rushed in. The scene in front of him made him panic and heartbroken. In the corner of the dim room, Shen Qingxuang and Qin Yuan hugged each other and cried. Their hair was disheveled. Their clothes were messy, and there were scars on their bodies. Chapter 178. Can we get married after we go back? Qingxuang. Shen Qingxuang thought it was hallucination, and she still hugged Qin Yuan and cried uncontrollably. Qin Yuan reacted first and pushed her. Don't cry. Someone is coming. Who is coming? Before she could wipe her tears, she turned her head and saw Gu Yunjian standing there in a daze, with red eyes. Following closely were Gu Jinhao, Jueyun, Jifeng, Qin Yun and Qin Yu. Gu Yunjian lowered his head, wiped his eyes, and walked towards her with a smile. Gu Jinhao was full of surprise and froze in his place. The 3 guards were all furious, with their fists clenched tightly. As for Qin Youyu, she suppressed her joy and excitement and tried her best to show her concern. Shin Qingshuang wiped her tears and tried to pull Qin Yuan up, but accidentally pulled a wound. She was hit by the whip. She suddenly retracted her arm, and this action touched Shin Qingshuang's wound again. The crying that had just stopped started again, even more miserable than before. Gu Yunjian was very distressed, lowered his head, and tore a piece of cloth to bandage her wound. The sleeves were torn in 2 places, revealing her snow-white skin, which was still oozing blood. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and he dared not use force or sigh, but could only restrain and endure, even though his anger had almost made him lose his mind. Dare to hurt her. Must die. But in front of her, he could not be angry, could not let her worry, and could only pretend that nothing had happened. He took off his coat and put it on her, hugged her in his arms, and whispered to comfort her, "Don't be afraid. It's okay." He kissed her forehead, hoping to dispel the fear in her heart. She had slowly calmed down, but suddenly she caught a glimpse of the whip not far away and immediately thought of the horrible scene that had happened before. "Brother Yunjian, that man beat us. And Qin Yanxue. She gave us drugged tea. And she also made me drink the wrong tea at the palace banquet that night." She admitted it herself. Qin Yuan nodded repeatedly. "Yes. Yes. I heard it. Also, the little bitch let that bitch man do something indecent to us." Qin Yuan. "Shut up." Gu Yunjian was afraid that her outspokenness would add to the trouble, so he scolded her harshly. After such a roar, she really covered her mouth tightly. Shin Qingshuang saw that he was smiling at her despite the pain in his eyes, and couldn't help touching his eyes. He grabbed her hand, put it on his face, and asked her softly, "Qingshuang, can we get married after we go back?" This surprised everyone, especially Gu Jinhao. Besides being shocked, he was ashamed and understood the gap between him and him. He didn't even have the courage to walk over. But the little uncle not only walked over, but also proposed to her. "Why? Why do you want to get married?" Shin Qingshuang was confused. Wasn't this matter over? He lowered his head and gently put the bracelet that she had returned twice on her wrist. "No reason. Just want to marry you. I'm 20 years old. It's time to get married. I don't want to wait any longer. But I'm still young. And my 3rd brother said not so early. Don't pay attention to him. Listen to me. But this is too sudden." Qin Yuan couldn't hold it in anymore. Turned her head around, her big eyes full of envy. "You're so stupid. Your brother Yunjian thought that we were both done something by that cheap man, and he was afraid that you would be sad. So he had this idea. Foolish. Slow to realize. If anyone proposes to me now, I will agree immediately." "Oh, is that so?" She scratched her head and smiled, kissing Gu Yunjian's forehead. "No. Yuan and I are fine. The one who is making love with the wretched man is Qin Yanxue, who is in the room inside." Qin Yuan added, "That's right. Don't worry. 15th prince. We were almost succeeded. But we are so smart. I am a princess. I scared him that if he dares to disrespect me, I will kill his entire clan." Qingshuang also showed a small sign, saying that the people of Daki will not let him go, and his grave will be dug up and his corpse will be whipped after he dies. Shin Qingshuang waved the sign in front of Gu Yunjian. "Look, you gave it to me before. Who would have thought it was so scary?" There was a sense of pride in his eyes, and the energy of his eyebrows flying was not the poor little crying just now. "We threatened him first, then bribed him, and gave him all the jewelry. Yuan said she was a princess, and she decided to give him Qin Yanxue as a reward. We forced Qin Yanxue to drink several cups of tea, and tricked the wretched man into drinking the rest, saying that it would enhance the wonderful experience. And then it was too intense. The sound came one after another, and it never stopped. Gu Yunjian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and scratched her nose. You actually listened. Anyway, thank God. His little girl is fine, which is enough for him to thank God. Shin. Qingshuang smiled embarrassedly and buried her head in his arms. We don't want to hear that. It's just too loud. Were you scared to tears by them? What else? Too brutal. Too scary. Gu Jinhao patted his chest. Still frightened, you are too bold. What if he hurt you again? Qin Yuan shook the sachet on her waist. Qingshuang has medicine. We added something to the tea. After the wretched man and Qin Yanxue were done. He was lucky to be alive. Why did he come to us? Qin Yuan said such embarrassing words proudly. And Gu Jinhao felt that he was worrying too much. Why don't you go out? Qin Yuan felt that she couldn't communicate with him. And she lost her temper. Fourth prince. If we could go out, would we stay inside? We don't have the habit of eavesdropping. Gu Jinhao. Jueyin had already opened the door inside and was scared out. Your Highness. The two people inside are naked. Not only naked, but even stacked. And both of them have dull eyes. As if they have lost their souls. Gu Yunjian's eyes were cold. Just kill her. Kill her? Qinyo, you couldn't believe it. Your Highness. Yanxue is the princess of Chu. How can you? What if she is a princess? She dared to humiliate my future princess. Which is already a face for your Chu. If you dare to say anything more, wait for the border troops of Daki to come. Why don't you protect her? Shen Qingshuang whispered quietly, with a playful look in her eyes. He was quite helpless. Really holding a grudge. Let's go back and talk about it. It's too dirty here. And your clothes are wet. I'll take you away first. But my shoes are worn by Qin Yanxue. And I can't walk. Wearing her shoes. She has no way to walk. You don't have to walk. He took out a handkerchief. Half knelt and wrapped one of her feet. She was embarrassed and shrank back timidly. It's okay. He smiled at her. Tore off a piece of cloth from his coat. Wrapped the other foot. And then picked her up. Jifeng. Prepare the car. Jueyin raised his sword and slashed it down. With a scream. Su Ba died. Shen Qingshuang suddenly remembered her elder brother's jade pendant and hurriedly shouted, Jueyin. Don't kill that woman. Jueyin hurriedly put away his sword. This was too challenging. The tip of the sword was only an inch away from Qin Yanshue's neck. Gu Yunjin discussed. Kill her and put an end to it. Keeping her is a nuisance. I'll tell you the reason when I go back. Besides, if we don't kill her, others can. As long as it's not done by her. My elder brother won't blame her. That woman also offended Yuan. And her end will definitely not be good. Jueyun didn't wait for the next instruction. And was a little confused. Prince? Who should I listen to? Didn't Uncle Wu tell you who is in charge of Ling Yuan? Why do you still ask this? The faint words made Qin Yuan eat a mouthful of dog food. The same umbrella has different handles. And the same person has different fates. Even though they were injured and their clothes were messy. Why did they have people loving them? Hugging them. And pampering them. While she was like an abandoned child? Glancing at her body. This dress was really unbearable to see. After looking around, he pointed at Jueyun and said, I am your prince's future princess and future sister-in-law. You, take off your coat and give it to me. Chapter 179, he deserves it. Jueyun was unwilling and gestured to Qin Yun, who was watching the joke. Take it off. Why me? Because you can't beat me. Faced with this reality of the survival of the fittest. Qin Yun was out of breath and looked at Gu Jinhao pitifully. Your Highness. He hoped that his master would make the decision for him. But he was disappointed as expected. It's just a piece of clothing. You are so petty. Hurry up. There is something else for you to do. Qin Yun's mouth twitched. You are so generous. Why don't you take it off? Isn't it because she was provoked by the tenderness of the 15th prince and mission that she took it out on him? She was blind and followed the wrong master. And he was always the one who got hurt. She took off her coat indignantly and threw it to Qin Yuan. Hanging her head, what does your Highness want me to do? Gu Jinhao pointed to the inner room. Qin Yanxue. 20 lashes. But your Highness. Jueyun said she was naked. Gu Jinhao roared. What does it have to do with you? I didn't ask you to marry her. Qin Yu pretended to plead. Fourth prince. The 15th prince will not pursue the matter. Is it inappropriate for you to use private punishment? The little uncle just didn't kill her. He didn't say he would not pursue the matter. As for using private punishment, it is too normal for this king. Qin Yun. I haven't used punishment for a long time. If you are not used to it, try a few whips first. This king is listening here. Even a little less force will not count. Gu Jinhao's eyes were cold. And this coldness reminded Shen Qingshuang of the day when she first met him. The hostility and sinisterness. The original owner climbed onto his bed. And he threw her into the small dark room for interrogation. Qin Yun whipped the original owner to death with a whip. And whipped her. I can still imagine the pain now. Fortunately, Qin Yun was concerned about her father and 3 brothers. so he didn't use too much force. Otherwise she would have lost half her life. The past is too painful to recall. Who would have thought that the dog prince did it for Fang Mingzhu before? And now for her. She sneezed and shrank into Gu Yunjian's arms. He was afraid that she would catch a cold. And he knew Gu Jinhao's methods. He didn't want her to see the bloody scene. So he took her away first. Qin Yuan also ran away. And then came back to smile at Gu Jinhao, fourth prince. Don't be soft-hearted. Help me get revenge. Yuan. She has been punished. Qin You vowed to carry on her kind personality to the end. Although she wished Qin Yanxue would suffer more. Shut up. Your so-called punishment is what she deserves. And it can't be a reason to forgive her. It's just like you drugged Shen Qingyan. And you got what you sowed in the end. Qin Youyu's face flushed with shame. This outspoken woman actually mentioned the shame that she tried hard to forget but couldn't forget. She gritted her teeth and leapt in hatred. Su Ba's death made Qin Yanxue regain some consciousness. She gathered the clothes that he tore on her body randomly, curled up in the corner and cried softly, shivering. She didn't dare to look at Su Ba's body. As long as she looked at it, she would remember the horror of being humiliated by this dirty and filthy rogue again and again. It shouldn't be like this. She hated Qin Yuan and Shen Qingxuang. If they hadn't turned against this bastard, they would have been the ones under him. Su Ba's open eyes, the scattered jewelry beside him, and the overturned pot all reminded Qin Yanxue that the past she couldn't bear to look back on was real, not a dream. Qin Yun's appearance broke her messy thoughts. Looking at the whip, her whole body tensed up, and she gathered the rags tighter. But at this moment, they were like sand in the palm of your hand. The more you wanted to keep them, the more you couldn't keep them. She could only curl herself up and cover herself with her long hair. When everything was in vain, she collapsed and shouted, "Get out! Get out!" Qin Yun said nothing, tightened his whip and whipped her. The unspeakable pain came. Qin Yanxue cried miserably and collapsed in the corner. Qin Yun did not stop because of her wailing. Because Gu Jinhao's cold voice came from next door, not enough force. It doesn't count. Qin Yun increased the force and swung the whip 5 or 6 times in a row, until Qin Yanxue didn't even have the strength to wail. And Gu Jinhao said slowly, "That's it." It was said to be 20 whips, but in fact it was 30 or 40. Qin Yanxue's skin, which was originally covered with traces of love, had many more bloodstains, densely packed. As long as it was touched, it was as painful as tearing the heart and lungs. Her forehead and face were covered with cold sweat, and she couldn't control her trembling because of the pain. "Your Highness, shall we go?" Qin Yun threw away the whip. He really didn't want to stay any longer. Gu Jinhao's eyes were indifferent, and he stretched lazily. Didn't she splash water on them? This? I understand. A bucket of cold water was poured over her head, irritating the whip marks on Qin Yanxue's body. She trembled all over, and her breathing stagnated. The water washed away a lot of blood from her wounds, and then new blood oozed out. She only felt that the sound in her ears became more and more blurred, and her eyes suddenly went black, and she fainted directly. In the carriage, Qin Yuan stared at Shen Qingxuang with envy and jealousy, which made her feel creepy. "Don't hug me. Yuan is still here." Gu Yunjin realized that there was another light bulb. Not only did he not let go of her, but he tightened his grip on her. Didn't the fourth princess return to the palace? Qin Yuan. It's been almost an instant stick of time, and he didn't see her? How inconspicuous she must be. He laughed awkwardly. "It's too embarrassing for me to return to the palace like this. I'll go to the inn to take a bath and change clothes, then go back to complain, and let my father do justice." Gu Yunjian smiled faintly. "Jinhao has taken action, so it's unnecessary for the Lord to do justice." "What do you mean?" Gu Yunjian smiled but didn't say anything, and still didn't scare her, although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. He inferred from the past deeds of this naughty and cruel nephew that the best outcome for Qin Yanxue was that she would not be disabled. His eyes fell on Qin Yuan. It was better to go to the inn. His little girl was injured, and it was convenient for her. "Princess 4, please help Qingxuang bathe later." Qin Yuan. "Prince, I am also injured. Aren't you her future sister-in-law? Do you need an excuse to take care of your sister-in-law? Do you still want Shen Qingshu to marry you?" Qin Yuan. After returning to the inn, the two girls helped each other wash and dress, and finally they could meet people again. "Qingxuang, your clothes are so beautiful. Qin Yuan carefully looked at the clothes that Shen Shuang changed for her. The workmanship was exquisite, and even the embroidered flowers were lifelike. If you like it, I will give you a few more sets. They are all brought by my third brother a few days ago. I haven't worn them. And the shoes are the same. Okay. Qin Yuan was not polite. Anyway, she was not an outsider. Opening the door, Gu Yunjian was at the door. Handed her a bottle of gold wound medicine and some white cloth. You gave me everything. What about Qin Shuang? Qin Yuan was deeply touched. It turned out that the prince was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. I don't have it. I'll bandage her. Qin Shuang, come with me. Qin Yuan. It turned out to be another show of affection. He looks like a handsome man. But why does he always say things that irritate people? Sitting on the chair, Qin Shuang tilted her head to look at him. He was puzzled. Did I hurt you? No. She suddenly lifted his chin and tapped his lips. While he was distracted, she pouted and said, What are you doing? It's not bandaged yet. Gu Yunjian was speechless. He blamed him for flirting with her. Looking at her smug eyes, he twisted her pretty face and lowered his head to continue. I will meet Healy tomorrow, and leave for Dachi the day after tomorrow. The first thing I will do after returning is to propose marriage, so that you won't be so naughty all the time. Why so soon? I haven't agreed yet. That's what she said. But she was willing when he saw her in such a mess and proposed to her. Gu Yunjian helped her bandage and pulled a chair to sit next to her. You agree now? I need to think about it, He embraced her without warning, lowered his head and kissed her. Hot and strong. It was like asking for compensation for the confusion and anxiety he had experienced. And it was like comforting her previous fear. After a long time, he pressed against her forehead and said in a hoarse voice, Have you thought about it? You can talk to my eldest brother. If he has no objection. No one will object. She ran out quickly with a red face like a sunset. She bumped into Shen Qingyan, who had just returned. Chapter 180 Can you marry me? Why are you blushing like this? What did you do? Shen Qingyan stopped her and looked into the room. Gu Yunjian was packing up the cloth and medicine bottles. Yunjian, are you hurt? Gu Yunjian came out. No. It was Qin Shuang. The concerned eyes burst out with anger. Who did it? How could she get hurt after not following for a while? Qin Shuang simply told him what happened just now. And he was furious. Why didn't you kill her? I can't kill her. Who told you to do it? Isn't there Jueyun? Why did you stop me? You little girl is too soft-hearted. That woman has a gloomy mind and must not be spared. I'll go. Wait a minute. When Qin Shuang came back, she threw the jade pendant was placed in his hand. Take a look. Shen Qingyan glanced at it casually. And then his eyes were straight. Bosses? I found it in Qin Yanshua's room. Shen Qingyan's eyes widened. Is she the woman that boss likes? That's what I guess too. Big brother won't give the jade pendant away easily. Shen Qingyan turned the jade pendant over and over again, scratching his head. It's so frustrating. Boss is the same. Why does he like that kind of stuff? Gu Yunjian comforted. It's not frustrating. Jinhao is there. Hearing his words, Shen Qingyan was relieved. With the fourth prince here, she will be more uncomfortable alive than dead. It's rare for that evil spirit to do a good thing. Ha ha ha. Shen Qingyan. Who do you say is the evil spirit? Hearing this cold voice, the laughter of the third master Shen stopped abruptly. It's really weird. I helped your sister to avenge her, and you ridiculed me like this? Gu Jinhao glared at him angrily, as if he wanted to stare a hole in him. Third brother is praising you. Shen Shuang lied sincerely. Gu Jinhao snorted. I don't believe it. Believe it or not. It was Gu Yunjian who spoke, pulling Shen Shuang away. A little further away from them. He reached out to her. What for? I want your jade pendant. Why? Shen Qinglang gave the jade pendant to Qin Yanxue. Shouldn't you give yours to me? There was a smile in his eyes, as if he was saying something that should be taken for granted. She also smiled, but that's just a guess. If it is confirmed that it was not given by the eldest brother, will you give it back to me? Of course not. She took off the jade pendant engraved with her name and bent down to tie it for him. He brushed off a leaf that fell on her hair. He thought to himself, if it could always be so beautiful, he would have no regrets in his life. After tying the jade pendant, she raised her head and frowned. Little uncle is such a scoundrel. This is robbery. He smoothed her brows. If you offered to give it to me, Would I need to rob it? So it's still her fault? She made a face at him, and ran to find Qin Yuan. The next day, news came from the palace that Qin Yanxue was vicious, and was demoted to a commoner, and was never allowed to set foot in the capital of Chu again. Shen Qingxuang and others didn't feel much about this result. Anyway, the revenge was avenged, and she couldn't make any waves. The happiest person was Qin Youyu, who finally didn't have to see this commoner again. Although she changed from a princess to a county lady, her status was much lower. But Qin Yanxue's misfortune compensated her in disguise, and made her proud again. There was no hope in Gu Yunjian, so she had to consider He Lianchao as a second choice. Although she didn't like him, he was her childhood sweetheart, had a strong background, and was handsome, which was enough for her. This time was not for cooperation with Qin Shaoyuan, but for herself. During the time when she fell to the bottom, Qin Shaoyuan symbolically pleaded for her, but he was afraid that she would betray him. People who are obsessed with money can't expect anything. Being deceived once is enough. If you believe her again, you are stupid. Qianlin Pavilion. He Lianchao was not surprised by her arrival, and he was still cynical as usual. Youyu, what's the wind blowing today? Why did you think of coming to see me? Brother Lianchao blames me for not coming for a long time? She smiled and sat next to him, hugging his arm. Although He Lianchao knew her since childhood, it was the first time that he was so close to her, and he subconsciously moved to the side. Drink tea. Qin Youyu's eyes were lost. Was he deliberately keeping a distance from her? On second thought, it might be because of the palace banquet. Brother Lianchao, you've heard about that, right? He Lianchao took his tea and sipped it slowly. Seeing her ashamed expression, he guessed what she meant. I heard about it. Since it's over, don't think too much about it. Qin Youyu twisted her handkerchief and shed a few tears. It was Qin Shaoyuan who asked me to frame Shen Qingyan. If I didn't do it, he would have plenty of ways to deal with me. He Lianchao refilled her tea without looking at her. It's not that he was indifferent, but he didn't know how to comfort people. What if he said something wrong and caused misunderstandings? Later, I blamed Shen Qingxuang and Qin Yuan for my loss of composure. They deliberately made me drink the drugged tea, so I was incoherent. He Lianchao raised his head, his eyes fixed. Youyu, since it's over, don't involve others. I'm not involving others. They really hurt me. You know me. How could I shamelessly undress in public? Youyu, that's enough. He Lianchao didn't want to listen anymore. Did you bring the tea? Qin Youyu's eyes were blurred with tears. She pulled his arm. Brother Lianchao. He pulled his hand away and sighed. Youyu, don't cling to the past. It's meaningless. What you need to do is look forward, and marry someone you love in the future. You're man. Live a good life. Qin Youyu wiped her eyes and sobbed. Can you marry me? He Lianchao was just stunned. No. Qin Youyu couldn't believe it. He had always been good to her. Didn't he like her? Perhaps he saw what she was thinking. He whispered, you are the same as Yulan. I only treat you as a sister, and never have any other thoughts. Qin Youyu's face was red, and she cried again. Do you dislike me for confessing to the 15th prince in public? That's all the effect of the medicine. He Lianchao shook his head. It has nothing to do with that. I have someone I like. She clenched the handkerchief. He has always been playing around in the world. Although he is always unorthodox, he has never had a close relationship with a woman, which makes her curious and jealous. Who is it? You don't know? The less he said, the more she wanted to know. A person appeared in her mind. Stammering, you don't like Shen Qingxuang. Do you? It has nothing to do with you. Qin Youyu was sure that she had guessed it right. Smiling coldly, she has the 15th prince. She will definitely not like you. He Lianchao gulped down a cup of tea and put the cup down heavily. Qin Youyu, what exactly are you doing here today? If you are here to clarify, it has nothing to do with me. If you are here to confess, I am not interested. If you are here to pry into my privacy, you can leave now. Brother Lianchao. Qin Youyu didn't expect him to get angry directly and act like a spoiled child, but he told the waiter to send him away. Feeling ashamed and angry, he left in anger. Lianchao. He Li arrived at some point and interrupted He Lianchao's melancholy. Grandpa. He stood up quickly. He Li motioned him to sit down. Tomorrow I will go back to Daki with the 15th prince. You and your father should take care of Qianlin Pavilion. Don't forget that you are from Daki. Don't be biased. He Lianchao knew that he had misunderstood and explained, Grandpa, don't worry. My relationship with Qin Youyu is just a casual affair. I can tell the difference between right and wrong. He Li nodded with satisfaction and looked at him thoughtfully before leaving. The 15th prince just mentioned that he will marry Shen Qingxuang as his principal wife after he returns. He Lianchao raised his head suddenly. And after a long time, he bowed his head and said, Grandson understands. Chapter 181. What is your attitude? De Qi. Ding'an General's mansion. Study. Wu Bo sat in the main seat. And Shen Nanfang, who had lost all hope in life, stood below him. Xiaoshen, please sit down. This is your home. Why are you being so polite? Hey, sit down. Shen Nanfang just approached a chair when he heard Wu Bo say, This tea is good? Bring me another cup. Was he asking him to sit down? Let's pour the tea first. The tea was refilled. And Wu Bo urged again. Xiaoshen, please sit down. Seeing that the tea in the cup could last for a while, Shen Nanfang sat down below him. Old General, why don't you go and watch the 5th prince review the memorials today? Fearing that he would bring up the marriage again, Shen Nanfang chose a topic first. But he did feel that Gu Binghe was pitiful. He was the one who had the most comfortable life. He didn't have to worry about anything. He was a rich and noble prince. Who would have thought that the emperor would fight with the 15th prince and trap him? Working day and night. Being beaten and scolded if you accidentally make a mistake in reviewing a memorial. How miserable. The 5th prince has made much progress in recent days. Not to mention that the 4th prince is coming back soon. So you don't need to keep such a close eye on him. You should relax a little. Don't you think? Yes. Whatever he says is right. Because he was still a rookie when he held great power. Old General, how is your health recently? Shen Nanfang found another topic. If it's good, can I come to your place? If it's good, it's good. Old General, I have to go to the palace to take a look. In case something happens in Xiangning Palace. Wu Bo raised his eyebrows and flicked his beard. Shan Yu is guarding there. Nothing will happen. Xiaoshen, why do I feel like you are always avoiding me? Shen Nanfang waved his hands quickly. What the old general said. How can I avoid you? Then let me ask you. What is your attitude towards the marriage between Miss Qingxuang and my prince? I have come here so many times. And you are not moved at all? You are ambiguous and hesitant. How can you be a general? If it is okay. It is okay. If it is not okay. At least you should agree. Shen Nanfang said that he really couldn't respond to this. He cleared his throat. Old general. Really? I can't make the decision on Qingxuang's marriage. Only Qing Lang can nod. Wu Bo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. And slapped his palm on the table. And a hole collapsed directly. He retracted his hand embarrassedly. He came to discuss the marriage for the child. But it seemed like he was here to intimidate. He glanced at Shen Nanfang quietly, wiping his sweat. Okay. Pay attention to your attitude. He drank a sip of tea and put on a friendly smile. Although Shen Nanfang couldn't accept this smile for a while. He always felt that those who were too attentive to him were either traitors or thieves. Xiaoshen, what do you think of my prince? To be fair, looking at the entire De Qi, the 15th prince has the best appearance and talent. Uncle Wu nodded with satisfaction. The boy has good vision. Then why don't you agree to this marriage? Old general, I really don't make the decision in our family. As long as you persuade Qing Lang, I have absolutely no objection. Well, I'm going back to the past again. Resisting the urge to slam the table. Holding his breath, he asked him earnestly, Are you your son's son, or is your son your son? Shen Nanfang repeated it 3 times and replied, My son is my son. Then why can't you make the decision for him? Isn't it impossible? Uncle Wu didn't sit down. This is really boring. He ran to him with helplessness in his eyes. Xiaoshen, my prince has written me a letter since he was a child. He said he wanted to get married. Can I not help him get it done? Shen Nanfang muttered. The prince is in the cold garden all day long. How can he have the chance to write to you? It's as if it's so rare. Xiaoshen. Hey. Old general. Shen Nanfang stopped complaining. How about we talk about it next year? Why next year? Next year Qingxuang will be a year older, and will be more mature in thinking about things. Don't talk to me about this. Old Wu. I'm not an unreasonable person. What are you worried about? This nagging is so annoying. Shen Nanfang was afraid that he would report every day in the future. So he just said it clearly. Old general. Qingxuang is too willful, and has a bad temper. So the four of us hope that she will marry someone who can tolerate her, love her, and not be treacherous. My prince can. More importantly, his family background is not as good as ours. If there is a quarrel in the future, the three boys can vent their anger on their sister without restraint. Uncle Wu. So it's my prince's family background that is too good? Shen Nanfang laughed. That's what he meant. Uncle Wu snorted, and his beard blew up. Xiaoshen, you are not being honest. After Miss Qingxuang was assassinated in the imperial tomb, you dared to force the emperor to advocate with your two sons. Now you are using your family background as an excuse? Are you fooling the old man? Call Shen Qinglang. Qinglang went to the Ministry of War. I'll wait here. Shen Nanfang. Doesn't that mean you have to pay for 2 meals? You can't keep your ears quiet again. When Shen Qinglang learned that Uncle Wu was at his house, he turned back as soon as he left. Unexpectedly, the old man came directly to the Ministry of War, and was brought here personally by the Minister of War Chen Ge. When Shen Qinglang saw it from the back window, his eyes widened. Chen Ge, who used to show off in front of others, was now respectful, like a grandson. Mr. Wu, Qinglang is inside. I'll go call him. Sorry to bother you. Minister Chen. No. 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 Mr. Wu, you are too kind. How can this be a bother? It's my honor to serve you. Have some tea first. Shen Qinglang looked at Chen Ge with resentment as he walked towards him with a flattering smile. And he looked as if his legs were broken. Hurry up. Mr. Wu is here. Oh. I saw him. Why are you so flattering? Chen Ge adjusted his hair and clothes, and glanced at him. What flattery. For an old general like Mr. Wu who is so powerful. I am expressing my heartfelt respect. A new emperor has his own ministers, and only the old emperor's dynasty has such a person. His sigh made Shen Qinglang feel deeply. People you can admire are really rare. Chen Ge smiled. There is another one. The imperial censor Healy, who is loyal and brave enough to make direct criticisms. It's a pity that he is resigned and retired. If I can see him once, I will have no regrets. Thinking that his idol was still outside, Chen Ge dragged Shen Qinglang away directly. Colleagues called Mr. Wu, and Shen Qinglang followed suit. Qinglang, just call me Uncle Wu like Miss Qingxuang. Shen Qinglang was startled. Why did he suddenly call me so intimately? And looking at the old man's smile, he always felt that there was a trap waiting for him. Chen Ge was envious. He wished he had this honor. Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu. Do you have something to ask me? Yes. Yes. It's a good thing. I'll give you a brother-in-law. As she spoke, she put her arms around his neck and went to a secluded place. Qinglang, my prince is going to get married and wants to marry your sister. Just agree to it. No. No. Shen Qinglang refused directly. Uncle Wu, I can't make the decision for Qingxuang. As long as you persuade her, I will never object. Uncle Wu was really fed up. As the concubine Xian said, no one in this family can be trusted. One pushes the other. One pushes the other. Since no one makes the decision, he will make the decision. He decided to go to the city gate to block it personally. As long as the prince and Miss Qingxuang come back, they will be taken directly to Ling Yuan to get married. As for the father and son of the Shen family, they were gagged and their legs were tied. As long as they get married, they will automatically be promoted to father-in-law and eldest, second, and third uncles. It doesn't matter whether they agree or not. While he was complacent, Fang Su came to find Shen Qinglang. Major General, the boss asked me to tell you that the Queen Mother fainted in Xiangning Palace. Chapter 182. The concubine is indeed very smart. Shen Qinglang hurriedly said goodbye to Uncle Wu, but he was held by his shoulder. Looking at that smile, it seemed that he was trying to test him. Hearing his father talk about his many heroic deeds, and knowing that he was Jueyun's master, it was a rare opportunity. So he was better to obey than to be respectful. Shen Qinglang quickly reached out to his wrist, and Uncle Wu smiled slightly, withdrew his hand before him, and attacked his neck instead. Shen Qinglang was not panicked at all, as if he had expected it, and avoided it early. Uncle Wu looked appreciative, as his moves became more and more fierce. Shen Qinglang's calmness gradually became difficult to resist, and at the same time, he respected him more and more. The two of them exchanged 40 or 50 moves, and Shen Qinglang happily admitted defeat. Uncle Wu stopped and patted his shoulder. Not bad. Much better than your third son's kung fu. Just think of it as Uncle Wu praising me. Shen Qinglang smiled. But I really have to go to the palace. The Queen Mother's fainting is not a trivial matter. She just fainted. Not dead. Why are you so nervous? But she is the Queen Mother. If something happens to her, you are not responsible. But the waiter is not free from responsibility. Uncle Wu thought it made sense. And since there was nothing to do, he went with him. Outside Xiongning Palace, Shen Qingshu paced back and forth, feeling anxious. The imperial doctors who came and left and right were helpless, and their caliber was extremely consistent, saying that the Queen Mother was already weak, and she was under house arrest during this period, and it was difficult to relieve the depression. The new and old diseases were superimposed, so she couldn't bear the fainting, and there was no cure. Waiter, is the Queen Mother still unconscious? When Shen Qingshu saw the boss coming, he felt like he had seen a savior. His dark eyes immediately lit up, and he explained the situation to him in detail. Uncle Wu narrowed his eyes, getting more and more annoyed the more he listened, and interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Little second son, you are so nagging at such a young age. I'm asking you, is the Queen Mother not awake? Shen Qingshu nodded honestly. No. Is she dead? Not dead. Isn't that okay? Let's get to the point. As for how those crappy imperial doctors treated her, and how they diagnosed her, it's really not that important. Come on. Follow me in. Pushing open the door of the palace, a woman was lying on the couch. Her eyes were closed. Her face was pale, and she was weak, as if she was really on her last breath. Jin Feng and Zhang Digui wiped their faces and fanned them. Crying while working, the emperor stayed by the couch, holding her hand, and his affectionate mother made Uncle Wu almost unable to breathe. The deep love between mother and son, which is rarely seen during festivals, is actually being performed here. It is so sincere. How long have you been rehearsing? Wu Bo's undisguised sarcasm surprised the Shen brothers. But they would never sympathize with the murderer who killed their sister. So they all looked cold. The emperor was directly angry. Wu Yi, you are so presumptuous. Not only did you put me and my mother under house arrest here, but you also made sarcastic remarks here. Do you really think that I dare not do anything to you just because you are an old minister beside the emperor grandfather? Your Majesty, I have never doubted your dare not. You dare to kill even the emperor's uncle, let alone me. An old man? I did not kill the little emperor's uncle. I can swear. Wu Bo glanced at him with disdain, raised his eyebrows and snorted. Swearing is just a lie for children. I don't believe in those things. I believe that blood debts must be paid with blood. And I believe in tooth for tooth. When my prince comes back safely, I will slowly settle this account. Come back safely? The little uncle is not dead. The words were out of his mouth, and he could not take them back. He almost bit his tongue and pretended to cry for the Queen Mother. Wu Bo approached and glanced at the unconscious woman. Just when he was about to sniff her, he was stopped by the emperor. Wu Yi, as long as the matter is not settled, the mother is still the Queen Mother of a country. How dare you disrespect her? Aren't you afraid that the little uncle will be criticized for not governing his subordinates strictly? Wu Bo's mouth twitched. Is it worth talking so indignant about an old woman in her 50s? Little second son, go to Shoan Palace to invite the virtuous concubine. Shen Qingshu had already accepted this title, and went there happily. The virtuous concubine was listening to Gu Binghe's complaints with no desire to live. When she heard that Wu Bo invited her to Xiongning Palace, she immediately felt as if she had been pardoned and left with Yuping. My lady concubine, what should I do? Be good and hold on for a few more days. The wind brought her light voice, and Gu Binghe's broken heart turned into foam. Yuping had been asking concubine Xian to walk slower, but her master couldn't stop like a clockwork. My lady, we're just going to Xiongning Palace. Why are you running so fast? Can I slow down to watch the fun? You haven't arrived yet, so the fun must not have started yet. We have enough time. Concubine Xian stopped. Why didn't she think of it? After all, her life was too dull. Otherwise how could she, who was always elegant and noble, be so ungraceful? Yuping, do you think I should go back and change my clothes? Yuping was embarrassed. When she was in a hurry, she wanted to ride the wind, and now she started to act like that again. My lady, we are going to watch the fun, not to compete for beauty. Besides, the Queen Mother is old and ugly. How can she compare with you who is so dazzling? The concubine Xian sighed and patted her hands. Yuping, What I like most is your sincerity. You never tell lies. Shin Qingshu couldn't stand it anymore and laughed out loud. He met the displeased eyes of the concubine Xian and restrained himself. Second Master Shin, can you tell me which sentence made you laugh? Shin Qingshu's face flushed red, and he wanted to respond with silence. But she seemed to be arguing with him, staring at him straight, which made him nervous. He coughed dryly. I am not laughing. I suddenly thought of my sister's words and laughed. Displeasure turned into joy. And excitement. What did Qingshuang say? She said that the concubine queen is young and beautiful. Not like the mother of the fourth prince at all, but like his sister. Shin Qingshu felt that he was a bit shameless, and could tell lies easily. But this lie obviously achieved its effect. The young and beautiful concubine Xian smiled like a bright sunflower, and was a little shy. Qingshuang is more honest. Shin Qingshu. He absolutely dared not laugh, even if he was suffocated to death. In front of the Xiangming Palace, concubine Xian asked Yuping to help her tidy up her clothes, smooth her hair, brush her hairpins, and touch up her rouge. Under Shin Qingshu's increasingly dull eyes, she walked into the palace with a dignified pace. Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu was really scared by this title, concubine Xian. You call me so, and I am so terrified. Concubine Xian didn't think there was a problem, and raised her eyebrows. Don't the old 15th call me so? Why can't I? It's not that I can't, but you and your son both call me like that, which makes me feel like an old monster. The concubine Xian tasted it, and it seemed like, forget it. Let's do it as before. What do you want to see me for? Wu Bo pointed at the queen mother with her eyes tightly closed, and spread his hands. She fainted and didn't wake up. The concubine Xian was very upset. She was not a doctor. Looking at him suspiciously, she whispered, do you suspect that the old woman is pretending to faint? The concubine is really smart. This made the sunflower bloom again. Help you. The jade hand stretched out softly, and Yuping hurried to support it. The tone must be right. The concubine Xian circled the queen mother lazily twice, which directly made the emperor's heart empty. Xian Taifei, what are you going to do? Your Majesty, please don't be angry. I want to wake up the queen mother. Even the imperial physician can't do it. But you can? Xian Taifei smiled calmly. You will know after trying. Your Majesty, please step back first. Pointing at Ji Feng and Zhang Degui, and you. Step aside too. Why should I listen to you? It didn't matter whether they listened or not. Shan Yu had already pulled the three people aside and pressed their occupants. They looked at Xian Taifei in fear like wooden stakes, waiting for her next move. Xian Taifei squatted in front of the queen mother's couch, looking at her eyelids trembling rapidly due to nervousness, and understood in her heart. Hurry up. As the law orders. The queen mother wake up quickly. She raised her orchid finger and added some messy movements she created herself, and regarded it as a magic. Wu Bo was petrified instantly, and the others were also like being struck by lightning, burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Yuping covered her forehead, really unwilling to follow this unruly master anymore. Her master, however, was calm, chuckled, and reached out to the Empress Dowager's armpit. In just 3 seconds, the Empress Dowager, who was said to have been in a coma for a long time and could not be cured, woke up. Not only did she wake up, but she was so scared that she rolled off the bed. She didn't dare to delay for a moment. She got up and ran without even putting on her shoes. She just wanted to stay away from that crazy woman. Farther and farther. Chapter 183. Are you going to rely on me? The queen mother was now wearing her hair down, barefoot, and clenching her fists. Like a mad woman, she stared at the virtuous concubine dowager, who had long since regained her dignity. Her eyes, which pretended to be sympathetic, but were actually a joke, made her want to kill again. The killing intention was not just now. She had it more than a year ago, and put it into action. It was a pity that the sky did not kill her. The dead woman did not die. The trend of the sun setting in the west turned into the rising sun in the east. She looked radiant now. Not like the concubine dowager. Gu Lingyan didn't look as good as her. The queen mother began to suspect that the dead woman had always come to Xiangning Palace sickly some time ago to show weakness, and let her lose her vigilance. Who knows? She might have recovered long ago. What a mistake. She didn't see it, and was so smug. If she had been more suspicious and given a strong medicine, she might have been the one showing off. How could she have fallen to the point of being played with like a monkey? She was so anxious. It was really scary. At that time, she was really afraid that the dead woman would prick her with a needle or a hairpin. And her heart was about to jump out. But she actually tickled her. It would be better to prick her with a needle. At least, she could be charged with murdering the Empress Dowager. Tickled her. Tickled her. Wu Bo gave Shan Yu a look. And he untied the acupoints for the Emperor and others. But in the Emperor's opinion, it would be better not to untie it. When he couldn't move, he could still be indifferent to his extremely embarrassed mother. After all, he was controlled by others, but once he could move, he had to react. But how should he react? Pretending to be unconscious. Even the imperial doctor couldn't see the flaw. And he was actually awakened by tickling. Who would believe it if he told others? Face was already a luxury for him. The ruler of a country is only in name only. If he hadn't killed the little emperor's uncle, he might still be the emperor who is high above everyone else. Regret? Regret? Regret not sending more people to kill all the people in Lingyuan. Which led to the humiliation today. Regret not taking action against Gu Jinhao earlier. So that his mother was fearless. But regret is useless. First, there is no chance. And second, his power is not enough to deal with him. All the civil and military officials in the court are usually respectful and shout long live. But most of them think that the throne of their father was passed on to Gu Jinhao. Some even criticize the way the late emperor got the throne. In their hearts, the world should belong to the little emperor's uncle. And he is the heir that the emperor grandfather wants. The emperor started coughing. He had been under house arrest for many days. No one came to visit him. A new emperor chooses his own ministers. Do you really think he is dead? A bunch of fence-sitters. Take out your anger on Zhang Degui and Jin Feng. The queen mother has just woken up from a coma. Why don't you two help her lie on the couch? The two hurried forward to do it. Wu Bo turned to Shin Qishu, little second son. If the queen mother is in a coma again, there is no need to call the imperial physician. Go directly to Shouan Palace to invite concubine Xian. Concubine Xian's smile froze. Old Wu. I am the concubine. Do you know what a concubine does? Eat, drink, play and have fun in the harem to enjoy her old age. It's okay to help occasionally. But are you going to rely on me? I haven't heard old Wu for a long time. It used to be called by that old friend He Li. Forget it. As long as this troublemaker concubine doesn't call him Uncle Wu. Let her be. Xian concubine. I don't blame you. It's just that you are the most beautiful and kind-hearted in the harem. You can't even step on an ant to death. Can you bear to see the queen mother faint and die suddenly? The queen mother glared at Uncle Wu. You died suddenly. Your whole family died suddenly. The concubine Xian raised her eyebrows and gathered her hair. She was beautiful and kind-hearted. She was indeed. The most difficult thing for her to refuse in her life was someone who told the truth. Not to mention that the truth came from an elder. Okay. I agree. Little second son. Listen to your Uncle Wu. I'm tired. Yuping. Go back to the palace. Bong Su listened to the little second son from the left again and again. And his mouth was about to be twisted. Shin Qishu patted him on the back of his head, and he calmed down. Leaving Xiangning Palace. He felt refreshed. The concubine Xian walked lightly like a butterfly. Almost flying. My queen. Please slow down. The fifth prince may not have left yet. A word awakened the dreamer. And the concubine Xian stopped. Her face like a bitter gourd. Xiaowu has been tortured for so many days anyway. Why should I care about the remaining few days? He comes here every day to nag me, making me lose my appetite and unable to sleep at night. Yuping's temples were throbbing, and her appetite was aroused. She felt that the sun was getting high. Is this her loss of appetite and sleep at night? Touched by her disdain, concubine Xian's face turned slightly red, clearing her throat. She walked with graceful steps and said, Who knows how hard it is for me? It's because I'm worried about Lao Ashiwu and Qing Shuang that I force myself to eat more and sleep more. Yuping. Do you understand? Yuping said that she understood, although she didn't understand it in her heart. Sister. A calm and gentle voice came. Concubine Xian didn't think she was calling her and continued to move forward. Yuping looked back and reminded, My queen. I'm calling you. What a joke. Almost all the women in the palace who can call me sister are dead. Is it a ghost? Yuping stopped her, My queen. There is another concubine Jing. Concubine Jing? It seems so. But didn't she leave the palace earlier? She went out to recuperate. Not expelled from the palace? And can't come back yet? When she turned around, concubine Jing had already arrived in front of her, with the help of her maid Lu Xian. She was wearing a plain palace dress and very light makeup, and her originally unremarkable appearance looked very listless. Concubine Xian had a close relationship with her when she was young, because concubine Jing's son, the sixth prince Gu Xingshan, was of similar age to Gu Jinhao, and they often played together when they were young. But Gu Xingshan had a sudden high fever when he was 5 years old and died before he could be treated. Since then, concubine Jing has been crying all day and no longer interacted with others, so the relationship has become distant. Concubine Jing stood up and supported her, and Yuping retreated to the back with Lu Xian. When did my sister return to the palace? Concubine Xian had not seen such intimacy for a long time, and seeing her smile on her face, she guessed that she was in a good mood. I just returned to the palace today. I haven't seen my sister for a long time, and I miss her very much. She said she missed me, but she didn't show any affection. Then concubine Xian didn't care. After all, the affection she had when she was young had already been exhausted. It was just a polite remark. Then go with me for a visit. As Yuping said, Gu Binghe didn't leave yet, and was waiting for her eagerly. She acted like a spoiled child as soon as they met. My lady concubine, I want to take a vacation. Have you told Uncle Wu just now? Let's talk about it when your fourth brother comes back. By the way, Shiwu, do you still recognize her? Gu Binghe looked at concubine Jing, who was smiling faintly, and shook his head. She is your sixth brother's mother. Concubine Jing. This child, Gu Binghe, is the same age as Gu Xingshan, but he is a little older. He has long forgotten the things in his childhood. He only knows that his sixth brother died early, and he can't remember his appearance. I bowed. Jing Taipin. Jing Taipin nodded, stretched out her hand to touch his head, stopped in midair and took it back. She smiled bitterly. If Xingshan was still alive, he would be the same age as the fifth prince. Xian Taifei was afraid that she would be depressed again, so she comforted her. You miss Xingshan so much. The mother-son relationship will continue in the next life. But if an imperial doctor could be assigned to treat him at that time, why would Xingshan die? Sister, watching the child die with your own eyes, that kind of pain, can you understand? She closed her eyes, bearing the indelible grief, unwillingness, and resentment alone. Chapter 184. Pay attention to concubine Jing. Concubine Xian really didn't understand the pain of losing her son, and she didn't want to understand it. But she began to miss her son. Although sometimes unreliable, and sometimes out of tune, she was still alive. Yuping served tea to concubine Jing. After drinking the tea, her mood eased a little, and she smiled faintly again. Look at me. Why are you talking about these old things with your sister? By the way, sister, I'm back in the palace this time, and I should go to see the Queen Mother. But Xiangning Palace is heavily guarded. What happened? Concubine Xian didn't know what to say, so she just said that there was no rush to see the Queen Mother. After she left, Gu Binghe asked, My lady concubine, Jing Taipin seems to be resentful. Is there a hidden reason behind the death of my sixth brother? Concubine Xian raised her eyebrows and glanced at him. What is the hidden reason? That year in the enclosure, your little uncle suddenly had a high fever. The old emperor loved his son very much, so he naturally asked the imperial physician to treat him with all his strength. It just so happened that your sixth brother also had a high fever, but the palace maid sent to invite the imperial physician did not dare to disturb him, and could only wait until the imperial physician finished examining the 15th brother before reporting. In fact, it didn't take long. Who would have thought that your sixth brother? The disease was too severe, and when the imperial physician came, there was nothing he could do to save him. Concubine Jing suddenly lost her son, and she couldn't accept the blow. Since then, she has been crying every day and staying indoors. Now that she sees you, doesn't it remind you of Xingshan, who is the same age as her? Gu Binghe suddenly realized, then why does she seem to blame the emperor in her words? Shouldn't she blame the maid? It's useless to blame anyone. Concubine Jing is timid herself, since she is worried about Xingshan. Why doesn't she take him to see the imperial physician? She only blames others when something happens. Gu Binghe chuckled. The imperial concubine is still brave. When I was sick as a child, you took me to the imperial physician. I always remember it. I thought she would touch his head lovingly, and then sigh with relief. Xiaowu is a grateful child. Unexpectedly, the plot was completely different. The concubine looked at me with disdain. You will be filial if you remember to stop causing trouble for me. Gubingha. Pouting. Did the fourth brother write to you? Did the sun rise from the west today? Gubingha. The concubine Xian pinched a grape and put it in her mouth. Sighing deeply, Yuping asked hurriedly, My queen, are the grapes sour? The concubine Xian's mouth twitched. Even a grape was worth it. She sighed so much. Who do you think she is? Shiwu. Do you have any goods? Introduce a girl to your fourth brother? Gubingha laughed directly. If I have goods, why would I be like a lonely ghost? Received a contemptuous look, and then said seriously, Madam, doesn't the fourth brother like Shinqing Shuang? He can't tolerate other girls. Bah! You have to tolerate him in the eyes of the girl. Hey, Shiwu, let me ask you. If you were Qing Shuang, would you choose your little uncle or your fourth brother? Gubingha laughed again. Need I say that? Of course the little uncle. Madam Concubine, you haven't seen how gentle the little uncle is to Shinqing Shuang. Just like the moon at night. Fang Mingzhu is quite sinister. Isn't he? After offending Shinqing Shuang, didn't he kneel down in public for 2 hours? Fang Yinping's plea was useless. Where's my fourth brother? He's an evil spirit. A black-faced god. And he threatens me at the slightest disagreement. Anyone with a sound mind wouldn't want him. Although concubine Xian admitted that what he said was true, she still felt a little embarrassed to have him treat her so badly. She felt like she was being pointed at and scolded for giving birth to such a thing. Gubing had changed the subject, and the gossipy light in his eyes almost blinded concubine Xian's eyes. But there are always flies attracted to stench. So there are still people who are interested in fourth brother. Flies attracted to stench. She promised that if Gu Jinhao knew about it, he would definitely beat this outspoken brother to death. Gu Binghe put on a storytelling posture, took a sip of tea leisurely, and tapped his fingers on the table. Fang Mingzhu couldn't enter the palace, so she set her sights on the fourth brother and wanted to go back to him. Although the fourth brother ignored her, he couldn't resist her insistence. And her sister Fang Ning, who went to offer herself to him late at night. Madam, I didn't lie. Qin Yun said it himself. Do you know that when Qin Yun was ordered to send Fang Ninger, the vixen, back to the mansion, he was scolded by Fang Yinping, the old fox, who said that Qin Yun was a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Qin Yun couldn't stand it anymore, so he told him about his daughter's dirty deeds. Fang Yinping's old face turned black, which made me laugh to death. The virtuous concubine couldn't laugh. Being touched by those two women was almost like being stared at by a fly. The one she stared at didn't like him, and the one she liked ignored him. I'm afraid he will be hurt again when he comes back this time. I don't want to listen to Gu Binghe's nagging anymore. So I drove him to the council hall. Yuping, pay attention to concubine Jing. Old 15 and Jinhao are coming back. Don't let anything happen to them. Concubine Xian's expression was unusually solemn, and her eyes were also a little worried. This was the first time she had such an expression since she recovered from her illness. And Yuping also became cautious. Your Majesty, are you talking about concubine Jing? It's too coincidental that she won't come back early or late, so it's better to be on guard. On the way back to Daqi from Chu State, 2 carriages sped. For several days, Shinqing Shuang was very quiet. She would sleep as soon as she got on the car, and eat as soon as she got off the car. She didn't make any noise, and Gu Yunjian couldn't get used to it. But he liked quietness, which made him feel that time was shallow and years were peaceful. She slept in his arms, her pretty little face leaning against his shoulder, and she would talk a few words from time to time, which always made him smile unconsciously. He never expected that an assassination would actually fulfill his greatest wish in his life. In the past, how could he dare to think that she would be so obedient in his arms and willing to marry him? She rubbed her face in her dream, and he looked at it and found that it was a few long hairs that were stained. He gently brushed it away for her, and she became honest. Just as he was about to sit up, he was attracted by her slightly open lips, which were as tender and rosy as petals. His face turned red, and he covered her carefully. She suddenly felt short of breath and woke up. The first reaction was to push him away and look to the side nervously, patting her chest. Fortunately, no one was there. He scratched her nose. Am I so inappropriate? She asked back. Do you? He smiled embarrassedly. It seems that recently, less. Where are the third brother and the fourth prince? He was quite proud. They couldn't stand us, so they went to another carriage. Can't stand it? Why can't they stand it? Looking at her position, she questioned him. Isn't I sleeping there? How come I'm in your arms? Because I want to hug you. The embarrassing words were said by him gently. Shin Chingshuang admitted that she was aroused again and liked it very much. I'll sleep for a while. Don't give up halfway. Finish what you just did first. She raised her eyebrows and teased. Why is the little emperor uncle not reserved at all now? He wants to kiss every day. He pinched her face. The little emperor uncle is also a man. And he has his beloved girl in his arms. How can you ask him to be reserved? When she was deeply in love. She pushed him away again. Gu Yunjin had never felt so bad before. Did the little girl do this on purpose? If you don't give me a legitimate reason, I won't give up. He pretended to threaten. But there was still a smile in his eyes. She touched his lips and smiled. Absolutely legitimate. Your mother's illness was caused by the poison given by the late emperor. Chapter 185 I want something. This sentence directly shocked Gu Yunjin. He stopped playing with her and looked serious. Brother, harm my mother? She nodded, fearing that he could not bear it. She held his hand. He also bribed the imperial doctors to not treat properly, creating the illusion of an incurable disease. The so-called famous doctor was Wang Tianda, a quack doctor found by his then housekeeper Li. He was a quack. After you agreed to give up the throne, the late emperor instructed Wang Tianda to put a chronic poison in your mother's medicine. So she quickly weakened, could not bear the pain, and committed suicide. She shook his hand, with concern in her eyes. Brother Yunjian, are you listening? His eyes were red and his hands were shaking. He wanted to smile at her, and finally leaned his head on her shoulder. She could namely En Wang Tianda. He couldn't help but believe it. She stroked his back, which made him feel at ease. He leaned closer to her and whispered her name. He always thought that he was 5 years older than her, and that he was her support. But now he had to admit that she was also his support. She didn't have to say anything, as long as she was with him. Her tenderness could slowly dispel his grief of recalling his mother's death, and slowly bring back his sanity. I suspected that it was my brother who did it, but I have no evidence, he whispered inside. She smiled slightly. You were only 10 years old at that time, and you couldn't do anything except suspect. Yes, but now it's been another 10 years. My brother is cruel and treacherous. Those who participated in it must have been killed. She shook her head. That charlatan has escaped. He now uses his real name Jiang Yi, lives in Gaocheng, and has become the richest man. It's easy to find him. Gu Yunjian looked at the serious little girl in disbelief. How many secrets are in her little head? Why are you telling me all this all of a sudden? He pulled her to sit on his lap and brushed her long hair that had just been messed up. Because when we were at the bottom of the valley, I noticed that you were still worried about your mother's death. But I didn't want to get involved at that time. But later. What happened later? He asked. Later, you know. She stopped talking and deliberately looked away. He turned her head and looked at her shyness. I don't know. I want to hear you say it. She lowered her head, carefully passed her fingers through his fingers, and lay on his shoulder. I like you. Although it can be seen from her recent behavior that she is accepting him. But when he really heard her say that she likes him, his heart is still indescribably excited and happy. But he wanted to tease her. You told me your feelings so quickly. Aren't you afraid that I will let you down in the future? She sat up straight, quite disdainful. How can you let me down? Well, for example, I like another woman again? She was even more disdainful, lifted his chin, and said with a smile, what does it matter? I like other men too. If you change your mind after marriage, just divorce, and then I will marry someone else. I am good looking, and I am not short of money, so the market should not be bad. Gu Yunjin was depressed. He thought she would threaten him, and then he would give in. This is the right mood. The little girl actually didn't play by the rules. She wanted to like another man and divorce and remarry. Who is the other man? His angry look made her feel very accomplished. So she ignored him deliberately. But he was determined to know that other man. And she had no choice but to say that it was just an analogy. Don't make this analogy in the future. There was no lack of grievance in her tone. You were the first to say that you liked another woman. She snorted, hugged her arms, and confronted him. I was teasing you. Can I tease you? But I took it to heart. I feel very uncomfortable now. You have to comfort me. Go find the other woman you like. Gu Yunjian realized what it meant to shoot himself in the foot. He really had nothing better to do than to provoke her. She was gentle and considerate to him. But now she didn't let him hug her or kiss her. If he hadn't held her tightly, she wouldn't ride in the same carriage with him. Gu Yunjian. She raised her eyebrows, hugged her arms, kicked his legs, and called his name. Although she was dissatisfied, she could only accept it. Oh, if you have conditions, then bring them up. Calling him by his full name was not a good sign. It must be some conditions that would humiliate the country. Are you going to marry me? Yes, I am. His eyes lit up. I will propose marriage when I get back. She snorted, yawned lazily, and leaned back. I want something. What do you want? He was puzzled. Everything in Lingyuan belonged to her. Lien Jueyun and the others knew that she would make the decisions in the future. He didn't understand why she had to ask him for anything. After thinking about it, he had a guess. You want me to write a letter of guarantee to you, promising to be devoted to you? No problem. I'll do it when we get to the inn. She kicked him again and said, You are being sentimental. Whether you are devoted to me or not, I don't care. I want a divorce letter, so that you won't be fickle and won't let me go. Divorce letter? Gu Yunjian held his forehead with his hand. He really regretted his decision. Asking him for a divorce letter before getting married is like hanging a knife over his head all the time. He was really panicked and wanted to sit next to her, but was stopped by her feet. I've already said it here. No divorce letter. No marriage. 15th Prince, you can do whatever you want. Qing I'm really joking. I'm just teasing you. I'm not teasing you. A guy who has been away from the world for a long time and has not seen many women still wants to fight with her. You'll have to endure some hardships first. In the next few days, Gu Yunjian's main task was to show his kindness to the little girl. He smiled, but he never gave in. When he asked Shen Qingyan for help, he stood firmly on his sister's side and made a pertinent suggestion. 2 copies of the divorce letter are required, so as not to lose 1 copy. As for Gu Jinhao, while watching the joke, he promised that he would wait for the little girl like a rock. As long as she looks back, he will always be there. This made Gu Yunjian feel like he had eaten a fly. He swore that he would torture this nephew, who was always looking for trouble, to death by arranging a marriage. The carriage finally drove into the capital of Daqi, drove into the long street, and stopped in front of the Ding'an general's mansion. Qing come with me to Lingyuan to stay for a few days? He was used to seeing her every day, and he was reluctant to part with her. The little girl refused directly. No, I want to live at home. After that, she ran in happily, as if he was not worth her nostalgia at all. Shen Qingyan patted him, who was disappointed, and joked, Write the divorce letter as soon as possible, and come to propose marriage as soon as possible. Gu Jinhao said faintly, Little uncle, don't just think about love every day. Shouldn't you go to the palace to take a look? There are so many things to do. The emperor and the queen mother are still imprisoned. Binghe is still suffering, and the civil and military undercurrents are surging in the court. Do you really think it's calm and peaceful? The new and old hatreds made Gu Yunjian's suppressed anger appear in his eyes, and his slender fingers clenched into fists. Jueyun, enter the palace. Chapter 186 You are too presumptuous. Jueyun drove the carriage all the way to the palace gate and was stopped as expected. Do you have a token to enter the palace? No. Then you can't enter. Hearing this familiar voice, Jueyun looked at the person who stopped him with a squinting eye and smiled rarely. You stopped me last time too. Last time? The guard looked at this familiar face and felt a little guilty. Are you from Lingyuan? Jueyun, the guard of the 15th prince. He pointed to the hero sitting next to him. Qin Yun from the 4th prince's mansion. The guard forced a smile. Then wait for me. I will ask the boss for instructions. Gu Jinhao lifted the curtain, revealing his black face. Do I need to ask for instructions to enter the palace with my little uncle? This face is more useful than any token. And the guards immediately knelt down. I pay my respects to the 15th prince and the 4th prince. Gu Jinhao snorted and lowered the curtain. Where to go first? Why don't you go to Shoan Palace to see mother first? She has been worried these days, unable to bear the blow to his self-conceit. Gu Yunjian nodded. Gu Jinhao rushed in as soon as he arrived at the gate of Shoan Palace. He left too hastily that day and didn't consider his mother's feelings. Now he thought it was extremely unfilial. Mother! Mother! Gu Jinhao shouted while running, and the palace people along the way didn't have time to salute him. Concubine Xian heard the voice, that sounded like her son and asked Yuping, "Is the dead boy back?" Yuping put down the tea. Her eyebrows and eyes were full of smiles. "Yes. My queen." Concubine Xian put down the snacks, picked up the tea and took a sip. Before she swallowed it, her son rushed to her and knelt down with a plop. "Mother, your son is back." Before his mother could help him, he heard the sound of a cup breaking. Gu Jinhao thought she was angry, so he cowed out, "It's my son who is unfilial and makes mother worry." Yuping saw that her master looked wrong, and suddenly realized a serious problem. She hurried forward to pat her back, and finally she coughed, and her expressionless face also showed expression. "Mother, are you too excited to see your son back?" She was almost killed and still self-indulgent. After all, the son is like the mother, and they are biological. His mother said in a hoarse voice, "Jinhao, it's a good thing that you are back. But why do you feel like you are sending mother away? Can you talk slowly in the future? Mother's heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys are not good, and she can't stand your filial piety." Gu Jinhao. He stood up and scratched his head. "I was thinking that you were worried every day." So, suddenly seeing the various pastries and snacks on the table, he was superficial after all. The concubine. Gu Yunjian looked at the embarrassed mother and son and smiled slightly. The concubine was not embarrassed, because she was not an outsider anyway. But I didn't expect Gu Yunjian to be so energetic. He didn't look like he had just been assassinated, but like he was back from his honeymoon. "Oh, 15. Is the wedding date coming soon?" She handed him a cup of tea, and her eyes narrowed into a slit with a smile. This made his son feel very sad. "Who is her real mother?" Gu Yunjian smiled and said, "I hope to borrow the concubine's good words." Looking at Gu Jinhao, he said, "Concubine, Jinhao is not young anymore. I heard that Fan Yinping's 2 daughters are in love with him. Let's choose a date for them to get married." Gu Jinhao exploded, "Little uncle, you stole my girl and arranged a marriage for me casually. You are too much." Concubine Xian pushed him aside and glared at him. "Why are you butting in when the adults are talking?" Turning to Gu Yunjian with a helpless look, "None of Fan Yinping's 2 daughters are good. I don't like any of them. A fly is attracted to stench. Marrying her here will disgust me. Oh, 15. I think the 4th princess of Chu is quite cute. What do you think?" Gu Jinhao exploded again. "Mother, what are you thinking? Get out. You little kid. Go away." Gu Yunjin felt relieved when he looked at his nephew who was frustrated. But he still said truthfully, "Qin Yulan is not good. She wants to marry Shen Qishu." Concubine Xian sighed. "Good girl. How come they all have wives? What about the other one? Qin Youyu? I heard she's also beautiful and intelligent." "No. She gave Qin Yan a love potion at the Chu Palace banquet, and she's been stripped of her princess title." "Love potion? Really?" The eyes of Concubine Xian were as bright as stars, and she grabbed a handful of unknown pastries and stuffed them into Gu Yunjian's hand. "Old 15. I haven't heard such interesting things for a long time. You tell me slowly. Don't miss any details." Gu Yunjian underestimated her strong gossiping heart, and it was okay for him to just pass it by. But it was really difficult for him not to miss any details. So he made an excuse that he had something to do and asked her to ask Qin Yun. Qin Yun began to want to maintain a strict guard image. But when he saw Gu Jinhao and Gu Yunjian leave together, the professional storyteller immediately came out. He told the story with great emotion, and even extended it to the fact that Qin Yinxue failed to harm others and lost her virginity. Of course, he concealed Shen Qingxuang and Qin Yulan to avoid damaging their image and attracting revenge. The virtuous concubine was so excited when she heard this that she shouted that it was great. And with a wave of her hand, she rewarded him with 100 taels of silver. This also made Qin Yun excited, and he exaggerated the embarrassing story of his prince showing kindness and getting hurt all the way. Although Concubine Xian was a little sympathetic in her enjoyment, it was only a flash, and she rewarded another 100 taels. Yuping, what do you think? If what Qin Yun just said is written into a storybook and performed in Yinhui Garden, will it be a hit? Do you want to cooperate with the mistress of the Shen family? Yuping's heart was extremely sympathetic to Gu Jinhao. "Madam, His Highness is your own son." After saying this, for the sake of the thin mother-son relationship, Concubine Xian had to give up this idea. Xiaoning Palace. Shan Yu, who was as still as a stone pillar, suddenly found Gu Yunjian's figure. His wooden eyes suddenly glowed. He immediately went to meet him, and said with a choked voice, "Prince, you are back safely." Wu Bo patted his head. "This child. I told you that the prince will be fine. Why are you crying?" Shan Yu wiped his tears. "Isn't it that the subordinate is worried? The boss and Ji Feng didn't know to send a letter to report safety." Shin Qingshu also ran over and kept looking behind him. "Prince, where is my sister?" "She is fine. She went home." Hearing this, Shin Qingshu was about to run, but was stopped by Wu Bo. "Little second son, you also stand guard for the last shift. Open the door." The long-closed palace door opened, and the dazzling sunlight shone in. This light gave people a sense of unreality. The emperor and the queen mother shielded the light with their hands and looked at the door carefully. A young man in a white dress as white as snow strode in, followed by Wu Bo and Gu Jinhao. Little uncle." The emperor's pupils suddenly widened as if he had seen a ghost, and he grabbed his mother's arm tightly. "He is not dead. How could he not die?" Gu Yunjian glanced at them and found a chair to sit down. "The emperor seems very disappointed that the prince is not dead. Imperial sister-in-law, you should be too disappointed." "Right?" The queen mother was calmer than the emperor after all. Patted his arm and stood up. "Gu Yunjian, you are too presumptuous in front of the emperor and me." Gu Yunjian smiled coldly, and this smile made his handsome face look more indifferent. "Presumptuous? Imperial sister-in-law, the prince has lived in peace for many years, and occasionally he doesn't want to swallow his anger. But in your eyes it is presumptuous. If you have stolen things for a long time, do you really think they are yours?" Chapter 187, It is still unknown who will win. The queen mother was provoked by him, and could no longer keep calm. Her voice was a little hoarse. "Gu Yunjian, what stolen things? What did the emperor and I steal?" Her panic was very funny in Gu Yunjian's eyes, and he smiled calmly. "Steal what?" "Steal the country." "Steal the country." The emperor subconsciously looked at his mother, but saw that her face was ashen. Her fingers were clenched, and especially her eyes, which were like hooks nailing Gu Yunjian. Suddenly she laughed, and when the smile faded, she looked at him sinisterly. "The throne was passed down by the previous emperor. How can you steal the country? If you want to attract attention and spread rumors, I'm afraid you have made a wrong idea." Gu Yunjian looked at her, who was furious and didn't get angry, but asked her, "Then where did the previous emperor's throne come from?" "Sister-in-law, you should know better than anyone else." "Right?" His eyes were calm and deep, as if he wanted to see through her heart. The queen mother was furious and shouted, "Gu Yunjian, you are so presumptuous. You dare to slander the late emperor. Whether it is slander or fact, we will have a conclusion soon." "Sister-in-law, I am not here to talk nonsense with you today. You and the emperor ordered Chen Jiu to assassinate me in the imperial mausoleum. The evidence is irrefutable and cannot be denied. The emperor should not go to this council hall again. As for you, you ordered Jin Feng to poison the coffin of the concubine's mother, causing me to contract a cold for many years. You have evil intentions. You should stay in Xiangying Palace to live out your life." The queen mother's iron blue face turned pale, and her head became dizzy. How could he know such a secret? Jin Feng had already lost her balance. When Gu Yunjian's eyes turned to her, she knelt down directly, her lips opening and closing, unable to say a word. She didn't dare to say it at all. Wu Bo only knew that his cold was severe, and guessed that it was the queen mother's fault. But he didn't expect that such a vicious person would poison the coffin. No wonder it couldn't be cured. Thinking of the inhuman torture that the prince had to endure every month, he wanted to kill this bitch. He immediately drew out Gu Jinhao's sword and crossed it across the queen mother's neck. Blood flowed along the sword. The queen mother's pupils suddenly dilated, and she could no longer make a sound. When her fear reached its peak, Gu Yunjian slowly stopped her. "Wu Bo, stay for a few more days until Shan Yu comes back. Shan Yu has been arranged to go to Gaocheng to find Jiang Yi. On the day of returning to Beijing, the sins of the late emperor will be exposed. What if he died? For him, there is no such thing as the dead being the greatest. Only the justice of heaven." He suddenly understood why Shin Qingshuang told him about what happened that year at this point in time. If it is proven that the late emperor was sinister and the throne was not legitimate, then his lineage, whether it is the current emperor or Gu Jinhao and Gu Binghe, will have no chance of succession. The gate of Xiangying Palace closed again, and this closure was equivalent to long-term confinement in the eyes of the emperor. He did not care about the so-called imperial demeanor. After all, This demeanor was a joke since he was placed under house arrest by Wu Bo and others. He ran to the door quickly and slammed it hard. He shouted until he was hoarse. But no one answered. As if there was no one else in the world. Only his despair. The Queen Mother sat there blankly. She did not believe that Jin Feng betrayed her. But no one knew about that except her. Even the Emperor. She had kept some of it secret. How could Gu Yunjian know? And even know it so clearly? Jin Feng had been taken away. Which made the Queen Mother feel like she was falling into the abyss. She had no confidence in keeping a servant girl. Even if she had been loyal to her for many years. He must have wanted to expose her sins in front of all the court officials, and deprive her of her position as the Empress Dowager. She could not be bullied by anyone. As she wanted to be a criminal from the high position of Empress Dowager. She had a fantasy about Jin Feng again. Imagining that this servant girl could take her only hope away. And that she would repay her for her care for many years. Jin Feng. You'd better not let me down. Her whisper brought a glimmer of light to the desperate Emperor's eyes. And he suddenly thought of the day when she pretended to faint, and took off a pair of Dongzu earrings from her ears, and gave them to Jin Feng. Could it be that he wanted her to ask someone for help? But then the glimmer of light in his eyes dimmed. What use is there for a slave who is waiting for punishment? Emperor. Until the last moment. It is still unknown who will win. The Emperor had hope again, Mother. If we can get through this safely, I will be diligent in government affairs, and never do anything wrong again. The Queen Mother looked at him quietly for a long time. Then retracted her gaze. This is not the most important thing. You just need to marry Fang Mingju as your queen. Fang Mingju? Queen? The Emperor looked at his mother in disbelief. Don't you dislike her? It doesn't matter whether you like her or not. The important thing is that if you want Fang Yinping to bet everything on him, you must give him a benefit that he can't refuse. If it weren't for the long distance, I would like you to marry the Princess of Chu as your queen. But in that case, Dachi would not be our Dachi. The Emperor lowered his head and thought. And he had no choice at this time. It is lucky to be a prisoner and spend the rest of his life in the palace. You may be assassinated at any time. I'll do as you say. Mother. Jin Feng followed Gu Yunjian and the others all the way. During the period, she fell no less than 5 times because of her unsteady steps. When she arrived at Shoan Palace, her knees were no longer her own. The concubine Xian didn't expect her to come. She squinted at Gu Jinhao. What do you mean? Gu Jinhao said, the young uncle wants to interrogate her. Why not interrogate her in Xiangning Palace? Gu Jinhao looked at Gu Yunjian. Why? She might turn against us after the interrogation there. It's better to do it here with you. There are fewer surprises. The concubine Xian took a bite of the crisp candy and snorted, "Oh, 15. You can order people around. Don't you want me to check for you?" Gu Yunjian didn't deny it and smiled and thanked her. The concubine Xian lazily clapped her hands, patted off the sugar residue on her hands, and wiped her slender fingers with a handkerchief. I can help you. Let Jingshuang make some delicious cakes for me. The ones made in the imperial kitchen are too hard to chew and tasteless. I'll have someone go to Tsuiming Tower to buy some for you. The concubine Xian clicked her tongue and rolled her eyes. You're already feeling sorry for her before she even gets married. You can't even bear to let the little girl make cakes. Gu Yunjian smiled but didn't say anything, which was considered as tacit agreement. The concubine Xian drank a sip of tea and gestured, Yuping. Take Jin Feng to bathe. Jin Feng's expression changed. But Gu Jinhao didn't understand. Mother, this is a prisoner. Do you have to be so hospitable? The concubine Xian said Pa with disdain, and grabbed his ear. How can you compare with your little uncle? A guy who looks smart but is actually stupid. No wonder Jingshuang looks down on you. It's called a bath. But it's mainly to change her clothes. Clean clothes? Gu Jinhao still didn't understand. What does it matter whether the clothes are clean or not? Gu Yunjian sighed. Jin Feng is the Empress Dowager's confidant. They have been imprisoned together for so long. Who knows if the Empress Dowager has given her any token? What if there are other orders? Wouldn't it be troublesome for us to bring her out? I understand. I understand. Gu Jinhao suddenly realized that this step was right when he saw Jin Feng staggering back as she walked away. But why didn't he think of it? After a while, Yuping came back with a tray. There were gold hairpins, silver hairpins, and other jewelry in it. The virtuous concubine picked out a pair of Dongzu earrings from it and chuckled. Given by the late emperor when he was alive. The old woman has never been willing to take them off. It's a pity that they didn't come in handy this time. The hand loosened, and it fell into the plate again. Chapter 188, He will give you what you want. Gu Yunjin picked up the earrings again and looked at them carefully. He frowned and thought for a while, then put them away. Gu Jinhao took a look and teased, "Little uncle, you keep women's things. Do you believe I will tell Qing Shuang?" Concubine Xian couldn't bear to see her biological son, who had no ability to get back his lover, but became a lackey and told tales. "Can you shut up?" Gu Jinhao had not had a good face since he saw his mother today. He snorted, "It's just a joke." "Mother, you don't give your son face." Concubine Xian slapped his face in a slapping manner. "You still know how to save face? Son, mother begs you. Be a human being. Why is your son not a human being?" Gu Jinhao rubbed his face that was flattened and rounded by his mother, feeling very unhappy. It is said that the love between mother and son is deep. But why did his mother's love with him become so fragile after she recovered from her illness? She attacked people at every turn, and hurt people as much as she could. The concubine Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense, and stretched out her slender hand. "Be good. Give me the 120,000 taels of silver notes you owe Qing Shuang. I'm about to leave the palace, and I'll bring it to her for you." Gu Jinhao didn't think of defaulting on the debt, but just wanted to give Qing Shuang a valuable personal item to keep in mind. Since this way is not feasible, it's better to be straightforward. "The silver note is in the palace, and I'll go back and get it for her. Just give it to this palace, so that she won't think you have bad intentions and take the opportunity to get close to her." Mother concubine. Gu Jinhao was going crazy. Was he born by her? The concubine Xian automatically ignored his dissatisfaction, rolled her eyes, and watched him go away. Not long after, Gu Jinhao appeared in Shouan Palace again, and when he stuffed the silver note to the concubine Xian, he suddenly felt deeply lost. The most important relationship between him and Qing Shuang was gone. In the past, he could still use money to make a fuss, but now, the two are even. "Mother, what are you doing outside the palace?" Concubine Xian folded the banknotes and carefully put them into her sleeve. "Of course. I'm going to Yinhui Garden to listen to opera. Is it appropriate for you, a concubine, to always go to the market?" Concubine Xian stopped in her tracks, turned around and looked at him. Her eyes were tangled. This concubine might not be able to do it soon. She stepped back and pulled him to sit down. This cautious look made Gu Jinhao feel uneasy. "Son, what did the 15th old man say about the old woman and the emperor stealing? Stealing the country?" "Yes, that's what the young uncle said." The concubine Xian sighed deeply and touched his head lovingly. "Son, you don't know your young uncle. He has been at peace with the world for many years, and this time he must be really angry. He must have come prepared to say this. And that she is going to change." Gu Jinhao had this guess, but he always had doubts, because he felt that Gu Yunjin had no desire for power. The only thing he had fought for so many years was a girl. "Mother, will the young uncle be the emperor?" The concubine Xian lowered her head and took a sip of tea. This throne was originally his, but the emperor passed it to the father, and the father was going to pass it to his son. If it weren't for the emperor's brother. The concubine Xian's heart skipped a beat and patted his hand. "Son, you are right. If the emperor abdicates, the throne should be returned to you. But you overlooked one thing." "What is it?" The concubine Xian smiled faintly, looking at her son with a bit of sympathy. "If your father is proven to have obtained the throne illegally, or is not qualified to be the emperor at all, and he passes the throne to you, what does the world of Dachi have to do with you?" Gu Jinhao didn't know what Gu Yunjin was holding, nor did he know when another old story would suddenly be made public. He only had one hope. That is, Gu Yunjin had no intention of the throne. For more than a year, he had been subservient to the emperor. Whenever he saw him high above and the empress dowager above his mother, he would feel angry. Although the emperor was intimidated by the power in his hands and did not dare to act rashly, there was always a difference between the monarch and the ministers. The monarch was the monarch, and the ministers were the ministers. "Mother, I want to fight for it." He raised his head and looked at him steadily. Concubine Xian also looked at him steadily. "How to fight? Launch a mutiny? Lives are in turmoil?" Gu Jinhao held the cup tightly and lowered his head. "I haven't thought about it yet." He was hit on the forehead. "Jinhao, don't do anything wrong, or you will be cursed for eternity. Don't let the young uncle have all the beauty and the country." This sentence made concubine Xian laugh. She rubbed his face and said with a smile, "Jinhao, Some things are destined. The emperor and the empress dowager were under house arrest for many days, and the court was peaceful without any waves. If it were you, could you do it? Gu Jinhao asked himself that he couldn't do it, so he had to shake his head. Old 15 has more things in his hands than you think. As long as he wants. The throne can only be his. As long as he wants? Gu Jinhao repeated it. Concubine Xian touched his face. Yes. As long as he wants. But he must not want to do it because of his temper. You listen to your mother, and help him deal with these things, and let him vent his resentment. He will give you what you want. Gu Jinhao's eyes lit up. What about Qing Shuang? Will he give it to me? Concubine Xian's maternal love disappeared completely, and she raised her eyebrows. Get lost. Gu Jinhao got lost and went to the side hall to find Gu Yunjian. The sunlight in the courtyard shone in through the window. Gu Yunjian sat on a bamboo chair, his indifferent face flickering. Jin Feng knelt tremblingly, not daring to look up. Wu Bo didn't have the patience, Prince. Let's just torture her. Gu Yunjian shook his head. Concubine Xian loves cleanliness, and she will be dissatisfied if you dirty her place. But it's a waste of time. Gu Jinhao also suggested using torture. And old Nani was really not worth his patience. Gu Yunjian took out a jade pendant from his sleeve, threw it in front of Jin Feng, and got up and left. Little uncle, are you leaving now? Gu Jinhao hurriedly caught up with him. But he hadn't asked what the Queen Mother asked her to do yet. Unexpectedly, after just 2 steps, Jin Feng crawled over on her knees. Her dry and lifeless eyes filled with tears. 15th Prince, I will tell you everything. Gu Jinhao was delighted. What kind of precious jade pendant could have such an effect? Uncle Wu was also very curious. He snatched it and looked at it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Jin Feng knelt at Gu Yunjian's feet. 15th Prince, is the owner of this jade pendant still alive? Gu Yunjian sat down again, his hands resting leisurely on his knees, his bright eyes still indifferent. Alive now. As for the next moment, I can't guarantee it. I understand. Jin Feng responded repeatedly. The Queen Mother asked me to try to send a message to Fan Yinping, asking him to save the Emperor. After the matter is accomplished, the Emperor will marry Fang Mingzhu as his queen. Gu Jinhao sneered. This is a good plan. Fan Yinping will definitely agree. Jin Feng didn't dare to answer and looked at Gu Yunjian anxiously. But he didn't ask any more questions. As he stepped out of the side hall, the door was closed heavily. Wu Bo caught up with him. Your Majesty. What's going on? Gu Yunjian briefly told the old man about his encounter with Wang Guo and Wang Shi. And the old man suddenly realized and sighed at the wonders of the world. After entering the cold garden, Gu Yunjian smiled and said, Uncle Wu, your old friend has arrived. Your Majesty, you are joking. My old friends have almost died a long time ago. As soon as the words came out, a dissatisfied voice was heard. Wu Yi, are you cursing me to death? Or am I not your friend at all in your heart? Chapter 189. Have you checked the details? Wu Bo was really shocked when he heard the voice. When he saw who was coming, his beard stood up with excitement. He Li, why are you here? Old man? Aren't you a rich and idle person in Chu? He Li laughed. I have been idle for a long time. It's time to be busy for a while. Your Majesty, is it not too late for me to come? He hurried all the way and had to avoid being seen. It was really not easy for him at such an old age. Gu Yunjian smiled slightly. Not too late. Originally, he planned to go to Shen's house, but thought about it and gave up. First, let the little girl have a good rest. And second, there are still many things to do. Shuiyun, if the princess comes, please ask her to go to the study, in front of the Shen's house. There was a gorgeous carriage parked. The curtain was opened, and a gorgeously dressed woman came down, being supported by a maid. The woman's skin was fair, tight, and radiant, and her graceful steps made the guards at the door dare not underestimate her. Who are you looking for? Looking for your daughter. What's your name? I'm her aunt. Yuping coughed twice. Only she could go to someone's house to recognize relatives. Seeing that the guard was confused and his eyes were vaguely gossipy, Concubine Xian stopped joking. I am Concubine Xian. The guard realized that Concubine Xian was the mother of the 4th prince. Right? She couldn't afford to offend him. So he hurriedly led the way. Qing Shuang. Qing Shuang. Concubine Xian was like a bird out of a cage when she entered the door. She didn't care about her dignified image and shouted at the top of her voice. Xin Shuang had finally fallen asleep, but was woken up by her. Before she could finish her yawn, the door was pushed open with a bang. My lady concubine. The aborted yawn made her feel very uncomfortable. If concubine Xian didn't give her a reason that convinced her, she would never give up. The smiling concubine Xian didn't say anything, but turned around mysteriously in front of her, then suddenly pulled out something from her sleeve and swung it around like a magician. Xin Shuang was very upset. Was she possessed? You're not excited? Concubine Xian was very dissatisfied with her performance and felt that she had given her love to someone she didn't want to be with. Xin Shuang was still holding back her temper and couldn't get excited. But she was a concubine after all. She didn't hesitate to damage her image to create a so-called surprise. She had to give her face no matter what. Ah! The sudden exclamation scared concubine Xian, and her love just now turned into a lingering fear in an instant. Okay. I don't want to play anymore. Here. Jin Hao owes you. Xin Shuang opened the letter doubtfully, and her hazy eyes suddenly became clear. This is a silver note. She pulled out a stool and sat down, and counted it seriously. 15,000 taels. Looking at her money-obsessed look, concubine Xian smiled like a sunflower. Yes. The extra 30,000 taels are interest. How about it? Have I worked hard? Yes. Yes. To show my gratitude. Do you want to accompany me to play? Needless to say, let's go now. Concubine Xian was extremely satisfied with her understanding, and she left happily with her hand in hand. Inwi Garden. Still in the private room on the second floor. Still a table of fragrant tea and snacks. Looking at concubine Xian, who was eating and drinking, Xin Shuang was very curious. My lady concubine, have you never come once during the time I was missing? Concubine Xian finished her tea and asked Yuping to refill it for her. How can I have time? The emperor and the queen mother are under house arrest. The concubines in the harem feel insecure and come to Shoan Palace to pay respects every few days. They say they are paying respects, but they cry as soon as they come, as if they are being buried alive with them. Xiaowu is also a crybaby. He is driven crazy by Lao Wu. As soon as he comes out of the council hall, he starts to chatter until the middle of the night. Shuang, is such a high intensity of work too cruel for a concubine like me who is in his twilight years? I can't eat or sleep well every day. Hearing these 8 words again, Yuping wanted to die. Perhaps she had noticed it. Concubine Xian laughed awkwardly and decided to watch the show. Why is this still Jin Yu beats the unfaithful lover? Shuang, you've been slacking off. It's time to come up with a new script. Xin Shuang. She had just come back from a near-death experience. How could she write something new? This audience is too difficult to lead. I'll start writing after I take a break for 2 days. But concubine Xian, this sudden change of actors is quite interesting. Isn't it? She originally wanted to change the subject, but concubine Xian actually paid attention to the actor who played Li Jia on the stage. She was so absorbed in watching that she even forgot to eat the red bean cake. Shuang, do you think that young man's eyes are very lively? Xin Shuang laughed. If the actor's eyes are dull, who would watch his performance? The concubine Xian glared at her. This child. I mean, his eyes seem to be able to seduce people. Where is Xiao San? Call her to ask. Yuping felt that her master was really bored to death, and an actor was worth her being so serious. If I hadn't served her for so many years, I would have really thought that she wanted to marry again. Yuping, are you criticizing me? After years of serving her, I knew what she was thinking with just one look. No, I dare not. I will go find Mr. Shinsan. Xin Qingyan came quickly and tapped his sister's forehead with his folding fan. Why don't you rest at home? The concubine wanted to watch a play, so I came with her. The concubine Xian pulled Xin Qingyan over. Little Sanzi, is the one on the stage yours? Xin Qingyan glanced at her. Him? He came to Yinhui Garden 2 years ago. His name is Chen Feng. The concubine Xian said. Have you checked the details? What's his background? This question stumped him, and he answered truthfully, no. At that time, he said that his hometown was flooded, and he fled to the capital. I saw that he had some singing skills and looked good, so I kept him. The concubine Xian stuffed the unfinished red bean cake into her mouth and chewed it slowly, and glanced at him. Check it out. Xin Qingyan didn't understand, and subconsciously asked her, do you think there is something wrong with him? Your Majesty? I can't tell whether it's right or not, but I just feel that I seem to have seen these eyes in the palace. I hope I'm wrong. Hearing her words, Shin Qingxuang suddenly remembered something. Third brother. Are the people from Tsushui Liushang Garden still in the Kyoto Prefecture prison? Shin Qingyan almost forgot about this matter, and nodded repeatedly. But the Feng Chen mentioned by Chang Tung seems to have disappeared and has not been caught. I asked the people in the garden, and they all said that he rarely appears, and no one knows his whereabouts. The calm eyes of concubine Xian suddenly lit up. Who is Chang Tung? Who is Feng Chen? Where is Tsushui Liushang Garden? Shin Qingyan felt that it would affect his reputation. So he refused to tell her. Not only did he not tell her, he also forbade his sister to tell her. Why is that? The curiosity of a certain concubine could no longer be suppressed. Shin Qingxuang was pushed to the limit by her, and gave a relatively responsible explanation after making some choices. A woman in the deep palace yearned for the fourth prince. So she found a man named Chang Tung trained by Feng Chen, entered the palace through the secret passage of Tsushui Liushang Garden, and pretended to be the fourth prince to relieve her lovesickness. The cup in the hands of concubine Xian was frightened off, and the pot in Yuping's hands was also frightened off. The two women seemed to be struck by lightning, and they couldn't recover for a long time. However, when they finally regained their consciousness, concubine Xian held Shin Qingxuang's hand. Tell me in detail. Chapter 190. This palace, and the prince have nothing to say. Shin Qingxuang was like a storyteller, skipping what should be skipped and detailing what should be detailed, emphasizing the heroine's admiration and love for Gu Jinhao, which made concubine Xian sigh again and again, feeling that she had not gotten enough. Qingxuang, who is the woman in the deep palace you are talking about? Do I know her? This is what she wanted to know the most. Her eyes full of curiosity made Shin Qingxuang hesitate. Although the deposed queen had intended to kill her, Gu Yunjin promised the emperor not to reveal this matter. So let's keep some mystery for the time being and let her ask Gu Jinhao. The dead boy won't say it. Even the fact that he was blind, and liked Fang Mingzhu, was only found out by me indirectly. With a sigh, a certain concubine suddenly had a cunning look in her eyes, and grabbed her arm tightly. No, it can't be the deposed queen. Right? Shin Qingxuang laughed and agreed. It's a pity that such a smart woman is a concubine. If she had the heart to fight in the palace, the position of the queen mother would have been in her pocket long ago. Half jokingly, my queen? Is your family background not as good as the queen mother's? What do you mean? The Xian concubine had not recovered from her son's melon and asked again. Shin Qingxuang said, I think that with your intelligence, you should not be inferior to the queen mother. The Xian concubine snorted. Fighting in the palace is a waste of brains, and Jinhao does not need my protection. So why waste your life? Her eyes suddenly became distant. But I won't be a concubine for long. Why? The Xian concubine took a grape and put it in her mouth, and spit out the skin. Stupid girl. If the 15th becomes the emperor, what will happen to these old people in my palace? Shin Qingxuang didn't expect her to say such words openly. She wanted to comfort her, but she smiled again. Qingxuang, if I don't want to be a concubine anymore, can I live in your house? You can take care of me until the end of my life. Shin Qingxuang, it's not that I can't, but she has a son. How can it be her turn? Maybe he saw her thoughts and pinched her face. If you can't be a daughter-in-law, you can be a goddaughter. You won't be unwilling to do that, right? Yes. The concubine Xian looked at her with a smile and asked her quietly, Is my dead boy really so unattractive to you? She also answered quietly, To be fair, the fourth prince is a little fierce. There is nothing wrong with him. But brother Yunjian is better. Just right. The concubine Xian became interested. What's just right? Thinking of the elegant young man who did everything in silence. She lowered her eyebrows and smiled. Like the breeze on the river. Like the bright moon in the mountains. When I liked him, he just happened to love me. The concubine Xian conveyed this to Gu Jinhao, who looked lonely. I love her too. Why can't she like me? The concubine Xian looked at her son sympathetically and touched his head. Old 15 is the breeze and the bright moon, and you are the gloomy wind and the waning moon. Too evil. Mother! The strong protest of her son made concubine Xian startled, and she hurriedly helped Yuping to leave. She loved him, but not much. Chang'e Marquis Mansion. The maid Xiu helped Gu Lingyan get off the carriage, and just as she walked to the door, she met Jiang Haobai, who had been waiting for a long time. Gu Lingyan nodded slightly, and then walked in without looking away. Since she came back from Lingyuan one time, she began to ignore him. Jiang Haobai endured it for 1 day, 2 days, half a month, and 1 month, and he could no longer bear it. The so-called handle in his hand could no longer restrain her, because the eldest princess Gu Lingyan, who used to pay great attention to the reputation of the royal family and her own reputation, was no longer afraid of divorce. With Gu Yunjian's support, she was not afraid of divorce. Jiang Haobai had not spoken to her for a long time. To be precise, she ignored him. No matter what he said or did, she was indifferent. Chang'e Marquis Mansion was her residence, but not her home. A quiet courtyard isolated her from the world. She didn't come out, and she didn't allow him to enter that courtyard. If she hadn't learned that Gu Yunjian had returned safely, she wouldn't have gone out today. From the faint smile in her eyes, it can be seen that she was in a good mood. But a good mood has never had anything to do with him. Lingyan. He took a few quick steps and asked Xiaoshu to leave first. The eldest princess. Xiaoshu had to wait for her reply. Gu Lingyan waved gently, and Xiaoshu respectfully withdrew. Is there something wrong with the prince? This address made Jiang Haobai's body tremble, and he looked at her and smiled bitterly. Now you don't even call me husband? Gu Lingyan's eyes were calm, and she walked to the rattan chair in the yard and sat down. Jiang Haobai sat opposite her. I want to talk to you. She raised her eyelids slightly, smiling. What? The prince and I have nothing to say. Jiang Haobai was angry at her aloofness, and suppressed his anger. We are husband and wife. Gu Lingyan looked at him and sneered. It's just a title. The prince doesn't have to take it too seriously. You? When did you regard me as your wife? She would never forget, let alone forgive, the beatings and scoldings, the wanton humiliation. Jiang Haobai hoped to see anger, unwillingness, and preferably grievance in her eyes. But there was nothing in her eyes except indifference. Lingyan, I was wrong before. Let's make peace. Gu Lingyan calmly withdrew her hand and wiped the fingertips he touched with a handkerchief, which made Jiang Haobai deeply insulted. Gu Lingyan, don't go too far. Jiang Haobai, I remind you to pay attention to your attitude. Do you think the Chang'e Marquis Mansion is still the same as before? This sentence hurt Jiang Haobai. He wanted to repair the relationship and find out what happened in the palace. Since the emperor and the queen mother were placed under house arrest, he could no longer enter the Xiangming Palace, and the entire Marquis' mansion was uneasy. But he didn't want to lose face in front of her, and said coldly, what good will it do you if the queen mother and the emperor lose their power? Gu Lingyan shook her head and looked at him quietly. You are wrong. At least I am not bad. No matter what happens in the future, I will be the eldest princess. Even if I am not the eldest princess, I will at least be the princess. You and the Chang'e Marquis are another matter. Jiang Haobai's face was pale. This was exactly what he was afraid of. You, what did the 15th prince say to you? Gu Lingyan, what did he say to you? Hearing his trembling voice, Gu Lingyan smiled slightly and got up to go back to her room. Jiang Haobai was in a state of despair and drank one cup after another. Jiang Bili had been worried for many days. Seeing his brother drinking like this, he felt sorry for him. He wanted to ask Gu Lingyan to persuade him. After standing at the gate of the courtyard for a long time, he gave up the idea. It happened that Yu ran out happily. He picked her up and said, Your uncle is in a bad mood. Let's go and persuade him. Jiang Haobai saw the little guy running over happily, and thought of Tang Shi. And he was sad. He held him on his knees and kissed him, and suddenly saw something in his little hand. What's in your hand? Show it to uncle. She opened her little hand, revealing a pair of doll new earrings. Even Jiang Bieli was stunned. Isn't this my aunt's? Chapter 191. What is your purpose? Jiang Haobai hurriedly picked it up and looked at it carefully, his hands trembling, and never took off the earrings. How could they be with Yu? Where did they come from? The uneasiness in his voice could no longer be concealed. The little baby blinked his big eyes and answered in a baby voice, My aunt gave it to me. Aunt? It's Gu Lingyan. Because of her resentment towards Jiang Haobai, Gu Lingyan and Yu were all disliked. But for some reason, the little baby liked her and always went to her timidly. After refusing once or twice, 10 times or 8 times, she couldn't keep a cold face to such a lovely child. So she allowed him to call her aunt and allowed him to go to her. Yu was the only person in the entire Marquis' mansion who could enter and leave her yard at will. Because of this, Jiang Haobai thought that she still had some feelings for him. But after his attempt just now, this delusion was ultimately a delusion. Gu Lingyan sat quietly in the room, embroidering a handkerchief. Her eyes were gentle, and her smile was peaceful. When Xiaosu looked at her like this, she always felt like she was back to the time when she was not married. Although she was not valued, she lived a peaceful and comfortable life. After the Queen Mother granted her marriage, she rarely smiled. After she got married, she smiled even less. The maids around her were replaced by those from the Marquis mansion. If it weren't for the 15th prince's decision, she couldn't accompany her. Fortunately, the princess no longer swallowed her anger. So there was peace. Princess, your embroidery is really good. This lotus with 2 stems is the same as the one in the pond. Gu Lingyan turned her head and smiled. It would be great if it was just as you said. The little uncle said that Miss Shen likes lotus. And I hope she likes this handkerchief too. You are a princess, and you personally embroidered a handkerchief for her. How dare she not like it? There was a hint of disdain in her tone. How could a lady from a general's mansion not know how to appreciate a favor? Gu Lingyan rubbed her hands and glared at her. Xiaosu, don't say such things again. When she marries the little emperor's uncle, I can only be respectful in front of her. And what about the dignity of a princess? Xiaosu immediately knelt down. I am sorry for my words. Please forgive me. Princess. Gu Lingyan raised her hand slightly. Get up. And be careful in the future. Xiaosu asked her carefully, Princess, are the 15th prince and Miss Shen really together? The cold garden has begun to be decorated. How can it be fake? The little emperor's uncle, who has been calm for many years, actually thought of getting married, which made Gu Lingyan sincerely happy. She hoped that he would always be happy and make up for her regrets to some extent. Her life was ruined. She lowered her head and continued to embroider. Perhaps because she was worried, she accidentally pricked her finger. Fortunately, the blood did not drip on it. She stopped embroidering and put it aside. As soon as she stood up, she saw Jiang Haobai rushing in angrily. Xiaosu, you retreat? Xiaosu was afraid that Gu Lingyan would suffer a loss, so she was unwilling to leave. Gu Lingyan had expected him to come, and was not afraid of him. There is nothing that cannot be said to others. The prince has something to say directly. You know what I want to ask. Let her go out first. Jiang Haobai clenched his fist, and was lightly swept by Gu Lingyan, and his hand loosened weakly. After Xiaosu went out, Jiang Haobai closed the door. There is no one else in this yard. You don't need to be so nervous. Jiang Haobai approached her, staring at her while walking. She stood proudly, like a plum blossom that was not afraid of wind and frost. He suddenly put his arm around her waist, pressed his forehead against hers, and said word by word, Why did you give your aunt's earrings to Yor? Where did you get them? Gu Lingyan pushed him away with disdain and dusted her clothes with a handkerchief. I don't know whose earrings those are, but I saw them by chance in Lingyuan, and the little uncle gave them to me. Yor was interested, so I gave them to him again. That's all. That's all? Jiang Haobai approached her. Gu Lingyan, do you dare to say you don't know that they are your aunt's earrings? Did you give them to Yor on purpose? What's your purpose? Gu Lingyan sneered as if she heard a joke. Jiang Haobai, how could I recognize your aunt's earrings? Who is she to me? She. Jiang Haobai didn't know how to answer for a moment. She sent me to hell. She ruined my life. She is my enemy. There was anger and hatred in her indifferent eyes, which frightened Jiang Haobai. After a long silence, he suddenly sneered and tears burst out of his eyes. This was the first time Gu Lingyan saw his tears. This is your hell. But it is also my hell. The girl I miss the most. The girl I fell in love with for the first time. My wife. Like someone else. Gu Lingyan, I am a man. I will be jealous. The time you called Shen Qingyan's name when you were sick. You broke my happiness with your own hands. You only know that I torture you. But you are also torturing me. If you are willing to care about me a little bit since we got married, if you are willing to coax me a little bit, I will not care about anything with you anymore. I will be a good husband. Really? He hugged his head and whispered. But she just stood there indifferently. If he hadn't hit her, she would feel guilty and try to make it up to him. But he hit her. No matter how affectionate he was, no matter how wrong he was, no matter how great his reasons were, she would never look back. I've answered what you want to ask. You can go back. You are so heartless. Jiang Haobai's heart sank to the bottom, and he wanted to pull her hand, but she avoided him. As husband and wife, I might as well remind you again. Don't make a mistake. The earrings were given by the Queen Mother to Jin Feng, and then fell into the hands of the little uncle. I'm tired. You can go. When his back disappeared in the courtyard, Gu Lingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Haobai had no time to delve into her attitude and her thoughts. He had to tell his father about this matter quickly. Jiang Ji held the earrings and pondered for a long time, never saying a word. Dad, my aunt gave such an important item to Jin Feng, and she must have asked her to seek help from outside. We can't just sit there and do nothing. Jiang Haobai couldn't stand the suffocating silence. Should we go find Fang Xiang? Jiang Bili pulled him. Brother, let Dad think about it carefully. This matter involves too many things, and we can't act impulsively. Jiang Haobai shook off his hand and said angrily, Aunt and the Emperor are under house arrest by Gu Yunjian, and the entire palace is also under control. If we don't act, the qi will change. He walked in front of Jiang Ji. Dad, if the country changes hands, Chang'e Marquis Mansion will also be implicated. You must make a decision quickly. Jiang Ji signaled him to be patient. Haobai, we owe the 15th prince a favor for Shir's matter, and it is not appropriate to confront him head-on. What favors are we talking about now? It is an indisputable fact that my aunt and the Emperor sent assassins to assassinate him. They have been at loggerheads for a long time. Let's save the Emperor's throne first. At worst, we can spare his life after the success as a favor. Jiang Bieli listened more and more outrageous, and said to Jiang Ji, Dad, my elder brother is too presumptuous. Most of the ministers in the court are prudent and self-protective. Who becomes the Emperor has nothing to do with them. And now the Dingyan General's mansion must be on the side of the 15th prince, as well as the 4th prince and the 5th prince. They have long been dissatisfied with the Emperor. If we act rashly, we will only hit the stone with an egg. Jiang Haobai scolded, according to you, we just sit and wait for death. As long as the benefits are promised, many court officials will be tempted. Aunt treated you well, but you actually abandoned her. You are simply a bastard. What bastard? Can you use your brain? It's better to think about how to find a scapegoat, and then ask sister-in-law to plead with the 15th prince. This way, the lives of aunt and emperor can be saved, and it won't be out of control. The two argued endlessly, and finally Jiang Ji made the decision. Jiang Bieli was locked up in the mansion, and was not allowed to go out. Jiang Ji put on a cloak, and got on the sedan chair. Zhu Yun, who had been waiting outside the mansion, followed closely. Chapter 192 Just a little planning. Jiang Ji's sedan stopped in front of the Fang mansion for a long time. And with a sigh, the curtain of the sedan was lifted. The last time the two met alone was at the Chang'e Marquis mansion. Fang Yinping went to visit him in person because his daughter wanted to marry the emperor and asked him to help find the Empress Dowager to recommend her. Times have changed, and it's time for him to bow his head. Fang Yinping has been uneasy since Gu Binghe took over the government, and he has discussed it privately with his closest colleagues. But there is nothing substantial except adding uncertainty. The tangled thread is still a tangled thread, with no sign of being untied. At this time, he suddenly heard the servant at home report that the Chang'e Marquis had arrived, and his deep eyes were bright. Please come in. Jiang Ji straightened his clothes and followed the servant to the main hall, where Fang Yinping was already standing there waiting for him. As soon as he saw him, he greeted him. How come the Marquis has time to visit my humble home today? Jiang Ji couldn't laugh and sat down with him. To be honest, I came here to ask for help from Prime Minister Fang. Help? Fang Yinping roughly guessed something, but pretended not to know. My lord, please ask me if you have anything to say. I will never refuse as long as I can do it. Jiang Ji was a little surprised to hear this. It was really unlike him to be so straightforward. But no matter what he was thinking, he could only bite the bullet and go on. Prince Fang should know that the Queen Mother and the Emperor were under house arrest by Wu Yi. Right? The 5th prince has been in charge of government affairs in the council hall for many days. How could he not know this? Jiang Ji nodded helplessly, and took out the Queen Mother's pair of Dongwu earrings from his sleeve. Does Prime Minister Fang recognize this? Fang Yinping took it and looked at it, shaking his head. My lord, you are really joking. How can I recognize women's accessories? He didn't even know his wife's jewelry, let alone others. Jiang Ji said, this was given by the Queen Mother to Jin Feng. Later, it came to Ling Yuan and was finally brought back to the Chang'e Marquis mansion by the princess. Fang Yinping was very surprised and had to re-examine the pair of earrings. My lord wants Jiangji sighed. Prime Minister Fang should understand my thoughts. If the Queen Mother and the Emperor were not in a worrying situation, they would not have given these earrings to Jin Feng. This Marquis wants Prime Minister Fang to serve the king and save the Emperor and the Queen Mother from danger. Fang Yiping stood up directly, his eyes showing surprise. He really dared to say it. Seeing him hesitate, Jiangji said again, now the court officials all follow Fang Xiang's lead. As long as you raise your arms and call, they will certainly respond. Fang Xiang, you are the one who deserves it. Fang Yiping waved his hands hurriedly. And the compliment was really high. What can he do to serve the king? Just his mouth? My lord, you flatter me too much. I am just a civil servant. What virtue and ability do I have? Who is Wu Yi? He is an important official beside the old emperor. How many generals in the court believe him? Even Shen Nanfang, the Ding'an general, calls himself Xiaoshan in front of him. And Shen Ge treats him like a god. It is too risky to be his enemy. After a pause, he whispered, the news that the emperor and the queen mother assassinated the 15th prince has long been spread. Even if I really come forward, I have no reason to do so. Jiangji thought he would evade, so he was not angry. Who is Fang Yiping? He has been the prime minister for many years, and he never makes a move unless there is a real benefit. Okay, he will take a gamble. Prime Minister Fang, you are too modest. No matter how important Wu Yi is, it is a matter of the previous dynasty. As for the claim that the emperor and the empress dowager murdered the 15th prince, that was completely false and a frame-up. Besides, the 15th prince is back now. And with a little planning, Fang Yiping's shrewd eyes were full of smiles, motioning him to continue. Now that the queen has been deposed, the position of queen is vacant. If Prime Minister Fang is willing to help, after the matter is accomplished, I promise that Miss Fang will be the mother of the country. And Prime Minister Fang, you will be the father-in-law of the country. Even if Fang Yiping tried to calm down, his hand holding the cup still trembled. Father-in-law. At first, he just wanted his daughter to enter the palace as a concubine. But now there is a woman who can be the queen. Maybe. Clearing his throat, he said, my lord, please stop joking. My daughter was never in the queen mother's eyes. And there are rumors in the capital. Thinking of his daughter's chastity seal gone. Fang Yiping was short of breath. Although she swore that she had never done anything inappropriate with anyone, it was gone. Even if he believed it, what was the use? The capital was full of rumors about her losing her virginity. Which man would marry her? Jiangji had naturally heard of the rumor and didn't take it seriously. But the prime minister has more than one legitimate daughter. The eldest daughter. The second daughter is also okay. Looking at the shrewd Jiangji, Fang Yiping's heart moved. Let me think about it. If the Marquis really wants to plan, he should contact more colleagues. It's human nature to prefer stability to movement. Then, they had a pleasant conversation. After drinking 3 cups of tea, Jiangji left. Cold garden. A handsome figure landed in the courtyard. The young man held a sword and looked cold. The back of his head was suddenly hit. A cursing voice. You are still pretending to be cool at home. Who are you pretending for? Zhueyun turned into a lackey in a second. Master, are you not used to this? Wu Bo touched his chin and said unhappily, you didn't fall behind. Did you? Zhueyun looked proud. Look at the master you were talking about. How could he fall behind? I followed Jiangji from the moment he left the house, and followed him all the way to Changyi Marquis' mansion. Wu Bo raised half of his eyebrows. Let's go. The prince is waiting for you. Study. Gu Yunjian was writing something, and He Li was sitting next to him. Knock on the door. Prince, Zhueyun is back. Gu Yunjian said Come in. Zhueyun was about to report the results of the tracking. But when he saw He Li, he was speechless. Speak up. You dead boy. Wu Bo patted his head. He was a little embarrassed. Master, isn't there an outsider here? He Li looked around. This outsider? Is it him? Gu Yunjian put down his pen and smiled slightly. Let's be frank. Censor, he is the same as Uncle Wu. There is nothing to hide. Zhueyun dared to speak. Your Majesty. Jiangji met 4 people. Prime Minister Fang Yiping, Minister of Rights Xiao Rui, Vice Minister of Military Affairs Yang Fan, and the 11th Prince Gu Rongqiu. Each of them promised some benefits, and they promised to think carefully before giving a reply. Gu Yunjian nodded and crossed out a name on the paper. I overestimated him. Handed the paper to He Li. Uncle He, This is not difficult. Right? He Li smiled and said, Your Majesty. Rest assured. This old minister will not fail in his mission. After leaving, Jueyan followed Uncle Wu. Master, what is the ability of that old man? Uncle Wu stroked his beard and thought, no great ability. Just enough to complete the task entrusted by the prince. With the 4 names you just reported, he will be able to get all their handles by tomorrow night at the latest. Really? What's real or fake? How can you be my master without some skills? By the way, have you given the emperor's military token to the prince? Yes. Wu Bo patted his waist. There was a battle to be fought. Master, do you want to talk to General Shen? Jueyan asked. The military power of Deqi was in the hands of the emperor. Gu Jinhao, Shen Nafeng and Shen Ge. Gu Jinhao's position was uncertain when it came to the throne. If Shen Nafeng could be won over, there would be no suspense at all. Wu Bo shook his head. The prince did not agree to involve the Shen family, so he could only work hard elsewhere. Chang'e Marquis Mansion. Jiang Bieli was drinking in the room, and the door was suddenly pushed open. It was Jiang Ji who came in. I wanted to stand up and salute, but I thought better of it. Jiang Ji put his hands behind his back, with a trace of guilt in his eyes. I have arranged a marriage for you. Jiang Bieli's wine bottle broke directly. Who? Fang Mingzhu. Chapter 193. How long can you be proud? Jiang Bieli thought his father was crazy. He had only met Fang Mingzhu a few times, but he didn't even want to talk to her, let alone marry her. What a joke. Even if she was gentle, generous, dignified and polite, he would not agree. Why should he marry an unfaithful woman? I won't marry her. He didn't argue with him, but just expressed his attitude. Jiang Ji was not annoyed, and he knew that he was sorry for his son. But this was the only way to win Fang Yinping over. This marriage has been arranged, and you can't disagree. The wedding date is half a month later. Half a month? Jiang Bieli had never realized that his father was so efficient, and this efficiency was actually used to trick his son. He looked at Jiang Ji steadily, and suddenly laughed, and the laughter was helpless and aggrieved. Father, my mother is the second wife, but she is also the principal wife, and I am also the legitimate son. Why do you treat me and my elder brother so differently? He likes my sister-in-law, but you personally ask my aunt to grant the marriage, and even go toe-to-toe with her. What about me? You just give me an unclean woman. Is this your equal treatment? Jiang Jilao's face turned red, and he put his hands behind his back. Bieli, the situation is urgent. There is no other way. Father can't just watch your aunt and the emperor trapped in the palace and do nothing. Right? Jiang Bieli picked up another bottle of wine and took a big gulp. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and snorted. The way to do it is to let me marry Fang Mingzhu. There is obviously a better way, but you insist on choosing such a hopeless path. After all, my elder brother is your son, and I am dispensable. It's up to you. I won't marry anyway. If you insist on doing it, there will be only one more complaining woman in the Chang'e Marquis mansion. After Jiang Ji left, Jiang Haobai came to persuade him. He spoke earnestly for a long time, but was met with a cold face. Bieli, you are not young anymore. Can you understand something? Jiang Bieli threw the bottle against the door and pointed at him with red eyes. Jiang Haobai, how dare you say that to me? Since it was your and Dad's idea. Don't involve me. Why don't you marry? Jiang Haobai felt that he was making trouble for no reason, and he flicked his sleeves. I have already married a wife, and Fang Mingzhu can't be a concubine. Why don't you stop marrying? My sister-in-law has been married to you for so long, and I haven't seen her smile sincerely. Why don't you let her go? You are hypocritical, and Fang Mingzhu is insidious. You two are a perfect match made in heaven. Jiang Haobai was so angry that he raised his hand to hit him, but he pushed him down directly. From today on, I will no longer tolerate you. You take care of yourself. The Fang family was also restless. Fang Mingzhu collapsed when she heard that she was going to marry Jiang Bieli, and her sister was going to marry the emperor. Why? Why? She yelled hysterically. This is not fair. She has always been the one who is the center of attention, not Fang Ninger, who is suppressed by her in everything. Fang Yinping let her go crazy when she was tired of yelling. He said coldly, the queen who is the mother of the country must be pure and innocent. You, are you? I am. Shen Qingxuan heard me. A fierce look came over. That's not important. What's important is that no one believes you anymore. Don't think you are wrong by marrying Jiang Bieli. If Jiangji hadn't asked me for something, it wouldn't be your turn to marry his son. Dad? I won't. If I want to marry, let me marry Jinhao. I will never marry an unknown son of a marquis. Fang Yinping sneered. If you have the ability, go find the fourth prince yourself, and see if he is willing to marry you. Fang Mingzhu covered her face and cried. How could Gu Jinhao marry her? After learning that she had cheated on him, he never looked at her again. His heart and eyes were filled with Xin Shuang, who was stupid, dumb and infatuated. She clenched her fists tightly, and clenched her teeth. Suddenly, she felt a piercing pain, and a salty taste on the tip of her tongue. Fang Yinping left. But at this moment, Fang Ninger came with a dignified step. Fang Mingzhu's eyes were full of hatred. It was her who blocked her way. Otherwise she would be the one who was about to be crowned. Resentful and jealous, she slapped her without thinking. Fang Ninger felt pain and frowned tightly. But she was not angry. Instead, she smiled and handed her a cup of tea. Sister, don't be so angry. Everyone has their own life. Since you did such a shameful thing with others, you should have expected this day. The teacup fell to the ground, and the hot tea splashed on Fang Mingzhu's shoes and seeped down. Even though it hurt, she endured it. Fang Ninger, how long can you be proud? Fang Ninger slowly touched her newly painted nails and smiled slightly. How long can you be proud? I have been bullied by you for so many years, and I didn't expect that there would be a time to be proud. Speaking of which, I want to thank the person who took off my sister's palace sand. Otherwise it would never be me who would sit on the phoenix throne. By the way, sister, control your temper. Otherwise, if you are still so irritable when you come to the palace to pay your respects to me in the future, you will be punished. She lifted up Fang Mingzhu's bright and pretty face, with a touch of jealousy in her heart. It was this face that made her originally good-looking face look nothing special. Everyone said that the eldest daughter of the prime minister's family was beautiful, but no one ever mentioned the second daughter. Pa! A slap hit Fang Mingzhu's fair face, leaving a slightly red fingerprint. Fang Mingzhu was stunned. She dared to hit her? Fang Ninger just glanced at her with contempt. You have hit me for so many years. Now you know what it feels like to be slapped. Right? Don't be excited or angry. There will be many such things in the future. Sister, no one is born nobler than anyone else. And no one can always bully anyone. Her pride, her contempt, and her arrogance all hurt the proud Fang Mingzhu. She tried to tear her hair, but she slapped her again before she touched it. The slap was so strong that her ears buzzed. She only saw Fang Ninger's lips moving and her eyes smiling, but she couldn't hear what she said. A few days later, Gu Yunjian went to the council hall to preside over the court meeting. Even though the ministers had doubts, no one dared to question it. First, they were not fully prepared. Second, Gu Jinhao and Gu Binghe had no objections. What could they do? However, after the court session, different people gathered from different directions in the Xiangfu, Changji Hufu, and the fourth prince's mansion. As for Ling Yuan, it was still deserted, because Gu Yunjian didn't like outsiders to go in. The two old guys had to go out to discuss matters. That night, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Xin Shuang was about to rest when she heard a noise outside. She thought it was someone looking for her, but there was no knock on the door. Maybe she heard it wrong. She blew out the lights, leaving a candle glowing faintly. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The kind of gentle, hesitant knock made her feel uncomfortable. Who is it? Qing Shuang. It's me. She hadn't seen him for several days, but now he came. She pouted, put on her clothes, and opened the door. Is there something wrong with the prince? The voice was unhappy, and Gu Yunjian quickly bowed his head to admit his mistake. There are too many things to do, and I work very late every day, so I didn't come to see you. The corners of his eyes were tired, and he didn't lie. Pull him to sit down and let Bu serve tea. Miss, do you want to invite the prince to the Green Smoke Pavilion? In the past, when Gu Jinhao came to see her, he always invited him to the Green Smoke Pavilion. She didn't think about it and said directly, no. Just here. Gu Yunjian looked at her and smiled. And this smile made her feel that her thoughts were seen through. Has Shanyu returned from Gaocheng? Not yet. Just these 2 days. Seeing that his eyes were full of bloodshot, she felt inexplicably distressed, and stood in front of him and pressed his head. He was flattered and hugged her. Happy and at ease. Rest if you are tired. Why did you come here specially? He looked up at her. You said something to me when we were in Chu. I said a lot of things. Which one are you referring to? He lowered his head and leaned against her again. Eyes closed. The moon at night shines on the imperial city. She chuckled. That was her copy of someone else's. The moon at night shines on the imperial city. I feel for no reason that you are thinking of me. So I came. I miss you. She held his face and kissed him on the forehead. Her eyes like the brightest stars. Chapter 194. I want the medicine of the girl just now. Shan Yu is back. And he has fulfilled his mission and brought back Jiang Yi. Wu Bo stared coldly at the fat, wretched, timid man in his 50s in front of him. He could vaguely see the shadow of 10 years ago. These 10 years. Life has been very comfortable. Jiang Yi was flustered by his sigh. And he didn't know who this white-bearded old man was. He only knew that he was drinking and having fun with the dignitaries in the city. And when he woke up, he was tied up and lying in a speeding carriage. Next to him sat this cold-faced young man. From beginning to end, he only asked 2 questions. Are you Jiang Yi? Are you called Wang Tianda? The first question was not difficult to answer. After all, he was a prominent man in Gaocheng, and he was on good terms with the prefect. He might be able to shock him if he reported his name. So he answered yes contemptuously. But when the second question came out, he was scared. Wang Tianda. He used this name only once. It was the old incident 10 years ago. He got the money, but he almost lost his life. To be on the safe side, he answered no. But when people lie, their eyes can't be hidden. The evasion and fear didn't escape Shan Yu's eyes. The boy didn't say anything and stabbed him 3 times. He was so painful that his breathing stopped. But the boy was still cold. He gritted his teeth and still didn't admit it. He was stabbed 3 more times. The strength of the knife was controlled very well. So good that it was perfect. He couldn't die. But he couldn't live well. Since he couldn't escape, he might as well suffer less physical pain. He admitted it. In this way, he arrived at this place called Lingyuan. Met this old man with even colder eyes again. Is this why this place is called Lingyuan? Jiang Yi knew from the knife wounds that this group of people had to answer any questions and tell the truth. Otherwise, they would start with 3 knives. The wounds on his body had just formed a thin layer of scabs and could not withstand any damage. To answer the old man? In fact, it is not so comfortable. The voice was humble and extremely respectful. Just hoping that he would not take action. Uncle Wu patted his greasy face. If you don't confess everything that happened back then, you will be even more uncomfortable. Shan Yu. Leave it to you. Okay. Uncle Wu. Shan Yu took the order, picked up Jiang Yi directly, and threw him into a small room. The room where Tang Shi was interrogated. Good man. Where is this place? Who are you? Shan Yu tied him up and put the knife aside. This is Lingyuan. We are from Lingyuan. The knife flashed with cold light, flashing Jiang Yi's eyes. 10 years ago. How did you treat the noble lady when in the palace? Tell the truth. 1 wrong word. 1 hidden word. 3 knives. Chui Ming Tower. Shen Qingyan looked at his sister with a smile, and picked up food for her from time to time. This kind of courtesy always made Shen Qingshuang have a bad premonition. She ignored him and ate first. After eating and drinking, he spoke. Then let's forget about the divorce letter. Right? What divorce letter? It was so confusing that no one knew what he was talking about. Shen Qingyan looked at her confused look and glanced at her. You asked Yun Jian for the divorce letter. And you forgot it yourself? She reacted and said it in a rush. Did he look for you? Shen Qingyan drank tea leisurely and nodded. He didn't dare to give it to you, saying that if he did, he would be uneasy and always felt that you would leave him at any time. Because of what you said, he still didn't dare to propose marriage. She smiled. I heard from my father that he was very domineering in the court, and he made all the ministers speechless. How could he not dare to do something? It's different. Sister, brother knows Yunjian inside and out, and he will never let you down. Seeing that she kept tilting her head to look at him, as if she doubted his intentions, he said, actually, I have another plan. You listen to it for now. Oh, the court situation is a bit complicated now, and no one knows when it will be chaotic, the eldest brother said. The Ministry of War has been undercurrents recently, and the intentions are unclear. Shangshu Chengu and Sherlang Yongfan are not in harmony. The 4th prince holds military power, and his intentions are also unclear. If your relationship with Yun Jian is settled, our father and the eldest brother will not sit idly by. and Yoon Jin will have a much better chance of winning. Shin Shuang thought it was a big deal. And since He Li came with him, there wouldn't be any trouble. Is it Brother Yoon Jin's intention? Shin Qingyan said. Why would that taciturn guy come to me to talk about this? He just said that he didn't want to give the divorce letter and asked me to persuade you. He didn't mention anything else. It was originally a joke. But he really took it to heart. She couldn't bear it when she thought that he always came to see her late at night and was exhausted. It's just a marriage. And she'll get married sooner or later anyway. So it doesn't make any difference if it's one day earlier or later. Then forget it. Shin Qingyan raised his eyebrows and pinched her little face. Dad will definitely push it to the eldest brother. And the eldest brother will definitely push it to you. When you need to express your opinion, you must not be vague. I know. This nagging mother-in-law is so worried. Mr. Shinsan had finished his important task and was in a good mood. He swung his fan. For some reason, when Shin Shuang saw his fan, she thought of the fan pendant he gave to Gu Yunjian in the middle of winter. Seeing that she smiled meaningfully, Shin Qingyan didn't ask. Anyway, it wasn't a good thing. So he didn't want to get angry. Sister, is the one wearing red clothes downstairs Fang Ning'e? Shin Shuang looked in the direction of his fan. Who else could it be but her? It's just that she used to be like a transparent person behind her sister. But today she is very different. She has a heavy makeup. Just like a red peony in full bloom. Even the little maid beside her is arrogant. Strange. The two stopped in front of a medicine shop. Fang Ning'e was waiting outside. And the little maid went in. After a while, she came out and helped Fang Ning'e to continue walking forward. The Prime Minister's mansion wants the young lady to come and buy medicine in person? Shin Shuang felt that there was something fishy. Since he had nothing to do. Shin Qingyan raised his eyebrows. Let's go and see. Then I will reluctantly accompany you. Shin Qingyan. It seems that he still has to remember her kindness. The two entered the medicine shop. And the clerk greeted them enthusiastically. Shin Qingyan said, What medicine did the green-dressed girl want just now? The enthusiasm faded. And it was obvious that he didn't want to answer. Sir, we can't tell others about the guest's affairs. This is the rule of the industry. Shin Shuang covered her mouth and laughed secretly. How could he ask like that? Brother, I want the medicine of the girl just now. Okay. Wait a moment. Shin Qingyan was very upset. How can you play like this? Soon. The clerk packed the medicine. The money and goods were paid. After leaving the store, Shin Shuang opened the medicine bag and smelled it. It was a tranquilizer. But the drug was too strong. Just a little bit was enough to make people unconscious. It's going to hurt people. But it's too stupid. Shin Qingyan nodded and said, Spend more money to mix other medicines to avoid being seen. It's really stupid to buy only one. He didn't plan to follow him. After all, it had nothing to do with him. But Shin Shuang bet with him that this drug would definitely be used on Fang Mingzhu, which aroused Shin Qingyan's curiosity. Brothers from the same mother would really do this? Let's go. Follow. Chapter 195 I Like You More. Fang Ning'e didn't walk fast. But her route was winding. When she came to a big locust tree, she stopped. Next to it was a secluded courtyard. She took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her forehead. And took the opportunity to observe whether there was anyone around. After confirming that there was no one else, she winked. And the maid beside her pushed the door and went in. The brothers and sisters of Shin Qingyan, who were hiding in the corner of the street, stared intently, afraid of missing something. Third brother. Whose courtyard is this? Shin Qingyan was about to swing the fan. But his sister closed it directly and rolled her eyes at him. I know you are romantic and unrestrained. This is stalking. Can you respect what we are doing a little bit? Aren't you used to it? Sorry, he said embarrassed words. But there was no embarrassment in his eyes. This courtyard seems to belong to Yang Fan's useless brother, Yang Jie, who is a playboy. I tell you, he is a playboy who is not worth a damn. Although Yang Fan is strict, he can't stop him from looking for girls. If he likes a girl, he will bring her here to have sex with her regardless of whether she is willing or not. Shin Shuang's eyes were dim and malicious. Third brother, you have a restaurant, a theater, and a bank here, and you still have time to learn about his romantic affairs? Shin Qingyan deliberately put on a stern face and knocked her on the forehead, snorting, You damn girl. I am kind enough to answer your questions, and you still get teased? I was bored and went to learn about him. It was just that I thought this courtyard was nice, and wanted to buy it. I secretly asked around and found out that it was a dirty place. Shin Shuang pushed his arm and smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Fong Ninger came here. Could it be with Yang Jie? The scene was too beautiful. Shin Qingyan dared not imagine it. But Fong Ninger, no matter how bad she is, she would not like a playboy. Right? But it is hard to say. If the mother is ugly, the father is ugly. It is difficult to raise a good daughter for Fong Yinping, who is only interested in profit and has a sharp eye. Don't worry. I'm here. I'll take you to the roof after they go in. Third brother. Don't talk. Be careful not to alert the enemy. Shin Qingyan. Didn't she bring up this topic? The little maid in green came out quickly and said to Fong Ninger, Miss, he has arrived. Fong Ninger raised her steps, holding the handkerchief tighter in her hand. Shaolin. There is no one else in there. Right? Others? Shaolin understood and smiled. Miss, don't worry. He said that today is only for you. Fong Ninger said pooh with disgust in her eyes. Do you think she is the head of those girls? When the matter is over, I will definitely find a reason to punish him. Yes. Punish him. She is the future queen. Let alone Yang Jie. Even his brother. It will only take a word to punish him. Fong Ninger straightened her waist, raised her chin, and looked very proud, as if she had already sat on the throne. You wait outside the door later, and I will come out after I finish talking to him. Shaolin agreed. Then she changed her mind. No. You go in with me, so that I can take care of you. Shaolin agreed again. But let her relax. Although Yang Jie is a reckless person, I think he dare not do anything rude to her. In the room, Yang Jie carefully tidied his appearance in front of the mirror, and sprinkled some flower petal water on his hair, trying to make it shiny. Many times when I went to see Fong Ninger before, I was scolded as a toad wanting to eat swan meat. How could he not be excited that she actually took the initiative to ask him out? A toad? Knock on the door. Yang Jie's heart surged, and his blood boiled. Here she comes. He looked in the mirror again, put the comb into his sleeve, cleared his throat, and walked to the door, smiled and nodded. Miss Fong. Fong Ninger said him lightly, walked forward without looking at him, and didn't even look at him. Mr. Yang, sit down. Yang Jie didn't mind sitting down beside her. Fong Ninger glanced at him with dissatisfaction, and Yang Jie pretended to be puzzled and handed her the poured tea. Please have tea. Thinking of the drug she had just bought, Fong Ninger was afraid that he would also drug her, so she just said she was not thirsty. Let's get back to the point. Mr. Yang, have you always liked my sister? Fong Ninger changed her seat far away from him, but he followed her closely. Shaolin hurriedly stood in front of her. Young Master Yang, please respect yourself. Yang Jie scolded directly. A maid dares to interrupt the master's conversation? Get out of the way. Pushing her away, he put on a smile that he thought was very charming. Ninger. In fact, I like you more than your sister. Fong Ninger was like eating a fly, and she almost vomited it out. This shameless man is also worthy of dreaming about the future queen? Wait. He will pay the price for this sentence sooner or later. Sitting upright, looking at him, Yang Jie. Don't make such jokes in the future. Yang Jie choked and said lazily, I know you want to marry the fourth prince. Fong Ninger immediately thought of the humiliation of being rejected by Gu Jinhao's mansion alone that night, and she was ashamed and angry. Before she could speak, Yang Jie added another knife. It's a pity that he has already moved on to someone else. Not only does he look down on your sister, he also looks down on you. The word more made Fong Ninger's eyes more angry. Yang Jie, you are so presumptuous. Yang Jie looked at her pink face with anger, and his heart was moved. He directly held her white fingers and placed them on his heart. Fong Ninger quickly pulled out her hand and slapped him in the face. Shaolin tore his hair, which was as shiny as a dog licking just now. But now it was unbearable to look at. Yang Jie was so angry that he threw Shaolin to the ground and kicked her, making her sweat coldly. Seeing that he was going to fight, Fong Ninger slapped him again, and Shaolin escaped. Yang Jie, do you believe that I will tell your brother about your disrespect to me? Yang Jie was afraid of his brother from the bottom of his heart, and he no longer cared about Shaolin. He touched his red face and smiled shamelessly. It doesn't hurt when a beauty hits me. Fong Ninger cursed him for being shameless. Ninger, don't be so angry. In fact, in my heart, you are much better than your sister, although she is good looking. She has been unfaithful for a long time. Such a woman can be married to anyone. I really don't know why Jiang Gili married her. What a living cuckold. Ha ha ha. He took a sip of tea and breathed a sigh of satisfaction. You are different. Although you are not as good-looking as her, you are also beautiful. More importantly, you are pure and innocent. Ning, I have been fond of you for a long time. You must have a good impression of me if you can see me. Why don't I go to your house to propose marriage? And let's make it happen quickly. He became more and more excited and his eyes became brighter. Although Fang Ninger was disgusted, she knew she had found the right person. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Just make adjustments. Mr. Yang, how many girls have you said this to? Can I believe that you are sincere to me? She held her chin and brushed her hair. Yang Jia had never seen her so gentle before. And he was incoherent for a moment. No, not much. No, just you. Ninger. Ninger. Are you willing to? Fang Ninger suppressed her nausea and comforted her softly. In fact, you are also a handsome man. But if I agree easily, it would be too hasty. How about this? I will ask my sister to come in the evening 2 days later. If she thinks you can be entrusted, I will consider it again. Yang Jia agreed readily. He couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 196. A marriage that exists in name only is better off not having it. After Fang Ninger and Xiaolin walked away, Shen Qingyan and his sister jumped down from the roof and landed outside the wall. Shen Qingshuang was amazed by his skill and couldn't help but applaud him. If only Brother Yuan Jian had the skill of Brother San. His eyes were full of admiration, which made Shen Qingyan very happy. He could finally swing the fan freely. If your brother Yuan Jian had my skill, Jueyun and Jifeng would have no meaning to exist. Thinking about it this way, big shots don't have to do it themselves. And now they are so gentle and elegant that people like them. Brother San, will we come again tomorrow? Seeing these eyes with strong curiosity, Shen Qingyan frowned in disdain. Do you really want to watch the fun? Shen Qingshuang also frowned in disdain. Don't you want to? I want to. If you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. This is Shen Qingshuang's most profound experience. The brother and sister were planning to go to Yinghui Garden for some fun before going back. But unexpectedly, when they passed a jade shop, Shen Qingyan stopped. Shen Qingshuang suddenly realized that her third brother was missing. So she had to go back to look for him. Then she saw him standing there in a daze. Following his gaze, she saw a young woman in a light green dress, picking out jade. A maid next to her was chattering with great excitement. Shen Qingshuang began to be curious about this young woman, looking forward to seeing her true face. Fortunately, she didn't wait long before she turned her head. It turned out to be Gu Lingyan. She also noticed Shen Qingyan, and her hand holding the jade bracelet tightened. The eyes that were filled with sorrow suddenly cleared up, and the moon was bright. Qing, the word that had just come out stopped abruptly, and just as she was hesitating whether to go over, Shen Qingyan walked over slowly. The eldest princess. He smiled slightly. What a coincidence. Mr. Shen. What a coincidence. She nodded in greeting. Although they kept their distance, she was satisfied to meet him. Shen Qingshuang felt that the look in her third brother's eyes, when he looked at Gu Lingyan, was obviously different from that day in Lingyuan. With more concern. But in her impression, the two did not have much interaction. Her curiosity was interrupted by Gu Lingyan. Just when she was about to bow to her, she was stopped by her. Miss Shen, please don't bother me. If the young uncle knew about it, he would be angry with me. Shen Qingshuang smiled awkwardly. As Gu Yunjin said, if she married him, the princes and princesses would be juniors and no longer need to bow. She was looking forward to getting married. Would the eldest princess like to have a cup of tea together? It was not a spur of the moment, but she found a reason to find out that they seemed to have something to say. If it were in the past, Gu Lingyan would refuse for Jiang Haobai's sake. But she didn't want to now. She wanted to stay with him for a while, even if it was just to sit quietly. Okay, Shen Qingyan suggested. Let's go to Suiming Tower. There are some new snacks. They are slightly sweet and refreshing. You will like them. Gu Lingyan was inexplicably moved by the casual words. She had mentioned her preference for snacks when they first met, and he actually remembered it. Slightly sweet? I thought the eldest princess liked sweeter ones. Shen Qingshuang smiled. Gu Lingyan smiled lightly. There are too many things that are not satisfactory. I am satisfied with a little sweetness in the ordinary. Shen Qingyan glanced at her subconsciously, and remembered what Gu Yunjian said to him when he was in Chu. Lingyan likes you. Swimming Tower. Various snacks exuded a faint fragrance. And Shen Qingyan personally made tea. Third brother. The eldest princess said that she likes slightly sweet things. Why did you also ask for osmantha sugar cake? This is very sweet. Shen Qingyan smiled. Don't you like it? If I don't give you something delicious, you will go back and complain to the eldest brother. I won't do it. Gu Lingyan looked at the intimacy between the brother and sister and envied her. Family affection is a luxury for her. Love is hopeless in this life. The eldest princess wants to buy jade? Shen Qingyan handed a cup of tea and asked her with a smile. Gu Lingyan said, my second brother is getting married soon. I want to pick a gift for him. But unfortunately, there is nothing suitable. Shen Qingyan heard that Jiang Bieli was going to marry Fang Mingzhu. Although he didn't have much friendship with him, he still felt a little sympathy. It was not because of the rumor that Fang Mingzhu had lost her virginity, but because the major event of her life turned into an exchange of interests. No matter what gift I give, he probably won't be happy. Gu Lingyan nodded. With a bitter smile, my second brother has an open and honest character. It's a pity for him to marry Fang Mingzhu, who is cunning and scheming. Since the marriage was decided, he has been drinking to relieve his sorrow every day. I can't bear to see him. He sighed softly. But there are too few satisfactory marriages in this world. Who isn't? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Gu Lingyan realized that she had lost her composure. Her face turned red, and she stopped talking. Shen Qingyan looked at her and said slowly, there are too few couples who support each other. But it is still possible to respect each other. If this can't be done, it's better not to have a marriage that exists in name only. Gu Lingyan suddenly raised her head and met his firm eyes. She always felt that he was hinting at something. Shen Qingshuang also heard the meaning of his words. Could it be that the third brother wanted to? In the original book, Shen Qingyan was framed and exiled. Angry and lonely, he finally managed to avoid the disaster. If only he could have a happy relationship. But in this era, marrying a remarried woman always involves many hardships. She decided to help them if he didn't mind that Gu Lingyan had been married once. Third brother. You think too simply. It's easy for a man to divorce and remarry. But for a woman, it's too difficult. The worldly prejudice is like a mountain, which makes people breathless. If you were you, would you be willing to marry a remarried woman? Shen Qingyan said without hesitation, as long as the two are in love. Remarriage is not that important as first marriage. Gu Lingyan's tea was spilled all over the floor. After leaving Swimming Tower, Shiishu came to greet them. Princess, are you going to pick a gift for the second young master? Just choose the two Ri just now. Gu Lingyan has been thinking about what Shen Qingyan said. Is she overthinking? If he really said it to her, she is very grateful and touched. She would be willing to die even if she died at this moment. I'm afraid it's just self-indulgent. He is as bright and elegant as the little uncle. How could he be interested in her? A withered flower with only the title of princess. The best destination for a withered flower is to live out her life. Gu Lingyan didn't want to continue to be negative. Otherwise she would be sorry for Shen Qingyan's encouragement. Back to Changyi Marquis Mansion. She knocked on Jiang Bieli's door with Rui. When the door opened, there was a strong smell of alcohol again. Seeing that it was her, Jiang Bieli quickly washed her face to avoid being too decadent and worrying her. Sister-in-law. Gu Lingyan gave him Rui and comforted him. Second brother. What is coming will eventually come. Don't suffer yourself anymore. Jiang Bieli thanked her. With a look of disappointment on his face, Rui is very beautiful. But I am destined not to be Rui in this life. Gu Lingyan wanted to comfort him again. But when she saw Jiang Haobai's face outside the window, she didn't want to say anything. And said I'm leaving first and left? Jiang Bieli was wondering. But suddenly, he saw his brother in front of him. And he immediately understood. You didn't tell her why she married Fang Mingzhu? I warn you not to be confused. She is the 15th princess person. If you leak the plan, you will be the center of the family. Jiang Bieli snorted coldly, as if you will win if the plan is not leaked. Overestimate your own abilities. Jiang Haobai was speechless and left in a huff. Chapter 197 How About Divorce? Gu Lingyan had just arrived in the room when Jiang Haobai arrived. The prince has come uninvited many times, which has violated the original agreement. We have nothing to say to each other, so please go back. Her indifference and alienation made Jiang Haobai very angry. He wanted to talk to her calmly, but now he had no patience. Did you meet Shen Qingyan today? Gu Lingyan raised her eyes slightly. and the surprise in her eyes was only a moment. You really sent someone to follow me? Yes. I met him, drank tea, and chatted with him. This small world of Changi Marquee Mansion has imprisoned me and my heart. Fortunately, it is not too late. Even if she misunderstood, it made her suddenly enlightened. Her eyes were gentle like water, and Jiang Haobai hadn't seen her like this for a long time. But this gentleness was not for him. He was jealous and pointed at her and said, Gu Lingyan, you are a married woman. You have to be a good wife. Gu Lingyan brushed his hand away. I am just meeting friends. Xin Shuang is still here. How can I not be a good wife? If the prince minds? How about a divorce? She was also shocked when she said this. And then she felt relieved. It turns out that it is not difficult to take this step. The humiliation for so long was in vain. Jiang Haobai was like being struck by lightning. She mentioned a divorce? She dared to mention a divorce? He finally calmed down and laughed. Divorce? Who will marry you after the divorce? Xin Qingyan? Gu Lingyan? Don't be delusional. You are a broken flower. The Shen family will not accept you. Only I want you. Without me, there is no place for you. Gu Lingyan did not argue with him, but just looked at him quietly. After he finished speaking, a crisp slap hit his face. All the long-term resentment gathered in this slap. For some reason, she felt very bitter. He had always hit her, and she had to endure it. It turned out that fighting back was not difficult, as long as she was fearless. She didn't have to be afraid of anyone. Then try it. Xiaoxiu, pack up and go to Ling Yuan. Jiang Haobai was stunned. She really left and got on the carriage without looking back. He wanted to chase her, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. So he could only watch the carriage go away. Ling Yuan, before Gu Yunjin could ask. Gu Lingyan spoke first. Little uncle, I will find a place to live as soon as possible and move out before your wedding. But I have to bother you these few days. Okay. After a pause, he said, there's another thing I need your help with. Gu Yunjin saw her lower her head and bite her lips, thinking that it was difficult to speak. He called Jueyan over and brought a purple brocade box in a short while. He opened the brocade box and placed it in front of her. This is the divorce agreement. Take a look. If there is no problem, I will let Jiang Haobai sign it. While she was surprised, he said, the following is the deed of Tingyu Garden. Gu Lingyan's eyes were filled with tears. He had already arranged it for her. She knelt down immediately. Thank you, little uncle. Gu Yunjian raised his hand and asked her to stand up. Tingyu Garden has been arranged. Let's move there today. Gu Lingyan's tears stopped. Today? So soon? She just came. Gu Yunjin said as a matter of course, yes. I told you at the beginning that Ling Yuan would only have one mistress. But can't you stay for one night? Leaving right after arriving. If Jiang Haobai's spies see it, it will be a joke. Gu Yunjian was a little embarrassed. And then he said with certainty, no. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a sweet and innocent voice. Why not? Xin Shuang came jumping, followed by Xin Qingyan carrying a food box. Gu Yunjian's eyes were full of joy, and he walked forward quickly, scratching the tip of his little girl's nose. Why are you here? She asked back. Do you want to post a message first? You are naughty again. Xin Qingyan put down the food box. My sister said that the snacks this time are delicious, so I brought some for you. By the way, what did you say just now? Gu Lingyan was a little embarrassed. I want to stay in Ling Yuan for one night, but the little uncle thinks it is inconvenient. Stay? Xin Qingyan glanced at the paper on the table, and the 3 words divorce letter came into view. Pulling Gu Yunjin aside, the eldest princess is your niece. What's wrong with staying for one night? No. What's wrong with that? Although she is a niece, she is also a woman. Stubborn. Whatever you say. We have found a place to stay anyway. We can't stay here. Xin Qingyan couldn't make sense, so he winked at his sister. But his sister, who was always smart, couldn't understand his gesture, so she had to lower her voice and speak directly. Why don't you just talk to Brother Yunjin directly? What's the big deal? That piece of wood is stubborn and hard to talk to. You are the wood. Xin Qingyan. Girls are outgoing. In the past, he was said to be the best brother in the world, and he was full of rainbow farts. But now he has become a piece of wood. Brother Yunjin, let the eldest princess stay for one night. It's not good to leave just after arriving. Xin Shuang pulled Gu Yunjian's sleeve and her pleading eyes moved his heart. Nodding with a smile, okay. Shen Qingxuang spread her hands to her brother. Isn't it easy to talk to? Shen Qingyan. That's easy to talk to. Gu Lingyan breathed a sigh of relief and felt much better. Returning the favor, she turned to Shen Qingxuang. Miss Shen, I have never lived in Lingyuan, and I am not used to it. Can you accompany me? Gu Yunjian was stunned, and his eyebrows raised slightly. It was worth it for him to do all these things for her. Shen Qingxuang didn't care. Anyway, everyone here was an acquaintance, so she agreed very readily. The two girls went out hand in hand. One was a social bull, and the other was socially phobic, and they chatted happily. Gu Yunjian was curious about what they talked about that kept them from going out for an hour. So he took Shen Qingyan to the guest room to find them. As soon as he got outside the door, he was stunned by the content of the chat. It's not that you have to have a man, but it's better to have him, since he's a scumbag and a domestic violence man. Just dump him to stop the loss. I was worried at the time that it would affect the royal family's reputation. Bah! Your royal family doesn't consider you. Why do you consider so much? Lingyan, I tell you, domestic violence. Once there is one, there will be countless times. You can never tolerate it. You are just too soft-hearted. If it were me, if you dared to touch me, I would tear down his mansion. You have 3 brothers to support you. But I don't. Why not? Your younger brother, Gu Jinhao and Gu Binghe. Which one is a good guy? No. I mean which one is easy to mess with. Like a demon. You are bullied. And if you make a big fuss, they will lose face. So it's okay for you to set fire to the Marquis mansion. Fortunately, it's not too late for me to turn back now. Qingxuang, I envy you very much. The little uncle is gentle and elegant, and he loves you deeply. You will be happy if you marry him. That's what I said. But with your experience, I'd better think about it again. Don't you say that Jiang Haobai was also gentle and elegant at the beginning? Gu Yunjian was terrified when he heard it. He was afraid that his marriage would be ruined if he continued to talk. He pushed the door and rushed in. Lingyan, otherwise, you should move out now. Chapter 198. We have forgiven each other. Although Gu Lingyan and Gu Yunjian are closer than others, she respects and fears him because of his calm personality and the fact that he is an elder. She was a little overwhelmed by the sudden order to expel him. Little uncle, don't get me wrong. We are talking about Jiang Haobai. It has nothing to do with you. He is a rotten rag inside. But you are different. The hesitant words made Gu Yunjian's words more obvious. He clearly heard the little girl say that she had learned from the past, and said that she would consider it. If this niece didn't talk about that topic, why would the little girl consider it again? She had already agreed. Don't say anything. You pack up, and I'll let Jueyan take you. Gu Lingyan was about to cry, looking at him with tears in her eyes. He stood there unhappily, unmoved at all. He sighed faintly. Lingyan, you just said someone was gentle and refined. But now look. He changes his temper like turning a page of a book. What's the difference between him and that scumbag Jiang Haobai? If you don't want me to stay, then don't let me stay. Go to my house. Gu Yunjian's handsome face turned red because of her choking. She said he was no different from Jiang Haobai? A scumbag? Shen Qingyan couldn't help laughing and secretly gave his sister a thumbs up. Gu Yunjian glared at him and pulled Shen Qingxuang out, took her to the study, and said to her seriously, I'm not letting her stay. I'm afraid that Lingyan's miserable marriage will shake your decision. I'm not Jiang Haobai. And you're not Gu Lingyan. They look like a couple, but they're not like each other. We're like each other. And there's a fundamental difference. She said with a straight face, but you drove her away. Which seems a bit guilty. Gu Yunjian admitted that it was because he cared that he felt guilty. After comforting her for a long time, she agreed to take back her words that she would consider it. After he calmed down, Gu Yunjian started another topic. Do you like her? Yes. Apart from Yulan, I don't have any friends who treat me sincerely. Lingyan is gentle and kind. I want to be friends with her. Gu Yunjian heard the sadness in her tone and rubbed her hair. The hair slid through his fingers, and he felt his heart beat. Okay. Whatever you like. Then can she stay? I said just now. Whatever you like. She looked up and looked into his eyes, which were filled with her. She couldn't help but touch his eyebrows, his eyes, and his face. Her gentle hands made his heart beat faster and faster. And he, who had always been calm, didn't want to restrain himself. He held her hand, embraced her waist, and kissed her forehead, her face, and her lips passionately. The lotus fragrance on her body intoxicated him, and he actually thought of the scene in Laifu, and that made him blush and his heart beat. She lay in his arms, hugged his neck, and called his name. He almost couldn't control himself at that time. It was the same now. He reluctantly left her lips and hugged her instead. I've been too busy recently. How about 2 days later? I'll go and propose marriage. He whispered in her ear. Whatever you like. She returned these 4 words to him. And Gu Yunjian's eyes were filled with joy. Like a galaxy full of stars. The happiness lasted only 2 seconds. And Shen Shuang stood up straight. Not in 2 days. I have something to do. What is more important than a lifelong event? She waved her hand. And Gu Yunjian leaned forward to her ear. When he heard what she said clearly, his eyes were straight. Are you serious? Of course. I want to take Lingyan with me. Gu Yunjian stroked his forehead with his hand and quickly discussed. Shuang, will you think about it again? Don't think about it. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And my 3rd brother will go with you. Gu Yunjian had nothing to say. And what was even more speechless was that Shen Qinyan invited him to go with her. He declined politely. He couldn't do such a shameful thing. Gu Lingyan was also unwilling. But after hearing Shen Shuang say that it was related to Fang Mingju and her sister, thinking that Jiang Bieli was about to marry Fang Mingju, she was afraid that he would be deceived. So she reluctantly agreed. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Fang Ninger found Fang Mingju and changed her previous arrogance. Sister, you are getting married tomorrow. And it will be difficult for us sisters to talk to each other in private again. Fang Mingju sneered. What kind of identity am I to talk to the future queen in private? Fang Ninger had expected her to be sarcastic. She was not annoyed or angry, but just wanted to show off her tongue. She didn't mind. Whoever laughs last is the winner. Sister, are you still angry with me? How about this? I'll use tea instead of wine to apologize to you. She poured a cup of tea and served it with both hands, with the same humble attitude as before. Fang Mingju was very satisfied with her correct attitude, and her anger was reduced by half. It's just that Fang Ninger slapped her, and she couldn't swallow this breath. Fang Ninger seemed to see through her thoughts, and took her hand and pretended to wave it at her face. So Fang Mingju retracted her hand instead. It's not that she couldn't bear it, but she was shocked. Sister, we are brothers from the same mother. Let's let the past go. What do you think? The way was given, and Fang Mingju took it. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Fang Ninger smiled gently. Sister, it's boring to stay in the house all day. I have a friend whose yard is quiet and secluded with pleasant scenery. You know him. His name is Yang Jia. I met him a few days ago and wanted to invite us to a gathering. It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. What do you think? Fang Mingju thought with her chin in her hand. Yang Fan's younger brother? Fang Ninger's eyes lit up. Yes. That's him. He used to be a playboy. But he has changed for the better and become a gentleman during this period. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to go. Fang Mingju was embarrassed and expressed her concerns. After all, she is a lady in the boudoir. It is always against the rules to meet a man in private. Not to mention that she is getting married tomorrow. Fang Ninger advised, it's just a meeting with friends. Don't worry too much. What's more, the maid is following, and others can't say anything. Since that's the case, Fang Mingju agreed very happily. She wanted to bring Cui Tao with her, but Fang Ninger told her to give up the idea because Cui Tao talked too much, and let Xiaolin go with her. Yang Jia had already prepared wine and food, and when he saw the Fang sisters, his eyes lit up. Fang Mingju felt disgusted, because she really couldn't see the shadow of a gentleman, but she still smiled, and quietly pulled Fang Ninger. Sister, this place is not bad, but I don't like this person. It affects our conversation. You ask him to leave first. This was exactly what Fang Ninger wanted. And she stepped forward and whispered to Yang Jia, you go out first. I will find you after I ask my sister's opinion. Yang Jia was half lost when he saw Fang Mingju smile. So what if she lost her virginity? Her beauty is enough. If she becomes his concubine, it will be enough for him. She happily left, and did not forget to wink at Fang Mingju. Fang Mingju felt sick and almost vomited. Xiaolin held the wine pot tightly and poured wine for the two. Miss, this is fruit wine. It won't make you drunk. Fong Mingzhu picked it up and smelled it, which made Fong Ninger feel uneasy. Did she find something? It's not that bad. How can you smell the drug? The fruity fragrance is so fragrant. I like it. Xiaolin is really capable. Unlike Cuitao, who is dull. Fong Ninger felt relieved. It was a false alarm. She glanced at Xiaolin, and when she saw her nod, she raised the wine glass in front of her. Sister, drink this glass of wine, and we will put aside our past grudges. Fong Mingzhu didn't refuse and drank it all. But she didn't notice the grim smile on Fong Ninger's lips. Chapter 199. You deserve it. Yang Jie thought he would have to wait for a long time. But the door opened before he could even taste the tea in the cup. He ran forward quickly. Fong Mingzhu came out with her forehead gently touched, and Xiaolin supported her. Looking inside, Fong Ninger was lying unconscious on the table. This? Yang Jie was confused. What tricks were the two sisters playing? The wine was too strong. I couldn't handle the wine, so I went back first. Ninger is drunk. You take good care of her. Although she likes you, she is still an unmarried girl. You are not allowed to bully her. Yang Jie nodded repeatedly, as if he had received some kind of encouragement. She asked him to take good care of her, and said that her sister liked him. Did she agree? Yang Jie's heart surged, and he patted Fong Mingzhu's chest to assure her. Looking at Fong Ninger's pretty face, Yang Jie's eyes gradually became obscene, which made Fong Mingzhu very satisfied. Fong Ninger, you want to harm me? I will destroy you first. Are you going to be the queen? Don't you say you are innocent? If I don't marry well, you can't expect to get what you want. Miss, let's go, Xiaolin whispered. Fong Mingzhu nodded. After walking a few steps, she pulled out a hairpin from her hair. You deserve it. Xiaolin repeatedly expressed her loyalty to Fong Mingzhu, and accepted it with great joy after pretending to refuse. On the roof, Gu Lingyan looked at Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan looked at Shen Qingshuang, and Shen Qingshuang looked at Gu Lingyan. The three of them had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. I thought it would be Fong Mingzhu who was knocked unconscious. It turned out that Fong Ninger failed to harm others, and was harmed. Seeing Yang Jie rubbing his hands and entering the house, thinking that it was not suitable for children, he planned to retreat. Unexpectedly, the door opened again. Yang Jie caught up with Fong Mingzhu, who had just walked out of the courtyard. Anything else? Fong Mingzhu had finished her big thing, and didn't want to deal with this greasy-haired man anymore. Vulgar and shallow. Lustful and boastful. Although she hated Fong Ninger, it would still be a pity if she was ruined like this. But it was a pity. But she was the villain who dared to steal her limelight and hit her. Who wouldn't feel sorry? She was a pure and innocent girl with noble status and unparalleled beauty. She became an unclean person inexplicably. Isn't it a pity for her? Yes. And Shen Qingshuang. She ruined her. Just as she was resentful. Yang Jie suddenly grabbed her hand, which scared Fong Mingzhu, and she hurriedly pulled it out. What are you doing? Angry? Disgusted? Yang Jie shamelessly approached her, and sniffed greedily. Smells good? Since you're here, let's go together. Mingzhu, you're much prettier than your sister. I've liked you for a long time. Fong Mingzhu was so angry that she pushed him away and slapped him loudly. Was she what he wanted? Xiaolin, teach this fool a lesson. Yang Jie punched and kicked Xiaolin, who rushed towards him. And the ferocity made Fong Mingzhu tremble with fear. She didn't care about Xiaolin's wailing. She ran away in panic. Yang Jie smiled wickedly, like a cat teasing a mouse, letting her crash into his arms again and again. When she was exhausted, he ignored her angry scolding and pleading and carried her into the house. Shen Qingyan was afraid of scaring the two girls, so he silently covered the tiles on the roof and took them off the roof. The three people had their own thoughts. Shen Qingyan thought that Yang Jie's brother Yang Fan was very likely to rely on Jiang Ji and Fan Yeping, and be an enemy of Gu Yunjian, and this matter was just right to divide them. Shen Qingshuang thought Fong Mingzhu had repeatedly harmed her, and she would not be grateful if she saved her. Being soft on the enemy would be cruel to herself, and she would not do stupid things. Gu Lingyan thought, after all, the two sisters calculated against each other, and they suffered from their own actions, and no one else was to blame. It was just right to cancel the engagement between Fong Mingzhu and Jiang Bieli. No one suggested saving the Fong sisters, and they were in perfect harmony. It was a bit awkward to be too silent, and Shen Qingyan spoke first. How about going for a drink to celebrate? Shen Qingshuang. Third brother. Aren't you too quick to gloat over misfortune? Can't you pretend? Gu Lingyan. So you are such a brother Qingyan. So straightforward and honest. Inwi Garden. The best wine. The best food. The best play. The best mood. Gu Lingyan has never been so relaxed. It turns out that the world is vast. But she has confined herself to it. If you like, come out often in the future, Shen Qingyan said with a smile. She could smile. And he felt less guilty. Gu Lingyan thanked him for his kindness. After leaving Inwi Garden, the brother and sister sent her back to Tingyu Garden. On the way, they met a little beggar who stopped them for money. As soon as Gu Lingyan took out her purse, she was stopped by Shen Qingyan. I can see him 3 times a day. Don't be fooled by him. Gu Lingyan hesitated. The little beggar was bullied by him and immediately cursed. Shen Qingyan didn't tolerate it and captured him directly. The little beggar who couldn't move begged for mercy again and again. And tears came. Shen Qingshuang laughed and sighed. Third brother. This crying scene is so realistic. If you go to Inwi Garden, you can be a star. Star? I am willing. I am willing. Master, you just accept me. As long as you give me money. Shen Qingyan knocked the little beggar on the back of his head and took out 2 ingots of silver and waved them in front of him. In half an hour, pick a cart of locust branches for me, and the silver will be yours. Locust branches? A cart? Gu Lingyan and Shen Qingshuang looked at each other and understood his intention. There are indeed many locust trees in that place, both inside and outside the courtyard. The little beggar was a little confused. Are locust branches so valuable? Where are locust branches? He asked timidly. This kind of thing must be asked clearly, lest he does not pay after the matter is done. Shen Qingyan showed him the way, and the little beggar immediately called his friends and went to Yang Jie's yard in a mighty manner. The silver and goods were paid, and everyone was happy. It was just that there was one more topic of conversation after dinner in the capital in the evening. There was a yard next to the big locust tree, and there was a room in the yard, and there was a big bed in the room, and there were 3 people on the big bed. Fong Ninger was still unconscious, and Fong Mingzhu and Yang Jie were awake. One was full of hatred, the other was full of joy. The bed was in disarray, the clothes were scattered, and the body was sore, all of which reminded Fong Mingzhu of the humiliation she had suffered. She looked at Yang Jie, who was slowly getting dressed, with resentment. Disgusting. Dirty. She actually became his woman. Mingzhu, I didn't expect you to be a perfect woman. It seems that I am more blessed than the 4th prince. What he didn't get, I got. Fong Mingzhu squeezed out a word from her teeth. Get lost. Get lost? Yang Jie laughed and pinched her chin. You are already mine. Wherever I go, you must go. Fong Mingzhu had resentment in her eyes, pulled out her hairpin and stabbed him. But she was pushed down by him again because of the difference in strength. To be honest, you sisters are not as interesting as the girls in the brothel. He patted her face frivolously, and Fong Mingzhu wanted to bite him to death. My father will never let you go. Yang Jie was not afraid, but even more proud. Maybe your father will ask me to marry you. It's a pity that this young master is finished after playing, and has no interest in marriage. Ha ha ha. Looking out the window. It was dark. No wonder I was so tired. Knowing that the woman in the house was disheveled, Yang Jie still opened the door. Before he stretched his body, he was kicked to the ground by someone. Beast. Chapter 200 Heartbroken. Yang Jie got up cursing, raised his sleeve, and wiped the corner of his mouth fiercely. Pooh. After spitting out a mouthful of dusty spit, he swung it at the head of the person who came. His wrist was grabbed by someone. His wrist was broken by that person. The piercing pain made his face twisted. But in the dark, there was no light in the house, so he couldn't see the appearance of the person who came. But even if the King of Heaven came, he would take revenge. Which bastard dared to attack this young master? As he cursed, his knees hurt, and he fell to the ground. You fucking bastard. Yang Jie struggled to raise his head, and received a loud slap on his face. You fucking bastard. The attacker continued his unfinished curse, waved his hand, and the 2 people behind him dragged the fallen Yang Jie out. The door slammed heavily, and the roof fell into the dust, which was soon swallowed by the darkness. The darkness undoubtedly protected Fong Mingzhu's remaining dignity. She put on her clothes and shoes silently. She only heard Yang Jie crying and begging for mercy outside the house. But even killing that playboy could not make up for her loss at this moment. If the loss of Shigansha had ruined half of her life, this time it would undoubtedly ruin her whole life. Her eyes fell on her sister, who was sobbing softly on the couch with her clothes gathered. Fang Mingju pulled her down without thinking and roared like a beast. "You are the one who ruined me." Fang Ninger felt guilty and aggrieved. The drug was obviously given to Fang Mingju. So why did she faint? What's more terrifying is that she actually had that kind of thing with Yang Jie. And with her sister. Fang Mingju slapped Fang Ninger one after another, making her dazed. She would have accepted 1 or 2 slaps. But she kept on slapping, as if there was no end. Fang Ninger could no longer bear it, and started fighting with her. "What are you crazy about? Will I get myself into trouble if I hurt you?" Fang Mingju laughed loudly, and this laughter was very creepy to Fang Ninger. "What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at?" Fang Ninger. "We are from the same mother. At most, I have bullied you. But you actually want to destroy me. If I hadn't bribed Xiaolin, I really wouldn't know your conspiracy." Fang Ninger was so angry that her teeth chattered. And suddenly she laughed again. "What if you know? Won't you still be unable to escape Yang Jie's clutches?" Fang Ninger kept laughing, and tears welled up in her eyes while laughing. She hated Fang Mingju? Hated Yang Jie? Or hated herself? She didn't know. She hated her life. She was about to become the queen. But now she was not even as good as an ordinary woman. Thinking of how much contempt her sister had suffered for losing her virginity. Even her father, who had always treated her like a treasure, despised and looked down on her. Fang Ninger was scared at that moment. Fang Mingju was the same. She was about to marry Jiang Bieli. And now that such a thing had happened, what should she do? Would the Jiang family, whom she looked down upon, cancel the engagement? If they did, how would she deal with it? Fang Mingju was in a state of confusion. If Jiang Bieli was willing to marry her, she would be willing to be a concubine. While the two sisters were worried about their own concerns, the wailing outside the house faded away. And with the sound of the courtyard door being closed, everything fell silent. Fang Mingju did not dare to light the lamp, and Fang Ninger did not dare either. What they did was something that could not be seen in the light of day. If they lit the lamp, there would be no place to hide. The same experience made the two sisters put aside their hostility for the time being. What they had to consider was how to go home, and how to face the questioning of their father and mother. But they had no idea. This was a dead end. The door creaked, and the sound seemed particularly eerie in the quiet time. The Fang sisters could not help but huddle together, as if they were huddled together for warmth. The hands that had just slapped each other were tightly clasped together, and the 4 eyes stared straight out of the door at the same time. Could it be the father? Or the mother? Or someone who was just watching the fun? No matter who it was. It was humiliating. "Miss, are you okay?" It was Xiaolin's voice. When the two sisters heard this, their lifeless eyes suddenly glowed. Although Xiaolin could not solve anything, she must know what happened. As a secret sharer, Xiaolin was the only one who could calm them down. "Xiaolin, come in." Fang Mingju spoke. Although she was her sister's maid, she had helped herself to some extent by accepting her things. So Fang Mingju felt that she should speak. Xiaolin lit the candle, looked at the tiredness of the two young ladies and the marks on the bed, and cried. Tears flowed across her bruised face and nose, and it was clear that she had suffered a lot. Who was that person outside just now? This was related to how many people knew about this matter. Xiaolin stammered. It was Yang Jie's brother, Yang Fan. Fang Mingju's heart sank, and her lips began to tremble. Fang Ninger grabbed her arm tightly and cried, "Sister, what should I do? Yang Fan has always been obedient to Dad. He will definitely ask Dad for his crime. And then we can't hide our affairs." Fang Mingju glared at her fiercely. Fang Ninger knew that she had aroused her resentment again. She didn't want to care about these things. She only knew that Fang Mingju was her support. Sure enough, Fang Mingju lived up to her expectations, and quickly came up with an idea. Her eyes fell on the little maid. "Xiaolin, go find Yang Fan, and tell him that you are the one who had a love affair with his brother." Xiaolin was frightened by her idea, but Fang Ninger applauded. As long as they can protect their innocence, the rest is not important. Xiaolin knew they were selfish, but she didn't expect them to be so selfish. As long as the two young ladies are fine, Xiaolin is willing to do anything. But, hearing her promise, Fang Mingju was delighted. "Don't worry. We won't treat you badly. A generous dowry is essential. And we will let you be Yang Jia's legal wife. Xiaolin sneered in her heart. Who would want to marry that violent and dirty man? With a pair of embarrassed eyes, Miss. I didn't mean that. But the news has spread all over the capital that you and Yang Jia are on the same bed. Even if we change the statement, no one will believe it. I think the master and the lady know it. She chose a more gentle word. But who doesn't understand what on the same bed means? This remark was like a bolt from the blue, shattering the sisters' beliefs. The smile froze on their faces. And then they burst into tears. After a short period of crying, Fang Mingju washed her haggard face with water and asked Xiaolin to redress her. Fang Ninger was surprised by her transformation and asked her what she was going to do. But she didn't answer anything and left with an elegant step. Chang'e Marquis Mansion. Fang Mingju stood in the shadow of the tree in the distance for a long time. But she still didn't have the courage to go forward. She came here to ask Jiang Bieli not to cancel the wedding tomorrow. She had already prepared the speech. But she couldn't take the step, even though she had put on a veil. But it was very strange to wear a veil in this hot night. And it always gave people a sense of shame. Fang Mingju waited for half an hour. And then she made up her mind to go in. The servant in front of the door heard that he was looking for the second young master, and said that he had not returned since he went out in the evening, and asked her to go in and wait. Fang Mingju was nervous. How could she dare to go in and wait? She thanked him in a low voice and left quickly. Tingyu Garden. Xiaoxiu made tea and served a cup to Jiang Bieli, second young master. Please have tea. Jiang Bieli glanced at Gu Lingyan and smiled. The princess has divorced Jiang Haobai. You don't have to call me that. Xiaoxiu smiled. Okay. Mr. Jiang. Gu Lingyan waved her hand gently. And Xiaoxiu retreated respectfully. Tell me. What do you want to talk to me about? Jiang Bieli was a little embarrassed. I'm upset and have no one to talk to. So I came to bother the princess. I hope you don't mind. Gu Lingyan smiled slightly. This smile came from the heart. And it was fundamentally different from what Jiang Bieli had seen before. How could it be? We have been together for a long time. And in my opinion you are like my brother. Did you want to cancel the engagement after hearing the rumors about Fang Mingju? Chapter 201. Do you mean to run away from the marriage? Jiang Bieli really wanted to cancel the engagement. Forcing him to marry a woman who had lost her virginity was shameful enough for him. The woman actually went out with a notorious and dissolute man the day before the wedding. Who could bear it? Princess. If I go directly to Fang's house to cancel the engagement, will it work? The reason is sufficient. No matter how powerful Fang Yinping is, he cannot force a marriage shamelessly. The problem lies with Yang Ji. He is determined to use this marriage to exchange for Fang Yinping's support. He said it was for his aunt and the emperor. But who doesn't know that it is for the prosperity and wealth of Chang'e Marquis' house? Gu Lingyan gave a negative answer. Your father will not agree. But Fang Mingju is like that. I will never marry her. Jiang Bieli shook his sleeves. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he became. In the end, he placed his hope on Gu Lingyan. Princess, for the sake of our brother-sister relationship, please help me. Gu Lingyan didn't think it was difficult, and said directly, if you don't go back tonight, you don't have to marry Fang Mingju. You mean to run away from marriage? But I told my father to let me out for a while. If I don't go back, he will break my legs if he catches me. Break your legs or marry Fang Mingju. You decide? Jiang Bieli considered again, and finally chose the former. Why would he, a good and innocent young man, marry a woman who can be slept with by anyone? Will the Chang'e Marquis' mansion become a laughing stock in the capital tomorrow? Gu Lingyan was amused by his question. It has been a laughing stock since the marriage was spread. Why wait until tomorrow? Who knows? Fang Mingju may become your sister-in-law. Gu Lingyan's eyes were leisurely, which made Jiang Bieli's eyes bright. Yes, the eldest brother has divorced, so he can marry Fang Mingju. As for whether he will be a wife or a concubine, it is not his concern. Is this stealing a chicken, but losing the rice? I asked him to put the overall situation first before. Okay, I will return the original words. Jiang Bieli swept away the dejection and felt happy. Princess, where should I stay tonight? I will stay at my brother's place. Jiang Bieli was stunned and his legs trembled. No, I won't go to the fourth prince. Princess, you know the relationship between Fang Mingju and the fourth prince. I wanted to marry his ex-lover before, and now I want to hide in his house. His dark and deep character can kill me. Your place is so big. Just give me a room to stay temporarily. Even the firewood room is fine. I will stay for one night. Even though Jiang Bili's eyes were extremely pitiful, Gu Lingyan was still unmoved. Bili, we are siblings, but we are not blood relatives. It is not appropriate for you to live with me. If it gets out, it will be bad for both of us. Even if she cannot have any development with Shen Qingyan, she cannot tolerate any rumors reaching his ears. Gu Lingyan did not realize that she was surprisingly similar to the little uncle in this respect. Perhaps she was influenced by him without knowing it. The atmosphere gradually became sad, and the sadness came from Jiang Bili. Gu Lingyan found another way out for him. Why don't you stay at Binghe's place for a night? Binghe? The fifth prince? Still her brother. Still a devilish brother. But compared to Gu Jinhao, Gu Binghe was obviously much more amiable. Thank you, princess. Gu Lingyan really scared Gu Binghe when she appeared in his mansion. In his impression, this sister has never set foot here since she got married. To be precise, except for occasionally going to Lingyuan. She rarely goes out. Sister, I found that you look much better after the divorce. You just came to my place with your ex-brother-in-law. Could it be? He slapped his thigh, his eyes gleaming. And he circled around Jiang Bili. Is my sister's divorce because of you? Jiang Bili? Your name is Bili. But you only do things to break up people's marriages. My sister is your sister-in-law. And you actually have feelings for her. Gu Lingyan was so angry at this ignorant brother that her pretty face turned red. And she shouted, Gu Binghe, keep your mouth clean. Seeing that she was really angry, Gu Binghe closed his mouth. But his eyes were obviously full of inquiry and gossip. Jiang Bili couldn't stay any longer. This guy's mouth was too cheap. It's better to be like Gu Jinhao. At least, he can keep his innocence. Princess, how about I find a place to stay for the night? Gu Lingyan nodded and turned to leave. Gu Binghe caught up with him, his eyes full of curiosity. Jiang Bili, tell me, you are getting married tomorrow. Why are you looking for a hiding place like a mouse? Jiang Bili ignored him. But he said in a rhythmic way, I know. You heard it too, right? Jiang Bili's face was embarrassed. The whole capital was spread all over. He was not deaf. You want to escape the marriage? No. Jiang Bili's voice was muffled. You lied? Otherwise, why did you come here? I know. It must be your father who forced you to get married. So you are looking for a place to hide. Gu Binghe waved to Gu Lingyan. Sister, you go back. He is with me tonight. I will protect him. He is very safe. Gu Lingyan looked at him doubtfully, and he ordered to send the guest away. He put his arm around Jiang Bili's shoulders, took him to the courtyard and sat him down, filled a glass of fine wine, and got ready to listen to the story. Perhaps he felt that drinking alone was against the etiquette of hospitality. But if His Highness poured wine for him, it would be inappropriate. He pushed the wine pot in front of him. You do it yourself. Thank you, Your Highness. The wine went into his heart and turned into bitter tears. Just as Jiang Bili was drinking one glass after another, Gu Binghe, with a gleam of wisdom in his eyes, suddenly said, Was it your doing that Fang Mingzhu and Fang Ninger shared a man? The wine in Jiang Bili's mouth sprayed out directly. Fortunately, it didn't splash Gu Binghe. Otherwise, he would be afraid of coming in vertically and going out horizontally. Fifth Prince? Please don't talk nonsense. Doing such a thing will damage your virtue. Gu Binghe said. You don't have that brain. Do you? No. Jiang Bili admitted it directly and poured another glass of wine. Just after taking a sip, he heard Gu Binghe ask again. My sister and your brother, the prince, divorced? Is it really not because of you? This time he didn't spit it out. He swallowed it down with resentment. Jiang Bili coughed violently and almost died. Fifth Prince? The princess treats me like a brother. Definitely not as you guessed. Gu Binghe said again. Like a brother? Then your relationship is not very good. Do you know why she divorced? I heard that it was the little uncle who asked Huayun to take my sister's signed divorce letter to the Chengyi Marquis mansion and forced Jiang Haobai's hand to press the handprint. There must be some unknown reasons. The princess is introverted and gentle. Even if she is wronged, she will not say it. Fifth Prince? Why don't you ask in person? Gu Binghe frowned and pouted. It's better to ask the young uncle than to ask her. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about something interesting. Do you think your bride who is not yet married can get married as she wishes tomorrow? Fang Mansion. Fang Mingzhu didn't get home until late at night. Cui Tao, who was yawning from waiting, led her to the study. The study was dark without a light. Through the moonlight outside, Fang Yanping could be seen sitting upright. In the darkness, only his eyes could be seen clearly, staring at her intently. "Dad." With fear, Fang Mingzhu called out softly, but got no response. Fang Yanping walked slowly to her and slapped her face 5 times on each side. The force was so great that he used up all his strength. Fang Mingzhu didn't dare to cry, and let her tears flow. "Cui Tao, watch her carefully until she gets on the sedan chair. If anything goes wrong, your life will be in danger." Cui Tao responded timidly, supporting Fang Mingzhu, who looked like a dead tree, and walked back. Chapter 202. The second young lady is going to marry the same person as you. Fang Mingzhu sat there all night, and before dawn the next day, the inappropriate laughter of the bridesmaid came from far away. The door was pushed open, and a bunch of maids and servants came in to wash and dress her. She was like a puppet without emotions, letting them flatten and round her. She was pretty, and under their hands, a beauty soon appeared in the mirror. But the dullness in her eyes was incompatible with her beautiful face. It doesn't look like a wedding, but a funeral. After that kind of thing, it's good to be able to get married. But you can laugh? What the hell are you talking about? You are making fun of me. Just a joke. Look at you. Although the door was closed, the women's teasing could be heard faintly, and Fang Mingzhu had no intention of arguing. She should be happy. After all, Jiang Bieli was willing to marry her. But people are like this. When they are exiled to the wilderness, they only ask for a shelter. Once their lowest expectations are met, they start to feel unwilling. She is a beautiful and talented woman in the capital, with a noble status, intelligence and agility. She should be married to the emperor. At the very least, it should be Gu Jinhao who wants to marry her. Why should she marry Jiang Bieli? And in such a humiliating way? It's all Fang Ninger's fault. If she hadn't had bad intentions, why would I be so wronged? Fang Mingzhu waved her hand casually, and the long-suppressed anger broke out. A treasure vase broke to the ground, and Cui Tao hurriedly went to pick it up. At the cost of cutting her hand, she finally cleaned it up. She carefully advised, "Miss, don't be angry. Things have come to this point." Before she finished speaking, Cui Tao was slapped on her pink face, and a cut was made by Fang Mingzhu's long nails, which made her cry. Her young lady stared at her fiercely, raising her eyebrows like a madman. "It's come to this? What do you mean? You mean I don't even have the right to lose my temper now? Are you still thinking in your heart that a woman who has lost her innocence is not as good as a servant like you?" Cui Tao was trembling with fear. When Fang Mingzhu took a step forward, she took a step back. She was afraid. She was afraid that Fang Mingzhu would also design to destroy her innocence. Last night, Xiao Lin was interrogated by the Prime Minister. After returning to her room, she kept crying. She lived in the same room with her, and was frightened by her crying. After several inquiries, Xiao Lin said that it was the second young lady who wanted to frame the eldest young lady for losing her virginity. Unexpectedly, the eldest young lady saw through the conspiracy and took advantage of it. It was a pity that she met Yang Jie, a dirty thing who accepted everyone, and made the 2 sisters become his people. I'm annoyed when I see you. Let Xiaolin serve you. Fang Mingzhu broke another vase, and the sound brought Cui Tao back to her senses. Miss, Xiaolin has been missing since early this morning. Cui Tao did not lie. When she got up and washed an hour ago, Xiaolin was no longer in the room. She also asked the girls next door, but they all said they had not seen her. Then go look for her again. Fang Mingzhu was becoming more and more dissatisfied with this personal maid. Suddenly, she heard whispers outside. She heard words like shameless. She was immediately furious. After all, she was the master. It was not the turn of these servants to point fingers at her. She suddenly opened the door, rushed out, and slapped the 2 middle-aged women who were laughing at her. The 2 were so angry that they were suddenly beaten. When they saw that it was Fang Mingzhu, they were out of breath. What are you talking about? The 2 of them thumped, kneeling down, stammering, I know my crime. I shouldn't talk about the second young lady. Talking about Fang Ninger? Fang Mingzhu looked at them suspiciously, and one of them explained, Miss, the second young lady doesn't want to wear the wedding dress. We didn't do our job well, so we complained. Please spare my life. Mississippi, don't tell the master. I kowtow to you. The 2 kowtowed like chickens pecking at rice, and Fang Mingzhu was confused. Wedding dress? Who is she going to marry? If her family background is better than Jiang Bieli's, she won't agree. Miss, the second young lady is going to marry the same person as you. Fang Mingju's nail broke due to excitement. Why? It was already wrong enough for her to marry Jiang Bieli. And she was also asked to share a husband with a bitch? Did Jiang Bieli agree? She squeezed out this sentence from her teeth. It was the turn of the two women to be confused. It doesn't matter whether Jiang Bieli agrees or not. Mississippi. Fang Mingju snorted. Her father was really resourceful. For the sake of wealth and glory, he gave Jiang Bieli 2 daughters who had lost their innocence. And that cowardly man even wanted them too. At the moment of anger, the bridesmaid came and saw Fang Mingju standing in the yard angrily. She slapped her thigh and shouted, "Oh my miss. Go back to the room quickly. The groom has come to pick you up." Fang Mingju swallowed her breath and said, "Let Jiang Bieli wait." The bridesmaid was confused. Young Master Jiang didn't come. Fang Mingju stopped and turned to look at the confused bridesmaid. "Didn't you say the groom came?" "The groom is Yang Jie." Fang Mingju almost fainted. But fortunately Tsuedao helped her quickly. "I would rather die than marry the beast." The kneeling woman quickly got up and blamed the bridesmaid for letting the cat out of the bag. The bridesmaid tried to make up for her mistake by pushing Fang Mingju back to her room with him. Tsuedao did not dare to take it lightly. After all, Fang Yanping said last night that if there was any mistake before getting on the sedan chair, her life would be in danger. At this moment, she suddenly thought of the missing Xiaolin. Would she be in danger? Then she thought of Xiaolin repeatedly telling her not to say anything before she told her the truth. A chill ran down her spine, from head to toe. When the auspicious time came, the bridesmaid and Tsuedao each held one of Fang Mingju's arms. And Fang Ninger was treated the same way on the other side. The maid Yuezhen and a fat bridesmaid supported her. It was said to be supported, but in fact it was held. However, no one could see that the bride under the veil had a cloth ball stuffed in her mouth, which was dyed red by the rouge on her lips, and then soaked by tears, and the red mark became bigger like a ripple. Although the Prime Minister married 2 daughters, there was no joy in the whole Fang mansion. Even Yang Jie, the groom, he was just playing around, but was forced to choose by his brother. Either marry or die to apologize. He was reluctant to die, so he had to come to the wedding. Anyway, the husband follows the wife, and the husband is the wife's leader, so he can't stop him from looking for flowers and asking for willows. It was just that the day that should have been glorious was made extremely bad by his makeshift groom suit, which was tight and didn't fit him, as if it was stolen. The officials who came to congratulate saw that the groom had been replaced by such a notorious playboy, and they expressed understanding and sympathy, although they couldn't help laughing in their hearts. All the colleagues presented rich and valuable gifts and said blessings to the newlyweds. Fang Yanping listened with a gloomy face, always feeling that they were saying grievances. He wanted to kill people, his son-in-law, and the 2 unfilial daughters who made him lose face. If Yang Fan had not sworn allegiance to him, he might have really done it. Father-in-law. Now, seeing Qin standing behind the crying lady, Fang Yanping's heart, which had sunk to the bottom of the valley, had another thought. His legitimate daughter was ruined. But fortunately, there was still a concubine's daughter. The bridal sedan was heading towards Yang's house. But Fang Mingju was thinking about how to escape. She cursed the bride and Cui Tao, who had already prepared ropes and tied her hands and feet tightly. She could only look out the window through the gaps in the curtains of the sedan chair, waiting for an opportunity to rescue. The busy streets of the capital were full of people watching the excitement, pointing and talking at the sedan chair from time to time. And the unbearable ridicule came wantonly, and there was no way to avoid it. Fang Mingju wanted to die. Death might be a relief, but it's better than marrying Yang Jie. Just as she was trying her best to hit the sedan, the wind blew the curtains, and she saw a familiar face, and tears immediately fell. It was Gu Jinhao. He stood by the railing on the 2nd floor of Suiming Building. His eyes were cold and deep, as if he was looking at her, but also as if he was simply looking at the street scene. Chapter 203. When do you think I can get married? Fang Mingju excitedly made a whiz sound. But this sound was like a mosquito compared to the noisy gongs and drums. Not worth mentioning. But this was her only chance. The only chance to escape from Yang Jie. She knew that Gu Jinhao hated her. Hated her deception. Hated her playing. Hated her use. But she also knew that after falling in love, there would always be residual heartbeats. At least his palm was wet when he pulled her hand. At least now, he appeared on the way to her marriage. Fong Mingju was more certain that he couldn't bear to part with her. And he had her in his heart. She didn't want to die. She wanted to live. Although the way to live would be humiliating. But there is life. There is hope. Isn't it just losing virginity? What's the big deal? At least she was deceived. And Shin Qingchuang took the initiative when she climbed onto his bed. She was the one who should be spurned and despised. She hated it when she thought of this. How could that nymphomaniac win Gu Jinhao's heart? And how could he be held in Gu Yunjian's palm? She thought she was more beautiful and intelligent than Shin Qingchuang. And she didn't believe that she couldn't do what she could do. Fong Mingju didn't think about it anymore. Because the wedding sedan was getting farther away from the figure upstairs. She took a deep breath and rushed towards the sedan door with all her strength. With a dull sound, she fell heavily, and her whole body seemed to be scattered. And she was in constant pain. Fortunately, she could see the light of day again. The sedan bearer had never expected such a thing. And the sedan flipped in panic. This flip pressed Fong Mingju's bound legs. She was in so much pain that she was sweating coldly. But because her mouth was blocked, she could only digest the pain by herself. Ouch! How did you carry the sedan? You all deserve to be beaten. The bridesmaid waved her handkerchief and cursed while she and Cui Tao pushed Fong Mingju into the sedan chair. But she refused to go in, and made a woohoo sound with all her strength. Seeing the bride with her hands and feet tied and her mouth stuffed for the first time, the onlookers gathered around. Yang Jie, who was riding in front, was angry and drove them away with curses. At first, he patiently persuaded Fong Mingju because of her status as the Prime Minister's daughter. But it didn't work with Fong Mingju. He didn't care about much and vented his resentment of being forced into marriage on her, and slapped her face twice. Fong Mingju was so angry that her teeth itched and immediately remembered the humiliation of yesterday. She struggled to sit up and bumped into Yang Jie. The noise and discussion reached Fong Ninger, who was drowsy in the sedan chair behind. And she immediately became alert. She carefully moved to the sedan door. Although it was difficult, she didn't fall when she came out. Suddenly, she found that her sister and Yang Jie were fighting, and her eyes were almost blinded. She wanted to help, but her hands and feet were tied, so she could do nothing. Yuezhen and the bridesmaid were afraid of making a bigger noise, so they stuffed her back into the sedan chair and guarded the door like a door god. Fong Ninger had no choice but to listen outside. Qin Yun, who was behind Gu Jinhao, saw the whole farce, and he was in great pain at this moment. He wanted to hold back his laughter, but he couldn't. He wanted to pretend that nothing had happened, but he couldn't. But if he didn't remind her, he was afraid that the master would remember the old relationship and come to settle accounts with her in the future. After thinking about it, she chose a tactful way. Your Highness, it's quite lively there. Why don't we go and take a look? He looked curious, and it really seemed like he just wanted to see the excitement. Gu Jinhao didn't move. Qin Yun didn't know whether he didn't hear it or was immersed in the past. So he reminded her again, Your Highness? Gu Jinhao looked at him blankly. What are you doing? Are you here to watch the fun? There is. Qin Yun pointed timidly to the place not far downstairs. There's a fight. Gu Jinhao just glanced at him and then looked away. It's just a wedding. What's so good about it? Qin Yun, when do you think I can get married? His resentful eyes reminded Qin Yun of lilac flowers. Sad and hesitant. A good subordinate is one who gives affirmation to his master when he is sad, no matter how hypocritical the affirmation is. Your Highness is gentle and elegant. And romantic. Isn't it just a matter of a word to get married? Gu Jinhao's mouth twitched. And there was only one word for this servile subordinate, annoying. Which eye of yours saw that this king was gentle and elegant? Which eye of yours saw that this king was romantic? Qin Yun, can you speak some human words? Is this how you treat this king perfunctorily? This king is handsome, has great martial arts, is infatuated and persistent, dares to love and hate. So many advantages. You didn't find any of them? Qin Yun was very upset. He actually said 2 of the many compliments that he didn't have. Was it because he was not talented, or was the master self-aware? Before he could make a move, he slapped himself a few times. The subordinate made a mistake, and the subordinate knows the crime. Gu Jinhao didn't bother to pay attention to him and continued to complain. This prince also wants to get married. But she doesn't want to marry me. She wants to marry the little uncle. But she liked me first. And right here, I kissed her. Although she was drunk at that time. although she wiped off his traces with disgust. Looking at Qin Yun again. His dog eyes were wide open, almost popping out. The master and Miss Shen had such a romantic affair? It must be his first kiss that made him unforgettable. Right? A good subordinate should help his master to find out the shortcomings and make up for them, no matter how unpleasant the truth is. Your Highness, I said something I shouldn't have said. I took advantage of you. But don't mention it again. The marriage between the 15th prince and Miss Shen is a done deal. If you spread this, it will cause a big mess. Gu Jinhao glanced at him and hit him on the back of his head. Is this prince as stupid as you? This involves Qing reputation. I'm not stupid. Is it worth it to go around and shout about it? Qin Yun lowered his head and said nothing. He started fighting when he didn't agree with him. He was really blind to follow him. Miss Shen was right. He was a dog prince. But the dog prince patted his shoulder. And his eyes, which were originally dull, were now shining. Qin Yun, if I tell my uncle, do you think he will still marry Qing? If he gives up the marriage, will Qing marry me? Gu Jinhao smiled to himself. In Qin Yun's eyes, he was a fool. When she fell in love with him, his eyes were on the top of his head. He called her a fool and tortured her. Now that she wants to be his aunt, he has come to his senses and started to find ways to sabotage her. Qin Yun once again lamented the injustice of fate and his blindness. He made a mistake and regretted it for the rest of his life. Even if he had followed the 5th prince, at least he would not have to worry about this messy affair. But he had to follow the master he chose even if he regretted it. This is the self-cultivation of a good subordinate. I'm asking you a question. Are you dumb? Qin Yun was hit on the back of his head again. And he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Your Highness, I don't know whether Miss Shen will marry you. I only know that the two don't want to marry Yang Jie. Qin Yun pointed in a direction. And Gu Jinhao looked in the direction of his hand. Suddenly, his back felt cold. Why was it Fang Mingju? Yes, she was getting married today. And he had forgotten it. At this time, the cloth in Fang Mingju's mouth was gone. And she happened to meet his eyes. And shouted, Jinhao. Save me! Tears blurred her eyes. And Gu Jinhao stood there like a god, with no emotion in his eyes. She was afraid that he would abandon her. So she cried out in a louder voice, Jinhao. Jinhao. Please save me. I don't want to marry him. Please help me. Yang Jie lost face in public. But he changed his mind and felt relieved. Because he won Gu Jinhao. Because he possessed the woman he once had. He patted Fang Mingju's tearful face lightly. And looked at Gu Jinhao with deep eyes. Fang Mingju. You are mine when you are alive. And my ghost when you are dead. You will never escape from my palm in this life. Fang Mingju bit Yang Jie's hand fiercely. And the bloody smell made her sick. Yang Jie's face was twisted in pain. He finally broke free and hit her in the face. Someone grabbed his wrist tightly. It was Qin Yun. Gu Jinhao stood behind him, with deep and cold eyes. Yang Jie couldn't help but shudder, and knelt down softly. Greetings. Greetings to the 4th prince. Chapter 204. Fang Mingju called me by my name. What crime should she be punished for? Gu Jinhao didn't look at him. And Qin Yun didn't let go. But the two of them undoubtedly became the focus of the whole audience. The 4th prince descended from the sky, appearing like a god on the way to his ex-girlfriend's wedding. Is he trying to snatch the bride? At this time, Fang Mingju looked haggard, with tears on her face, her hair like weeds, and Yang Jie's blood on her lips, like a mad woman. But she felt a warm current in her heart. Jinhao cared about her and had her in his heart. Otherwise he could have just pretended not to see it. Jinhao. Take me away. It was my fault before. I shouldn't have tried to get close to someone rich and powerful. But now I understand. I love you. And you love me too. Can we get back together? I know I'm not innocent now. But as long as I can compensate you, I'm willing to be a slave. Jinhao. Fang Mingju confessed and begged to herself. But Gu Jinhao didn't hear a word. He just looked at her quietly. But he couldn't connect the disheveled woman in front of him with a simple girl like moonlight in his heart before. He was like a possessed person at that time and regarded her as the purest lotus. He didn't even hug her, for fear of profaning her. But she was obviously flattering and scheming. Why couldn't he see it clearly at that time? It should be as the mother said. He was blind. Jinhao. Fang Mingju pulled the corner of his clothes and called pitifully. And Gu Jinhao came back to his senses. Miss Fang. Everything in the past is like yesterday's death. Pay attention to the address. You can't call my name directly. I came here not to watch you act, but to ask for something. Fang Mingzhu was stunned. She thought he was here to rescue her. He must be angry and jealous. So he turned his pride into ruthless words. As long as she gave in and coaxed him, he would definitely change his mind. Fang Mingzhu didn't know where her confidence came from at this moment. She mentioned the sweetness of the past between the two of them, but she didn't know that this sounded like irony, insult, and mockery to Gu Jinhao's first love. Fang Mingzhu, didn't you hear what I said just now? If you dare to mention the old things again, I will definitely not be polite. Give me back the jade pendant. Gu Jinhao pointed at her neck, where the jade pendant he gave her was hanging. It was really dazzling to wear it. But Fang Mingzhu was unwilling to return it, and held it tightly. How can I take back something I gave away? You can also help me cancel my marriage with Yang Jie. Gu Jinhao's eyes were deep. Fang Mingzhu didn't dare to look at him directly, but she didn't intend to compromise. Qin Yun said, Your Highness, it's just a jade pendant. We don't need it in our palace. Why waste time talking to her? So many people are watching. What if they think you can't forget your old love and spread the news? People's gossip is terrible. Give it to her. Gu Jinhao glared at him fiercely. Are you stupid? What's the matter with her wearing it? There will always be a stain on my past. You have many stains. Not just this one. This is Fang Mingzhu's wedding day. You can't stay in a place of right and wrong for a long time. I saw Mission and the eldest princess. They are looking here. This made Gu Jinhao startled, looking in the direction of his hand. Shen Shuang, Shen Qinyan, and Gu Lingyan were watching the excitement on the third floor of Suiming Tower with interest. Each of them was holding a piece of cake in their hands, eating and chatting. Damn! Why didn't he see it earlier? Qin Yun, destroy the jade pendant. Qin Yun held Yang Jie's wrist with one hand and looked at Fang Mingzhu with an embarrassed look. There is a difference between men and women, and the jade pendant is hanging on someone's neck. He can't just take it directly. Right? Yang Jie, who was grimacing in pain, suggested, Good man. I will give you the jade pendant. And you let me go? Qin Yun's mouth twitched. Why is it a good man again? It's so annoying. He is an upright guard. And since Shen Shuang called him a good man, he has been like a bandit. With a dull the good man let go. Yang Jie pulled off the jade pendant and gave it to him with both hands. Qin Yun smashed it and followed Gu Jinhao to Suiming Tower. Jinhao, are you really so ruthless? I'll die in front of you. Fang Mingzhu shouted hysterically. Gu Jinhao stopped. Qin Yun was afraid that he would regret it forever. So he hurriedly advised, Your Highness, you should think it through. She is married now, and her life or death has nothing to do with you. If you intervene, you will never be able to get rid of her. Qin Yun, what crime should Fang Mingzhu be punished for calling me by my name? So that's what he meant. Qin Yun was relieved. Your Highness, I'm guilty of disrespect. You handle it here. Fang Mingzhu was stunned, watching his back getting farther and farther away, and her heart was getting colder and colder. Looking at Yang Jie's eyes that wanted to kill her, she was scared. Why don't you get on the sedan? Yang Jie gritted his teeth. He had lost face. Fang Mingzhu was filled with grief and anger, but she could do nothing. When she lowered her head to get into the sedan, she was stopped by Qin Yun. What are you going to do? Fang Mingzhu hated him to the core. If he hadn't instigated her, she might still have a chance with Gu Jinhao. Qin Yun said expressionlessly, You are disrespectful to your superiors. You will be sent to Kyoto Prefecture for trial. Turning to Yang Jie, Young Master Yang, you have another bride anyway. Marry that one first. Fang Ninger was glad she didn't come out. It's better to marry a scumbag than to be sent to prison. If you offend Gu Jinhao, even your own father can't save you. Upstairs in Suiming Tower, Shen Shuang sighed leisurely, looked at the wedding caravan gradually moving away, and stuffed the remaining half of the cake into her mouth. Lingyan, what do you think? Gu Lingyan looked sympathetic. Marrying a dissolute man like Yang Jie, the sisters will have a hard time in the future. The Prime Minister's legitimate daughter has to be scheming, and she can't hurt others but hurt herself. An unhappy marriage can cost a woman her whole life. Gu Lingyan's eyes turned lonely, and she was no exception. Although her marriage with Jiang Haobai didn't last long, it had become her nightmare. Noticing that Shen Shuang was looking at her, she thought of the previous experience and explained, Shuang, the little uncle is different. You will be happy if you marry him. Xin Shuang covered her mouth and laughed. It shows how deeply you have been poisoned by him. Gu Lingyan didn't think it was poisoning. But she just felt that the little uncle was too worried about gains and losses. But in fact, there was no need. He didn't know how good he was. There is only one man in the world who can be compared with him. Gu Lingyan secretly glanced at Xin Qingyan, who was also looking at her, as if he was worried. The third Master Xin? Xin Qingyan was pulled back to his thoughts by her and smiled at her. Is there something wrong with the princess? No. I thought you were. The polite distance between the two made Xin Shuang feel awkward. And she pushed her brother. Didn't you call each other by their names before? The man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried. So there is no need to deliberately keep a distance. Right? Gu Lingyan's face turned red. And Xin Qingyan spoke up. Is it still the same as before? Okay. If you have nothing to do in the future, come to my house to play with Shuang. Okay. Teach her embroidery when you are free. She is so old that she can't do anything except making money. Okay. No. Brother Qingyan. Shuang can also treat illnesses. She cured concubine Xian's illness and the little emperor's cold. This is much more useful than embroidery. Her serious look reminded Xin Qingyan of her in the past. Gentle and smart. His smiling eyes made her heart beat fast. It also made Xin Shuang's heart beat fast. She actually forgot an important thing. Third brother. You will send Ling Yan back later. I want to go to Ling Yuan. Chapter 205 please. Don't embarrass God. And don't embarrass me. When Gu Jinhao rushed upstairs like a gust of wind, Xin Shuang was gone. And only Xin Qingyan and Gu Lingyan were left looking at him like a fool. Jinhao. Are you okay? Gu Lingyan asked with concern. It's okay. Gu Jinhao looked behind him. Why did the little girl who was there just now disappear? Sister. Where is Shuang? Gu Lingyan did not answer directly, but persuaded her brother, Jinhao. You can't forget Fang Mingzhu. Why are you bothering Shuang? She and the little emperor are doing well. Don't make trouble. Gu Jinhao couldn't catch his breath. Staring, Gu Lingyan. What are you talking about? Who can't forget Fang Mingzhu? Can't you see that she is bothering me? Gu Lingyan saw it. And also saw that Yang Jia was about to hit Fang Mingzhu, and was stopped by Qin Yun. If the master didn't nod, would he dare? He has been naughty since he was a child. And no one can control him except his dead father. Gu Lingyan didn't want to hit a snag. So she said it all. You haven't told me where Shuang went yet. Gu Lingyan said she didn't know. And Xin Qingyan didn't plan to tell him. Looking at the tacit understanding of the two, Gu Jinhao looked back and forth suspiciously. Gu Lingyan felt guilty when he stared at her, and drank a sip of tea to ease the embarrassment. Why are you blushing? Is the tea too hot? Gu Jinhao didn't care whether her tea was hot or cold, and stood by the railing and looked down. And he actually found Xin Shuang's figure. He was so excited that he flew neatly and landed in front of Xin Shuang, who was running fast. She half opened her lips and was stunned. Gu Jinhao looked at her body. And it must be this chicness that came from the sky that impressed her. And she was missing a folding fan at this time, showing what she thought was a charming smile. Shuang, I didn't see you when I went to Suiming Tower just now. So you are here. How about it? Aren't you shocked by my falling from the sky? Xin Shuang closed her mouth and laughed dryly. She thought it was a meteorite falling from the sky. But it turned out to be a person. She was almost scared to death. Gu Jinhao didn't get a satisfactory response. But he didn't intend to ask further. Based on his long-term understanding, she couldn't say anything nice. Fourth prince? I have something else to do. I won't delay you. Delay what? Gu Jinhao didn't understand. He came to her specially. You just robbed the bride. Don't you want to comfort Fang Mingzhu? Xin Shuang didn't intend to say it. But this guy looked confused and pretended. Rob the bride? Gu Jinhao was furious. When did he rob the bride? He wanted to warn Fang Mingzhu not to call him intimately anymore. And by the way, get the original token back. Unfortunately, Xin Shuang was determined to leave, and had no interest in listening to his explanation. Where are you going in such a hurry? To Ling Yuan. Don't follow me. Going to Ling Yuan again? Can't be separated for a moment? Gu Jinhao felt sour and angry. I will follow you. Xin Shuang stopped and said earnestly, Fourth prince, I admit that I have the best qualities of a woman. But, really, we are not destined to be together. Gu Jinhao didn't take it to heart at all. Destiny is determined by heaven. There is only one staircase in Suiming Tower. What? Gu Jinhao was a little confused. What does this have to do with him? He didn't build it. Xin Qingshuang explained. We can't even meet on one staircase. How can it be determined by heaven? Please be kind and don't embarrass heaven. Let alone me. It turned out that she was beating around the bush to attack him. If you succeeded the night we met, you would be my wife now. Xin Qingshuang almost bit her tongue. What did she succeed? That was the original owner. She was whipped even if she didn't succeed. Would she still be alive if she succeeded? It's terrible. I dare not think about it. Gu Jinhao saw her expression flickering, thinking that she was touched. And his tone became gentle. Why not make the best of a bad situation? You have seen me. I have kissed you. And it is natural for us to be together. Xin Qingshuang was frightened by his words. If she said she had seen it, it was the original owner who did it. She would admit it. But when was she kissed by him? Yes. It was in Suiming Tower. I took you home that night when you were drunk. Gu Jinhao's solemn oath frightened Xin Qingshuang. And her most direct reaction was to run. Gu Jinhao's first reaction was to chase. He didn't catch up. Because the wind appeared like a ghost and blocked his way. Why are you everywhere? Ji Feng thought this sentence was too absolute and corrected it. Actually, it's not true. Fourth prince. To be precise, wherever there is a young lady, there is me. The prince asked me to protect the young lady. So I had to offend him. Gu Jinhao was offended by him many times. And each time he got nothing good. So he could only let the two of them leave. Xin Qingshuang found that she didn't bring her things when she arrived at the gate of Lingyuan. So she had to go back home again. When she turned back, Gu Yunjian was not in Lingyuan. Not only that, Wu Bo and Jue Yunshanyu were not there either. Do they have anything important today? She asked Ji Feng. The prince and Wu Bo are really busy these days. How about we wait? It's too boring to just wait. Let's find something to do. Looking for trouble? Ji Feng will. He led her to a small dark room. What do you mean? Who is here? Jiang Yi. Have you heard of him? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Ji Feng felt that it was useless to ask. How could she know him? Xin Qingshuang really knew him. Come in. Jiang Yi's hands and feet were tied. His head was drooping. His old wounds had not healed. And new wounds were bleeding. Which was very creepy to look at. Let alone Xin Qingshuang. The person involved was also terrified. He lived in Gaocheng with fine clothes and delicious food. And he had music and dance every night. What about here? Although the environment is quiet, with birds singing and flowers blooming, it is all outside the house. And it is all spiritual. And has nothing to do with him. He is accompanied by leftovers. Whipping and stabbing day and night. This place is simply hell on earth. If it weren't for the cold-hearted Shan Yu who went out for something, he would still be beaten now. With the creak of the door, Jiang Yi's heart was in his throat. And his first reaction was that Shan Yu came to beat him. He held his breath, staring at the door that would decide his life or death. And suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a little girl. She had big eyes and was pretty. He was relieved when he saw a young man following her. He was nervous again. He had met her once. He heard that her name was Ji Feng. She was more decisive than Shan Yu. She would fight first and then talk. Why did you beat her like this? Hearing the little girl's words, Jiang Yi felt a long-lost hope in his heart. Girls are soft-hearted after all. You must be careful when you hit them. How can you testify if you beat them to death? Jiang Yi. She was not soft-hearted. She was rational. Ji Feng laughed and said, I have the confession. This man could actually laugh. Little girl, please be kind. I have told you everything. Can you show mercy and let me go? Although begging for mercy may not work. How can we know if we don't try? What if it succeeds? Jiang Yi has no such a chance. Ji Feng. Where is the confession? Let me take a look. I gave it to Uncle Wu. I don't have it here. Then write another one. What if Uncle Wu loses it? That makes sense. Ji Feng glanced at Jiang Yi indifferently. And the coldness in his eyes made him timid. He knew the rules and agreed without waiting for Ji Feng to speak. After being untied, he quickly wrote a confession with his injured arm. Xin Qingshuang was very surprised. Don't you need to think about this? Ji Feng also asked the same question. Pointing at Jiang Yi, are you trying to fool us? Jiang Yi shook his newly tied hands in fear. Absolutely not. Then how did you write so fast? Jiang Yi was touched by his sad story. Tears streaming down his face. His voice trembling. What a good man doesn't know. Your brother asked me to write it down every day. And if there was any contradiction with the previous confession, he would beat me up. I couldn't forget it even if I wanted to. Chapter 206. Does the 15th brother want to use this incident to force the emperor to abdicate? Why did Shan Yu suddenly become smart? Ji Feng couldn't help laughing, glancing at the confession. The 2 pages were densely packed and would take a while to read. He quickly brought a chair to Shin Shuang and dusted her off considerately. Miss Shin gave him a high verbal praise, and Ji Feng was very happy. I had served the prince for so long before. Not to mention praise. Even a smile was hard to come by. It's so good now. I make a lot of money and I'm happy. I have to find such a job. It's not that the prince is bad, but the prince is indifferent to everything. Unlike serving the young lady, praising her with different words, and giving her silver bills from time to save money for his wife. No wonder Jue Yun and Shan Yu were jealous. Shin Shuang looked at it. Her smiling eyes were full of doubts. Her eyebrows were raised, and her little face was tense. Miss, what's the problem? Jifeng. The handwriting is like a dog's crawling. I really can't stand it. Please read it to me. Jifeng took over and got angry after reading 2 lines. He whipped Jiang Yi with a whip. Can't you write properly? Jiang Yi wailed, my dear. My arm hurts too much today. I really can't read it neatly. How about I recite it to you? Jiang Yi recited the crime like a letter of praise. Because he knew it by heart. He recited it quickly. His eyes alternated between the silent Shin Shuang and Jifeng. Jifeng. Shin Shuang shouted for a while. I'm here. He's not honest. He missed some. Hearing this, Jiang Yi was excited. No. Absolutely not. I swear I didn't miss anything. I really said everything. It was that bastard named Li Yi who tempted me with money. I was so tempted to pretend to be a shitty famous doctor. If I had known that harming concubine would lead to this, I would never have taken the damn silver. Miss, good man, I am also a victim. That prince asked me to harm someone, and I dared not do it. After harming someone, he wanted to kill me to silence me. He isn't human. Fortunately, I have a noble person to save me. Otherwise, I would have no life to spend the silver. Where is that noble person? Why didn't you mention it just now? The book mentioned that a woman saved Jiang Yi. But it was a pity that Shin Shuang didn't pay attention to the details when reading the book. After all, Gu Yunjian was a supporting character who died young in the book. Who would care about such a small matter? If she knew that there would be a story with her, she would have recited the whole text anyway. At this time, she felt a kind of regret that she had memorized but not passed the test. And she had passed the test but not memorized. But fortunately, she could get some information from Jiang Yi to prevent trouble before it happened. Miss asked you a question. Are you mute? Ji Feng whipped Jiang Yi again. And Jiang Yi wailed. Did I mention it? He drooped his head, feeling guilty. I didn't hear it. Jifeng. Do you see if it's on his confession? Jifeng glared and patiently read the bullshit from beginning to end. But there was nothing. This is a joke. He hit Jiang Yi with a whip on each side. And Jiang Yi was stiff and sweating profusely. He was too cruel and almost died. But Jifeng's cold eyes forced him to explain weakly. It's not that I don't write it. That person said that if I dare to tell her, he will kill me at the ends of the earth. Shin Shuang suddenly realized, oh. And pointed at Jifeng, who looked like a demon. She went to the ends of the earth to kill you. But this person wants to kill you now. Jifeng didn't kill him, but untied him. Jiang Yi put paper and pen in front of him again. He took out the correct attitude of the copybook and wrote the confession neatly. Blood dripped on the paper during the process. But he didn't dare to wipe it off, fearing that it would be blurred and he would have to rewrite it. Ji Feng read it carefully from beginning to end. And Shin Shuang checked it carefully from beginning to end. Perfect. When the two left, Jiang Yi called Ji Feng weakly. What are you doing? Good man. Your big brother will definitely ask me to write another copy when he comes back. Today's copy is different from the previous ones. Will he beat me to death again? Ji Feng gave a look of disgust. Need I say this? He will definitely beat me. Shin Shuang was moved by compassion and put the confession in her hand back. Jiang Yi was grateful. If he hadn't been tied up, he would have counted a few times to thank this kind and beautiful girl. Don't get me wrong. I'm asking you to copy and memorize it again. You can't escape this beating today. If what you memorize tomorrow is different from what you memorize today, you'll have to be beaten again. People should always look to the future, plan ahead, and nip problems in the bud. You understand? Right? After leaving the house, Ji Feng asked Shen Shuang in confusion. He harmed the prince's mother. Why did you help him avoid a beating? Are you stupid? Wouldn't it be smoother if you let him memorize it before testifying? You can't make mistakes in formal occasions. Ji Feng scratched his head. It makes sense. Luckily brought her here. Otherwise I wouldn't know that a woman had helped Jiang Yi. Although I don't know the purpose of that person. It's better than knowing nothing. Just based on what Jiang Yi said about being around 30. White skin. Few words. Dull eyes. And a mole on the palm. Can you really find out? The world is so big. How difficult it is. Gu Yunjian hadn't come back yet. And Shen Shuang was tired of waiting. She sat on a bamboo chair by the lake for a while. Bored. And fell asleep slowly. Ji Feng found a stone not far from her to take a nap. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew. And he tightened his clothes. Seeing that Shen Shuang was still asleep. He was afraid that she would catch a cold. So he wanted to find a thin blanket for her. Lan Xiu happened to pass by. And he called her. Lan Xiu quickly took the blanket and gave it to Ji Feng. But he didn't take it. Men and women should not touch each other. You help the young lady cover it. Lan Xiu smiled slightly. She was not old. But she knew a lot. Although he was not sure whether she knew. Ji Feng still asked, where did the prince go? The 11th prince's mansion. The 11th prince? Ji Feng was very surprised. And even more surprised was that Lan Xiu actually knew. Lan Xiu glanced at Shen Shuang. Her eyes showing envy. The prince said that Miss Shen might come. And if she asks? Tell her. The 11th prince's mansion. Gu Yunjian smiled at Gu Rongqiu. His brother who was nearly 20 years older than him. With Jueyun standing behind him. Gu Rongqiu also smiled at Gu Yunjian. And was extremely jealous of his brother, who was nearly 20 years younger than him. Father's heart was too cruel. When he was alive, he gave all his love to this brother. And when he died, he left the most powerful hidden guard to him. I don't know why my brother called me here. Although they were the only brothers in the world. Gu Yunjian had no feelings for them. He knew that Gu Rongqiu was the same. In these years of seclusion, the few times they met were just a glimpse from afar. And they only met a few more times in the council hall after the assassination of the imperial tomb. 15th brother has been as majestic as father in the court during this period. Gu Yunjian smiled but said nothing, waiting for his next words. The assassination in the imperial mausoleum may not be what the 15th brother thought. It is disrespectful to arbitrarily imprison the emperor and the queen mother. Before a big mistake is made, the 15th brother should stop in time and return power to the emperor. I will plead for you. Gu Yunjian smiled slightly. What if it is what I think? Brother, thank you for your trouble. I will make my own decision. Gu Rongqiu didn't like his smile very much. As if everything was in his pocket. And he felt like a clown. Is the 15th brother trying to use this incident to force the emperor to abdicate? Not to mention that everything is uncertain. Even if the emperor really makes a mistake and abdicates. There is still Jin Hao. Why didn't the emperor say that there is still you? Chapter 207. Either you stay or don't blame me for being cruel. Gu Rongqiu's face flushed immediately. Which was seen by Gu Yunjian. But he still smiled faintly. I didn't think so. It's your mean mind. Brother. Don't be angry. I didn't guess you like that. It was just a joke. Perhaps realizing the loss of composure. Gu Rongqiu drank a sip of tea to ease the embarrassment. At the age of 40. He couldn't keep his composure in front of the 20-year-old Gu Yunjian. Which made him frustrated. But he promised Jiang Zi to stand on the same front with the emperor and the empress dowager. And he couldn't be vague about what he should say and do. Although the emperor's relationship with his uncle was not very deep. It was better for his nephew to be the emperor than his younger brother. At least the status quo could be maintained. And the reluctance would not be so strong. Besides, there were so many benefits. 15th brother. I am not blaming you for anything. But now the court and the public are talking about it. Saying that you are not in a legitimate position to run the government. As an elder brother, I am really worried about you. I also know that you are not interested in fighting with the world. This is all Wu Yi's idea. In this way, you release the emperor. Hand over Wu Yi. And admit your mistakes. There is no deep hatred between the uncle and nephew. I will help you to plead with the emperor and guarantee that you will be fine. His sincere words and promises surprised Gu Yunjian. And he was more amused. How come no one dared to say it in the council hall when the court and the public were talking about it? Since it is not legitimate. Then it is legitimate. He didn't want to listen to his nonsense. And he was starting to feel cold. So he didn't want to stay any longer. Royal brother, I've sat down and talked. I should leave now. But Gu Rongqiao didn't let him go. He thought he was trying to persuade him with kind words. But he rejected his dignity. Does he still have his brother in his eyes? Looking at his teacup, he snorted. 15th brother, you rarely come here. But you don't even drink a cup of tea. Do you suspect that I want to harm you? Since the Chu Palace banquet, Gu Yuanjian has been more cautious about tea. This royal brother, with whom he has never had any friendship, is obviously among his precautions. He didn't want to tear his face apart, but he also wanted to test him. So he smiled and picked up the teacup. When the cup reached his mouth, he glanced at Gu Rongqiu quietly, catching a complex smile that quickly flashed across his eyes. The action stopped. Jueyin stepped forward. Prince, you drank medicine before you came here, and Miss Shen told you not to drink tea. Gu Yuanjian took the opportunity to hand the teacup to Jueyin, who pretended not to catch it firmly. And the cup fell to the ground, stirring up a circle of white foam. It's poisonous indeed. Even after saying this, Gu Yuanjian was still calm. Gu Rongqiu was angry and chased out and shouted, "Come here." And more than a dozen sword-wielding men swarmed out and surrounded Gu Yuanjian. 15th brother, either you stay or don't blame me for being cruel. Gu Rongqiu's eyes were as vicious as his heart. Originally, he just wanted to imprison him. Now that he has been exposed, wouldn't it be a complete solution to kill him? Here are all the top players in the palace. A young man like Jueyin is nothing to be afraid of. Gu Yuanjian smiled slightly, with contempt and sadness. This is his brother. Just spare his life. After giving a faint order, he strode away as if he was in an empty place. Behind his ears were bursts of screams, including his 11th brother. Gu Yuanjian, I will not let you go. You wait. Before he finished speaking, the finger that Gu Rongqiu pointed at Gu Yuanjian was broken. He was in great pain. And then his leg was broken by Jueyin again. Simple and crude. Fast and ruthless. He lay on the ground helplessly, looking at the direction where Gu Yuanjian left with hatred. And the tall and cold figure had disappeared from his sight. Gu Yuanjian was gone. And the thugs fell one after another in front of him, either with broken hands, broken feet, or both broken hands and feet, one after another like sacks. And the originally clean and tidy yard was full of blood, dripping with blood. Jueyin wiped the sword on Gu Rongqiu's gorgeous clothes, went back to the house, and picked up a piece of teacup fragments, which still had some residual tea in it. He grabbed Gu Rongqiu's hair with one hand and the fragments with the other hand, and poured the residual tea into Gu Rongqiu's mouth. The sharp pieces cut his lips, and the strong smell of blood made his stomach twitch. Then his chest was twisted, and the blood at the corner of his mouth turned black. Antidote. He wanted the antidote. He took out a paper bag from his arms with trembling hands. Just as he was about to open it and pour it into his mouth, the sky that had been brewing for a long time suddenly started to rain. Jueyin grabbed the paper bag, and Gu Rongqiu was horrified and stretched out his hand to beg him, "Please, give it to me." Jueyin ignored him and shook the paper bag. The white powder mixed with the rain and fell down. The splashing dirty water blinded Gu Rongqiu's eyes, and his despair was clear. He didn't care about much, and held the falling water to his mouth. In order to survive, he had to drink it no matter how dirty it was. You dare to perjury? This is his fate. Jueyin threw away the paper bag, picked up a sword, and stabbed the top sack with it, and died on the spot. When Jueyin ran outside the palace, the coachman said that the prince was in the carriage. When he lifted the curtain, Gu Yuanjian's pale face and purple lips huddled in a corner of the carriage scared Jueyin. "Prince, are you suffering from a cold?" The rain was so heavy that the hot spring was useless. Gu Yuanjian slightly opened his eyes. "Go to General Dingen's mansion and find Qing Shuang." The driver arrived at the Shen mansion as quickly as possible, but was told that Qing Shuang was not at home. Jueyin was almost crazy. Grabbing the guard's collar and angrily said, "Where did Miss Shen go?" "No, I don't know. She went out with the third young master." Jueyin had no choice but to go back to Ling Yuan first. The carriage stopped, and Gu Yuanjian was already cold and unconscious. Jueyin hurriedly carried him back to the room, and before he could catch his breath, he went to find Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu didn't find him, but he saw Jifeng. "Why are you here?" Jifeng was startled by the voice that sounded like a corpse, and thought that something had happened to him. He took a step back. Boss. What are you doing? I asked you why you are here? Where is Miss Shin? Waiting for the prince in the study. Jueyun was so happy that he was about to cry, and hurried to drag Shin Shuang, who was dozing with her chin in her hand, away. Miss Shin. How is the prince? Will he be okay? He has been unconscious, and has no response no matter how I call him. Go and check on him. Shin Shuang stopped her hand on Gu Yunjian's wrist. Brother. Can you shut up and be quiet for a while? It's better if he is unconscious, so that I won't be annoyed to death by you. Jueyun, shut up. Shin Shuang took a pill and dissolved it in hot water, stirring it. The prince is unconscious. Can he drink the medicine? Jueyun, who had shut up, spoke again. Anyway, after taking the pulse, Shin Shuang replied, it is convenient to drink medicine when he is unconscious. Why is that? Because awake people don't want to drink such bitter medicine. Then one of them opened his mouth. One poured it in, and one wiped the medicine stains, cooperating very well. Perfect. Miss, do you need to get an acupuncture below? Jifeng asked. Shin Shuang was so annoyed that she sternly corrected him. Acupuncture. Acupuncture. What do you mean by acupuncture? You make me sound like a vicious nanny. By the way, how did you know? Ji Feng hesitated. On the day he first arrived in Chu, the prince was disheveled. I heard that he had just had an acupuncture treatment. No. Acupuncture. Glorious life-saving and healing. When expressed hesitantly by Ji Feng, always makes people associate it with something not innocent. And Jueyun's sudden realization instantly raises this not innocent to the highest level. Chapter 208. There is no one more suitable than you. Little cutie. The two boys exchanged glances, as if to say, why don't we go? Then they nodded solemnly to each other, and ran out at the same time. Why are you two running? Come back. Shin Shuang shouted. Jueyun quickly closed the door, and Jifeng was locked inside. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why was he always the one abandoned? Miss, is it inappropriate for me to stay here? There is no one more suitable than you. Little cutie. Come here and take off his clothes, Jifeng said, and secretly glanced at Shin Shuang after completing the task. She should be embarrassed. Right? Who would have thought that she was so frank? Rolling up her sleeves, Shin Shuang skillfully acupunctured Gu Yunjian. No. Applied acupuncture, and then released the black blood from her fingertips. This color is lighter than that of Chu State. This smooth operation made Ji Feng's eyes widen. Miss, can you really cure diseases? He had thought that the incident was an excuse to evade Gu Jinhao. The little girl said unhappily, what's true or false? Do you think I'm kidding? Wasn't it me who cured concubine Xian? Ji Feng smiled embarrassedly. We all thought you were a blind cat that met a dead mouse. Shin Shuang shook the silver needle in front of him. I am a blind cat, and concubine Xian is a dead mouse. Ji Feng hadn't thought about how to remove the needle, and a needle was inserted into the back of his hand, which was sore and numb. He wanted to pull it out, but Shin Shuang put her hands on her waist and raised her eyebrows to remind him, I advise you not to move. If you become disabled, I may not be able to pierce it back. By then, let alone Jueyun and Shan Yu. You won't even be able to beat the one in the small dark room? Ah? Ji Feng didn't dare to gamble and beg for mercy. Shin Shuang let him go and smiled triumphantly. Change his clothes. Taking advantage of the break, she sorted out her bottles and jars, thinking that they would be needed next month. She simply left them here and put Jiang Ye's confession on the table so that Gu Yunjian could see it when he woke up. Miss, let's wait until the rain stops before we leave. Of course, I don't charge for the consultation fee, but I have to include the meal. Right? Gu Yunjian on the couch spoke. You still want to charge for the consultation fee? Shin Shuang didn't expect him to wake up, and ran to his side with a smile, holding his hand that he stretched out to her and sitting next to him. I've been waiting for you for several hours. Isn't it right? Ji Feng testified. Really? Prince? The young lady was originally watching the fun with the third son and the eldest princess, but she thought of your cold and left them and ran here. Later, she met the fourth prince. Shin Shuang was afraid that Ji Feng would tell Gu Jinhao's nonsense, so she quickly winked at him, and Ji Feng understood and shut up. Gu Yunjian was slightly surprised, subconsciously hiding something from him. But it seems that everything involving Gu Jinhao is not good, so let's not talk about it. What made him feel warm was that she still remembered his cold. Even he himself forgot. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to Gu Rongqi's appointment. It's just a story of two people. Why is there one more person? And that person hasn't realized that he's redundant. Jifeng, go and take a rest. This is the first time that the prince is so considerate. Jifeng was moved and became more excited. Thank you for your concern. I'm not tired. I think you're tired. Ah? Seeing the displeasure in his eyes, Jifeng suddenly realized and immediately felt tired. Gu Yunjin sat up, and she helped him pull the quilt. Are you still cold? Who is the little cutie? What? Answering the question irrelevantly, and then asking again. Xinqing Shuang was a little confused. There is no one more suitable than you. Little cutie. Gu Yunjin had to repeat the original words, but his eyes were slightly sad. The words he heard in the haze made him linger on. Did the little girl like someone else? Xinqing Shuang laughed and explained. It was a joke with Jifeng. Joke? Gu Yunjin didn't find it funny. He just felt that she was intimate with others, even if that person was a subordinate who had been loyal to him for many years. He didn't say anything, and she pushed him. Brother Yunjin? He looked at her and forced a smile. Yeah. Are you still cold? He shook his head. Not cold anymore. He changed his words. A little bit. It was cold in the heart. But he couldn't say it. She touched the back of his hand, and it was indeed not warm. Sighing. It was all because of the bitter wind and rain. And she was still wearing so thin. It was better than the last time in the inn. At least there was a quilt. She wanted to help him get another blanket. But before she stood up, he pulled her into his arms. The familiar lotus fragrance. The familiar breath. His heart slowly settled. She raised her head slightly, and he could feel her eyelashes blinking, making his chin itchy. He couldn't help but smile. And the previous dejection was swept away. Scratching her slightly upturned nose. If Qingyan had brought me to see you earlier, it would have been great. If it was earlier, their feelings would have been deeper, and he wouldn't have to worry about the slightest disturbance. But she smiled and said, Silly brother. We met at the right time. If it was earlier, it wouldn't be me. Gu Yunjin suddenly thought of what she had said to him at Laifuan. Brother Yunjin, I dreamed that I was not myself. I don't know who I am, but you all don't remember me. Because there is another Xinqing Shuang who is exactly like me. Brother Yunjin, what if I disappear one day? Will you still remember me? Seeing him in deep thought, Xinqing Shuang also thought of what he had revealed in fear. She sat up straight in an instant, brushed her hair, and her expression began to become unnatural. The two of them had their own thoughts, and the atmosphere was a little depressing. She wanted to run. She couldn't run. Xinqing Shuang, who is exactly like you, likes Jin Hao. And you like me? Right? She was shocked, and answered yes for some reason. Will she appear with you? She was shocked again and answered honestly, I don't know. Gu Yunjin laughed at himself. I thought too much. You told me before that it was a dream. Qing Shuang, don't be afraid. I'm here. But you have to promise me two things. His smile melted her worries. You say it first. I want to hear it. First, stay with me, and don't leave on your own initiative. Such a handsome and affectionate gentleman. She was not stupid, so she agreed directly. What about the second thing? Gu Yunjin hesitated. Perhaps he also found it funny. At her urging, he held his forehead and said in a very low voice, Don't call Jifeng little cutie anymore. I will misunderstand that you like him. Xinqing Shuang couldn't stand it anymore, rubbing his handsome face and laughing uncontrollably. Little uncle, how old are you? You even care about this? 20 years old. What's wrong with caring about it? Do you agree or not? No. Qing Shuang. No. Gu Yunjian couldn't do anything about her. Muttering, Then I will drive Jifeng out of Lingyuan and forbid him to appear in the capital again. So serious? Yeah. Are you jealous of Jifeng? He didn't answer, and turned his head proudly. How could he admit it so embarrassingly? But his expression said it all. Chapter 209, When will you propose marriage? She put her arms around his neck and kissed his face when he didn't notice. Like the ripples on the calm lake surface caused by the breeze. Or like a beautiful butterfly landing on the lotus in Lingyuan Lake. Gu Yunjian's face was slightly hot, and he had to admit that his heart was moved again. She could always easily stir his heart, making him feel neither up nor down. Is this what it means to have one thing over another? At the age of 20, I knew what love was, although I waited too long. Fortunately, it was her in the end. Gu Yunjin began to regret why he lost his composure inexplicably. She was lively and playful. Jifeng was about the same age as her, and he was under his order to protect her, so it was normal for them to be close. Does she have to hate him to be satisfied? Gu Yunjin, what's wrong with you? How can you make such a childish request? It's so rude. Qing Shuang, I'm sorry. I was just teasing you. If you don't like it, I won't say it later. Put yourself in her shoes. If he calls a girl cutie, she will never let it go. He felt even more guilty and smiled. It's okay. I'm not confident. You don't have to make any changes. You are not confident. She laughed. Puff. You don't know how good you are? Good? Gu Yunjian didn't think he was that good. He looked at his hands with sadness in his eyes. What's wrong with you? Gu Yunjian looked at her, gently rubbed her long hair, and smiled bitterly. Qing Shuang, my hands are already stained with blood, and there may be more in the future. Stained with blood? She was shocked. Killed? Gu Yunjian's eyes were stunned, and he slowly told her what happened at Gu Rongqi's place. Her face turned pale, and she held his hand even harder. Do you think I've changed? I'm scary. Right? He stared at her intently. He was no longer the bright and clear-headed person that others said he was. Would she distance herself from him? She paused for a long time and took a deep breath. It's not you who's scary. It's your unscrupulous brother who's scary. He wanted to kill you first, so it's only natural for you to fight back. He's too bullying. He didn't poison you enough, but he wanted to kill you. He's the same as his vicious nephew, the Emperor. Brother Yunjian, you should be more careful in the future. Also, don't be soft-hearted when dealing with him. Don't believe in the saying that a prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold. The truth of this world is 8 words. The strong prey on the weak, and the winner takes all. We cannot harm others, but we must have the ability to deter evil people. Well done. I support you. Gu Yunjian didn't expect her to react like this, and his eyes were wet. When will you propose marriage? What? The topic was switched too quickly, and Gu Yunjian didn't react. Propose a marriage. Propose a marriage to my father. His face turned red. When I was in Chu, I wrote to Uncle Wu. He went there many times, but was rejected by General Shen and your elder brother every time. Would Uncle Wu give up so easily? Unlike him. She covered her mouth and laughed. Gu Yunjin sighed. He didn't want to give up. He wanted to kill you first and ask for your permission later. But I rejected it. I wanted to go 2 days ago, but you didn't allow me to. You insisted on watching Fang Mingzhu's excitement first. Qing Shuang, did I fail to meet your family's requirements? Otherwise, you can ask quietly, and I will try to change it. Qing Shuang didn't have the face to answer him. It was a blessing from heaven for 500 years for her to be liked by him. What else did she want? She bit her lip and asked him, Are you free tomorrow? He fixed his eyes on her. We have all the evidence and are almost ready. I want to resolve all these issues at the court tomorrow. Hearing this, Qing Shuang handed him Jiang Ye's supplemented confession, emphasizing the noble person of the year. Although she didn't know her identity, it would not hurt to pay attention to her. And she had a hunch that the woman must be hiding somewhere waiting for an opportunity to act. She absolutely didn't believe that she was just helping someone out of injustice. Gu Yunjian stroked her hair and smiled. How much stuff is in your little head? It always gives me new doubts when everything is about to settle. She blinked and smiled. There are many things. I will tell you when I think of them. By the way, you go to my house before the morning court tomorrow. Go to your house? Yes. To propose marriage. This is the only chance. And you will miss it after the expiration. Her raised eyebrows and laughed playfully, which melted his heart. The rain outside the house slowly stopped, leaving only the sound of dripping. At this time, Uncle Wu arrived. That smile was kind and gentle, as if he was looking at his granddaughter. Miss Qing Shuang, I knew you were here as soon as I saw Jifeng. Luckily you are here. Otherwise my prince would suffer. Seeing that Gu Yunjin smiled but said nothing, the old man became bolder. Miss Qing Shuang, you don't know? When you were not here, our prince had a bad temper and didn't like anyone. I, who am old and frail, can't stand this suffering. So just marry me. After you marry me, the whole Lung Garden will listen to you. The 3 boys will play with you, and I will be your cook. Hearing the word cook, Qing Shuang's smiling eyes straightened. She really didn't have this blessing. Uncle Wu, thank you. I've been out for too long. I have to go home. How can I leave right after I get here? Stay here for dinner. I'll go cook your favorite fish now. Shin Shuang loves fish. But she doesn't like the ones cooked by Uncle Wu. To be exact, she doesn't dare to. She seemed to have seen the bloody kitchen, and the fish with their heads and bodies cut off. No. I dare not think about it. It's too scary. She looked at Gu Yunjian for help. Gu Yunjian didn't want to eat either. He made the excuse that Uncle Wu was tired, and asked Lan Xiu to prepare dinner. Uncle Wu was touched by the child's concern for him. But when he saw Ji Feng smirk outside the door, he was immediately furious and hit him on the back of his head. Uncle Wu, why do you always hit me? Ji Feng was aggrieved. You give me the illusion that the prince and Miss Shuang don't want to eat the food I cook. Ji Feng lowered his head and said nothing. Is that an illusion? There is no more correct feeling than that. Shen Mansion. As soon as Shen Shuang came back, she ran to find Shen Qinglang. He was thinking about something with his hands behind his back. She didn't say anything, but leaned out of the door to look at him, thinking about how to speak. He was the first to notice her, frowned and smiled. Why don't you come in? She patted her clothes and walked in slowly, looking at him from time to time. Shen Qinglang thought it was funny. According to the convention, he had something to ask of him. Tell me, what do you want? Anything? Shen Qinglang laughed again when he heard it. It seemed that what he wanted this time was unusual. Well, the day after tomorrow is her 16th birthday, and she will give her anything she wants. With his promise, Shen Shuang was happy, shaking his arm, and tentatively asked, Brother, Fang Mingzhu got married, and I want to get married too. I want to marry Brother Yunjian. Can you talk to Dad about it? Marry? Shen Qinglang was a little surprised, although it was a bit abrupt. It was not so abrupt that he couldn't accept it. After all, she and Gu Yunjian had just experienced life and death together, so it was understandable that they wanted to get married when they were deeply in love. Tell me, big brother, did you like the 15th prince? Or was it the mistress who instigated it? Chapter 210 The elder brother is like a father. You should take responsibility. I like it. Have you thought it through? Shen Qinglang tapped her forehead. Don't regret it after I tell you. Sister, this is a lifelong event. Don't be careless. You are so unsure. You always stared at the 4th prince before. And now you say you like the 15th prince. Will you like someone else after a while? Shen Shuang was very upset. The original owner's fault will be with her for the rest of her life. She made a solemn promise. No. Shen Qinglang didn't dare to believe her. You know, she cried so hard when she was rejected by Gu Jinhao. If she regretted it one day, it would be too late to reverse it. She should think about it again. Shen Shuang swore that she would not regret it, and finally made him agree to find a chance to talk to Shen Nanfang. But she thought it was too late, and insisted that he go now, and said that Gu Yunjian would come to propose marriage tomorrow morning. This made Shen Qinglang hesitate. Why are you so anxious? Tell me the truth. Did he bully you? The smile in his eyes disappeared, and he was obviously suppressing his anger. This expression reminded her of Shen Qingyan when he was in Chu. Brother, don't make malicious assumptions about Brother Yunjian. He is a gentleman. How could he bully me? She told him the truth. Today Gu Rongqiu tricked Brother Yunjian away and wanted to kill him. He plans to give a conclusion to everything at the court tomorrow. I am worried that it will not go smoothly. So I want to. You want to marry him, and let me and my father support him? Well, you also know that he has been living in seclusion in Lingyuan for many years, and has not been concerned about worldly affairs. But people have no intention of hurting tigers. But tigers have the intention of harming people's hearts. The emperor is incompetent and insidious. And the throne of the previous emperor is also not legitimate. Now it is just returning the property to its original owner. She was filled with righteous indignation. And Shen Qinglang's eyes were straight. Who told you that the late emperor's throne was not legitimate? There were rumors, but they were not confirmed. If someone heard it, the consequences would be worrying. She pursed her lips and didn't answer him. Qingshuang, don't say this again. She lowered her head. I know. Then what about my marriage with him? Let's talk about it later. Hearing these 4 words, she turned and left. And no matter how Shen Qinglang called her, she would never look back. The little girl has a bad temper. He muttered and turned to find his father. Shen Nanfang raised his eyebrows and paced back and forth after listening. Although the emperor was incompetent and despised, it was always too risky to establish a new emperor. If he succeeded, he would be a meritorious official. But if he failed, he would be a traitor. compared with the current emperor. Gu Yunjian was obviously more suitable to be the emperor. But he didn't know how much he had in his hands. He wouldn't just say that the old emperor planned to pass the throne to him before his death. Right, Dad? Wu Bo and He Li went to the Ministry of War today. I don't know what the result of the negotiation with Chenggu was. Shen Nanfang stopped, shook his head and snorted. I'm afraid Chenggu can't make the decision. Don't forget that there is Yang Fan. His brother just married Fan Yinping's 2 daughters today. He will definitely follow his lead. Fan Yinping owed Jiang Ji a favor, and would never support the 15th prince. There is also the 4th prince, who is not an easy person to deal with. The late emperor wanted to make him the prince. If it weren't for our emperor's tricks, he would have sat in the council hall. The royal family's affairs are so messy. The 15th prince has already controlled the emperor and the queen mother, and he must have got the military token. In this case, our choice is crucial. Dad, my sister likes the 15th prince very much. She was angry when I didn't express my opinion just now. In fact, if the 15th prince has something powerful in his hand, I want to just support him. His character and temperament are both the best choice, and can also satisfy my sister's wishes. You love my sister? Shen Qinglang smiled. If you don't want to take risks, just agree to propose marriage. As for that matter, be neutral. Shen Nanfang glanced at his son and kicked him, but he easily dodged it. Neutral? Why are you neutral when your sister is going to marry him? Are you kidding me? Qinglang, you kid can also lie to your father now. Get out. Shen Qinglang deliberately sighed. Dad, why are you so irritable now? I am thinking about you. The 15th prince is not an impulsive person. If he ascends the throne and you stand on the opposite side of him, how embarrassing the situation will be. How should you deal with it? Do I need to thank you? Dad, you are polite. This is my job. By the way, what do you think about my sister's marriage? Shen Nanfang flicked his sleeves. You can say whatever you want. The elder brother is like a father. You should take responsibility. Anyway, don't let her come back to me crying. Shen Qinglang looked at his back with his head held high and curled his lips. His father lost his elder brother, but his biological father is still alive. Why do you always say that the elder brother is like a father? Dad has done this, and the whole Daki is the only one left. Anyway, it was finally done, and it also relieved his worries. Shen Qinglang walked briskly to Chuadi Pavilion, but did not see Shen Qingshuang. He went to Lion Pavilion again, but there was no one there either. Strange. I asked Bu, and she said she didn't know where the young lady had gone. I went to the door again, and the guard said that the young lady had not left after she came back. The little girl doesn't know kung fu, nor can she climb over the wall. With doubts, Shen Qinglang searched the Shen mansion inside and out, and she was actually kneeling in front of her mother's spirit tablet, crying. His heart softened. He touched her head, but she opened it. It seems that she was very angry this time. He knelt beside her to show his goodwill, but she moved to the side and distanced herself from him. He was speechless. Did she hate him so much? Mother, you see, you lose your temper when you are not satisfied, and you are spoiled to be lawless. Shen Qinglang complained to Mrs. Shen's spirit tablet, but his eyes glanced at his sister. It's just a marriage. I don't disagree. She is young, and she has been with the 15th prince for too short a time, and it involves the struggle for imperial power. I just hesitated for a while, and she ignored me. Please judge. Is there any sister who treats her like this? Is there any brother who treats you like this? I finally like someone, and you don't give me a straight answer. Shen Qinglang frowned and wanted to ask, is it really not easy? Finally, he held back. She was already in tears, and it would be even harder to comfort her if she continued to be angry. Shouldn't I discuss this with Dad? Dad won't listen to you. Shen Qinglang, I can give up revenge for you. Can't you help me? Shen Qinglang was confused by being called by his full name. What revenge should I give up for him? Your sweetheart hurt me, and my third brother wanted to kill her, but I stopped him. Wait a minute. Shen Qinglang was startled and even more confused. How could there be another sweetheart? Where did his sweetheart come from? Who wants to hurt you? Explain clearly. But she didn't want to say anything, and secretly put some more medicine in her eyes. Her tears flowed even harder. The sister who was protecting her with one hand was crying breathlessly, and Shen Qinglang felt very uncomfortable. He turned her shoulders and coaxed her softly. Okay. Don't cry. I've agreed with Dad that we agree to your marriage. And we will also support your brother Yunjian. You didn't lie to me? If I lie to you, you won't cry again? She burst into laughter and kissed him on the forehead. The change was so fast that Shen Qinglang suspected that she was pretending. Where are you going? Go to bed. Good night, big brother. Shen Qinglang touched his forehead and took a deep breath. Laugh when you get the advantage. Jump when you can't get the advantage. Too snobbish. After waiting for half an hour, Shen Qingyan came back and seemed to be in a good mood. Mistress. Suddenly hearing the eldest brother's voice, Shen Qingyan felt guilty as a reflex and laughed dryly. Big brother. Why aren't you asleep? Shen Qinglang looked around him. Where did you go? Why is it so late? Oh. Swimming tower. Doing business. Big brother. What do you want to see me for? Yeah. Qing Shuang said that my sweetheart hurt her. Who is she referring to? Chapter 211. Can you not marry the young emperor's uncle? Shen Qingyan chuckled. Brother. You asked me about your sweetheart? Shen Qinglang looked down on him for his playful appearance. Behave yourself. Who is Qing Shuang talking about? Shen Qingyan didn't dare to say it. He was afraid that the eldest brother would come after him. That was not a small matter, and it almost made his sister lose her innocence. Brother. I'm actually not sure. It's over. Don't ask anymore. He took the opportunity to run away, but was brought back by Shen Qinglang, with anger between his eyebrows. Not sure? Qing Shuang said, you were going to kill that woman. How could you not know? I warn you. You better tell the truth. Otherwise go to the Sigua Hall to reflect on yourself. Shen Qingyan went to the Sigua Hall, touched his rumbling stomach, and regretted not having dinner with Gu Lingyan. With just that lunch, I don't know how many days I can hold out. How long it takes. What if the boss still has feelings for that vicious woman? Will there be peace in the family? Qing Shuang couldn't sleep after returning to her room. On the one hand, she was excited that the marriage was not hindered. And on the other hand, she was worried that she would say something about Qin Yanxue. If the boss couldn't get anything from her, would he ask the third brother? Thinking of this, she became more worried. She was sure that Shen Qingyan would not say anything, but he would not be able to escape the corresponding punishment. The Sigua Hall? It must be in the Sigua Hall. She blew out the candle, creating the illusion that she was asleep, and tiptoed to open the door, but bumped into a chest, almost scaring her to death. I have something to find you. The low voice and the dark eyes under the moonlight frightened her. Gu Jinhao? Why are you here? Gu Jinhao didn't answer her, but put his arm around her waist and climbed up the wall. Ah! Help! Before she could even shout life, he took her outside the wall. If you want others to know that we are together, just shout. I just want to talk to you. He looked straight into her eyes in a desolate tone. She avoided his gaze, and when she turned her head, she did not forget to take her hand off her waist. But he held her tightly, and no matter how she patted, it was in vain. Gu Jinhao, you've gone too far. Is that too far? How can you say that you abandoned me after having an affair with me? The dog prince started to have an attack again. A man who always talks about abandoning someone after having an affair with him. How shameless is he? Qing Shuang wanted to die. She wanted to say that it wasn't her, but she couldn't say it. Fourth prince? That was a misunderstanding. Besides, you let Qin Yan beat me, and I cured concubine Xian's illness. Isn't it all written off? Besides, I have proved to you that it was Fang Mingzhu who abandoned you after having an affair with you. Not me. The wind is nearby. Let me go quickly. Gu Jinhao said faintly. Qin Yan led him away. Your elder brother slept with your father. Shen Qingyan is facing the wall, and Shen Qingshu hasn't come back yet. The implication is that no one came to save her. It turned out that he came prepared. You can't talk properly like this. I won't run or shout. Can't I just listen to you? She compromised and tried to show her sincerity. You said that before, but you ran away. It was inside the wall. He remembered it. Since then, he no longer believed her lies. This time it's true, although it's not trustworthy. What if the lie succeeds? Gu Jinhao sighed, without any sign of letting go, but moved closer to her lips. She didn't know where she got the courage, but she slapped him, loud and crisp. You hit me? He touched his face in disbelief. It hurt. Who told you to flirt with me? She took the opportunity to push him away and stepped back several steps. There happened to be a tree next to her, and she hugged it tightly, as if it was her protector. If it was the little emperor's uncle just now, would you hit him? He wouldn't force me, she retorted. Gu Jinhao's eyes darkened. If she was willing, why would he force her? If it wasn't for the little emperor's uncle who stole her love, maybe they would have been together. Qingshuang, can you not marry the little emperor's uncle? He was about to go to bed, but he couldn't help wanting to see her. He happened to hear her and Shen Qinglang saying that she wanted to marry the little emperor's uncle. For a moment, he was heartbroken and depressed on her roof. His pleading eyes made her dare not look directly at him, as if she was really a scumbag who had cheated on him and then abandoned him. But in all conscience, she had never cheated on him. Speak. Oh. She looked up suddenly. No. Why not? Do you like him so much? Shen Qingshuang. We knew each other first. You should marry me. Fourth prince? You can't count it like this. Fang Mingzhu knew you earlier, and she confessed to you today. Why don't you marry her? Shen Qingshuang. Gu Jinhao was really angry. He expressed his sadness of not being able to love her, but she always stabbed him in the heart. How can this woman's heart be so hard? She softened after being frightened by him. So soft that she was about to cry. Please, fourth prince, let me go. Really? If Jifeng sees me, I can't explain it. A bad marriage is like killing one's parents. Let's just pretend we never met that night, and you never said these words. What do you mean by bad marriage? I'll marry you. Shen Qingshuang shuddered. She was afraid, not only of Gu Jinhao, but also of the damn plot in the book, where the original owner became his concubine and fended for herself. No, she didn't want to. She turned around and ran away like she saw a ghost. Gu Jinhao was surprised by her reaction and hurried to chase her. Suddenly, a young man dropped from the sky and stopped him. His face was cold and his body was agile. It was Jifeng. Fourth prince? Respect yourself. Get out of the way. How could Jifeng possibly get out of the way? The black shadow he had been chasing for so long turned out to be Qin Yun. He realized that he had been tricked into leaving the mountain and had come before he could even beat him. Fortunately, he made it in time. Gu Jinhao was no match for him, and could only watch him take Shen Qingshuang away in anger. The key point was that the little girl had an expression of having survived a disaster. With Jifeng by her side, Shen Qingshuang felt more at ease. But at the same time, she had new worries. Looking at the smiling boy, she tentatively asked him, Jifeng, can you please not tell Yin what happened tonight? Brother Jian? Okay. Really? He agreed so readily that she felt an unreal joy. Jifeng nodded solemnly. Of course. I'm so obedient. If he doesn't obey and returns him to Zhui Yunlai, he will lose a lot. Besides, seeing the fourth prince's angry character, he knows that he didn't get any advantage. Why bother to upset the prince and make the lady hate him? The next day, Gu Yunjing got up very early. Wu Bo tried more than a dozen sets of clothes for him, and finally chose one. I'm so tired. The prince is handsome, and he looks good in any one of them. In fact, white is the most elegant and handsome, and Miss Qingshuang also likes it the most. But it's not suitable to wear it today. Purple is better. Noble and handsome. Looking at the child he raised, Wu Bo liked him no matter how he looked at him. The child was going to get married, and he could close his eyes. Gu Yunjin was puzzled by the old man's tearful eyes. Wu Bo, I went to propose marriage. Why are you crying? No. No. I'm too happy. Your Majesty, everything is ready. Shall we go? Gu Yunjin was a little nervous when he really went. When his hand touched the jade pendant given by the little girl, he mustered up his courage again. But he didn't expect Gu Jinhao to be waiting in front of the Lingyuan gate. The tired look in his eyes showed that he had a hard time last night. Chapter 212 Is the concubine not afraid of breaking the mother-son relationship? Jinhao. Gu Jinhao turned his head when he heard his voice. Compared with Gu Yunjian's high spirits, he felt inferior. Hesitated. Little uncle, can you lend me a hand to talk? Wu Bo was afraid that he would make trouble. So he said to Gu Yunjian, Prince, we can't delay today. Gu Jinhao glanced at Wu Bo. He said it so obscurely, as if everyone didn't know that he was going to propose marriage. Little uncle, just a moment. Gu Yunjian, and he went to the bottom of a ginkgo tree. The morning sun cast a halo through the fan-shaped leaves, harmonious and beautiful. And he was more patient with this nephew. What's the matter? Gu Jinhao thought about it all night, but hesitated at this time. He felt that he was very despicable and shameless. But he would be unwilling if he didn't say it. Jin Hao. What do you want to say? Gu Jinhao felt uneasy when he looked at him. And he made up his mind. Little uncle. Fang Mingzhu was not talking nonsense before. Gu Yunjian had a vague guess and asked him. What do you mean? Gu Jinhao scratched his head. His voice trembling a little. I mean, Qingxuang. She did take advantage of my drunkenness and went to my bed. Wanting to do me. He couldn't say anything more. He knew he understood. What to you? Gu Yunjian's tone was very calm. I promised you my body. Right? His reaction was unexpected. Gu Jinhao absolutely believed that he was pretending to be calm. Any man would not be indifferent to hearing such a thing about the woman he liked. Although he proposed to Shen Qingxuang without hesitation in Dingbei Palace. She was framed at that time. This time is different. Yes. If you don't believe it, you can ask Qin Yun. I chose to remain silent to protect her reputation. But I can't lie to you. Rumors can make a person's heart melt. For the sake of her and the young uncle's reputation, please reconsider this marriage. Gu Yunjian raised his hand, indicating that he didn't need to continue. That incident happened before she went to Shoan Palace to treat concubine Xian? What? Gu Jinhao felt that he had missed the point. What did this have to do with the order of time? Could he know something? He was afraid that he would ask Shen Qingxuang for confirmation. So he nodded, yes. Gu Yunjian said him. Anything else? What? Gu Jinhao suspected that his ears were broken. And he just let it go like this? I kissed her. After you met her. As soon as the words fell, Gu Yunjian's body shook. And then he slapped him. This slap made Wu Bo and Zhui Yun, who were not far away, also stunned. The master and apprentice looked at each other. And no one dared to step forward, let alone Shan Yu. But Gu Yunjian pointed at Gu Jinhao and said something. Then turned and walked towards them. In the carriage, Gu Yunjian put his hands on his knees and thought. Wu Bo wanted to ask what happened several times but stopped. And he went to Ding and General's mansion in silence all the way. There was already a carriage waiting there. And Yu Ping was standing outside. My queen. The 15th prince and his men have arrived. The concubine Xian yawned lazily and helped Yu Ping get out of the car. When she saw Gu Yunjian, she started to nag, old 15. Why did you ask me to come and propose marriage? My dead boy. If he knew, wouldn't he break off this fragile mother-son relationship with me? It's better for concubine Xian not to have this mother-son relationship, so as not to be implicated. Gu Yunjian didn't smile at all. And concubine Xian was very uncomfortable. She asked him carefully, did that brat offend you? You are a bad-mouthed person. Arrogant and domineering. If the concubine doesn't care, I will do it for you. The evaluation was fair and to the point. And concubine Xian nodded repeatedly. But she was very curious about what he was angry about. Gu Yunjian glanced at her. And concubine Xian immediately felt ashamed of not raising her children well. Yu Ping quietly asked Uncle Wu. And then quietly pulled her master aside, my lady. The 15th prince beat the 4th prince. Concubine Xian raised her eyebrows. What are you kidding? The 15th prince would beat people? And beat Jin Hao? But Uncle Wu nodded seriously. And she believed it. It was obviously not a trivial matter that could make him take action. Let's make up for the sin. She brushed her hair, straightened her skirt, and smiled in a friendly way, old 15. Don't be angry. Jin Hao is a child who doesn't know anything. You can scold him and beat him. I will never feel sorry for him. It's just that today is a good day. It's important to propose marriage. Don't worry. I promise to fulfill my mission and let old Shen marry Qingxuang to you. Are you not afraid of breaking the mother-son relationship? It's almost broken. This kind of rebellious son will die in this life. So let's not talk about it. Shen Mansion. Since Shen Qinlang reminded him again last night. The father and son of the Shen family, except Shen Qinyan, who was facing the wall, were all dressed neatly and waiting in the main hall. When they heard that concubine Xian and Gu Yunjian were coming at the same time, they looked at each other in bewilderment. Who is they going to propose marriage for? Without time to think, they went to greet them. Your Highness, I pay my respects to the concubine Xian and the 15th prince. Everyone, stand up. Concubine Xian went to the main hall in a familiar manner, found a seat and sat down, and gestured with her hands. Old Shen, you sit down. Qi Lang, you sit down too. And Xiao Erzi too. Where is the third son? Don't you know what day it is? That's outrageous. This mouth keeps talking like a mynah bird, perfectly interpreting the feeling of being at home. This person who is in charge of the country. Yuping even suspects that the master is the mistress of this family. Gu Yunjian didn't see Shen Qingyan, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Did he get locked up because he spoke for him? General Shen Qingyan, Your Highness. He made a small mistake, and was punished by Qing Lang to the reflection hall. Shen Qinglang looked at his father with resentment. He really didn't take any blame, as if he was the one who made the decision for the Shen family. He had clearly reported it to him. But the old man said that facing the wall was too light, and he had to beat him up. I don't know what mistake he made, Your Highness. He knew about it but didn't report it, so he had to be punished. May I ask what's the matter? The concubine Xian felt that it was boring to waste time on unimportant things. They were biological father and son, and nothing serious would happen. She waved her hand. Old Shen, don't talk about irrelevant things. Let's talk about business. To be honest, I'm here to propose marriage today. We are old friends. You know my character and temperament. It's absolutely right for my daughter to marry here. I'll help you decide this marriage. Shen Nanfang was frightened by the words of this artificial old friend. Marry her? Marry her as a daughter-in-law? Shen Qinglang was afraid that his father would be tricked by his old friend. So he quickly pulled his sleeve and whispered, Dad. No. The concubine Xian had excellent hearing, and frowned. What's wrong? Qinglang, don't you believe me? Replied to the concubine. I dare not. But my sister doesn't like the fourth prince, and we can't agree to this marriage no matter what. Fourth prince? Who asked Qing Shuang to marry Jin Hao? Don't say you don't like it. I don't like it either. I proposed it for the 15th prince. This child is shy. Old Wu came several times, but failed to get it done. So he asked me to come this time. Uncle Wu looked down on this concubine, who was looking for an opportunity to slander. What is she capable of? She has always been misunderstood. Gu Yunjian also regretted it. He just wanted to express his respect for the Shen family. But it caused such a scene. Chapter 213, I think the situation is not good. General Shen. Major General. The concubine is indeed proposing marriage for this prince. It's not that I am embarrassed, but my father and mother have passed away. There are no elders in the family, and Uncle Wu has returned empty-handed many times. So I asked the concubine to come. The father and son of the Shen family breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't you say it earlier? Shen Nanfang winked. And Shen Qinglang said, 15th prince. It's not impossible to marry Qing Shuang. 2 things. Please tell me. Major General. The concubine Xian also wanted to hear what the conditions were, and her eyes immediately flashed with gossip. First, you can't take concubines or maids. In short, you can't have other women except Qing Shuang. This is what I should do. And I agree. He was so happy that Shen Qinglang had a better impression of him. Prince, this is not an empty talk. You have to write a letter of guarantee and press your fingerprints. Shen Qinglang smiled, waved his hand, and Shen Qingshu immediately brought up the prepared pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Concubine Xian almost laughed herself to death. This is interesting. Old 15. You can't regret it once you write it. They are not afraid of anyone. Think about it and write it first. Gu Yunjian smiled slightly. As long as it is not a divorce letter, it's fine to write anything. The pen is flowing, and the writing is guaranteed to be very beautiful. Shen Qingshu wants to frame it. Master, the prince is like selling himself. Jueyun muttered in a low voice. Wu Bo said, what do you know? Even this is not something that anyone can write if they want to. Concubine Xian stopped laughing. Is this an allusion to her son? Shen Qinglang handed the letter of guarantee to his father after reviewing it. Second, my sister is too young and her mother died not long ago. She can't get married before the mourning period is over. Gu Yunjian understood that the little girl would be 16 soon, and would be 18 when the mourning period was over. So let's wait a little longer. I agree. But can the marriage be settled first? Shen Nanfang just opened his mouth. Shen Qinglang didn't give him a chance. It depends on the third thing. But you just said 2 things? Shan Yu shouted. The contract of selling the body has been signed. How can the third thing be okay? My eldest brother thought of it at the last minute. Is it not okay? Shen Nanfang was afraid that his son was too presumptuous, and wanted to stop him. But he heard Shen Qinglang say, Dad, don't interrupt. Shen Qingshu laughed secretly beside him. Who said that the eldest brother is like a father? Now the eldest brother has replaced him legitimately. Major General. Please speak. Although Gu Yunjian was a little uneasy, he had to agree to any conditions at this time. Who asked him to marry someone's sister? Shen Qinglang smiled. Your Highness. Don't be nervous. It's not a big deal. My sister has been spoiled since she was a child. We three brothers always stand up for her. If the guards of Ling Yuan can defeat us, the marriage can be settled at any time. Gu Yunjian turned his head and looked at Jueyun. And the boy's eyes widened. Does the prince's lifelong event depend on the three of them? The task is not only difficult but also arduous. Major General. Is it 2 wins in 3 games? Shen Qinglang smiled again. 3 wins in 3 games is a bit difficult. Jueyun has helped him after all. Give him face and nod. Jueyun sighed. Feeling very guilty, Your Highness. We only have the confidence to defeat the second son of Shen. And we can only win 1 game. Gu Yunjian's disappointment was really uncomfortable in Wu Bo's eyes. He wanted to go up and fight. But he pointed out that it was a guard. This was the first time the child liked a girl and wanted to get married. So he couldn't let him down. Throwing down a sentence, if I can't win, I will change my apprentice. Ah? Jueyun was discouraged and discussed with Shen Qinglang. Major General. Can the 3 of us fight against the second young master in a match? 3 games and 3 wins? Shen Qingshu could no longer bear it. How much did he look down on him? He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to teach him a lesson. But was persuaded by the boss's eyes. If you have that time, practice more kung fu. If you lose and it's embarrassing, you should also face the wall. This trip seemed to be done and not done. And Wu Bo's pressure increased suddenly. Or, let's change a few guards, Gu Yunjian suggested. Wu Bo knew what was important and what was not, and planned to reselect 3 from the hidden guards, which made Jueyun anxious, and swore that he would never let them down. Gu Yunjian relented and gave 3 months. Yuping saw concubine Xian drinking tea in a depressed mood, and didn't understand what she was worrying about. Concubine Xian sighed. With sad eyes and sad tone, Yuping, according to Qinglong's 3rd condition, our Jinhao will never be able to marry. As for Qin Yun, he can't even beat Xiao Erzi. Shen Qingshu. Who did he offend? His kung fu is not bad. Really not bad. What he lacks is his fate. Everyone in his family is a master. And everyone he meets is a master. What can he do? The dust has settled halfway. And it still can't be settled. On the other side, Shen Qingshuang and Jifeng waited for a long time, but Biyu didn't come back. So they had to go find her in person. Coincidentally, Gu Yunjian came out of the main hall. Brother Yunjian. She came to him lightly like a butterfly, her eyes full of brilliance. Are you all right? Before Gu Yunjian spoke, Shen Qinglang pulled her over. The girl is outgoing. When she learned that she would have to compete again, she sighed. But only for a moment, then let's compete quickly. Now? Gu Yunjian was a little embarrassed. I can't win. Why can't I win? The little girl was very confused. Aren't Jueyun and the others competing with my 3 brothers? Uncle Wu said, in principle. It depends on their martial arts progress in 3 months. Miss Jingshuang, don't worry. I will definitely train these 3 boys well. Don't say 3 months. Uncle Wu, if it's really 3 months, there will be no hope. What do you mean by that? Shen Qingshuang pulled the old man aside and chattered. And he smiled and praised her for her intelligence. This sister who was so stubborn made Shen Qinglang feel uneasy. And at this time, the old and the young came over with a smile. Qinglang, let's compete now. Now? Uncle Wu, are you kidding? No. 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 I'm not kidding. Uncle Wu arranged it very straightforwardly. Shan Yu, you compete with the young general. Jifeng, you compete with the 2nd son. Jueyun, you compete with the 3rd son. Shan Yu's head was confused. He was the worst among the 3 brothers. If he went directly to Shen Qinglang to compete, he would lose without suspense. Gu Yunjian also felt bad. Uncle Wu whispered, and there was a smile in his eyes. Shen Nanfang pushed his son, Qinglang. I think the situation is not good. More than not good? We are sure to lose. Shen Qinglang sighed. Glancing at his sister, she lowered her head and supported her forehead with a smile. Brother, Xiao Sen will not lose to Jueyun. Don't let others' ambitions be boosted and your own prestige be destroyed. When Shen Qingyan, who had been hungry all night, came to him, Shen Qingshu shut up. The dust settled, and the only one who was uneasy was concubine Xian. She patted Shen Qingshuang's hand and asked her to help find out why Gu Yunjian beat Gu Jinhao. Old 15 has never beaten anyone before. I can't think of what the dead boy did to make him do it. She was so cautious that Shen Qingxuan was also uneasy. She asked Uncle Wu first. But unfortunately, he didn't know. It was still Gu Yunjian who noticed that she looked wrong. Are you not feeling well? She took him to a small garden nearby. Did you beat the fourth prince? Gu Yunjian didn't hide it, and nodded directly. Yes. Why did you beat him? He said you promised him your body and kissed you. And asked me to give up this marriage. Chapter 214 Hearing rumors is believing. No wonder our great Qi is not prosperous. Is the dog prince so insidious and despicable? She stamped her feet angrily. It's not me who wants to pledge my love to him. I haven't kissed him either. Really? I know. His clear eyes were full of smiles. He put his arm around her waist, lowered his head, and tapped her lips. So do you think he should be beaten? You should? But what if he fights back? Won't you be at a disadvantage? Gu Yunjian smiled. He dare not fight back. I am the elder. I forgot. Then shouldn't you confirm with me before proposing? She tilted her head and asked him, putting herself in his shoes. If he had these affairs, she would definitely consider it carefully. Confirm what? Jinhao's words? Yes. That's not necessary. My little girl said she likes me. What should I worry about? What others say, and what I feel are of course more credible. Besides, the sooner you propose marriage, the better. What if someone else gets there first? I'm too lonely alone. I really want you to accompany me. Mature, rational and gentle. Shen Qingxuan felt like she had found a treasure. She wanted to get married now. But you have to wait for more than 2 years. She shook his sleeves. Time was so slow. It doesn't matter. I'll wait as long as it takes. We agreed at Lai Fu in that as long as you are willing to marry me, you can set the wedding date and the post-marriage plan. I won't regret it. She felt warm in her heart and held his hand. Why are you so nice? Who made me old? Shen Qingxuan was amused by his words. This was really a lifetime of luck to meet him. At this time, Yu Ping came. Mission. The concubine dowager is going back to the palace. Shen Qingxuan understood what she meant and went to see concubine Xian. She only said that Gu Jinhao was bad-mouthed and provoked Gu Yunjian. So he was beaten. But the specific reason was unknown. Concubine Xian accepted this reason. Her son's bad mouth was not 1 or 2 days. She got on the carriage with a graceful manner, and suddenly saw Gu Jinhao inside. She was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. Jinhao. What a coincidence. Awkward situation. Awkward words. Awkward son. Awkward mother. Concubine Xian rarely felt guilty about her son. Unfortunately, I didn't see my mother in Shoan Palace, so I came here. Did my mother come to the Shen mansion to run for me? Gu Jinhao spoke word by word, trying his best to suppress the injustice in his chest. Not helping is fine, but also making things worse, because she was afraid that he would get the beauty. Yu Ping silently moved to the front of the carriage. Don't let the fire at the city gate affect the innocent. Concubine Xian was isolated and helpless. She coughed a few times and closed her eyes to rest. She guessed that Gu Jinhao was not looking at her, so she quietly opened one eye. Her own son was still staring at her intently. She needed to speak at this time. Son, your uncle and Qingxuan's marriage is already decided, so don't fret. Let go. Bless generously. Be generous. Generous? Mother, you are talking without any pain. I am sitting. If your father was taken away by another woman, would you still be generous? Does your father have fewer women? How can I raise you without being generous? Mother, I am unwilling to accept this. You have made my ears callous by your words. The concubine Xian slapped her son's face with both hands, and said angrily, Son, you should fight for your dignity. If the girl doesn't like you, you can just give up. Why bother to be disgusted? My son has everything. Just say his appearance is good, and his temperament is okay, and his way of dealing with people. Forget it. Don't talk about it. Just give up. I won't give up. The concubine Xian lost her patience with this stubborn son. She couldn't do it anymore. I'm tired. It's no use not giving up. You can't meet the condition of the eldest brother of the Shen family. What? The concubine Xian told Gu Jinhao about the competition. Gu Jinhao was very disdainful. The little uncle can't do it either. Although his 3 guards are extraordinary in martial arts, they can only beat Shen Qishu. Humph. After the concubine Xian told Gu Jinhao about the competition, Gu Jinhao was dumbfounded. Where is your Qin Yun? He can't even beat the second son? Gu Jinhao was not convinced. In Shin Qingyun's situation, Qin Yun might be able to beat him. I can deal with Shin Qishu. Why don't you give it a try? The concubine Xian no longer bothered to hide her disdain. She couldn't believe that this guy was born by her. Son, do you think the third child will starve for a night before fighting with Qin Yun? What on earth did I give birth to? He is nothing every day. I am tired of him. Get out. Gu Jinhao did not get out, but followed her carriage into the palace. The virtuous concubine returned to Shouan Palace, and Gu Jinhao went to the council hall. There was a lot of discussion outside the hall, and Gu Binghe ran over as soon as he saw him. Fourth brother. Have you heard? Gu Jinhao was not interested, so he told him to say whatever he wanted to say. Gu Binghe was annoyed, but he didn't care. Anyway, he was used to it. If he was nice one day, he would be in trouble. The 11th uncle's mansion was bloodbath yesterday. One person died and more than a dozen were injured. Even the 11th uncle was poisoned and lying in the mansion. Gu Jinhao's face changed. He was only concerned about his children's love yesterday and didn't know that such a big thing had happened. Binghe, do you know who did it? Everyone says it's Jueyun. Jueyun? Gu Jinhao was shocked. Doesn't that mean it's related to the little uncle? But how could it be? Really? Who can take on the entire palace by themselves except for the people of Lingyuan? I can't figure it out. Gu Jinhao pondered. Jiangji walked over, his eyes full of resentment. Don't be surprised, Your Highness. The 15th prince dared to fabricate charges to imprison the emperor and the queen mother. What's so strange about dealing with the 11th prince? Your two princes should be careful. You may be the next one. Gu Binghe said, Pa, Marquis Chengyi. What nonsense are you talking about? You said that the little uncle fabricated charges to imprison the emperor and the queen mother. Who can prove that it was fabricated? The little uncle was indeed assassinated in the imperial mausoleum. That doesn't prove that it was done by the emperor and the queen mother. Who is that? You? Jiangji waved his sleeves. 5th prince. You are slandering me. What are you slandering? Aren't you the one slandering me? The matter of the 11th uncle will be resolved in the court meeting later. It's no wonder that the fortune of my great Qi is not prosperous. 5th prince? You are too harsh. What does the fortune of the great Qi have to do with me? Gu Binghe became interested and folded his hands in front of his chest. Cultivate yourself. Manage your family. Govern the country and bring peace to the world. You, the Marquis of Chengyi, are not upright. You are incompetent, but you are in a high position. How can you not affect the fate of our great Qi? 5th prince? You, don't interrupt me. You are so rude. I have evidence for everything I say. Do you think you are just talking nonsense without any evidence? In order to get close to Fang Yinping, you let Jiang Bieli marry Fang Mingzhu, causing him to hide in my mansion and dare not return home. I didn't wrong you. Did I? If the scandal between Fang Mingzhu and Yang Jie was not known to everyone, I believe you would still force your son to marry her. As for your inability to manage your family, you and Jiang Bieli have a falling out with each other. And my sister, who is so gentle, has divorced Jiang Haobai. Doesn't that explain the problem? You have a lot of problems yourself. And you still have the nerve to comment on my uncle's behavior. The ministers covered their mouths and laughed. Obviously, this is more interesting than discussing the affairs of Gu Rongqi's mansion. Many people who watched the fun and cheered for Gu Binghe. Fang Yinping's teeth were about to break, and Yang Fan behind him was even more embarrassed. Someone said the 15th prince has arrived, and the ministers entered the council hall one by one. And then, they were all stunned. In the past, Gu Yunjian was the only one. But today Wu Bo and Zhui Yunshanyu came. In addition to them, there was another familiar face. Chapter 215. What the king said is the evidence. An old man with gray hair, with a smile on his face. Fang Yinping pondered for a long time and finally remembered, and shouted, He Li. This shout made the pot explode. So he is He Yusher. Didn't he resign and retire after Emperor Gaozu passed away? Why is he here? It's not like he's going to revisit his old place. Wait and see. He Li touched his chin. His eyes were bright, and he looked at Fang Yinping and laughed. I didn't expect that someone would still remember me. Prime Minister Fang. How are you? I'm fine. I'm fine. Fang Yinping smiled awkwardly. A new emperor chooses his own ministers. He is the prime minister now, so there is no need to be afraid of him. looking at the current imperial censor Ma Shangyo. He stood upright and looked at Healy with respect. Turning to Jiang Ji, he saw more hesitation in his eyes. And if you look closely, he is still a little flustered. As for Gu Jinhao, his eyes were strangely calm, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. This was the first time Gu Jinhao had seen Healy, and he was as imposing as Wu Bo. Fourth brother, something big is going to happen. Yes. Gu Yunjin sat down, and everyone saluted. Meet the 15th prince. Everyone, please stand up. I have heard a lot of discussion outside the palace. Who can say something? He swept his eyes across the palace, and Jiang Ji was the first to bear the brunt. Has the 15th prince heard about the bloodbath in the 11th prince's mansion yesterday? They all say that it was done by Zhuyin beside you. I wonder if the prince has any explanation. Jiang Ji instantly focused the attention of the whole audience. Some people sighed that he was courageous. Some sighed that he was stupid. And more wanted to hear how Gu Yunjin would defend himself. How would he react after controlling the court for so many days? Gu Yunjin just glanced at Jiang Ji calmly, and said calmly, "You are right. It was Zhuyin who did it. Gu Rongqie failed to poison me, and then tried to kill me. I have done my best to spare his life." Jiang Ji was surprised that he admitted it like this. He thought he would make excuses. The 11th prince is your brother. How could he harm you? Do you have any evidence for what you said? Evidence? Gu Yunjin smiled slightly. What I said is the evidence. Your Majesty, you can't convince everyone with this. Convince everyone? Gu Yunjin smiled again and asked everyone in the hall, who else doesn't believe it? After looking at each other, they were all silent. Gu Jinhao stood up, and Gu Binghe was startled. It was too late to pull back at this time. Little uncle, nephew doesn't believe that 11th uncle wants to harm you. Gu Jinhao took the opportunity to attack. He couldn't swallow that breath. Why can he sit in the court after stealing his girl? Gu Yunjin looked at him steadily, and suddenly smiled. Pointed, Fang Su. You go and bring Gu Rongqiu and yesterday's assassins. Let them explain to the 4th prince. Gu Jinhao was stunned. He was so calm. He didn't even send a confidant to threaten? 4th brother. What are you doing? Gu Binghe stepped forward to pull him back. He always felt that the 4th brother was wrong today. Very dangerous. Gu Jinhao pulled out his sleeves. It's none of your business. Gu Yunjin's cold voice rang out in the hall. What else do you have? I have plenty of time today. One by one. It's Jiang Ji again. Prince, you have imprisoned the Queen Mother and the Emperor for many days. And you have monopolized power. It's not legitimate. Even Fan Yanping admired his courage. The old man was risking everything. With him leading the charge, he would just wait and see what would happen. Gu Yunjin looked calm. So the ministers that Gu Rongqiu mentioned are you? Marquis Changyi. Not justified? Then I will make them justified today. Shen Qingshu. Go and bring the emperor, the queen mother, and the maid Jin Feng. Zhuiyun. Bring the living people who participated in the assassination of the imperial tomb to the palace. The second wave of people left. And Jiang Ji was uneasy. How could he be so calm? As if he was ready and waiting for him to speak? The gate of Xiangning Palace opened again. And it took the emperor and the queen mother a long time to adapt to the light. During this period, Shen Qingshu went to Shouan Palace. When concubine Xian heard that she was taking Jin Feng away, she stretched out her well-maintained hand and said, Meals and accommodation expenses for this period of time. Tell me your name for Cui Ming Tower. Okay. Generous. She thought something was wrong. Little second son. Cui Ming Tower is not yours. Will telling me your name be of any use? Besides, I have a small token sent by Qing Shuang, which means I can stay there for free for a year. Are you deceiving me? Shen Qingshu's mouth twitched. This concubine was really too much. She reached into her sleeves and gave her all the 234 taels, including the whole amount. Concubine Xian thought she was a robber. And Yuping's eyes seemed to say, aren't you? He coughed twice, pushed the silver back, and smiled kindly. I am teasing your silly child. And ask your sister to make some snacks for me when she is free. Shen Qingshu. She teased him at such a solemn moment. Yuping. Why are you still standing there in such an emergency? Why don't you take Xiao Erzi to get the person? Don't delay the important matter. Yuping. If she hadn't been trying to curry favor, wouldn't it have been better earlier? The emperor stepped into the council hall again. And everything had changed. As if it was a different world. He wanted to go to a seat. The dragon throne. But Gu Yunjian was already sitting next to the dragon throne. A purple python robe with gold and silver threads. And a white jade crown with bright eyebrows and starry eyes. His eyes were indifferent. But he exuded the aura of a king, which made people more awed than the previous emperor. The emperor glanced at his mother. But she nodded, pointed and shouted, "Gu Yunjian, you have imprisoned me and the queen mother. You are disrespectful and should be executed. All the nobles, capture him for me, and I will reward you according to your merits." But no one responded, which made the emperor feel like a clown. Jiangji mobilized, "Colleagues, the emperor has given the order. How can you remain indifferent?" The hall was in turmoil. But there was only discussion, and no one dared to move. "My fellow officers, do you want to rebel against the emperor's orders?" Prime Minister Fang, Minister Yang, Fang Yanping and Yang Fan were named. And the emperor was in front. So they took a gamble. 15th Prince, the matter of the imperial mausoleum is complicated and confusing. It is really disrespectful to put the emperor under house arrest before the truth is known. Fang Yanping was righteous. Yang Fan followed closely. What Fang Xiang said is very true. "Prince, you should apologize to the emperor. Don't cause public outrage." Qin Gu snorted, "Yang Fan, when can you represent the people?" "Shanchu, sir. Although you and I have disputes, we must distinguish right from wrong." Shen Nanfang laughed. "Right from wrong? The emperor sent someone to assassinate the 15th prince and almost kill my daughter. This is a fact. There is no injustice at all. It's ridiculous that you still want to confuse right and wrong. You are ignorant." General Shen, you also participated in the house arrest of the emperor. And you are also a sinner. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you hold military power. So Yang Fan, you are arrogant because you hold military power? Qin Gu snorted again. It's not your turn to make decisions in the Ministry of War. The hall quarreled. And the emperor and the empress dowager looked at each other. It can be seen that there are still people helping. And the haggard eyes have a proud look again. Enough? What are you all yelling about? It's noisy. Wu Bo held the black iron sword horizontally. Here is the Emperor Gaozu's imperial sword. Shut up. The noisy hall suddenly fell silent. The imperial sword had threatened them for too long. And it had already left a shadow on them. After a while, Zhuiyun came, holding a rope with 3 people tied to it. Chapter 216. If the king wants his subjects to die, they must die. But this king should not be you. Pick out the important points for me. Uncle Wu pointed at Qinjiao and the other 2. You speak first. Qinjiao, be careful when you speak. The queen mother looked at the kneeling Qinjiao with a knife-like gaze. But he did not look at her. He knew that the queen mother was cruel and ruthless. But it was Zhuiyun who controlled his life at this time. And he was much more terrifying than that old woman. It was the queen mother who transferred me to the imperial mausoleum. She said that the 15th prince would go to worship and asked me to kill him directly when the time came. The detailed process has been written in the confession. And it is all true. Qinjiao finished speaking in one breath, setting a good example for the other 2. The 2 rushed to confess. At that time, the emperor asked the deputy commander to select 27 guards to go to the imperial mausoleum to listen to General Qin's orders. And we were chosen. General Qin asked us to assassinate the 15th prince, and we had to obey orders. These things are also written in the confession. Prince, spare my life. Prince, spare my life. Qinjiao suddenly realized that he only testified but did not beg for mercy. And he also cowed out quickly. Prince, it was the queen mother who ordered me. Please spare my life. This made the court explode. And the minister sighed. The emperor murdered the little uncle, and it was a foregone conclusion. The emperor and the queen mother's faces had turned the color of pig liver. And they wanted to refute but couldn't do it. Because Qinjiao and the other 2 not only raised their voices suddenly, but also cried, so that no one could hear their sophistry. Originally, they were just following orders. And now they had to take the blame and pay for their lives. Who would do it? Zhuiyun passed the 3 confessions in front of Fang Yanping and gave them directly to Shen Nanfang. Shen Nanfang spread them out. And there was another wave of public opinion. Noisy. Wu Bo had a headache. Why were they so excited when the matter was not yet over? He motioned everyone to be quiet and pointed at Jin Feng. It's your turn. Jin Feng took a deep look at her master and told her in detail how the queen mother had instructed her to poison Gu Yunjian's mother's coffin and how she had made Gu Yunjian suffer from a cold. This frightened everyone more than before. And even Gu Jinhao couldn't believe it. It was only when he arrived in Chu that he knew that Gu Yunjian had a cold. It turned out that it was the Queen Mother who did it. Looking at Gu Yunjian, his indifferent eyes were as calm as lake water, as if they were telling someone else's story. He listened quietly, but his hands were intentionally or unintentionally stroking the jade pendant on his clothes. Gu Jinhao suddenly thought of his mother, pointed at Jin Feng and asked angrily, "Does your mother's long-term illness have anything to do with you? For the sake of her relatives far away in Chu?" Jin Feng confessed, replying to the fourth prince. The Queen Mother was also responsible for the illness of concubine Xian. The Queen Mother informed the Imperial Hospital to do it quietly. According to the plan, the Queen Mother will not live past the Mid-Autumn Festival. Poisonous woman. Gu Jinhao kicked the Queen Mother down, wishing that this vicious woman would die immediately. The Queen Mother was originally poisoned by concubine Xian in revenge. After being kicked by Gu Jinhao, she turned pale and weak, and her heart palpitated. Gu Jinhao, you are so presumptuous. The Emperor stood up straight. I am so presumptuous. You and your son are as vicious as snakes and scorpions. Do you dare to say that these accusations are false? The Emperor also risked his life. Yes. What they said is true. But so what? I am the king. And you are the ministers. If the king wants the minister to die, the minister has to die. Gu Yunjian, Gu Jinhao, you do not distinguish between the superior and the inferior. And you are rebelling. I can kill you. Fan Yinping, Yang Fan, and all the nobles. Whoever helps me to quell the rebellion, I will reward you heavily. Jiang Ji looked at Fan Yinping, while he looked at Yang Fan. Prime Minister Fan, think twice. The fourth prince has also joined in. We can't do it alone. Didn't you hear that the fourth prince just attacked the 15th prince? They may not unite. Yang Fan, you only have one chance. Yang Fan hesitated, and was reminded by Fan Yinping that he had long been unacceptable to Gu Yunjian, and there was no turning back. He gritted his teeth and reached into his arms. Yang Fan, take them down, and I will give you a promotion. Before the word title came out, the military token that Yang Fan had just taken out fell into Zhuyan's hands. Master, I have collected two. He held it over like a treasure, but got a roll of the eyes from Uncle Wu. He was confused. Why didn't he praise him? A fake military token is worth snatching. Fake? Even Yang Fan was stunned, and looked at Chenggu again, his eyes full of sarcasm. If it weren't for Elder Wu and Elder He's reminder, you would have succeeded. Stealing the military token to mobilize the army? Yang Fan, you actually remembered it. You and your brother are really alike. The same chicken-stealing and dog-stealing thieves. One steals the military token, the other steals people. Gu Binghe ran over and clapped his hands. Minister Chen, you said it well. Very insightful. Your Highness, thank you for your compliment. You're welcome. Fan Yinping hated Gu Binghe and Chenggu so much that he wanted to strangle his two daughters to death, causing him to be laughed at from the streets to the council hall. Yang Fan was so angry that he sneered, Chenggu, what are you proud of? My people have already surrounded the palace. As long as I give the order, you will die without a burial place. Chenggu also laughed. Ignorant. Your people? The military tokens you stole are all fake. What right do you have to mobilize the army? They are all my confidants, regardless of whether the military token is real or fake. Yang Fan was not willing to be outdone. Yang Fan, wake up. Your people have been captured by General Shen, and the troops outside are mine, and those of General Dingen's mansion. Yang Fan looked at Shen Nafang in astonishment. You also betrayed? The development of the situation was beyond Gu Yunjian's expectation. He glared at Wu Bo. He had said not to involve the Shen family. So why did he knowingly commit a crime? What if the little girl misunderstood that he was with her in order to seize power? Wu Bo hurriedly distanced himself from the matter. Your Majesty, I swear that I did not coerce or bribe Xiao Shen. The person involved, Shen Nafang, patted his forehead. Who? Can he tell him what happened, and when did he get involved? His eldest son answered his doubts. Dad, it's me and Shower. Last night, Chenggu came to us to borrow troops. You were asleep at that time. We thought about it and did it. He said it lightly, sending troops as if going out. Shen Nafang gritted his teeth. You didn't discuss such a big thing with me? Shen Qishu asked his father to calm down. It is said that the eldest brother is like a father. What else is there to discuss? Rebellion? Rebellion? The Emperor said what Shen Nafang had not said yet. Hope became despair. He shouted, I am the emperor. If you disobey me, you will all die. Emperor? Healy laughed. And then his face turned cold. It's time to change the master. Healy, you are a remnant of the previous dynasty. Why are you so arrogant? Just based on your treasonous words, I can cut you into pieces. Healy stopped laughing, withdrew his eyes from the emperor, and then took something out of his sleeve. What is this? The emperor's ominous premonition became stronger, and his eyes were fixed on Healy's hand. Gu Shizha, you have been the emperor for more than a year, and you don't even recognize the imperial edict? But it's no wonder you are surprised. This imperial edict is not from you and your late father, but from Emperor Gaozu before his death. You are right. If the monarch wants the minister to die, the minister has to die. But this monarch should not be you. Chapter 217. The emperor is wise. He stopped looking at him and unfolded the imperial edict. The edict says that the 15th son of the emperor, Gu Yunjian, is gifted and beautiful, loyal and pure, and is very similar to me. He will surely be able to inherit the throne. He is ordered to ascend the throne and become the emperor. When this edict is published, no matter who the throne is passed to, Gu Yunjian will immediately replace it. Wu Yi and Healy will assist him wholeheartedly and must not make any mistakes. The deposed Emperor Gu Shizha was at a loss. It turned out that this was the secret edict left by the emperor's grandfather. No wonder he couldn't find it. It was actually in Healy's hands. He clenched his fists. His eyes were red. No. My throne was passed down by my father, and the emperor's grandfather cannot take it away. He can't. Gu Shizha, the imperial edict has already made it clear. You don't need to say more. But when it comes to your father, I have to mention one thing. Wu Bo nodded to Shan Yu, and Jiang Yu was tied up and trembling in the hall. In the huge hall, except for the few people who beat him to death, no one knew him. The ignorant are fearless, and they recited the old stories that they knew by heart without missing a word. If the will is a bolt from the blue, this is tantamount to another one. Fourth brother. Father actually used despicable means to steal the throne of the little uncle. Is this true? Gu Bing's head was about to explode. He was ashamed, angry and hateful when he saw his own father being beaten. Gu Jinhao did not answer him. At this point, he had no choice but to believe it. Originally, he wanted to use the military power in his hands to stop Gu Yunjian from becoming emperor to fight for himself. But now his father's crimes are exposed. Even if he has 100% military power, it is difficult to succeed. He is the one who is not justified. Gu Zhizhao, how do you say I will deal with you? Gu Yunjian, who was silent for a long time, walked down. He did not intend to spare this vicious nephew. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Gu Zhizhao didn't care about the emperor's dignity and knelt down to him. Little uncle, I was confused. Please forgive me. At this time, Gu Rongqiu and a group of thugs were brought in. Seeing this scene, they dared not say anything else and knelt down. Not only did he admit his guilt, but he also told how Jiangji had won him over. Gu Jinhao was confused. The little uncle had taken control of everything, and he had nothing left. He didn't care how Gu Yunjian would deal with everything that happened next. He just wanted to escape from the council hall as soon as possible. As for where to escape, he didn't know. There was no place for him in the world. No, I don't want it. It was poisoned by my mother. It has nothing to do with me. I don't want to drink it. Gu Zhizhao's roar disturbed Gu Jinhao's thoughts. And then a loud slap hit his brother's face. It was the Queen Mother. There was anger and despair in her eyes. She had tried her best to clear the obstacles for him, but this unfilial son pushed all the blame on her. Why did she give birth to him in the first place? It was Uncle Wu who spoke again. No need to push or argue. Everyone has a share. Jueyun, drink all the poison tea. Jueyun thought seriously and put forward his own opinion. Master, didn't you say before that you should treat people the way they treat you? According to my disciple, we should kill one of them, and then smear the poison on the coffin of that person and let the other two touch it. Gu Zhizhu and his son looked at each other in horror. If they wanted to kill someone, they must choose one of them. Jueyun was hit on the back of his head, and his master scolded him. Why bother? Kill one to wipe the coffin. Who of the three of them deserves to use a coffin? The Queen Mother was even more afraid. This was going to be a death without a burial place. The fear of death made her want to beg for mercy. But suddenly her hair was grabbed. Her mouth was pried open, and then a cup of tea was poured into her throat. She wanted to vomit, but couldn't. Her son and Ji Feng had the same experience as her, but Ji Feng was much calmer, as if she had been relieved. There is no antidote for this kind of poison, only endless pain. Ji Feng thought of her nephew, who had accidentally touched it at the beginning and suffered for 10 years, which became a hurdle in her heart. Gu Yunjian ordered the 3 people to be locked up in a newly built hut outside the imperial mausoleum, and guarded by people. They had simple meals 3 times a day, but a bowl of poisoned tea was indispensable. Their life or death depended on their luck. Fan Yinping, Yang Fan, and Jiang Ji were all dismissed from office and imprisoned in Tianlao. The situation changed suddenly. They had been high and mighty for many years, but they were reduced to mud under their feet. The other 2 dared not say anything. After all, the emperor and the empress dowager could not protect themselves. But Fan Yinping was not convinced. After all, he didn't shout as fiercely as Jiang Ji, nor did he send troops to surround the palace like Yang Fan. He Li's eyes were filled with disdain. Prime Minister Fan won't cry until he sees the coffin. Censor Ma. You come and explain it to him. Ma Shangyo stepped forward respectfully, opened a booklet, and described Fan Yinping's many years of corruption and abuse of power clearly, which made his eyes widen like copper bells but speechless. Although he wanted to bite to death this thing, they usually kept silent and kicked him at the critical moment. Not only him. Ma Shangyo's booklet also recorded the evidence of many court officials, all of whom he had impeached in the past, but was scolded by Gu Zhijiao for making trouble. And there was a lot of kneeling in the hall. Some were dismissed from office. Some were imprisoned. Some complained. And some applauded. Your Majesty is wise. Healy frowned. Why do you still call him Your Majesty? In just a moment, the council hall resounded with Your Majesty is wise. Long live the Emperor. Amid the sound of prostration, Gu Jinhao was pulled down by Gu Binghe to kneel. His knees touched the ground, as if something had collapsed. The news of Gu Yunjian's ascension to the throne spread throughout the harem first. When Yu Ping came to report in a hurry, concubine Xian, who was eating snacks, almost bit her tongue. Although it was expected, it was unexpected that it would happen so soon. I can't be a concubine anymore. He wanted to throw away the snacks, but when he thought that he couldn't eat them anymore, he stuffed them back into his mouth. My queen, you can't call yourself this palace anymore. This sentence almost choked concubine Xian to death, and she took a few sips of tea to swallow it. Then you still call me Nyang Nyang? Yu Ping sighed, and she really couldn't change it for the time being. Go pack up your things. Ah. Yu Ping left and came back. Where are you going after you pack up? Shen Mansion. Qingxuan will take care of me in my old age. Yu Ping was really impressed by this master, who was really good at making trouble. Nyang Nyang. The 15th prince. No. The emperor and Miss Shen's marriage has been decided. Wouldn't it make the emperor unhappy if the mother of your rival went to Shen Mansion? I know what you said. But Jinhao's mansion is too evil. Should I go there to live in old age or suffer? Then you can't go to Shen Mansion either. How about we go to the 4th prince's mansion for a few days? And I will find you a big house during this time. What else can we do now? We can't be particular. We can only make do. Gu Yunjian became the emperor, and his son could no longer be called His Highness. It stands to reason that he should change it now that his dead father is gone. I wonder what word the 15th prince will give him as a title. If it were her, she would give him the word get out. Go away. Yu Ping saw that she was laughing abnormally, and felt sorry for Gu Jinhao after hearing what she said. What kind of fairy mother and son are they? I don't want to stay anymore. So I went to pack my things. Someone came hurriedly towards me. It was concubine Jing. Sister. Concubine Jing knelt down as soon as she came. Sister, the 15th prince has ascended the throne. What should we orphans and widows do? Chapter 218. This is to make you quiet down in the future. Orphans and widows. The 4 words made concubine Xian feel uncomfortable. There is a vast world with great potential. So why must she stay in the palace as the only choice? If you really compare the situation, concubine Jing, who has no children and is alone, is better off than her. At least she has no burden. But she can't say that. Concubine Jing's pain of losing her son has not subsided after more than 10 years. Don't think she is mean to her. He pulled her with one hand and stuffed a piece of dessert into her hand. Sister, the emperor is kind-hearted and will not vent his anger on us. If I am right, He will let us out of the palace. Sister, we have been in the palace for half our lives. What can we do outside? Concubine Jing wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Looking sad, Concubine Xian was beaming with joy. There are so many things to do. Watching a play, eating out, traveling. Which one is not better than living in this lifeless palace? But sister, I am not like you. You have a son. And I have nothing. Every time they met, they mentioned their son. Concubine Xian's initial sympathy had been exhausted. Seeing that tears were about to fall again, she felt uncomfortable all over. Cry with her. But she couldn't cry. Staying indifferent would be a bit heartless. Sister, things have come to this point. It's not up to you and me. Let's go back to the palace and wait for news. After sending Concubine Jing away, Concubine Xian felt bad for no reason. Her thoughts were like a wild dog that had run away from its reins. And scenes of fantasy flashed through her mind. Suddenly, she slapped the table, Yuping. Do you think that old 15 will let us be buried alive with him? Yuping stood up straight. With this idea, she could directly write a picture book. She is almost 40 years old. And she just thinks about things. Master, there was no burial sacrifice a year ago. So why would there be one now? Besides, how could the emperor be deposed and his concubine be buried with him? The emperor grew up beside you since he was a child. He is introverted and gentle, and is definitely not a bloodthirsty person. Even if he really wants to wipe out the roots, he will not touch you. The concubine Xian thought so too. And it was all because of concubine Jing's crying that disturbed her mind. Fortunately, it was the 15th who ascended the throne. If it was Jin Hao, it would be a disaster. Yu Ping was glad that Gu Jinhao was not here. Otherwise this precarious mother-son relationship would surely collapse on the spot. Gu Jinhao came with a dark face soon, without greeting, and sat down on the chair, speechless for a long time. His mother looked down on this, spitting out the melon seed shells in her mouth, and frowning. If you have something to say, just say it. Who are you showing your face to? Gu Jinhao rolled his eyelids and poured himself a cup of tea. You said before that as long as the little uncle vents his anger, he will give me what I want. But what about now? He is engaged to Qingshuang and has become the emperor. But he has not given me anything. The concubine Xian chuckled, and twisted his face with her hand, which was still fragrant with melon seeds, and was angrily brushed away. What's the matter? Are you here to blame? I have long said that the 15th brother will never let Qingshuang go. It's you who won't turn back until you hit the wall. You can't blame me for this. As for the throne, yes, I said that he is not interested in being the emperor. But what did you do? Gu Jinhao, you little bastard. Jiangji is asking for death. Are you kicked in the head by a donkey to help him embarrass your little uncle? You still want the throne. He is treating you well by not throwing you into the prison. How can you have the face to dream? With your dog-eat-dog nature. If you really become the emperor, you will definitely destroy his marriage with Qingshuang. Is he stupid or you? Gu Jinhao groaned. And concubine Xian pushed his arm. Son, what title did your uncle give you? He replied unhappily, King Ning. Concubine Xian praised the title. What's good about it? It's inexplicable. Try it. Try it carefully. It's to make you quieter in the future. Gu Jinhao. At this time, Yuping came out with a lot of bags on his back. Master, everything is ready. Are you leaving now? Are you staying here for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Shen Mansion. Shen Nafeng praised Shen Qinglang for an instant stick of time, praising him for his quick decision, his wise decision, and for being like him. Looking at his expectant eyes, Shen Qinglang said very respectfully, Dad taught me well. Shen Nafeng, who taught me well, was very satisfied with his honesty and patted him on the shoulder. What's the matter with your sweetheart? Your sister doesn't say, and the mistress doesn't say, so I can only ask you. Shen Qinglang. He swore to heaven that he had no sweetheart. For so many years, he had only followed his father to the battlefield and disciplined his brothers and sisters. How could he have the leisure to find a sweetheart? If there really was one, he would not have been nagging for so many years. And even his mother was still obsessed with his marriage before she passed away. When he stepped into the Sigua Hall again, Shen Qingyan didn't even raise his eyelids. From last night to now, he didn't even have a bowl of rice. And he still had the nerve to let him go out to fight. How could these people be so hard-hearted? Mistress. Shen Qingyan turned his back and snorted. They said to close it, and they said to reason. Do you think he has no temper? Then, there was a sound of the door closing. Shin Qingyan's eyes widened. The boss was gone. And he just left like that. How could he be so heartless? Shin Qingyan regretted it. If he had another chance, he would not be so arrogant. Boss. Boss. Come back. No matter how he called, Boss did not turn his head back. He walked with big strides and was decisive. Shin Qinglang went to Chuni Pavilion, but did not see his sister. He asked Bu and found out that she went out to play with Gu Lingyan. He did not know where she would go. So he just waited. Shin Qingshuang, who was tired from playing, came back in the evening. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Boss waiting there. She thought he was coming to settle the score for her betrayal in the morning. Big brother? Why are you so cautious? Is Big Brother scary? He shook his head like a rattle. Of course not. Big Brother is the best brother. Flattering. Shin Qinglang smiled slightly. Do you know why I want to talk to you? Yes. Then tell me. Twisting the handkerchief into a knot in his hand, he sighed. I'm not a coward. But Jueyun and the others definitely can't beat you. So I told Uncle Wu that the third brother was starved all night. And there will be no chance if we don't fight him. Huh? Shin Qinglang smiled again. Not this. Or the thing you said before that my so-called sweetheart wants to harm you. You don't know who it is? Shin Qingshuang looked unconvinced. Shin Qinglang shook his head sincerely. I don't know. Big brother. How many women have you provoked? Shin Qinglang was a little unable to talk to her. But she was serious and not teasing him. He pulled her to his side and said to her seriously, Qingshuang, Big Brother has no lover. In the past 10 years of our brotherhood, have you ever seen Big Brother get close to any woman? The original owner didn't have it in her memory. And she had no impression of it during her time here. But what about your jade pendant? Shin Qinglang took off the jade pendant from his waist, not understanding what she was talking about. Not this one, but the one with your name engraved on it. Shin Qingshuang wanted to show him hers, but suddenly remembered that Gu Yunjian had asked for it, and her hand was rubbing the handkerchief again. Shin Qinglang only said that the jade pendant was lost about 3 or 4 years ago, but he didn't know where it was lost. That woman has my jade pendant? He finally understood. Shin Qingshuang nodded seriously. My third brother and I both think that you won't give such an important thing to others casually. So we guess that woman is your sweetheart, and we are afraid that killing her will make my eldest brother sad. Shin Qinglang was moved and distressed in an instant. He has always been the one who protects his younger brother and sister, but he didn't expect that they also have him in their hearts. Pulling her into his arms, rubbing her hair, he whispered, my sister has grown up. Your younger brother has grown up too. And my eldest brother is still in the Sigwatang. Can you let him out first? Chapter 219. It's really unreasonable. He's the only one who wants to see his sweetheart. When Shin Qingyan learned that Qin Yanxue was not the person Shin Qinglang liked, he was furious. Not only did he fail to take revenge, but he was also punished to face the wall and fast in vain. If he hadn't been so hungry that he had no strength, he could have rushed directly to Chu to cut the woman into pieces. But how did your jade pendant get into Qin Yanshue's hands? Was it stolen by her? Shin Qingyan asked while eating. But it was obviously impossible to steal something close to the boss. Even he couldn't do it. Shin Qinglang couldn't think of it either. He had never heard of Qin Yanshue's name. Brother. She also has another name called Lin Qing. Do you remember? Shin Qingshuang added. Shin Qinglang's eyes widened. How could it be her? 3 years ago in winter, he met a group of drunkards bullying an orphan on his way back to Beijing from the border. He couldn't bear to see it and help them. The woman said her name was Lin Qing, and she was going to Beijing to find her relatives. She wanted to go with him, but he refused her politely, and they parted ways. I think she got the jade pendant by some means at that time. You are a thief. Shin Qingyan cursed angrily. Brother, you caused this. You can't get away from it. Shin Qinglang wanted to explain, but it seemed that he really couldn't get away from it, and he had to do something. By the way, Qingshuang, you know her previous name. Do you know who she is looking for? Shin Qingshuang didn't know, but had a guess. Brother Yunjian said that Uncle Wu saved her. Would she come to him at that time? Lung Yuan. Uncle Wu shook his head and denied it. He had never seen Qin Yanxue since they parted in Chu State, and he never revealed his identity to her. Of course, he didn't rule out her coming to him. Maybe she didn't find her and went back. Or maybe she didn't come to the capital at all. Don't worry, Miss Qingshuang. I have sent people to Chu. You can do whatever you want with her after catching her. But she has been driven out of the capital of Chu. So it will take some time. Xin Shuang was not anxious. Nor did she care. After all, the revenge had been taken. And it was the brothers who couldn't swallow that breath. But looking at this look, Wu Bo couldn't swallow that breath either. He was moved by compassion for a moment. But who would have thought that he would actually let the wolf into the house? If the little girl was successfully framed and lost her innocence at that time, he would probably blame himself for the rest of his life. When he learned about that incident from Jueyun, he, who had been calm for most of his life, was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. When he heard that Gu Yunjian mistakenly thought that she had lost her virginity, and his first reaction was to propose marriage, he was touched. Fortunately, good luck. Fortunately, he was safe and sound. One is the child he raised, and the other is the child he loves. And they deserve the best love. Miss Shuang, please stay for dinner. Uncle Wu has accepted the fact that his cooking skills are not good. And added, the food is cooked by Lan Xiao and others. Xin Shuang covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She just promised her father and brother to go home for dinner. So she couldn't stay longer. Uncle Wu was anxious and shouted to her back. The emperor didn't eat in the morning. If you are here, he can eat more. She was puzzled. What does the emperor have to do with me? I'm cooking? Ji Feng pushed her. Miss, you just made an engagement with the emperor. How can it be unrelated? Xin Shuang slapped her forehead and realized that Gu Yunjian had become the emperor. Uncle Wu, will brother Yunjian live in the palace in the future? The old man smiled and asked back, if he lives in the palace, will you visit him often? Her hesitation was an answer to some extent. The emperor guessed this would happen. So he decided to continue living in Lingyuan and move after you get married. After a while, Gu Yunjian came back with tired eyes. And his eyes softened when he saw Xin Shuang. Brother Yunjian, have you really become the emperor? He was still the same as when he went to propose marriage early in the morning. How come he became the emperor when he met again? I'm really not used to it. Gu Yunjian smiled. Yeah. Doesn't he look like it? She smiled. Looks like it. Ji Feng corrected in a low voice. Miss, it's not like it. The emperor is already the emperor. Just when Gu Yunjian was about to scold him for being nosy, the boy was taken out by Uncle Wu. How are you going to celebrate your birthday tomorrow? He asked lightly, hoping that she would include him in her plan. Dad said you can go out to play during the day, but you must be home before dusk. Where do you want to go? I can. I've made an appointment with Ling Yan to go to Yinhui Garden to listen to a play. The new script I wrote will definitely be a hit. Her joyful expression made Gu Yunjian feel sad. He didn't give up and asked her, what about me? What about you? Is she just not smart, or did she not care about him at all? Gu Yunjian didn't hide it anymore. He took her hand and said unwillingly, won't you leave some time for me? We are engaged. I want to accompany you on your birthday. But you are the emperor now. The emperor is busy all the time. You are a new official. No. The new emperor ascends the throne. You have to go to court to handle government affairs and review memorials. Her true and false words made him confused. It was not until she couldn't hold back her laughter that he realized she was teasing him. He bent his index finger and tapped her forehead. Being an emperor is for you. If the gain is not worth the loss, you might as well not be the emperor. She giggled and leaned in his arms. Since you've done it, you have to be a good emperor. If you're free, let's go to Yinhui Garden together tomorrow. Seeing his jade pendant, she looked up and said, Qin Yanshua's jade pendant was not given by my eldest brother. It was either stolen or picked up. Gu Yunjian subconsciously clenched the jade pendant and looked at her defensively. I don't care about that. Anyway, you can't take it back if you give it to me. Xin Shuang. She didn't mean that. He pulled her out with a confused look on her face. I'm so hungry. Eat with me. But I want to go home. This is your home. The next day, Yinhui Garden. Xiaosu trotted to see Gu Lingyan, who was dressed up, princess. Someone sent a note. Gu Lingyan's expression froze. And she immediately corrected, don't call me that anymore. I'm just a princess now. Although her status has been reduced, she feels more stable and free than before. She didn't want to be the humiliated princess anymore in her life. She took the note and glanced at it, and was immediately shocked. It was Gu Yunjian's handwriting. She sighed. The calm and steady little uncle actually asked her to find a reason to break the appointment, and asked her to destroy the note after reading it. It's really unreasonable. He just wants to see his sweetheart, she muttered. Princess, what did you say? Gu Lingyan cleared her throat and held her forehead with her hand. You go to Inhui Garden to see Miss Shen and say that I am not feeling well and can't keep the appointment. Feeling unwell? Princess. Where are you feeling unwell? I'll go get a doctor. No need. I'll be okay after a rest. Shen Qingshuang didn't wait for Gu Lingyan in Inhui Garden, but saw Shishu. She learned that she was sick and wanted to visit her. But Gu Yunjian arrived. Feeling unwell? Jueyun. Send an imperial physician to see her. Shishu hurriedly said, Your Majesty. The princess said she is fine and just needs to rest for a while. After Shishu left, Shen Qingyan saw the cunning flash of Gu Yunjian. Chapter 220, Are you an old tree blooming? Shen Qingyan shook his head and sighed. He had changed. This was no longer the Gu Yunjian he knew. He had begun to change beyond recognition for love, and would do anything to achieve his goal. He was still keeping his promise even after getting engaged. Sister, I'm telling you, this person will get bored after a long time. You and Yunjian have been seeing each other so frequently. Be careful that the novelty wears off, and you don't want to get married. There are still 2.5 years to go. Shen Qingshuang was stunned. And so was Gu Yunjian. The two looked at each other, and then both looked away thoughtfully. Jueyun, didn't you say you wanted to ask the third young master for martial arts? Gu Yunjian looked at the young man beside him. His eyebrows were calm, but his heart was very uneasy. The young man was confused. When did he say that? But since the master had spoken, he would ask for advice. Third young master. Please. Shen Qingyan would not go. He wanted to stay here. Gu Lingyan finally got out of the shadow of an unhappy marriage and wanted to have fun with her on her sister's birthday. But it was ruined by someone. Reciprocity. He didn't let him be satisfied. He was drinking tea leisurely and commenting on the new play on the stage from time to time. But Gu Yunjian didn't listen at all. His mind was full of his bad friend's words just now. After 2.5 years, will the girl get tired of him? What if she really doesn't want to get married? But mourning is more important than anything else. He has no way. How about reducing the number of meetings? No. One day without seeing her is like 3 years. He wants to see her every moment. Shen Qingshuang was also uneasy. The handsome and gentle gentleman. Now he has become the emperor. How many women admire him? Although he wrote a letter of guarantee. The most uncertain thing in the world is the human heart. If he really falls in love with someone else, even if she can turn around and leave, how can she get back the feeling she has given? Gu Yunjian gave her a lotus-shaped jade pendant as a birthday gift. The lotus was like a face, which suited her very well. She liked it very much. But she just couldn't get excited. She left with excitement and returned with disappointment. After returning home, she ran to the bamboo chair by the lake and closed her eyes to think. Shen Qinglang was puzzled and walked to her and sat down. Why are you so depressed on your birthday? She opened her eyes. Her eyes were dim and pointed at the lotus leaves in the lake. Brother, I want that one. Shen Qinglang smiled and picked the greenest one for her. The dewdrops rolled on it, which was very cute. He thought she would put it on her head, but she tore it off one by one. So melancholy, like a resentful woman in the boudoir. Shen Qinglang laughed out loud. What's wrong? She sighed for a long time. You don't understand. She is a little devil. Shen Qinglang laughed again. Please teach me. Miss Shen, I am all ears. She tore all the lotus leaves into pieces, raised her hand, and they all fell to the ground. The fragrance of lotus spread out. If you don't look at the scattered state, it is still quite refreshing. Brother, how long can a man like a woman last? Shen Qinglang didn't expect this question. He has never liked anyone before, so it's really hard to answer. In a responsible attitude, he said, how about I ask Jinggu tomorrow? Come on. You always say that he plays with women. What reliable can you ask? She looked disdainful and walked away. Shen Qinglang was despised by her for the first time. And he was hurt. Ling Yuan. Very cold. The atmosphere was cold. Wu Bo put his hands behind his back, raised his eyebrows, and stared. Jueyun and Shan Yu hung their heads as if they had made a mistake. And they all looked bitter. Have you figured it out? Wu Bo shouted. And the two boys were shocked and looked up suddenly. Two pairs of blank eyes gave the most truthful answer. What's the use of you? Uncle Wu tapped the foreheads of the two men in dismay. How could these young people know nothing? Jueyun muttered. We have never been liked by girls. How can we know how to make them like us all the time? He actually dared to talk back. Uncle Wu scolded. You are right. You are not young and still a bachelor. Don't you think it's shameful? Jueyun was shocked. Is this shameful? Master, aren't you the same? The little bastard is going to rebel. The old man hit him directly on the back of his head. Shan Yu's neck shrank, and he felt pain for the old man. Uncle Wu sighed heavily. What should he do? The emperor is so sad. He must help him solve this problem no matter what. But the people in the garden are all like this. They can't do anything except fighting. Shan Yu was afraid of being angered. So he gave a weak suggestion. Uncle Wu, why don't you ask the Ningguang concubine? The old man's eyes widened instantly. Shan Yu was so scared that he hid behind Jueyun and was dragged out by Uncle Wu, patting his face. Smiling, that's a good idea. The sudden tenderness made Shan Yu hard to accept. And he didn't feel relieved until the old man walked away. Prince Ning's mansion. When Xinyan saw Wu Bo coming, he hurried forward to greet him. Meet the Grand Tutor. Wu Bo waved his hand. If it wasn't for the sake of saving some worry for his children, he wouldn't bother to be an official at his age. But when he thought of He Li as the Prime Minister, he felt more balanced. Is Prince Ning in the mansion? To the Grand Tutor. The prince is fighting with Prince Duan. I will report it now. Please wait a moment. Grand Tutor. No need. I won't see him. Qin Yun. Why are you asking if I don't see you? The attitude is still respectful. May I ask what the Taifu is here for? To see the Taifei. The Taifei went to the Shen mansion and said she was going to help Miss Shen celebrate her birthday. Taifu, are you waiting here or coming back later? Uncle Wu chose to go to the Shen mansion and even bought a gift for Shen Qingxuang. This gift almost made the virtuous Taifei laugh to death. Old Wu, you gave ginseng to the little girl. You thought of it. You can buy hairpins, pearl flowers, bracelets, rouge, etc. But buy a ginseng. It's Qingxuang who is celebrating the birthday, not old Shen. Uncle Wu's face turned red because of her teasing. Why is this woman so talkative? She is as annoying as her son. Shen Qingxuang quickly tried to smooth things over, saying that she had always wanted to buy ginseng to make medicine, but could never buy a good one. She praised the gift for being given at the right time, and the old man turned from anger to joy. Taifei, please excuse me for a moment. Taifei Xian thought he was going to implement a revenge plan, and refused to do so until he asked her for help. Then she followed him arrogantly. After hearing his request, she laughed even more happily. Old Wu, are you blooming like an old tree? Bah! Why should I bloom at my age? Taifei Xian thought so too, and said with a sly smile, Did the 15th brother ask you to ask? How could Uncle Wu embarrass his child? He said seriously, No. I am worried that the marriage date is too long, and there will be more trouble. You also know that I raised the emperor by myself. It is not easy for him to like a girl, so I have to make sure everything is perfect. After returning from Shen's house excitedly, Uncle Wu found Gu Yunjian with a smile and gave him 2 words of advice. Innovation. Innovation? Yes, Your Majesty. That's what the Ningguang concubine said. If you don't want to be bored, you must always keep things fresh. For example, give some gifts from time to time. Give some surprises. Let Miss Qingxuang feel a different you. Your Majesty, you are the best in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, horse riding, and archery. And Miss Qingxuang has never seen them. There is a long way to go. Let her slowly discover your goodness. Chapter 221. Instead of sympathizing with the orphan of the Zhao family, it is better to sympathize with the orphan of the Gu family. Gu Yunjian originally thought it made sense, but when he heard that it was taught by concubine Xian, he hesitated. If it really worked, why didn't Gu Jinhao win the heart of the little girl? On second thought, it should be that his nephew is stupid. Originally, he almost moved the girl by cheating. But who would have thought that he was caught again? The master leads the way, but the practice is up to the individual. He had an idea. Uncle Wu, how about you teach me martial arts again? Uncle Wu was stunned. Your Majesty, didn't you dislike it when you were young? I didn't meet her then. Gu Yunjian smiled at him. Now every 5 days, the promotion and demotion of officials in the court are settled. I have time, so I'll do it. Uncle Wu touched his chin, with Jueyun and the others protecting him. Why bother to suffer that? If Miss Qingxuang knew, she would be very touched. But Gu Yunjian asked him to keep it a secret because he didn't know what he could learn. The kung fu of her 3 brothers was better than the other. He asked himself that he couldn't catch up no matter how hard he tried. So he didn't let her know. He just hoped that if there was any danger, he could protect her a little bit. In the days that followed, Gu Yunjin practiced martial arts with Uncle Wu every day. Although the old man felt sorry for him, he could only hide it in his heart. The severity was comparable to the training of Jueyan. Even though Gu Yunjin was exhausted every time, and even had to force himself to go to court, he never gave up, which made Uncle Wu very happy, and he wanted to pass on all his skills to him. Of course, this was unrealistic, and could only be thought of. Even though it was so hard, Gu Yunjin still went to see Shen Qingshuang every day, but he would only sit for a while, and leave after seeing that she was okay, because he was afraid that she would discover his secret. Shen Qingshuang only felt that he was very tired every time he saw her, and thought it was because the government affairs were too stressful. So she prescribed some tranquilizer pills for him. She actually wanted to ask him out to relax, but she swallowed the words when they came to her lips, because Gu Lingyan said that if you don't want to get tired, you have to be close and distant, and you will miss it when you can't get it, especially for the mature and rational young uncle, who is too late to fall in love. The rich life of a rich lady gradually lost its appeal to Shen Qingshuang, and she didn't want to learn knitting and needlework. So she spent most of her time on writing storybooks. Shen Qingyan was very satisfied with her care, in addition to clothes and jewelry from time to time. She also spent a lot of pocket money. The silver bills were like straw paper in his hands. And Shen Qingshuang only thought of two words: spend money like water, and spend money lavishly. In Wei Garden, the newly staged The Orphan of Zhao was being performed. Shen Qingshuang asked the actor next to her, concubine, "What do you think?" Although she is still a concubine, the Ningguang concubine is definitely different from the former emperor concubine. Concubine Xian has completely let herself go. She hugged her arms and spit out the melon seed shells, feeling very comfortable. The only thing that was not comfortable was her address. Qingshuang, how many times have I told you to call me aunt? Anyway, the little girl hasn't married the 15th brother yet, so there is no such thing as messing up the generations. Shen Qingshuang didn't argue with her, because she couldn't argue anyway. Aunt, is this play okay? Concubine Xian wiped the melon seed shells on her well-maintained fingers. The play is good, and the acting is good, but instead of sympathizing with the orphan of the Zhao family, it is better to sympathize with the orphan of the Gu family. Gu family orphan? Can a surname of Gu have an orphan? Who? Concubine Xian pointed at the empty cup and signaled Yuping to pour tea. But Yuping was completely immersed in the play, crying and not paying attention to her at all. Concubine Xian couldn't save face, so she cleared her throat. Yuping, you can just watch the play. Can you please do your duty first? You have been too lazy recently. I'm sorry, master. Yuping wiped her tears with a pot in one hand and a handkerchief in the other, and poured half a cup of tea perfunctorily. Concubine Xian looked at her sideways, moved her lips, but said nothing. Forget it. This old sister has been spoiled by her. Aunt, we haven't finished talking about the orphan of the Gu family just now. Concubine Xian drank half a cup of tea and wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief very elegantly. Isn't it Gu Zi? You have seen him. The son of concubine Shu. Shen Qingshuang had an impression of that little kid. Naughty and cute, but also a little adult. Concubine Xian said, after concubine Shu died. Ear was no longer naughty. I saw him curled up in a corner several times. He was so pitiful. Gu Zhizha was deposed, and all the concubines in the palace were dismissed from the palace. No one was willing to raise him. Shen Qingshuang was surprised. Isn't the Fang family a relative of concubine Shu? Fang Mingzhu is even concubine Shu's cousin. Concubine Xian snorted. Fang Yinping was thrown into the heavenly prison for corruption and abuse of power. It is a great favor from the heaven that old 15 did not implicate his family, who would dare to raise the son of the deposed emperor. As for Fang Mingzhu, she is a clay Buddha crossing the river and can't protect herself. On the day of her marriage, she offended my stinky boy and was thrown into the Kyoto prefecture prison and has not been released yet. Shen Qingshuang had forgotten about this matter. She guessed that Fang Mingzhu must have lived a miserable life in the prison. What kind of person is the dog prince? When the original owner climbed his bed, Qin Yin whipped her with a whip. The past is too painful to look back on, and it's been 100 years since I looked back. Qingshuang, what's wrong with you? Concubine Xian put her gentle hand on her arm, and she reflexively thought of the pain of being whipped. Her first reaction was to pull out her arm, as if she was a scourge. This surprised concubine Xian, as there were no thorns on her hand. But she had a brain. Did my little bastard bully you? Xin Shuang was afraid that the more she explained, the worse it would be, so she never mentioned it. It was Yuping who took the time out of her busy schedule to speak. Master, I heard that on the day when Miss Shen came to the palace to see you, Commander Shen gave Qin Yun a good lesson. Concubine Xian looked at Xin Shuang suspiciously, and she pushed all the responsibility to Qin Yun, saying that he had accidentally injured her. Not wanting to continue this topic, she asked instead, Dowager Concubine, do you want to raise Guzi? Dowager Concubine Xian snorted again. I do think that since my son is useless, I can raise a little kid to relieve my loneliness. But the little thing is afraid of Jinhao, and dares not go to the palace. Once he is caught, he will howl heartbreakingly. As if I want to sell him? Qing Shuang, how about you raise him? Me? Xin Shuang was dumbfounded. This is not a kitten or a puppy. Can you raise him just like that? She waved her hands repeatedly. No. No. Although I like him very much. His father is the enemy of Brother Yunjian. I can't do that. Adults' affairs should not involve children. Old 15 is Ear's uncle. After you get married, you will be his aunt. There is nothing wrong with raising him. Uncle. Xin Shuang instantly felt that she was 40 or 50 years old. It is unknown whether a 3 or 4-year-old child can remember things. She cannot act on impulse. After returning home, she met Bu at the door. The little girl pulled her to the corner mysteriously. Miss, an unexpected guest has come. Xin Shuang immediately had a bad premonition, and her voice trembled. It can't be the fourth. Prince Ning? Bu shook her head. No. It's concubine Jing. As long as it's not the plague god, anyone can come. Xin Shuang's expression suddenly relaxed. Then she became nervous again. Who are you talking about? Concubine Jing? Chapter 222. If I follow you, I'll be yours. Bu nodded solemnly. Yes. It's her. But I don't know her at all. That's why I call her an uninvited guest. Bu led the way, and Xin Shuang saw the legendary concubine Jing for the first time. She was dressed in plain clothes, had an average appearance, and her eyes were as calm as a pool of stagnant water. She was simply not on the same level as her dazzling aunt. Since she had been dismissed from the palace, she was no longer a concubine. Xin Shuang was just worrying about how to greet her. Concubine Jing nodded to her first and said, Hello, Miss Shen. I came without an appointment. Please forgive me for being abrupt. It was indeed abrupt. After all, it caught people off guard. Xin Shuang still gave a very bright smile. Concubine Jing, you are too kind. The past is like the wind and the dream. Miss Shen, please call me Madam Jing. Concubine Jing smiled slightly, and the fine lines at the corners of her eyes became more obvious. Today I am happy to meet Miss Shen. She is really beautiful and smart. No wonder the emperor is attracted to her. Xin Shuang couldn't tell whether it was a compliment or a compliment, but it was for the sake of not being so abrupt in the following words. Madam Jing, you are too kind. I wonder what the lady is here for. Concubine Jing smiled again. This time Xin Shuang saw clearly that the action of pulling the corners of her mouth lightly did not represent her mood, but was just politeness. Miss Shen knows ear. Right? Right. Isn't it right? It means she knows the answer. Xin Shuang answered, yeah. Ear has no one to take care of him, and I'm alone. So I want to ask Miss Shen to ask the emperor if I can take care of the child. An orphan and a widowed mother. One won't be lonely, and the other won't be alone. It seems like a good idea. Xin Shuang neither agreed nor refused, but only said that she would ask for her. Jing Taipan thanked her and left in the afterglow of the sunset. In the evening, Gu Yunjian came. She did not mention Jing Taipan's request. She planned to ask concubine Xian before deciding whether to tell him. Jing Taipan came? His sudden question made her look up suddenly. How do you know? Then she realized that she asked a nonsense question. Ji Feng has been following her. Unless he is specifically told. The young man will tell everything. I have no secrets in front of you. Her joke made him uneasy, and he touched her head. If you don't like it, I won't ask him in the future. That doesn't matter. It's not something shameful. He is your man, and it's natural for him to report to you. That's not the case. If he follows you, he is your man. He wanted to eliminate her vigilance and couldn't lose her trust because of curiosity. Is he really my man? Xin Shuang was excited all of a sudden. If he said yes, Then she would not let Ji Feng tell her everything. And she would keep a sense of mystery. Gu Yunjian suddenly remembered that she had called Ji Feng little cutie, and forced an explanation. What I mean is that he follows you to protect you and listen to your orders. So he is yours. Just like you. This is just a cover-up. And she laughed. Gu Yunjian was seen through by her, and his face turned slightly red. Shameful. Do you think it's good for ear to follow Jing Taipin? He changed the subject. I'll ask my aunt tomorrow. She has known Jing Taipin for many years, and must have a deep understanding of her temperament. She was used to calling her aunt. But Gu Yunjian was not used to it. Why was it so awkward? Qingshuang. We have to change the name after we get married. Otherwise we will be in the wrong generation. Generation is a good reason. He can't say that he feels that he is one generation older than her. They are obviously lovers. Okay. Your Majesty. The crisp sound made him feel better. But the name made him feel awkward again. Naughty. Call me Brother Yunjian. Okay, Brother Yunjian. This soft and sticky voice softened his heart. He couldn't help but hug her in his arms. He really wanted to marry her quickly. Big eyes, long eyelashes, and a flower-like smile all touched his heart. He lowered his head and wanted to kiss her. Shen Qingyan appeared from nowhere, with a gossipy smile on his face. She pushed him away, and he felt lost. We are already engaged, so there is no need to avoid suspicion. I am not avoiding suspicion. I am afraid of irritating my third brother, who is already an adult. Alas! Shen Qingyan could not laugh anymore. He just had no marriage and no engagement. Why did he despise him so much? He wanted to say something gossipy. But now, he was in no mood and turned away. The next day, Shen Qingshuang and Jifeng arrived at a corner, outside the Ningwang mansion. Jifeng. Go and scout the way to see if Gu Jinhao is inside. Okay. The wind-like young man came back quickly. Full of pride, Miss. Ningwang is not here. Then let's go in. He took 2 steps and retreated, almost bumping into Jifeng. Why don't you go again? There are so many people coming and going here. It would be bad if there are rumors. How about this? You go and invite concubine Xian to Yinli Garden? Jifeng was a little embarrassed. I just saw you Ping holding medicine. I think the concubine is sick. She is so afraid of life. She won't go. Miss, since you are here, you can't make a wasted trip. I have a good idea. Shen Qingshuang humbly asked for his good idea. And the young man happily took her to the outer wall of the palace. What are you going to do? Climb over the wall. Shen Qingshuang. She didn't think this idea was that good. But Jifeng only thought so. Are you ready? Ready? What? Climb hard? There is not even a leverage point. Do you expect her to jump? Jifeng was very upset. Squatted beside her. Pointed at his shoulder. Come up. After 3 attempts, the wall was too high, and he was always a little short. Shen Qingshuang was discouraged. It was easy for third brother to take Lingyan and me to the roof last time. It didn't take so much effort. Jifeng's eyes were straight. Third young master and princess? Hey. Did you miss the point? The point is that it is easy for third brother to get on the roof. Not with whom? Oh. Okay. Jifeng scratched his hair. I can't take you up the wall. But don't we hold hands? I don't dare. The time when you got drunk in the Chu Palace and the Emperor sent you back to the inn. I was afraid that he was tired, so I said I would help him carry you. And his eyes could kill me. Still scared? Scared. Shen Qingshuang was also scared. It almost happened. That shameless night. What are you doing? Shen Qingshuang subconsciously replied, climbing the wall. What else can I do? Then it was like being struck by lightning. It was Gu Jinhao, looking at each other in bewilderment. The first reaction of the two was, run. Am I a ghost? Run away if you see me. Gu Jinhao stood in front of her. Are you looking for me? Of course not. If it's not, then it's not. Do you need to add of course? Are you looking for my mother? Yes. Don't climb over the wall. Come in openly and follow me. The two followed him with their heads down, as if they had made a mistake. Gu Jinhao thought they were so guilty that they were ashamed and wanted to comfort them. But he heard them muttering something about not being good people and keeping a distance. Chapter 223. Do you know that Deadwood is dead? That's her. Gu Jinhao walked in front, and Shen Qingshuang followed behind. He slowed down several times to walk side by side with her. But she always kept a distance from him, which made him angry. Are you so afraid of me? Afraid? afraid that he would find Gu Yunjian and talk about some messy fantasies again. Even if she could explain, it was inevitable that she would take it to heart after so many times. Ji Feng said, "Don't be afraid. Miss, I'm here. He can't touch you." Gu Jinhao, why are you everywhere? The prince has asked this question before. Where the young lady is. I'm there. Okay. I'm too lazy to talk to you. The virtuous concubine was listless, like a withered lotus leaf in autumn, completely without the spirit of yesterday. When she saw Shen Qingxuang, she waved her hand slightly, which was considered a greeting. It was windy last night, and no one who knew the temperature reminded me to cover myself with a quilt. So I caught a cold. I don't know if it was really uncomfortable or to create an atmosphere, but I kept coughing. Yu Ping was speechless. She had clearly tucked her in before she left last night. Seeing concubine Xian looking at her son with a gloomy look, she felt relieved. It's okay if she doesn't say so. Gu Jinhao was given a cold look, and it was time to take action. He blew the medicine and handed it to concubine Xian's mouth. His mother drank it in small sips. If you had been so filial earlier, I could have lived a few more years. Gu Jinhao. How could he not be filial? He even asked Shen Qingxuang to cure her illness. It's a pity that she recovered from her illness. But he was seriously ill, and he missed her so much that no medicine could help. He didn't want to stay here and be slandered. But he really wanted to know why Shen Qingxuang wanted to see his mother. So he asked Yu Ping to serve tea and drank it quietly. Aren't you going to the palace? Standing here like a god. Concubine Xian felt it was an eyesore. Gu Jinhao put down the tea. I went. But I didn't see the little emperor's uncle, and he came back again. Shen Qingxuang added, he's in Lingyuan. The implication is that you can go find him. Am I disturbing you here? Shen Qingxuang didn't answer. Why ask about something that is obvious? Concubine Xian said directly. It affects your mood. His mother's dislike has reached a point that he can't tolerate. Go. Can't he go? The dark clouds dispersed, and concubine Xian felt that the air around her was much fresher. You said that concubine Jing wants to raise ear? Yan Yan immediately switched to gossip. Who could believe that this was the woman who had caught a cold and was weak just now? Shen Qingxuang knew she came to the right place. Concubine Xian's chatterbox was like a flooded ocean. Concubine Jing is not a warm-hearted person. She has been silent outside the palace for many years to recuperate. She suddenly returned to the palace quietly on the eve of the palace coup. Now she has to raise the son of the deposed emperor. I don't believe it if there is no trick. Yu Ping. What do you think? Yu Ping nodded. She had secretly paid attention to concubine Jing when she just returned to the palace. All the concubines in the palace were uneasy. But she was calm. The only time she showed panic was the day when Gu Yunjian ascended the throne. Yu Ping couldn't tell what was wrong. She always felt that the emotions in that scene were too abundant. Even more abundant than the performance of the actor named Shen Feng in Yinhui Garden. Shen Qingxuang wanted to know more. So she massaged concubine Xian's shoulders and back intimately, which made her very happy. Pretty and sensible. Cute and smart. And more importantly, she knows medical skills. With her by my side, headaches, fevers, major illnesses and minor disasters are nothing. Although she lacks talent in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, her merits are not outweighed by her flaws. It would be great if she was her daughter-in-law. Aunt. What kind of person is Jing type in? Aunt. Let concubine Xian stop dreaming and face the reality. When Xingchen was alive, she was a normal person. But she became silent after he died. Do you know what it means to be dead? It means her. Dead? That's mean. Concubine Xian didn't care. These 4 words were accurate. Qingxuang. Aunt is not a mean person. I suspect that Jing Taipin may attribute Xingchen's death to old 15. You'd better stay away from her. It's better to be scolded as ruthless than to be bitten by a snake. Concubine Xian told her the old story in detail. And she was deeply touched after hearing it. Do you think she will also hold a grudge against the late emperor's other children? Other people's children are alive. But hers is gone. Long-term depression is very likely to lead to mental disorder. The concubine Xian was stunned for a moment. Then said, I haven't seen her do anything in all these years. The deposed emperor was imprisoned outside the imperial mausoleum because his evil deeds were exposed, and he was punished by the 15th old man. It has nothing to do with her. As for Jin Hao, Bingla and Ling Yan, there is nothing else except emotional pain. So it's unlikely. Shen Qingxuang smiled and passed it by. It was originally a random guess. But not doing it before doesn't mean not doing it in the future. Anyway, you must be on guard against others. Look at me. It was because of a moment of carelessness that I fell into the trap of the old woman in Xiongning Palace. Fortunately, I have you. Otherwise, I would not have lived to enjoy this happy life outside the palace today. Do you have an appointment tomorrow? If not, let's go to Yinhui Garden to listen to the opera. Aunt, I have an appointment tomorrow. It's settled. Shinqing Shuang made the appointment without thinking, and asked Bu to deliver the letter to Yinhui Garden. Anyway, Gu Lingyan had broken the appointment before, so she didn't need to feel guilty. Gu Lingyan looked at her note and felt depressed. Last time, the little uncle wanted to spend time with the little girl alone, so she found a reason to break the appointment. This time, it was Shinqing Shuang who broke the appointment. The two of them are really a perfect match. But she is better than the little uncle. At least she took the responsibility on herself, unlike someone who relied on the status of an elder to force her. After a few days, Shinqing Shuang asked Jifeng to deliver a note to the address left by concubine Jing before she left, telling her that Gu Zi didn't want to leave the palace. After Jifeng came back, she asked him, did she say anything? She just said thank you. Shinqing Shuang felt relieved. Jifeng hesitated to speak, and her scratching face made her feel distressed. Speak. Oh! Jifeng quickly glanced around and dragged her to a hidden corner. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly covered his mouth and laughed. Shinqing Shuang rolled her eyelids. The child who was indifferent and aloof when she first met. How long after following her? Was she so lively and active? Speak out your happiness, and you will get 2 happinesses. Jifeng patted his chest to calm down, and then inspected the surroundings like a thief before lowering his voice. Miss, when I sent a letter to Jing Taipin, I found someone in her room. Shinqing Shuang thought it was a big deal and got excited for nothing. Maid? No. She didn't take the maid out of the palace. Jifeng was very sure. Besides, would the maid hide secretly? I listened to the breathing. It was a man. Male man? Shinqing Shuang was surprised, and then covered her mouth and laughed, which was exactly the same as Jifeng just now. Yes. You met him during your time out of the palace? How should I know? Maybe he was a lover outside the palace. You want to know who that man is? I'll check. The guard acted like a paparazzi. Shinqing Shuang didn't know how to react. Forget it. She wasn't curious enough to pry into the privacy of a woman she had only met once. Besides, it was normal for a widow to have a lover after many years. Her husband was unkind, and her son died young. And she was not allowed to have an affair? Chapter 224. Are you attracted to my father? Time flies, and the new year is coming soon. Gu Yunjian opened the way for people to speak freely and understood the people's sentiments. Under his governance, Da Qi became more politically clear and economically prosperous, and the people praised him as a wise ruler. Behind the wise ruler, the contributions of Wu Bo and He Li are indispensable. 1 military and 1 civil. They shocked and taught all officials. The court officials said that the current Da Qi was quite prosperous when Emperor Gaozu was in power. When he first heard such discussions, Gu Jinhao sneered, saying that they were all flatterers. After hearing so much, his mentality changed, until Gu Bing had casually said, Fourth brother, do you think the little uncle is like the emperor grandfather now? He gradually admitted that he was not as good as Gu Yunjian, not only in winning the support of the people, but also in the control of power. The military power was taken back by an imperial decree, and there was no possibility of holding troops and relying on himself, which directly led to a significant weakening of his power. He once complained to concubine Xian that this move was too overbearing, but his mother thought it was right. An emperor should act like an emperor, decisive and domineering. How could he allow others to snore beside his bed? Especially someone like him who had a rebellious nature, who would have the leisure to be on guard every day. Not only that, concubine Xian also warned him not to act rashly, and if he dared to rebel, she would be the first to report it. Gu Jinhao fully suspected his mother's position, but she didn't take it to heart at all. In her words, you should enjoy your old age to the fullest, and live one day at a time. Things are unpredictable. Who knows if you will have such a troublesome son in your next life? Love is out of reach. Family affection is in jeopardy. And as for friendship, there is really no such thing. Fortunately, Qin Yun was always there, which relieved his loneliness to some extent. But even such a hard-working and uncomplaining lackey disappeared after being transferred by Gu Yunjian one time. When he asked him for someone, he gave the reason that Qin Yun was a promising talent, and being a mere guard was a waste of talent. Gu Jinhao couldn't understand why being a guard was a waste of talent, and guarding the imperial mausoleum was the best use of talent. The emperor's mind was unpredictable, and the emperor's order was hard to disobey. He had no choice but to accept it. Gu Yunjian was quite considerate and wanted to return him a guard. It was said that he was highly skilled in martial arts and loyal, but he didn't dare to ask for it, because he didn't know who he was loyal to. Moreover, the higher the martial arts of that kind of guard, the more troublesome it was. He didn't want to live under surveillance all day long. He was unhappy, and he didn't want to make Gu Yunjian happy. Little uncle, you asked Jiefling to protect Qing Shuang, but you were actually keeping an eye on her, right? You are a mean person. You really don't want to control her every move? Why should I control her? She is free. Free? Oh, little uncle is still generous. It's just that Jiefeng is the same age as Qing Shuang, and he is just beginning to fall in love. Although he doesn't look as good as you and me, he is also handsome. He has been with Qing Shuang for a long time and obeys her every word. After a long time, you know? With a smirk in his eyes, Gu Yunjian just said lightly, you are also just beginning to fall in love, and you are very attentive. But Qing Shuang not only doesn't treat you differently, but avoids you. Gu Jinhao was angry instead of being angry. After knowing each other for so many years, he still knows too little. Little uncle, Jinhao, don't sow discord in the future. Read more books of sages when you have time. They are very important to you. Now that we are at this point, I want to remind you that Qing Shuang is my fiancée and your future aunt. So be careful with how you address her. This is a declaration of sovereignty. He won't. So what if she is a fiancée? There have been so many engagements that have been cancelled. As long as the marriage is not completed, it doesn't count. And even if the marriage is completed, you can still divorce. Gu Yunjian listened to his arrogant words leisurely, and it would be not enough if he didn't teach him a lesson. He raised his hand lightly. Come here. Prince Ning is disrespectful to his superiors. Let him stay in Tianlao for a few days to sober up. Gu Jinhao was stunned. He actually wanted to arrest him and send him to Tianlao. How could he, a dignified prince, go to that shabby place where serious criminals were imprisoned? Wouldn't the gang he had tortured before laugh out loud? No, he won't go. Little uncle, you can't do this to me. Little uncle. Gu Jinhao's voice disappeared in the wind, but his words went from Gu Yunjian's ears to his heart. Jiefeng and Qing Shuang were of the same age, and they were in love for the first time. They went in and out together and obeyed each other's orders. The news that Gu Jinhao was thrown into Tianlao soon reached Gu Binghe's ears. For this reason, he pretended to visit the prison, but was scolded out by his fourth brother as expected. Gu Jinhao asked him to go to concubine Xian to plead for mercy. He couldn't stay in this messy place for a day. Gu Binghe went to eat a good meal first, and then went to see a play before slowly walking to Prince Ning's mansion. He took a deep breath, put on a bitter face, and knelt down when he saw concubine Xian. Poor concubine Xian hesitated again and again, and reluctantly chose the latter between the snacks she just bought and the child she watched grow up. Xiaowu, are you hurt by love again? The word again made Gu Binghe, who was secretly gloating, really hurt. He didn't have time to feel sad, and sighed, concubine. My fourth brother was thrown into the sky prison by the little uncle. What can I do? Concubine Xian was slightly stunned. What's the big deal? Jinhao is angry. It's cool there. Just stay there. Gu Binghe looked at the sky outside the house that was about to snow, and swallowed the words that were on his lips. Stepping into the prison again, he conveyed the attitude of concubine Xian. Gu Jinhao jumped up. Didn't my mother say anything else? Gu Binghe took out a paper bag from his sleeve, which contained 5 salted plums. He handed it over, imitating concubine Xian's earnest words. Son, you should reflect on your mistakes in there. If you feel bitter, eat a plum. 1 a day, and you will be released after you finish eating. Everything at home is under your mother's care. Don't worry. The next morning, concubine Xian arrived at the Shen mansion in a radiant and elegant manner. Yu Ping behind her was carrying a bag, which surprised Qing Shuang. The dead boy has gone to the prison. I'll stay at your place for a few days. She was obviously detained in the prison, but she said it as if she was going to inspect. She knows how to talk. Oh, I'll ask you to clean up the green smoke pavilion. The virtuous concubine waved her hand. No. Why bother? We'll sleep in the same bed and be warm. She always mentioned mother and daughter. Qinqing Shuang had an indescribable feeling, and her inquiring eyes fell on the smiling face of the concubine. What's wrong, little girl? Nothing. It's just that the word mother and daughter sounds awkward. What's awkward? How intimate. Qinqing Shuang held her chin and thought. She and Gu Yun had already made an engagement. She shouldn't have the intention of bringing her up with Gu Jinhao. Could it be? She slapped her thigh, her eyes sparkling, as if she had discovered the most valuable secret. Aunt, are you attracted to my father? The smile of concubine Xian froze. And she, who was always eloquent, was speechless and frozen at this moment. Unlike Qinqing Shuang's surprise and excitement, Yuping's face was almost purple. Chapter 225. The upper beam is crooked, and the lower beam is crooked. Due to her self-cultivation, she absolutely cannot laugh. But she really can't suppress her inner feelings. This is the peak of her embarrassing life. A qualified servant must help the master out of trouble. Yuping thought quickly and really came up with a solution. Divert the trouble to the east. Master, didn't you say that concubine Jing is cunning? It was like a beam of light shining into the dark cracks. And the struggling little flower of concubine Xian perked up again. She wiped her forehead gracefully. Yes. Yes. Qing Shuang, do you have any news about that woman? In fact, after the first meeting, concubine Jing never set foot in the Shen mansion again. As if she had never appeared. Jifeng once felt like visiting her residence again. But it was empty. Qinqing Shuang told the situation truthfully. And concubine Xian just said then wait a little longer. And ended it. Such a meaningless answer. Qinqing Shuang, unwilling to give up, asked again, Aunt, where is the cunningness of Jing Taipin? She may attribute Xingxin's death to old 15. Qinqing Shuang, hasn't she said this before? Are you kidding? Naturally. Concubine Xian caught her speechless. In order to save her image, she deliberately made her expression solemn. Sure enough, Qinqing Shuang also became cautious, and her heart was beating fast. It's not easy to bring up the old things after such a long time. Since it is so important, she can't hide anything. After all, the former concubine in front of her has eaten more salt than she has eaten rice, and has walked more bridges than she has walked. Take a deep breath and burst out the gossip that has been hidden in her heart for a long time. Ji Feng said that there was a man in Jing Taiping's room. What man and woman? What? You mean man? The concubine Xian grabbed Qinqing Shuang's arm until it hurt. There was an unexpected surprise. This undoubtedly injected vitality into the stagnant retirement life. Yes. But when Ji Feng went to investigate again, she had disappeared. Investigate. Continue to investigate. No wonder she didn't return to Beijing for many years. It turns out she has a lover. I really misjudged it. A woman with average looks and average talents can actually attract peach blossoms. It's incredible. Too incredible. I thought it was just gossip. But the concubine Xian actually asked Yu Ping to find Ji Feng because she wanted to know the details. The more details, the better. Poor Yu Ping searched the Shen mansion and didn't find Ji Feng's shadow. It seemed that this hidden guard was really invisible. When he turned back reluctantly, Ji Feng suddenly hung upside down from the tree in front of him. And Yu Ping screamed, "This brat! Am I scary?" With an indifferent look and tone. After getting a positive answer, Ji Feng turned over neatly and landed in front of Yu Ping. The handsome young man in red clothes looked elegant and unrestrained. If there was some expression on his face, he would look like a normal person. I heard you were looking for me. Who told you? Didn't you ask everyone in the mansion? I've been following you. Then why did you show up now? I wanted to see how long it would take you to find me. Are you free? Yeah. I am indeed free. Since Gu Yunjian clearly stated that Qinqing Shuang was his master, he didn't have to report everything. He no longer had the illusion of being a spy. And he had a lot more free time. He also had new clothes to wear from time to time, and became the most carefree one among the three brothers. Whenever he saw those jealous and envious eyes, he just wanted to say one thing. Let the hurt be more intense. Ji Feng knew that it was concubine Xian who wanted to see him, and he refused without thinking. He didn't want to see such a nagging and boring woman. He gave an answer that was not really an answer. I am a hidden guard and cannot see people. The moment Yu Ping blinked, he was gone, and only the branches above his head swayed slightly. Telling concubine Xian this sentence, she was furious. It's not like she had never seen it before. So she didn't find a plausible excuse to perfunctorily deal with her. Can't see people? Can't see people? Is he a ghost? Will his soul fly away when he sees people? An old man who doesn't know what he is can only teach such a useless guard. With many problems. But she really wanted to know what kind of person Jing Taiping's lover was. So she dragged Shen Shuang into the carriage. And she wanted to personally inspect the old site. Master, for safety's sake, shall I go to the Ningguang mansion to find some guards? Yuping, let me sort out your thoughts. I'm going to investigate secrets, not to go sightseeing. Why do I need guards? Shen Shuang smiled and said, don't worry. Yuping, Jifeng will follow us. The concubine Xian looked inside and outside the carriage, but didn't see Jifeng at all. She thought Shen Shuang was lying to her. The little girl covered her mouth and laughed, pointing to the roof in front of her. The boy in red was sitting there, his hands on his knees, his black hair rising and falling in the wind, staring at the carriage. She waved at him. He smiled at her, grabbed the sword and rushed over. Mississippi. We are going to the place where concubine Jing lived before. The cold boy's eyes lit up. Concubine Xian was very familiar with this gossip light, and she often saw it in the little girl's eyes. People of the same kind gather together, and people of the same kind gather together. Of course, she didn't expect herself. Ji Feng felt uncomfortable being stared at by her, and turned to her. She sneered, isn't it that you can't see people? It's okay to see people occasionally. Humph. You are so young and don't learn well. You are slapped in the face. Right? Young people. You should be humble and low-key. Don't show off. And don't be arrogant. The old saying that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked is true. Just when concubine Xian was proud of turning the game back, Ji Feng turned her head away. She thought he was ashamed, and followed his gaze with contempt. She felt guilty. Her eldest son actually came, and smiled meanly. What did she say just now? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked? If the lower beam is crooked like this, what about the upper beam? The slap in the face comes quickly. Gu Jinhao insisted on going with him, but Shen Shuang didn't want to. It's okay to go with concubine Xian, but everything changes with the dog prince, who has a scandal. Although rumors stop at wise men, she wants to stop them first. Shuang, you will hurt me by doing this. Gu Jinhao looked down on her for avoiding him like a flood and a beast. Jealousy and sourness. Choose the lesser of two evils. There will always be one who will be hurt. Prince, please be more tolerant. Why should I tolerate it? Because you are the one who is not loved. Concubine Xian said faintly. Didn't she have any idea in her heart? Asked again and again. He was shameless. But she still wanted it. She cherished time like gold and drove her dear son out of the car. Let's go! The carriage bumped all the way and stopped in front of an ordinary courtyard. Although the cold wind was bleak, perhaps because of the simple and elegant decoration, there was an indescribable warmth here. Concubine Xian walked around from inside to outside, and there was no one. Clean white fingers casually scratched the table, and several traces immediately appeared on the table. It's very dusty. It has indeed been vacant for a long time. She took the handkerchief handed by Yu Ping, wiped her hand, and said something that was not very nutritious. Nonsense is also the truth. Shen Shuang is used to it. There is no jewelry on the dressing table, and there is no clothes in the wardrobe. It seems that they have moved away. The few people were not disappointed, and were ready to get on the carriage to leave, and suddenly saw a figure walking towards them on the small road in front of the courtyard. The figure came from far to near. It was the dusty concubine Jing. She was carrying a bundle, and the cold wind made her already dry skin even more vicissitudes. Chapter 226 Gu Yunjian. You actually lied to me. This made concubine Xian feel sad. She had aged so much since the last time they parted at Shouan Palace. The moment she held concubine Jing's hand, the difference was even more obvious. One was fair and tender. The other was dry and cracked with fine lines. They were simply 2 generations apart. Instead of being passive, it was better to take the initiative. Concubine Xian's eyes were slightly moistened in a second. I haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you so much. I came to visit you. Are you away from home? I was in a bad mood, so I went to Liuyuan Temple to recuperate for a while. Concubine Jing leaned over to salute concubine Xian, And she supported her. You and I are the same now. There is no need to do this. Not the same. Sister, you are the noble concubine Ning. And I am just an ordinary woman. Concubine Jing laughed at herself bitterly. If Xingchen was still there, she would be no different from him. You and I have shared a husband and have had a long relationship. If you continue to complain, it will be alienated. Yuping also raised her sleeve to wipe the corners of her eyes. Concubine Xian thought she was cooperating with her. But she didn't know that Yuping was afraid of laughing. Caught the adulterer. Caught the adulterer. She also said that the sisterhood was deep. If Yinghui Garden had a pillar like her, the financial prospects would be limitless. Jing Taipin no longer belittled herself. She nodded to Shin Qingxuang and led the two into the house. It was just that the pots and stoves were cold. And there was not even a pot of hot tea. Luckily, with Yuping's help, the cold house was heated. A cup of plain water. Please don't dislike it. Sister, what are you talking about? Sister, you and I are sisters. The most important thing is to be together. Whether it is fragrant tea or plain water, it is the same. But whether it is the same, Concubine Xian knows in her heart, it is tasteless. And she can't live a day like this. Jing Taipin took a sip of water and held the cup with both hands. The warmth of the cup passed through her palms and spread throughout her body. Her complexion was better. Looking at Concubine Xian through the mist, her skin was tight and her manners were graceful. She was at least 10 years younger than her actual age. And I? Same person. Different fate. Turning to Shin Qingxuang and smiling, Miss Shin, we meet again. Yes, Madam Jing. Are you okay? All right. Shin Qingxuang also smiled. Her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. Madam Jing, I heard from my eldest brother that Laiyuan Temple will have a gathering on the Mid-Autumn Festival. Is it very lively? Jing Taipin smiled. Yes. It's a pity that Miss Shin didn't go. I will definitely go next year. After expressing some false feelings and returning some pretentious gratitude, Concubine Xian and others left under Jing Taipin's expectation. After passing by Prince Ning's mansion without entering, Concubine Xian insisted on following him back to Shin's mansion, saying that she was comfortable living there. She was comfortable. But Gu Yunjian was not. He was dealing with state affairs and practicing martial arts with Uncle Wu. He finally had some free time to be alone with the little girl. But this nosy sister-in-law followed him everywhere, which gave him a headache. Concubine, are you going back to the mansion? No. There is food, drink and fun here, which is much more fun than the prince's mansion. Old 15. No, Your Majesty, you can't even tolerate me. Right? I am a woman, and a woman who understands things and knows right and wrong. There is no obstacle to your love. Gu Yunjian blushed. Is he so petty? I have released Jin Hao. Don't you want to see him? It's because you released him that I don't want to go back. Don't you know how annoying that damn boy is? Gu Yunjian. His helpless look amused Shin Qingxuang. He had just finished a storybook and was able to get away by using the excuse of going to Yinghui Garden to give it to Shin Qingyan. Gu Yunjian felt warm in his heart when she held his hand. Her small hand was soft. She hadn't been so intimate with him for a long time. For some reason, he could feel that she liked him. But whenever he felt this way, she would stay away from him. Just like now. She pulled her hand back as soon as she left Concubine Xian's sight. The empty palm made him feel lost. He held her hand unwillingly. She looked at him in surprise. Brother Yunjian? Why are you alienating me? He finally asked the question he had been asking for several months. Is it because I spend less time with you that you are angry? No. Then why? Or do you don't like me anymore? He lowered his eyes and clenched his hands a little harder because of nervousness. He didn't want to be like this. After all, it was really embarrassing to ask such a childish question to a girl who was 5 years younger than him. But he had to ask. Instead of making random guesses, it's better to get it clear. Shin Qingxuang saw that he misunderstood and explained, Not really. Don't you think distance creates beauty? Gu Yunjian shook his head. Distance will only create suspicion and uneasiness. If it goes on like this, I'm not sure about your feelings for me. Qingxuang, are you still willing to marry me? She became interested and deliberately teased him. What if you are willing? What if you are not willing? He thought seriously, and when his slightly melancholy eyes fell on her face again, he made up his mind. If you are willing, we will get married as scheduled. And if you are not willing, we will also get married as scheduled. She said TSK. he said, Gu Yunjian. Why are you so overbearing? He stroked her hair and smiled. He was overbearing. So what? He admitted it. He could promise to love and protect her for his whole life. But what about others? How could he tolerate the girl he loved the most to be happy or sad for another man? Don't listen to Lingyan anymore. If her fallacy was useful, she would have been with your third brother long ago. Xinqing Shuang was stunned. How do you know it was Lingyan who taught you? He smiled but didn't say anything. She suddenly realized that she had been tricked. She raised her eyebrows. Gu Yunjian. You actually cheated me. This hit her shoulders again and again. But Gu Yunjian didn't dodge. It didn't hurt anyway. Just like tickling. When she was tired of hitting him, he took her hand and walked openly on the bustling and lively street. She regained her liveliness when they were together in the past. And the light in his eyes was as bright as the stars in the night sky. She chattered to him about the recent interesting things. And inevitably mentioned Jing Taipin. Brother Yunjian. Concubine Jing didn't go to Liuyuan Temple at all. Do you know why? Are you testing me? Yes. Gu Yunjian looked at her smug eyes, peeled a roasted chestnut, and put it into her mouth, and said with a smile, You made up the story about the Wuxia conference. Ah. How can you be so smart? She was discouraged. And the chestnut was no longer sweet. How can I be worthy of you if I'm not smart? The chestnut was sweet again. Peel another one. Okay. The chestnut that had just been peeled was suddenly knocked off by someone and rolled on the ground. Your Majesty. I didn't mean to do that. Please forgive me. Jifeng was so scared that his face turned pale. And Jueyun also knelt beside him hurriedly. People came and went. And Gu Yunjian didn't want to reveal his identity. So he asked them to stand up. What's going on? Jifeng couldn't say it. And nudged Jueyun with his elbow. Boss. You should tell me. Looked at by Gu Yunjian's scrutinizing eyes. Jueyun said with a stiff face. His clothes are pretty good looking. My subordinate asked him to ask Mission where she made them. He used too much force and bumped into them. Xinqing Shuang was happy to hear this. Isn't it pretty? I chose the material and style. If you like it, I'll ask the tailor to make you one too. Xueyun was very happy. He wore black every day. How could he be as handsome as in red? Before he had time to express his gratitude, he was persuaded by Gu Yunjian's eyes. No. No. I'm just curious. Just curious for a moment. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal is not a big deal. But it's a life-threatening thing. The clothes are pretty. But he doesn't want the blood-stained style. The polite refusal turned into a stern refusal. Xinqing Shuang no longer insisted. And the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Feng's face suddenly became serious. Boss. Is that sneaky guy Gongsun Xing from Sushui Liushang Garden? Chapter 227 in my opinion. He has a grudge against you. Gu. Gongsun Xing is the housekeeper of Sushui Liushang Garden. Jueyun has interrogated him. So he naturally recognizes him. He is hiding his head and showing his tail. He must be doing something shameful. Your Majesty. I want to go and see. Gu Yunjian nodded. His eyes dark. And he couldn't help but recall the incident of Xinqing Shuang being killed in a dry well in the palace a few months ago. Although it was confirmed that it was the deposed queen who did it. Feng Chen mentioned by Chang Tung seemed to have disappeared. No matter how the people of Sushui Liushang Garden were interrogated, the answer they gave was that the owner was away all year round and rarely returned home. And the garden was left to the housekeeper to take care of. Gongsun Xing is in a hurry. Do you think he will go to see someone? Xinqing Shuang pulled his sleeve. And Gu Yunjian came back to his senses. Maybe. Sushui Liushang Garden has been closed down. I want to find time to go there again. After so many days, maybe there will be new discoveries. I want to go too. Revisiting the old place? He joked. Get up where you fall. Speaking of this, he thought of Jueyun. If he hadn't passed by and saved her, she might have died in that rainy afternoon. Jueyun followed Gongsun Xing all the way to a remote tea house. Hongxiu Pavilion. Gongsun Xing covered his face and suppressed his voice. Okay. Sir, please follow me. The unusual enthusiasm shows that he cherishes every customer. Due to the pressure of livelihood, service must be the top priority. When the waiter came back, Jueyun walked into the store with his hands behind his back. Hongxiu Pavilion. Okay. Sir, also Hongxiu Pavilion? No. No. Okay. Please follow me. Jueyun glanced at him and saw Hongxiu Pavilion. When he saw the sign, He used the excuse of going to the bathroom to get rid of the waiter and went up to the roof. After removing a tile, there was indeed another person besides Gong Sun-shing. It was a tall man in gray. He held a cup of tea in one hand and put the other hand behind his back, while Gong Sun-shing stood respectfully. The man had an ordinary appearance, so ordinary that he could not be picked out in the crowd. But his hands were extremely beautiful, slender, white, and with distinct joints, as if they were borrowed. "Master, many big things have happened during your absence," Gong Sun-shing said. "Master?" Jueyun understood that he was Feng Chen, the owner of Tsushui Liushang Garden. "I thought he really disappeared. It's just that Gu Zhizhi was deposed and Gu Yunjian became emperor. The struggles of the Gu family have always been endless. And it's more interesting than a play." Feng Chen slowly put down the cup, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Gong Sun-shing quickly added tea for him and resumed his previous respect. Gu Yunjian used both kindness and power, and the court officials obeyed his orders. The prosperity has not been seen for many years. "Master, it is difficult to shake the imperial power." "Difficult? Not necessarily." Feng Chen raised his eyebrows disdainfully, and his calm words were full of cruelty. "If he dies, everything will be gone." "Dead? Master, do you want to kill him? Such a rare poison can be cured, so you can only kill him." "I don't believe Shinqing Shuang can revive a dead person." A beautiful hand pushed hard, and the teacup broke into pieces, and the tea fragrance filled the air. Gong Sun-shing picked up the fragments in panic. "Master, how about killing Shinqing Shuang together?" Feng Chen thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Too late. The Shen family is a solid wall, and she has Ling Yuan's hidden guards around her, so they can't get close to her at all. She knows medicine, so poisoning won't work." Gong Sun-shing sighed. "Then kill Gu Yunjian. If he can be poisoned once, he can be poisoned a second time." At this time, the door was kicked open, and Jueyun stood in front of the two with a cold face. "Let me kill you first." Gong Sun-shing and Feng Chen were shocked. They didn't even notice the existence of the boy. Before he could react, Gong Sun-shing was stabbed in the shoulder by Jueyun's sword. The piercing pain made him scream. Even so, he still hugged Jueyun's legs and shouted, "Master, hurry up." Jueyun kicked him away and wanted to add another sword, but was afraid. After losing the clue, he pressed his acupuncture points and chased Feng Chen, who had escaped in the chaos. But he could not find any trace of Feng Chen no matter how hard he tried. He did catch a few people with similar figures and clothes, but they were not the people he was looking for. It would have been fine if he had found the wrong person. But he was also scolded. He was in the wrong and could not say a word. He was very angry and took the half-dead Gong Sun-shing back to Lung Garden and went to Yinhui Garden to report. Compared with his unwillingness, Gu Yunjian was much more indifferent. "Feng Chen will appear again. But it's strange why he must put me to death. Is he the person of the mother and son of the deposed emperor? Or the person of concubine Jing? It's incomprehensible." Shinqing Shuang also sighed. She began to suspect that she had read a fake book. How come what happened was a plot she knew nothing about? Did the author write a sequel because he was bored again? Shin Qingyan put his arm around Gu Yunjian's shoulder and smiled. "In my opinion, he is not targeting you, but has a grudge against you, Gu. Didn't Feng Chen say? The Gu family's conflicts are endless and more interesting than a play?" "Jueyun, is that true?" "Yes." Shinqing Shuang also began to recall carefully after hearing this, and suddenly grabbed her brother's arm excitedly. "Third brother, you are right. Feng Chen wants to shake the imperial power. Now brother Yunjian is the emperor, so he wants to kill him. Isn't that the truth?" "That's right. But sister, do you have to be so hard?" Shin Qingyan rolled up her sleeves, and her arms were pinched red by her. Shinqing Shuang smiled embarrassedly and hid her hands behind her back. Could Feng Chen be a spy from the enemy country? Gu Yunjian guessed. Shin Qingyan said, "It's hard to say. There are too many possibilities. Go back and interrogate Gong Sun-shing carefully. Now let's watch the show." He pointed to the stage, where the substitute prince was being performed. "I wanted to make a joke, but felt disrespectful, so I suppressed it." His sister didn't care at all, and said with a smile, "Brother Yunjian, do you think Feng Chen is the prince of your royal family who is living outside?" Gu Yunjian was stunned. He really didn't know. Gu Zhizhi and his son were both lustful. It was possible that he had a casual affair with a woman. Jueyun denied, "No. Feng Chen should be more than 30 years old. Neither the late emperor nor the deposed emperor could have given birth to a son that old. Besides his beautiful hands, his appearance is really ordinary. Even Prince Ning is much more handsome than him. Shin Qingxuang wanted to say that Gu Jinhao was actually very good-looking. But when she thought of the unpresentable things that the dog prince had done, she instantly had no idea of defending herself. Turning to the stage, he pushed Shen Qingyan, third brother. This one is not as good as the previous one with bright eyes. You mean Shen Feng? Didn't his eye disease relapse a while ago? It hasn't healed yet. It takes 2 months to treat the eye disease? What kind of quack doctor did you find? How about I go and help him? Gu Yunjian didn't want her to go. She was his only doctor. No one else could do it. He asked Shen Qingyan for Chen Feng's address, and made an exception to let Jueyan find an imperial physician. The imperial physician came back soon. Your Majesty, Chen Feng's eye disease is temporarily fine. But it was a disease he brought from his mother's womb. It can't be cured and will recur after a while. Brought from his mother's womb? Yes. Gu Yunjian's heart sank, and his calm eyes became complicated. If you look closely, you can see a trace of panic. Chapter 228 Happiness often comes unexpectedly. Let the imperial physician withdraw and call Jueyan. The young man's legs were almost numb from kneeling, and Gu Yunjian's eyes finally fell on him. This look was 5 parts of inquiry, 3 parts of scrutiny, and the remaining 2 parts were indifference. Jueyan had never seen him like this before. After thinking about it, he finally realized the reason. This was to settle accounts with the emperor. He was immediately scared and knocked his head loudly. Your Majesty, I have no improper thoughts about Miss Shen. I really asked him to ask because I thought Jifeng's clothes were beautiful. Please understand. Improper thoughts? What is he talking about? Gu Yunjian frowned. He asked himself that he had been very restrained and peaceful in dealing with feelings. Why did he treat him as a jealous person who was difficult to get along with? Get up. Thank you, Your Majesty. It was so easy to pass. Jueyan was both unbelievable and flattered. He supported his numb knees and barely stood up. Gu Yunjian ignored his reaction. He was concerned about another thing. Jueyan, do you remember Chen Feng's appearance? Shen Feng? It turned out that he had misunderstood. Jueyan breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, he has a delicate face, and he smells like a woman. The tone did not hide his disdain. How old is he? About 25 or 26. Does he have a mole in the corner of his left eye? This really embarrassed Jueyan. He felt that one look at that effeminate actor was too much. In order to give his master an accurate answer, Jueyan went out again. When he came back, he said confidently, Your Majesty? No. Not only in the corner of the eye, but also on the face, forehead, and nose. Gu Yunjin was relieved. It was not him. Then he laughed at himself. How could it be him? Even if he was still alive. He was only 20 years old. He must have been too tired recently. And with the nagging of concubine Xian, he began to have wild thoughts. Tiredly, he lay on the couch and fell into a deep sleep. He slept until noon. He opened the quilt and felt dizzy when he sat up. So he had to lie down again. Fortunately, he didn't have to attend the morning court today, but he missed the time for martial arts practice. Thinking of Wu Bo's possible reaction, he couldn't help but blame himself. Squeak! The door opened a crack. And then the crack became larger and larger until a small head popped out. A pair of smart eyes carefully observed the movements in the house. And the pearls on the ears rang slightly, reflecting the warm sunlight. He smiled, and only she opened his door casually. Waving at her, Qingxuang. Come here. Shin Qingxuang put away her caution. Holding a bowl of black stuff and laughing, You caught a cold. Drink the medicine quickly. It turned out to be a cold. No wonder you feel weak all over. He patted his forehead and went to take the medicine bowl, but saw her handing him a medicine spoon. He was stunned. It turned out that she wanted to feed medicine. He was happy. Just as he approached the spoon, she handed the bowl to him again. Awkward. There is no tacit understanding at all. What do you want? She grumbled in dissatisfaction, but still sent the medicine spoon to his mouth. You are so old, and you can't cover yourself with a quilt. This is winter. Do you think it's summer? Brother? Gu Yunjian accepted her scolding. After drinking a bowl of medicine, he felt hot all over. He pulled the quilt open a little. She glared, and covered it again. Why are you here so early? I have something to find you. You can say you miss me. Do you believe it? Yes. She was happy, pinching his hot and red handsome face. But he held her in his arms. For a moment, the world seemed to be still, and only his nervous breathing could be heard. How good it is. You have to distance yourself from me. He took her hand and put it on his waist, which was not wishful thinking. She lay quietly in his arms, and time passed by. Just when he thought she was as happy as him, she spoke. Brother Yunjian, have you hugged enough? Can I tell you something? Is this a condition in exchange for a hug? Go ahead. She sat up straight and handed him a letter. Whose? Yulan. Gu Yunjian understood. When he opened the letter, he saw that the words were gorgeous, and the feelings were sincere. There were 2 words written throughout the letter: forced marriage. I tentatively mentioned it to my second brother today, and he directly refused. He wanted to marry a gentle and virtuous girl. But we agreed to Yulan, which is really worrying. Not only did he agree, but he also wrote a letter of commitment. Gu Yunjian closed the letter and put it back into the envelope. Does Shinqingshu have a girl he likes? My second brother said no. He is still waiting for fate. Isn't this a match made in heaven? In the evening, Gu Yunjian summoned Healy, and Healy met with the Minister of Rites. After a period of time, the Ministry of Rites was busy. After that, the Chu Palace was also in full swing. The busiest person was Qin Yuan, who went to Chen Fei's palace all day to collect rare treasures as dowry. Yulan, if your mother's palace can be equipped with wheels, you can push it to the Shen family. Who would have thought that the promised letter that seemed like a child's playhouse would actually be fulfilled? Which surprised Qin Shaojun more than Gu Yunjian becoming the emperor of Deqi. His teasing opened Qin Yuan's mind. She was no longer limited to the palace of concubine Chen, but began to expand to the warehouse of Qin Shaojun's palace. All the things that were worth her attention were loaded onto the carts. One after another, the carts were fully loaded out of the palace. Qin Shaojun regretted it. Why bother talking so much? On the eve of New Year's Eve, an imperial edict arrived at the Shen mansion. Shen Qingshu received the edict. The eunuch's cheerful voice made Shen Qingshu feel uneasy. What kind of godly thing did he do to deserve an imperial edict given to him alone? Turning his head to look at his father, brother, and sister, everyone was very secretive. I received the edict. After the eunuch finished reading the imperial edict and left, Shen Qingshu collapsed on the ground in a daze. Grant him a marriage with Qin Yuan? Dad, what does the emperor mean? Shen Nafong cleared his throat with his hands behind his back. Isn't it very clear? He asked you to marry the 4th princess of Chu. But doesn't she like the mistress? Shen Nafong pointed at Shen Qingyan, and he coughed twice. That's a misunderstanding. She used me to get close to you. She said it herself. Brother Qishu is handsome and righteous, and has great martial arts skills. She fell in love with you at first sight. Otherwise she would not have agreed to the marriage so readily. Although her evaluation is very accurate, the wife I want is not as lively and active as her. Brother, tell me, this is not true. Shen Qinglang shook the imperial edict in front of him. Waiter, it's written in black and white, and it's sealed with a jade seal. How about you read it again? Shen Qingshu clutched the imperial edict and wanted to cry, but finally his eyes fell on his sister. Qingshuang, brother, is it because the surprise came too fast that caught you off guard? Life is like this. Happiness often comes unexpectedly. By the way, Yulan will be at the palace banquet tomorrow night, and brother Yunjian arranged for her to live at our house, so that she can develop a relationship with you. Still, live in our house? What else? Do you want to live in the Chu palace? Brother, you don't want to marry into the family? Shen Qingshu. Shen Qingshuang continued. We will get married after the mourning period is over. I will have a sister-in-law, and you will have a brother-in-law. It will solve Dad's 2 worries at once. It's great. Good? Her sister-in-law was forced by his brother-in-law. Is it really good? Chapter 229 Brother. Have a good harvest. Why does it feel like everything is arranged clearly? And everyone knows it clearly. Except him. The person involved. Who knows nothing. Shen Qingshu feels cheated. He sighed for half the night, and mustered up the courage to knock on Shen Qinglong's door. In this family, only the eldest brother can make decisions for him. Brother, I don't want to marry Qin Yuan. Shen Qinglang was not surprised by his words, but was surprised that he came in the middle of the night. He yawned and tried to be energetic. Who do you want to marry? I don't know. Shen Qinglang patted his shoulder and said earnestly, Shower. It doesn't matter who you marry or who you live with. Life is based on habits. I think the fourth princess is simple-minded, lively and cute, and she is a good match for you. But I don't have any feelings for her. Who do you have feelings for? I don't know either. Haven't you met someone you like? Maybe you will be attracted to Qin Yuan. How could that be? Big brother. I haven't been with her. I'll live here tomorrow night. You have plenty of time to spend with her. Shen Qingshu. He wanted to say more, but the eldest brother was annoyed and closed the door directly. No one answered the knock. Cold night. A cold moon. Emitting cold light. Chilling the heart. It doesn't matter who he marries? That's right. But why doesn't he marry? They are all talking without any pain. There is a conspiracy in his subconscious mind. But he has no evidence. When will I be free from the entanglement of fame and fortune? I am still surprised that the year is over. Everyone is intoxicated by the feast, wishing that the new year will be better than the old year. The New Year's Eve dinner was held in Chunhua Hall, which was formerly Fangfei Hall. The lively hall reminded Shen Qingshuang of the birthday banquet of concubine Xian, which was also held here. In just a few months, the world has changed. Then she concluded that we should enjoy life in time, because accidents always happen unexpectedly. It was the same as her second brother's marriage. Dad? What are you looking at? Shen Qinglong's voice interrupted Shen Nanfang's thoughts. After drinking a glass of wine, Shen Nanfang was full of emotion. Look, compared to last year's New Year's Eve banquet, half of them are new and half are old. Shen Qinglang smiled. Isn't it good? Those who left are the country's parasites, and those who stayed are the country's pillars. He lowered his voice again. Dad, there were many concubines in this palace last year, and now it's so quiet. Shen Nanfang nodded with relief. Who would have thought that the first loyal emperor of Deqi would be his son-in-law? He didn't expect that his daughter, with a very bad reputation, would be loved by Gu Yunjian. You know, he was worried that she wouldn't get married because he couldn't sleep at night. It must be the blessing of his deceased wife. Looking at the side, Gu Yunjian was drinking with Qin Shaojun. He was gentle and elegant with a kingly aura. The arrogant Qin Shaojun in the past could only bow his head in front of him. So the mistress is not useless. At least she introduced a good husband to her sister. Unfortunately, the happy Shen Qingyan felt uncomfortable being stared at by his father, and felt uneasy. Father, if you have anything to say, just say it. Xiao and Qingshuang are both settled. What about you? When will you bring me a daughter-in-law? Father, I can't hold my liquor. I feel dizzy. I'm going out for some fresh air. Shen Qingyan. Come back. It's impossible to come back. I've run so far. Shen Qinglang smiled. But his father turned his spearhead towards him. You still have the nerve to laugh? What about you? You're in your 20s and still single. You think you're glorious? Shen Qinglang stopped laughing and scratched his head. How could there be many? It's not even his 21st birthday yet. Fortunately, someone came to toast. Otherwise it would be nagging. Brother Qinglang. A sweet and innocent voice. Shen Qinglang was startled. Turned around and saw that it was Qin Yuan, blinking and smiling at him. He hurriedly returned the greeting. Fourth princess. Brother Qinglang. My marriage with brother Qingshu has been settled. We are a family. You can call me Yuan. If I make you angry in the future, you can scold me. I won't take it to heart. Shen Qinglang was amused by her seriousness. This little girl is really like a sister. I said I wouldn't take it to heart. Is scolding useful? Xiaopu. Qin Yuan stretched out her hand, and the maid immediately presented a long red box. Brother Qinglang, this is my heart. Please accept it. A gift? Shen Qinglang hesitated a little. Qin Yuan was anxious, and opened the box directly. There was a sword inside. I heard from Qingshuan that you are a martial arts expert, so you probably don't like ordinary things. I asked the best craftsman in Chu to make this sword. You must not refuse. Otherwise, I will think you don't want me to marry into your family. Shen Qinglang had to accept it. It is said that it is impolite not to reciprocate. But he did not prepare a gift for her. Qin Yuan said it didn't matter. They were a family, and the years were long, so she had plenty of time to wait. Qin Shaojun looked at his sister, who was so cunning as to give away the treasure she had looted one by one, and his heart was bleeding. I have been her brother for more than 10 years, and I didn't get any valuable gifts. Not even a single fruit. Brother, have a good fruit. An apple is an apple. A good apple is a good apple. Do you have to say it's a good fruit? Qin Shaojun heard the threat. He took a bite carelessly, and it was so sour that his teeth were about to fall out. He gritted his teeth and looked at his giggling sister. She made a face and ran to her future husband's house. Although she lost the reserve of a princess, she could laugh happily, which somewhat eased his guilt. He turned around after tidying his clothes, but was bumped into by a maid who was serving dishes. The boiling soup spilled on his hand, which hurt. His hand was red, and Qin Shaojun was furious. Before he got angry, the maid knelt down and kowtowed. "I offended your highness. Please forgive me." "You can forgive me for hurting me?" The hall was quiet in an instant. Jia Lisheng, the consul eunuch who replaced Zhang Degui, stepped forward and said, "You bastard is so reckless. Come on. Take him out and give him 50 strokes of the cane." Eunuch Jia, "Spare me. I didn't mean to do that. My arm was injured and I accidentally spilled the plate," the maid said as she lifted her sleeves to prove that what she said was true. But in Qin Shaojun's eyes, her life was nothing compared to his burns. 50 strokes of the cane could barely calm his anger. Shin Shuang kept staring at the maid's arm and always felt that the wound was very strange. Very much like a tooth mark. And a child's tooth mark. And in this huge palace, there was only one unclaimed child. Whispering to Qin Yuan. She nodded. "Brother, it's not appropriate to cause a death on New Year's Eve. In my opinion, 20 strokes of the cane should be given." "No. It's too easy for her. Just 20. Gu Yunjian made the final decision. And Qin Shaojun didn't say anything else. The hall returned to the lively atmosphere of toasting. Gu Binghe approached Gu Jinhao, fourth brother. "What is the origin of this palace maid? Why did Shin Shuang protect her?" "How should I know? Why don't you go and ask her?" Gu Jinhao wanted to go, but the little girl never looked at him. So he didn't want to go looking for excitement. But he was curious. Chapter 230. We are all engaged. What's the big deal about holding hands? "You go." Gu Binghe chuckled and scratched his head. "I won't go. She is engaged to the little uncle. If I go I will be the junior." Gu Jinhao choked on the wine. It was bad enough to be teased by fate. And he was teased by this brother, who was always talking about things. This brother should not stay for long. But before he could get angry, his mother said, "Pooh, why are you staring at Xiaowu? Is what he said wrong? Your fierce and evil nature that doesn't allow others to tell the truth will ruin you sooner or later." "Mother, who are you helping?" "I help justice." At this moment, the virtuous concubine in Gu Binghe's eyes is justice. His protector. If it weren't in public, he would want to hug her and cry. This motherly love and filial piety made Gu Jinhao feel even more depressed. And he drank one glass after another. Subconsciously, Shin Shuang now is connected with her in the past. He didn't understand. In the past, when he looked down on her and she threw herself at him. She threw herself at him like a moth to a flame. Now, when he was devoted to her and loved her deeply, she was drifting away from him. What kind of world is this? Gu Lingyan wanted to persuade but didn't dare to. For those who suffer from self-pity, all consolation would only push the sadness deeper. She looked at Qin Yuan again, with envy in her eyes. She was also a princess. But she was a cowardly and depressed princess, living a life manipulated by others. On the other hand, Qin Yuan laughed when she wanted to laugh, cried when she wanted to cry, forgot when she wanted to forget, loved when she wanted to love. Free and unrestrained, bright and outspoken. Shin Qinshu should be very happy to marry such a lovely little princess. Shin Qinshu, who should be very happy, did not have such feelings. He stood beside Gu Yunjian from the beginning of the dinner. Although Zhuiyun and Shan Yu were enough to ensure that everything was foolproof, he had no choice but to fulfill his duty as the commander of the Imperial Guards. Especially after the assassination on the birthday of concubine Xian. He dared not take it lightly. Especially the mastermind behind the assassination was Qin Shaojun, his future uncle. The dinner ended peacefully, and Shin Qinshu fell asleep after returning home. Shin Qingshuang called him to stay up all night, and he hummed a few times and fell asleep again while hugging the quilt. He woke up the next day, refreshed. It was his day off, so he was in a particularly good mood. He practiced sword for a while, sweated, and felt very comfortable. Just as he was about to wipe his sweat, a handkerchief was handed to him. He took it without thinking, and smiled as he wiped it. "Why are you so good today? Do you have another request? Tell me. My second brother will satisfy you." His smile froze. It was not Shen Qingxuang, but Qin Yuan. She was wearing a yellow dress, with a peach blossom hairpin in her hair, bright eyes and a smile. Beautiful and charming. Shen Qingshu blushed as he didn't know whether to give or take the handkerchief. Princess, why is it you? Qin Yuan didn't have his shyness. She smiled generously. Qingxuang said you would come here to practice sword early in the morning. So I came to find you. Shen Qingshu said, looked at the handkerchief with a faint fragrance in his hand, cleared his throat. I will wash the handkerchief and return it to you later. What? I have a lot of them. This one is for you. Ah? For me? This is not appropriate. Shen Qingshu, who had never received a gift from a girl, was even more embarrassed. He was at a loss when Qin Yuan grabbed his hand, and he immediately shrank back as if he had been electrocuted. Princess, respect yourself. Qin Yuan pouted. He didn't let her hold her hand, but she held it anyway. We are already engaged. What's the big deal about holding hands? Qingxuan often holds the emperor's hand, but the emperor doesn't let her respect herself. Shen Qingshu had no way to argue, but it was really awkward, and it was really novel. He took it out again when she wasn't paying attention, put his hands behind his back, and took a step back. Princess, can I ask you something? Ask. She was so straightforward that Shen Qingshu was embarrassed to speak. You ask? Oh, that? Xiao San said you fell in love with me at first sight. Is that true? Qin Yuan thought it was something big that made him hesitate to speak. Why was he so shy? No. It's hard to explain. I'll make it short. When I first arrived in Deqi, Fang Mingju pushed me into the river. It was Shen Qingyan who saved me. He was handsome and saved my life. I liked him. Shen Qingshu was stunned. And then he got angry. Xiao San dared to lie to him. Later, I met Qingxuang and Chu at the palace banquet. She said that if I could stop Qin Youyu from harming Shen Qingyan, she would recognize me as her sister-in-law. I completed the task successfully, but Shen Qingyan said he didn't like me. I pestered Qingxuang to fulfill her promise, and she betrothed you to me. Anyway, no matter which brother she married, you would be her sister-in-law. Shen Qingshu was stunned again. There was even a sister. It turned out that he was a spare tire. The emperor really let her do whatever she wanted. He complained angrily. Qin Yuan denied it. Brother Qishu, you misunderstood. It was the emperor who wrote the letter of commitment to me. It has nothing to do with Qingxuang. Shen Qingshu. Qin Yuan told him not to leave, and ran back to her room. When she came back, she was sweating. She unfolded a piece of paper with both hands, and the handwriting was smooth and graceful. The whole article was short, but the idea was clear. Shen Qingshu felt cold in his heart. Did she sell him out like this? Take a deep breath, and don't know where to start with 1,000 words. All of them are grievances. This little princess is too honest. How can she tell everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans? Doesn't she have any face? Since you like the mistress, don't marry me. How about we go to cancel the engagement together? Qin Yuan shook her head like a rattle. I won't go. But you don't like me. Princess, don't be impulsive. I'm not. You are beautiful and upright. I like you. Brother Qingxu, don't worry. I gave up when Shen Qingyan rejected me. He will only be my brother-in-law in the future, and you will be my husband. My mother said that I am superficial in judging people by appearance, but I firmly believe that appearance is determined by the heart. By the way, do you have anything else to ask? No, no more. Then I'm leaving. I live next door to Qingxuang. Come to play with me when you are free. Qin Yuan ran away happily. It turns out that he is so shy. So cute. Suddenly thinking of something, biting his lip and running back, handing him a golden hairpin with both hands. For you. Shen Qingshu asked curiously, isn't the hairpin a token of love given by a man to a woman? Qin Yuan blinked and said, yes. You should give it to me. Shen Qingshu stood there blankly, and lowered his head when he met her playful eyes. He went back to the room and rummaged through the boxes and cabinets, and finally found a purple brocade box. Qin Yuan was looking at him through the door frame. This is, left by my mother. He opened the box, and a green hairpin with a bright luster appeared. Help me put it on. Shen Qingshu inserted it into her hair for some unknown reason, and his palms were sweating, while Qin Yuan smiled like a flower. I want the jade pendant too. The one with your name on it. She had seen the jade pendant on Gu Yunjian's waist, and also the one on Shin Qinglong's waist. In her heart, it was a symbol of sovereignty. Shin Qingshu lowered his head to take it off, and she snatched it and tied it around her waist, as if she was afraid that he would regret it. "Do you have someone you like?" I asked after I had collected all the things. Fortunately, I got a satisfactory answer: "No." "Then can you like me?" Shin Qingshu held it in for a long time, and whispered, "Actually, you are quite interesting," the boss said. "It doesn't matter who you live with." Qin Yulan interrupted him. "It's better to live with me than with others." Chapter 231. Those hypocritical people. Shin Qingshu stared at her bouncing figure for a long time, and couldn't come back to his senses, muttering, "Can a girl be so straightforward?" Shin Qinglong, who had been watching in the dark, walked over slowly. "Have you forgotten your sister? This girl is straightforward and destined to be our family." Shin Qingshu glanced at him. "You are all birds of a feather." Shin Qinglong also glanced at him. "You have no respect for your elders. Marriage is decided by parents and matchmakers. Dad agrees, and the emperor has granted the marriage. What else are you dissatisfied with?" "But why am I the last one to know? Aren't you afraid that you will object?" Shin Qingshu, "Is this considered a blind marriage? Qin Xiaojun will return to Chu tomorrow. You will go through with it." "Why me? You are the boss. It is you who will marry his sister. Make good arrangements and don't embarrass the Shin family." Chuani Pavilion. Qin Yulan was talking excitedly. Shin Qingxuang was listening with great interest. And in just a moment, the jade hairpin and jade pendant were all in her pocket. "Yulan, although my second brother is very good at martial arts, he is a blockhead in terms of emotions. No. He has already become sensible. Given time, he will definitely be mine. By the way, Qingxuang, please help me talk to the emperor. I want to stay in Daki for a few more days, and I won't go back with my brother." Shin Qingxuang also hoped that she would stay for a while. After all, emotions are developed through getting along. A casual question: "How long?" "Until we get married." Shin Qingxuang: "How many days?" "You are not planning to leave, right?" She was preparing to meet Gu Yunjian in the afternoon, but he came. She was afraid that the people in the Shin mansion would be restrained, so she sat for a while and took her to Ling Yuan. Shin Qingxuang told Qin Yulan what she wanted, but he didn't answer, just kept laughing. She was puzzled and asked him, "Are you afraid of being criticized?" "I don't think it's a big deal. After all, Yulan and my second brother will get married sooner or later." "Then can you stay here?" "After all, we will get married sooner or later." Although he smiled beautifully, Shin Qingxuang felt that she was being tricked. "Gu Yunjian, you have changed. You used to be a gentleman, but now, you have too many tricks. You wronged me. We have never played tricks. I was just teasing you." "Qingxuang, 2 years is a long time. If I had met you last year, would we have been married?" She reached out and rubbed his face. "You are talking nonsense again. It wasn't me who I met last year. By the way, did you interrogate that palace maid? Was the tooth mark on her arm Gu Zi's?" Gu Yunjian was no longer resentful, and his expression became serious. Jueyun interrogated. "The maid is Fengyu. She is from Huaxin Palace. The tooth mark is indeed ears. Why did the maid from Huaxin Palace appear in Chunhua Palace?" "You got to the point." Gu Yunjian was full of praise. Then sighed. She bribed the maid who served the dishes with silver, just to make a noise in the palace. Ear hit his head yesterday. No imperial doctor came to treat him. Only gave him some medicine. Fengyu hurt him when she bandaged him. And the little thing bit her when he was unconscious. Everyone flatters the powerful and bullies the weak. Shufei is dead, and the deposed emperor can't save himself. So pity him. It's also hard for Fengyu to protect her master with her own body. And she was beaten with 20 boards in vain. He touched her head. Fortunately you helped. Otherwise she would have been beaten to death with 50 boards. You spoke up and saved her. But I didn't know that the injury was related to ear. I just wanted to do what you wanted." Shin Qingxuang wanted to visit Gu Zi, and Gu Yunjin agreed. He had always wanted to find a good place for the little guy. But the little thing was very lonely, and didn't want anyone. He stayed in Huaxin Palace all day holding the clothes worn by concubine Shu. He had no choice but to tell people to take good care of him. But because he rarely set foot in Huaxin Palace, the palace people became less and less concerned. The two arrived at Huaxin Palace, and the gate was deserted, with fallen leaves all over the ground. and it was a desolate scene. Xin Shuang was surprised. Thing Yu was recovering from her injuries. But why didn't she see any of the other palace maids and eunuchs? Gu Yunjian's face was already very ugly. Maybe in the bedroom. Let's go and see. Yeah. The cold and deep feeling reminded Xin Shuang of the abandoned dry well. And she unconsciously grabbed his hand. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Yes. The two finally found Gu Zi, who was shivering from the cold, curled up in the corner of the bed in the bedroom. The little guy was curled up, and the cloth on his head had already dyed red, and blood was oozing out. Beside him was half a piece of hard snack and half a bowl of solidified porridge. Gu Yunjian was furious. Those people who pretended to obey, but did not obey. Call the imperial physician. And the palace servants serving in Huaxin Palace. Jueyun took the order and left the palace quickly. Gu Yunjian picked up the little guy. So light. Just after putting him on the couch. He pulled his sleeve tightly and called uncle carefully. The big eyes showed uneasiness, which made Gu Yunjian feel sad and almost shed tears. It was all because of his neglect. Otherwise, he would not let others bully him. Gu Yunjian held him in his arms again and whispered to comfort him. Here. It's uncle. Don't be afraid. The imperial physician will be here soon. Xin Shuang found some golden wound medicine in the palace to stop the bleeding of the little guy first. He was obedient and did not move. He called Andy softly. Here. You can't call me that. Xin Shuang was afraid that she would call him imperial uncle. So she quickly said, the name doesn't matter. We will change it later. Gu Zi looked confused. Xin Shuang smiled at him and continued to bandage him. He looked at her without blinking. And after finishing, he opened his hand to her. Auntie. Hug me. Xin Shuang couldn't refuse. And took him from Gu Yunjian. He should have a fever. Gu Yunjian said. Xin Shuang touched his forehead. And it was true. Seeing that his clothes were thin, she hugged this soft body tighter. The imperial doctor came faster than expected. And he came to remind Lu Rinci. He was holding a food box in his hand, with several prescriptions of medicine in it, all steaming. Xin Shuang looked at it meaningfully. This is well prepared. If he had put in some more care. How could the little guy be so pitiful? Jueyun whispered, I heard that the emperor is here. So I moved someone else's medicine. Xin Shuang snorted, fawning on the powerful. Changing one's mind with the wind. Lu Rinci's face was flushed and his hands were shaking. He glanced at Gu Yunjian from the corner of his eye. His face was ashen. And he was obviously restraining himself. I don't know when he will explode. He nervously fed Gu Zi the medicine and prepared to be punished. Originally thought that he would be fined a month's salary at most. But unexpectedly, he was fined 30 boards and dismissed from his post. And the rest of the imperial hospital was fined a year's salary to set an example. Lu Rinci regretted it very much. He thought that taking good care of him was said to others. But unexpectedly, the emperor really cared about Gu Zi. He wanted to beg for mercy. But he knew that there was no room for maneuver for what Gu Yunjian said. He was worried about the heavier punishment. So he had to accept his fate. Xin Shuang glanced at the trembling palace maids and eunuchs kneeling behind him. Your Majesty, evil servants bully their masters. And you must not let them go lightly. The palace servants were terrified. And each of them received 30 boards, and was demoted to work in the menial room. Chapter 232 What are you afraid of? Can I still eat you? Xin Shuang sat on the couch. Gu Zi in her arms. The scene was beautiful. And the person involved was very sad. In addition to being sad, her arms were even more sore. Several times, she wanted to put him down. But it was really weird. The little thing woke up as soon as she put him down. And cried pitifully to her when he woke up. So she had to compromise. Another hug. And he fell asleep in seconds. And his little fleshy hands were still grabbing her clothes. As if he was afraid of regretting it again. His long eyelashes were stained with tears. So pitiful. She couldn't help but kiss his little face. Why does he want you? Gu Yunjian didn't understand. But they had only met a few times. Xin Shuang didn't know either. She asked herself that there was nothing that could make a child like her. And it was not because she had made cakes for him to eat. Or he had suffered too many cold eyes. And finally met someone who was not strange and had no malice. Which made him feel a little safe in the lonely world. Not wanting the atmosphere to be too heavy. She joked, I heard that children are the purest. And they like beautiful things. For example, me. He smiled slightly. I like you too. She was stunned. This confession was so abrupt and so pleasing. Why do you like me? Gu Yunjian couldn't say it. He just liked me. Like the first clearing after snow. Like the first clearing after rain. He had Shen Qinyan as his best friend and her as his beloved. And God finally treated him well. He even wanted to change the name of Ling Yuan. After 10 years of coldness, even the hardest ice would melt. Mother! Ear is cold. Gu Zi's murmur broke the warmth. Shen Qingchuan blushed. Embarrassed? How could she be a mother in modern society without even a boyfriend? Gu Yunjian smiled. Put a soft pillow behind her waist. Helped her lean back. And pulled a blanket to wrap her and the little guy together. She felt much more comfortable now. And was in the mood to chat. Do I look like concubine Shu? I rarely go to the palace. And I only saw her once at a palace banquet. I don't remember what she looks like. But Ear seems to be very familiar with you. Not very familiar. I've only seen her less than 5 times. Maybe I look more friendly than his uncles. So he is not so afraid of me. It makes sense. When Shen Qingchuan was sleepy, the little guy woke up, looked at Gu Yunjian, and then looked at her. And suddenly his eyes were filled with tears. And he cried loudly. She was no longer sleepy. So why did she cry without letting go? What's wrong? Ear? I dreamed of my mother. Why not my mother? The little guy sobbed. And his tears and snot rubbed on her clothes. Shen Qingchuan coaxed him with kind words. And the tears were finally held back. Ear. Do I look like your mother? Yes. How? Both smell like lotus. Lotus fragrance? Got it. Shen Qingchuan took the clothes he was holding and smelled them. There was no smell. After thinking about it for half a year, even if there was any smell, it would have dissipated. She thought of a good idea. Giving him the sachet. In exchange, he would sleep on the couch. Her arms couldn't hold it anymore. The lotus fragrance was there. But the warm embrace was gone. And he didn't want it. Auntie, can you take me to sleep? This soft and steaky voice melted people's hearts. And Shen Qingchuan subconsciously said okay. Gu Yunjian didn't want to. She had a shadow on Huaxing Palace. So she said goodbye. After a little thought, she smiled and said, Here. You and Uncle Huang will go back to Ling Yuan to live. Auntie will stay there with you. The little guy nodded obediently, held the clothes of concubine Shu in his arms, and followed them. Who would have thought that he would meet Gu Jinhao, who came hurriedly on the way? Out of his usual awe, Gu Zi hid behind Gu Yunjian and timidly called Uncle Huang. Gu Jinhao stopped. And the naughty little guy in the past suddenly looked pitiful. He really couldn't bear it. Come here. Let Uncle Huang see you. Oh! The little step moved slowly, and was pulled over by Gu Jinhao. I only knew that he was injured. But I didn't expect the injury to be so serious. There were several circles of cloth wrapped around his little head, which was really distressing. Does it hurt? The tone was much gentler. It hurts. Gu Jinhao habitually wanted to pat his head, but fortunately stopped in time. Although he hated the deposed emperor, he had watched this nephew grow up, and he felt bad to see him living a lonely life. Little uncle, let Ear go to my place. Gu Yunjian did not comment. You ask Ear. If he is willing, you can take him away. Gu Zi was terrified, and looked up and begged, Uncle. I don't want to go to my uncle. I'm scared. He was like a flood and a beast. And Gu Jinhao felt very uncomfortable. What are you afraid of? Can I eat you? This scared the little guy and made him cry. His eyes were full of tears, but he didn't dare to cry out loud. Gu Jinhao was speechless. His kindness was always misunderstood. Gu Yunjian told Gu Yunjian that his mother would take care of Gu Zi personally, and would never let him suffer any grievances. For the sake of concubine Xian, Gu Yunjian let him go. Gu Jinhao breathed a sigh of relief. And then his heart was lifted again. What does the little thing mean? Biting her lips, holding back tears, she looked like she was being bullied. And with a pair of defensive eyes, she looked like she was looking at a human trafficker. Shen Qingchuan was worried that Gu Zi would not sleep well, so she wanted to give the sachet to Gu Jinhao. But she was afraid of causing misunderstandings. So she asked Gu Yunjian for a hand towel, poured out the dried flowers and leaves in the sachet, wrapped it up, and handed it over. How could Gu Jinhao not see her intention? He rolled his eyes, put his hands in his sleeves, and walked away with Gu Zi in his arms. It doesn't matter. Actually, Shen Qingchuan turned her head and met a pair of gentle and smiling eyes. Really? She tilted her head and smiled. Did I call him? The young man opposite held his forehead with one hand and pulled her with the other hand. It's fake. Lantern Festival. Evening. Xinqing Shuang sat on a stool, and Bu dressed her. She had been tossing for half an incense stick, and it was not over yet. She had no patience. Bu? That's enough. Miss, you are meeting the Emperor. You can't be so casual. We are just going out for fun. It's not a major occasion. It's not that particular. She rummaged through a pile of jewelry and took a golden lotus hairpin and put it on. Isn't this good? It's good. But it's too casual. It doesn't match the clothes. Xinqing Shuang ignored her, stood up and left. The housekeeper came. Miss, there is a letter for you. All the people she knew were in Daki, who would write to her for no reason. Did Gu Yunjian stand her up? She took it and glanced at the signature. Why was it the dog prince? She didn't want to read it anymore. It's better to have less trouble than more. So she crumpled the note and threw it away. She walked a few steps and stopped again. If she was not mistaken, there seemed to be the word cold on the letter. Gu Yunjian's cold has been relieved, and the culprit is undergoing labor reform. Why would he suddenly mention this? Who else has this disease? How about taking a look? She slowly stepped back and smoothed the paper ball on the table. She was so shocked when she read the content that she couldn't close her mouth. The dog prince said that someone else poisoned Gu Yunjian. If you want to know the details, go to the Sanshan Pavilion of Wanchun Restaurant to meet him. But you have to go alone, and you are not allowed to disclose it to others. Chapter 233. Another man in gray. Xinqing Shuang hesitated. What kind of person is Gu Jinhao? Sometimes he is crazy. Sometimes he is crazy. And it seems that he is never normal. Xinqing Shuang refused to keep his appointment secretly without telling anyone. But he said it with certainty. And it seemed that there was evidence. It was related to Gu Yunjian's safety. So she had to be cautious. What should I do? What should I do? The book mentioned that it was the deposed Queen Mother who poisoned Gu Yunjian. How could there be someone else? Or did she miss some important details while reading the book? At first, she was only concerned about the cannon fodder and the stupid male protagonist. Bai Yueguang played a good calculation. And she didn't pay much attention to Gu Yunjian, a supporting character with a very low sense of existence and died young. Now the plot has gone astray. And it is not impossible that the real mastermind will surface. Go or not? This is a question. Well, it's up to fate. Everywhere was bare in the first month of the year, and there were no leaves or flowers for her to pick. So she ran to the kitchen and grabbed a handful of chopsticks. Odd numbers go. Even numbers don't go. Go. No. Go. No, no. Just pretend it didn't happen. But stroking the jade bracelet on her wrist, she hesitated again. The murderer was hiding in the dark. Would he do it again? It's better to nip it in the bud than to be caught off guard. She bit her lip and twisted her handkerchief one more time. By the 9th time, it was finally the result she wanted. She was careful and put the letter on the dressing table, so it didn't count as her revealing it to the public. Jifeng, the young man in new clothes, came to her happily. Miss, are we leaving now? Let Brother Yunjin play by himself first. I'll be there in an hour. Where are you going? I want to follow you. No need to follow. She nodded at the dressing table, asked Bu to prepare a carriage, and went to Wanchun Restaurant. Gu Jinhao had been waiting in Sanshan Pavilion for a long time. Seeing her running over breathlessly, he was very satisfied. He quickly went up to her. Jing, who is the other person you are talking about? A warm heart was replaced by a basin of cold water, which made Gu Jinhao's heart cold. There was no greeting at all, which was really chilling. You care so much about the little uncle? Why do you think I came? Yes. You shouldn't look for excitement. Come with me to a place, and I will tell you in detail. Why go to another place? Gu Jinhao seemed to see her thoughts and smiled cunningly. It's rare to talk to you alone. I don't want to be disturbed. If I'm right, someone will come soon. How could it be? Don't talk nonsense. She said the guilty words in a hard way, but the expression on her face betrayed her true thoughts. He took a step forward. She took a step back. He stopped. She stopped too. Gu Jinhao laughed dumbly. Knowing her for such a long time, they had a tacit understanding on this matter. How about a bet? If I guess right, you cancel your engagement with the young emperor's uncle. Otherwise, I will never bother you again. He used laughter to hide his sadness. She didn't care. She just thought he was making trouble. So she turned around and left. Waste of feelings. Gu Jinhao called her, but she ignored him. So he had to fly in front of her to block her way. Ear also got a cold. On the other side, Gu Yunjian read the letter brought by Ji Feng, feeling uneasy in his heart. But he still said okay calmly on his face, without any emotional fluctuations. Ji Feng secretly admired her. How could King Ning compare to her in terms of her mind and bearing? Gu Yunjian was just thinking of an excuse to go to Wanchun restaurant. But Ji Feng said, Your Majesty, why don't we go and take a look? In case King Ning kidnapped the young lady? He couldn't go. Wouldn't it be a lack of confidence if he went? He didn't know the purpose of her deliberately leaving that letter. Was it to make him believe her, or to find her? Forget it. She asked him to wait for an hour. So let's wait. I don't think Gu Jinhao dared to do anything to her. But time is really strange. So short and so long. This hour is longer than his 10 years in Lingyuan. When the time came, she didn't come as promised. He had a reason to find her. But Sanshan Pavilion was empty. The waiter said that the 2 men and a young lady inside had left half a cup of tea ago. Gu Yunjian was surprised. Why are there 2 men? The waiter was sure that there were 2. One was 18 or 19 years old, very handsome, and dressed richly. The other one was in her 30s or 40s, and her clothes were ordinary. At first, he thought it was the servant of the young man, but they were arm in arm. Hearing this, Gu Yunjian suspected that the rich man was not Gu Jinhao, because he had never put his arm around anyone except Gu Binghe. Do you remember what that lady looked like? I remember. The waiter started talking. She was pretty and generous. She just accidentally knocked over my food. But she gave me a piece of jewelry. Many people saw it. It's a pity that such a beautiful and kind girl is dumb. He shook his head and took out a golden lotus hairpin to show off. He couldn't earn so much in 10 years. He didn't want to show off his wealth, but to legalize the source so that people wouldn't be jealous and accuse him of stealing. Ji Feng's eyes widened, and he snatched it away. Sir, this belongs to the young lady. I saw her wearing this hairpin when she went out. This is mine. The waiter didn't expect that he would lose money for answering questions enthusiastically. Just as he was about to grab it, he was frightened by Ji Feng's cold eyes. Gu Yunjian looked at the hairpin with deep eyes. Even if the little girl was generous, she would not give her belongings to a waiter. Something must have happened. By the way, the waiter said she was dumb. It should be that she was controlled by others and couldn't speak. So she knew they would come, so she deliberately made some noise? But what happened to Jinhao? Was he also held hostage? Although his kung fu was not as good as Jueyun Ji Feng, ordinary people still couldn't do anything to him. The waiter stared at his hairpin. Gu Yunjian didn't want Xinqing Shuang's things to fall into the hands of others, so he gave him a silver note as a redemption. The waiter was overjoyed. He didn't know the value of the hairpin, but he knew that the silver note was enough for him to enjoy for several years. So he answered all the questions he knew. When he heard the gray-clothed man in his mouth, Gu Yunjian subconsciously looked at Jueyun. They both thought of one person at the same time. Feng Chen? Gong Sunsheng had been beaten to pieces, but never revealed Feng Chen's whereabouts. He didn't expect him to appear here. But why did he kidnap them? After leaving Wanchun restaurant, Gu Yunjian was uneasy. Feng Chen was able to escape from Jueyun, so he must have some skills. Fortunately, he had just left, and there was still a chance to catch him. Let Jifeng notify Wu Bo and the Shen family to start searching immediately. Fire trees and silver flowers merged, and the iron locks of the star bridge opened. Dark dust followed the horse, and the bright moon followed the people. Unfortunately, the beautiful scenery had nothing to do with Xinqing Shuang. She and Gu Jinhao were forced into a carriage and then tied up. A piece of cloth was covered over their eyes, and it was pitch black, and the light of life was gone. Only the sound of horse hooves was heard. Horse hooves were heard when the cloth was taken off. They arrived at a small square courtyard. What came into view was a courtyard of plum blossoms in full bloom. May. No wonder she was so unlucky. Chapter 234. Those with the surname Gu should die. I am Feng Chen, the former owner of Xushui Liushang Garden. It is my honor to meet Prince Ning and Miss Shen on this lantern festival. Xinqing Shuang did not see much honor from that fake smile on her face. She only knew that she was unlucky and had a bad life. And the culprit of all this was the dog prince beside her. If he hadn't asked her out, she would not have been caught at all. If he hadn't forbidden people to follow him, how could this bastard in front of him show off his power? Earth. How can you be the earth if you can't distinguish between good and evil? Heaven. You are wrong to judge the wise and the foolish, and you are unworthy of being the heaven. Gu Jinhao felt that he suffered this disaster because of her. After all, Tsushui Liushang Garden was closed because of her. He was kind and told her the news he had worked so hard to find out without reservation. But he was kidnapped for no reason. Who could he go to for justice? It was a pity that Feng Chen had no martial ethics and sprinkled a handful of inexplicable powder on him, making him unable to use his kung fu. It was so aggrieved. Although both of them were silent, their eyes had already quarreled for several times. Feng Chen sneered, untied them, and untied their mute points. Anyway, they were already trapped in the jar, and could not escape from his palm. Have a cup of hot tea first. It was cold and freezing, so we needed to warm up. It was difficult to fly away, so we might as well go with the flow. Is this your way of entertaining guests? Gu Jinhao pointed at the cold courtyard with an indifferent expression. No matter how down and out you are, you have to maintain your composure. Feng Chen curled his lips. He was already a prisoner of his, but he was still acting like a prince. Then please come inside and we'll talk. Gu Jinhao saw that Shen Qingxuan's face was red from the cold, and she was rubbing her hands. So he kindly poured her a cup of tea. She took it, but glared at him fiercely. Gu Jinhao was angry. You little bitch. Can you tell good from bad? I didn't drink it myself, but I gave it to you first. And you glared at me? Shen Qingxuan was not to be outdone. Why are you so fierce? I don't know you. Isn't it because you are afraid that it is poisonous that you let me drink it first? Gu Jinhao wanted to die. A mean man. Miss, we are powerless now. It is easier for him to kill us than to kill an ant. Is it necessary to poison us? You are the ant. You are a stink bug. A grasshopper. A leech. Gu Jinhao couldn't listen anymore. Was this woman irritated? Even Feng Chen was confused. These two were too arrogant. Where did they put him? Their master? Before he could speak, Gu Jinhao had grabbed Shen Qingxuan's arm, and the little girl opened her mouth and bit it. Ah! Gu Jinhao was shocked by the fierce action. Is she born in the year of the dog? It hurt so much. But he didn't dare to push her. First, he was afraid that she would fall. And second, he was afraid that she would bite him harder. He was just trying to scare her. But she actually did it. Shen Qingxuan. Shut up. Shen Qingxuan. If you don't stop, don't blame me for being rude. Shen. She finally let go and looked at him proudly. He dared to do it to her. He was so angry. Gu Jinhao held back his tears and rolled up his sleeves. The teeth marks were so deep even with such thick clothes. And they were bleeding. How cruel must he be? Let me see. Wow. You'll learn your lesson now. Gu Jinhao was so angry at her smiling face. Especially when she rudely put down his sleeves. And it hurt again when he touched the teeth marks. Just when he wanted to teach her a lesson, he suddenly felt a small pill in his hand. Seeing her winking at him secretly, he was overjoyed. She knew medicine. And this pill seemed to be able to dispel the power of Feng Chen's medicine. If he could use his kung fu, it would be easy for him to leave this place. He hid his excitement and took the opportunity to drink tea to swallow the pill. Since you two have had enough fun, let's get down to business. Feng Chen had seen enough of the farce. Like a child playing house. And it turned out to be the prince of the Qi and the future queen. Tell me, why did you tie us up? Gu Jinhao took the initiative and sat on the chair, as if it was his territory. He was sure that Feng Chen would not kill him, so he didn't need to worry about anything. He wanted to give the little girl some courage, but she was more fearless than him. And she also pulled a chair and sat down. Feng Chen snorted and smiled, looking at Shen Qingxuan. If I tell Gu Yunjian that mission is here, will he fall into the trap? Shen Qingxuan felt a chill on her back. Jueyun once said that this guy wanted to kill Gu Yunjian. Turning to Gu Jinhao, could he be the other person you mentioned? Maybe? Yes. Yes. No. No. What's possible? Your Majesty, can you take some responsibility for what you say? This is exactly how I show my responsibility. Okay. Silly girl. Correct your attitude. I was implicated by you. And you are so fierce. Don't mention implicate. He should not only want to harm Brother Yunjian. You can't escape either. Don't forget that your last name is Gu. Does someone with the last name Gu deserve to die? Yes. Someone with the last name Gu deserves to die. Feng Chen's eyes instantly became sinister. So much so that he drew out the sword at hand and stabbed Gu Jinhao's injured arm. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Otherwise one arm would have been disabled. Xin Shuang was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she couldn't even move. To be honest, she was not afraid of death. They might just send her back home. But she was afraid of pain. The fierceness in Feng Chen's eyes made her uneasy. Fearing that the next sword would fall on her, Gu Jinhao saw her frightened like a rabbit, and pulled her behind him. Pointing at Feng Chen, "Who are you?" Gu is the national surname. To have a grudge against someone with the surname Gu is to have a grudge against the royal family. Looking at this look, it was still a blood feud. Gu Jinhao guessed that it was a survivor of a false case. But Gu Yunjian had only been in power for a few months, and the political situation was clear. So it was impossible for such a situation to happen. If he wanted revenge, he should have looked for the deposed emperor or his dead father. Why would he involve all the people with the surname Gu? You don't need to know who I am now. But don't worry. I will tell you before you die. Gu Jinhao. Don't be afraid. I won't kill you. Let's play a game. Gu Jinhao cursed in his heart. Who wants to play games with him? You crazy lunatic. Feng Chen suddenly laughed. And the laughter was very scary at night. Xin Shuang pulled Gu Jinhao's sleeve and whispered, "Prince, please restrain yourself. Don't stimulate him. He wants to kill people and play with people. Maybe his brain will be burned when he is young." Little did he know that this sentence angered Feng Chen. He pushed Gu Jinhao away and grabbed Xin Shuang. The little girl was terrified, wanted to escape but couldn't, and got a crisp slap on the face. This was the second time she was beaten since she traveled through time. Except for Qin Yun's whip. Tears fell, and she felt wronged. If you dare to hit her, the worst that can happen is that the fish will die and the net will be broken. She scratched Feng Chen's face. But she overestimated the fish and underestimated the net, and was knocked to the ground by Feng Chen. And she saw stars. Gu Jinhao punched Feng Chen. But the drug didn't work, and he was abused. They were both knocked unconscious. Xin Shuang woke up quickly, and was woken up by cold water. She stared blankly at the empty bucket hanging on the eaves, which was still dripping with water, and wiped the water off her face. Chapter 235. The prince has the heart to reject my kindness? Looking around, it is no longer the original house. The candlelight is like a bean, which is unclear, not dark, but definitely gloomy, because Xin Shuang saw a hand retracted by the window. A pale hand. The hemp rope connected to the bucket is still shaking, casting its shadow on the ground. Xin Shuang hugged her knees and looked around secretly. This broken place actually gave her a sense of déjà vu. The unconscious Gu Jinhao relieved her fear to a certain extent. Such cold water can't wake him up. He will enjoy it. She shook Gu Jinhao. But he didn't wake up. He seemed to be dreaming. What time is it, and still sleeping? What a big heart. Hey. 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 Gu Jinhao. Wake up quickly. She shouted and patted his face. And he finally opened his eyes. Then he was excited. Xin Shuang. It's great to see you. Xin Shuang's forehead was full of black lines. What good is there to do when you are in prison? Hey. Look at this room. Does it look like the one you beat me in? Gu Jinhao's forehead was full of black lines. When will she forget about that thing? He sneezed and realized that both of them were wet. Especially their hair, which was stuck to their faces like paste. You can imagine how embarrassed his handsome face is at this moment. I will kill them when I get out. Gu Jinhao gritted his teeth. But when can he get out? He tried again, but the acupuncture points were still blocked as if they were blocked by someone. He was disappointed. Xin Shuang. The medicine you gave me is useless, Xin Shuang said, and touched her waist with her hand. The sachet was gone. The first suspect was the dog prince beside him, Gu Jinhao. Did you steal my sachet? He was regarded as a thief again. Why would I steal that thing? You woke me up. It made sense. It might have been Feng Chen who stole it. Did he know there was medicine inside? Luckily she was prepared. She fumbled in her sleeves and took out a wet purse. Took out a sticky little pill and gave it to him. Her hands were stained with some black. Hey. It's so disgusting. I won't eat it. Then you will continue to be bullied as a useless person. Standing on both ends of the scale, they were equally embarrassed. Why did he act so badly in the first place? Gu Jinhao still closed his eyes and swallowed the pill. The little girl said gently, "Try this one to see if it works." He suddenly opened his confused eyes. Why did he say try? Why are you looking at me? How do you know if it works if you don't try? I'm not a drug dealer. How could I just happen to bring the right medicine? Gu Jinhao regretted eating too fast and couldn't even dig it out. Shen Qingxuang, you're going too far. Medicine is poisonous. What if I get hurt? What are you afraid of? I won't die from it. If I do die, I'll help you raise your mother. Gu Jinhao snorted. She was so righteous. And then smiled shamelessly. How about raising me as well? Shen Qingxuang frowned because of disgust. And then smiled cunningly. As long as your little uncle is willing. I don't mind. It's just a matter of having more chopsticks. But I really didn't think of raising a nephew as old as you. Gu Jinhao's face turned black. Nephew? Who is her nephew? Nephew. Don't talk. Shen Qingxuang heard the noise outside the house, and quickly made a gesture to keep quiet. At the same time, the door was pushed open. Feng Chen came in, followed by a woman with a low brow and a pleasant look. If you look closely, the woman is still trembling. The moonlight shone on Feng Chen's expressionless face, losing its original softness and leaving only a pale face. Awake? Just in time. Gu Jinhao didn't have time to care about the nephew. He came with bad intentions, so he had to see what he was up to. What do you want to do? I cooked some soup to warm you two up. Feng Chen raised his hand. Give them a bowl each. The soup was good. Shen Qingxuang smelled the fragrance of chicken, but the seasoning was a bit heavy. Although she was very hungry, she didn't drink it. Although she also thought that it would be easy for Feng Chen to kill her, so there was no need to poison the soup. But if something else is added, wouldn't it be more terrible than poison? Gu Jinhao saw that she didn't move, thinking that she smelled something in the soup, and agreed with her on the right and wrong, staring at Feng Chen coldly. What? Suspect that I did something? Feng Chen didn't get angry but laughed. Isn't it? Or you drink it first? Feng Chen smiled meaningfully. Prince Ning, you will regret it if I drink it. I have heard that the prince is pursuing mission, but the goddess has no intention. Now I help you. But the prince has the heart to reject my kindness? He squatted down and whispered in Gu Jinhao's ear, then stood up and laughed again. This obscene smile made Gu Jinhao curse him as dirty. Shen Qingxuang also guessed what was in the soup. No wonder so many ingredients were used to cover up the smell of medicine. Feng Chen patted Gu Jinhao on the shoulder. Your Majesty, this opportunity is not to be missed. Whether she is your wife or your aunt, it's up to you. You don't have to thank me. You got your beloved. I want Gu Yunjian to lose his love. We each get what we need. Feed them. The woman named trembled. Master, please think about it again. This will bring us fatal disaster. Papa. 2 times. Was slapped on both sides of her face. Tears rolled in her eyes. Eat your own food. Hurry up and drink it. Otherwise you know the consequences. The 2 bowls of soup were drunk up. Feng Chen waved his hand, and several strong men came in from outside the door. Take them over. Yes. Feng Chen changed his clothes, got on a horse, and drove along a winding path under the moonlight to the distance, stopping in front of an ordinary courtyard gate. The cold wind was still bleak. Feng Chen pushed open the courtyard gate, and a middle-aged woman was sitting in a small room with a candle lit. The woman looked ordinary, sewing an old dress, and the candlelight reflected her profile. Kind and beautiful. Why didn't you sleep? Feng Chen closed the door, rubbed his almost frozen hands, and sat opposite the woman. On the stove next to her, a steaming pot was cooking, waiting for you to celebrate the Lantern Festival. The woman put down her clothes, smiled and poured him a cup of hot tea. I made sesame dumplings. They will be ready in a while. The plump white dumplings were put into the hot water and sank quickly. The woman carefully stirred the pot, with a smile on her face. Why are you so late? The woman scolded. She waited from the sunset to the cold moon, and she was getting impatient. Feng Chen put down the cup and stared at the dumplings floating in the pot. I caught Gu Jinhao and Shen Qingxuang. The woman stopped moving, and the smile in her eyes became more intense. How did you catch them? I have been keeping an eye on Gu Zi since he was brought into the Ningguang mansion. But Gu Jinhao still discovered the cold. He couldn't help but make an appointment with Shen Qingxuang, and let her go alone. And I ran into this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Well done. The woman was very happy. What are you going to do to them? Chapter 236. My life is more bitter than that coptis root. Planning? Feng Chen chuckled. I have already done it. Imagine If a woman who is engaged to Gu Yunjian and Gu Jinhao make love, will it make a sensation in the whole city? Do you think Gu Yunjian will kill Gu Jinhao? Or will Gu Jinhao rebel? How will the Shen family choose? Ha ha ha. Feng Chen laughed heartily. Tears came out of his eyes. The sesame balls in the pot floated up quickly. Gu Yunjian's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The man in gray was only away from Wangchun restaurant for a while. Why couldn't he be found? The palace guards have been sent out, and Ling Yuan's most skilled tracking guards have also been dispatched. But there is no other clue except finding an empty carriage beside a deserted forest. There are many people wearing gray clothes, but they are all the same as Shui Yun's experience at the beginning. None of them are Feng Chen. Can he go to heaven or earth? There must be something I overlooked. Shen Qingyan paced back and forth, making it impossible for Gu Yunjian to calm down. So he had to let him be quiet for a while. My sister has been missing for 2 hours. How can I be quiet? Yunjian. They may have gone outside the city. Should we send more people? Xingyan. We can't waste time like a headless fly. Feng Chen tookQingshuang away just to deal with me. He will not leave the capital. But the capital has been turned upside down, and there is no trace of him. My emperor. My sister has been spoiled since she was a child. When has she ever suffered such a crime? In this cold weather. What should Feng Chen do if he vents his hatred for you on her? When Shen Qingyan thought about the torture that his precious child might suffer, he wanted to kill someone. But Gu Yunjian kept holding his forehead and thinking, which made him more anxious. Speak up. You taciturn fellow. You are so calm even when the situation is critical. Do you have my sister in your heart? Forget it. Send someone to look for her. Hey, Gu Yunjian. Did you listen to me? Gu Yunjian was already upset, and his thoughts were interrupted by his constant urging. The scene of finding her in Dingde Palace appeared in his mind, and the heartbreak came again. No. He couldn't go through it again. He had to find her as soon as possible. Where's Jifeng? Didn't you go to find someone? Where are you going? I'll go with you. Ning Palace. What are you going there for? Looking for Ning Palace's concubine dowager. In Shen Qingyan's opinion, the concubine dowager was a master at gossip. But there was no hope of finding someone. Gu Yunjian said that he would let her use her strengths. Ning Palace. The dozing guard suddenly saw Gu Yunjian coming, and his knees softened as he knelt down to salute. Your Highness. I want to see the concubine dowager Ning. The concubine dowager Xian was waking up when she was sleeping soundly, and she was furious. Yuping. Although I am no longer the concubine dowager in the palace, I am still the concubine dowager of the Ning Palace. What do you think of waking me up in the middle of the night? Your monthly salary will be reduced by half. Master. Do you still know that I am your master? Have you ever woken up an insomniac master? No. No, what do you mean by no? You are still quibbling? My son doesn't take me seriously. And even you don't take me seriously. What's the point of me living? I might as well die. One by one. I am angry. My life is more bitter than that coptis root. Gu Yunjian was originally standing outside with a good temper. But the concubine dowager Xian cried and wailed, and never gave Yuping a chance to speak. Time is tight, so there is no time to worry about many things. Let her do it until the middle of the night. Said loudly, concubine. I have something to talk to you about. The crying stopped abruptly, and the troublemaker stopped, staring at Yuping. Why didn't you say he was here earlier? You didn't give me a chance. You are so stubborn. Change your clothes quickly. When the door opened, concubine Xian had a kind smile on her face. Hey, Your Majesty. Why are you here in the middle of the night? Gu Yunjian didn't want to pay attention to her implication. Take me to Madame Jing's residence. Now? Yes. What are you going to do? Looking for Jinhao. Concubine Xian yawned and wiped her confused eyes. Is Jinhao not at home? At home? Gu Yunjian was excited, and he and Shen Qingyan hurried to Gu Jinhao's room. But there was no one. Not even a ghost. Concubine Xian looked embarrassed. I thought he was at home. Shen Qingyan was completely speechless. Concubine. Don't you know whether your son is at home or not? Little third son. What are you saying? Since ancient times, children are no longer under the control of their mothers. How can I follow him all the time? Even if your mother is alive, she can't follow you all the time. Right? Gu Yunjian had a headache after hearing her nonsense. So he cut to the chase. Jinhao and Qingshuang were captured by Feng Chen. I want to know if this matter has anything to do with Madame Jing. Captured? Concubine Xian opened her mouth wide. How could her son be captured? Feng Chen is at best a landlord. How could he have that ability? But Gu Yunjian looked serious. And it was clear that he was not joking. He was not a joking person at all. Why don't you leave? What a waste of time. Yuping quickly caught up with her master. With her panicked steps, she could fall down if she was a step late. The carriage passed through the long street and met He Li with a heavy face. At this time, the crowded and lively place was half deserted. Your Majesty, there is still no news. Continue to search. Check again near Wangchun restaurant. Remember not to disturb the people. Shen Qingyan felt that Gu Yunjian was too conceited. If he were Feng Chen, he would never stay nearby. But Shen Qinglang agreed with Gu Yunjian's opinion. So he waited and saw. Shan Yu, you drive the car, Gu Yunjian ordered. The driver got off consciously, and Shan Yu took the whip. With the crisp sound of the whip, Concubine Xian grabbed Yuping's arm. This kid killed people without blinking an eye. So how could he drive the car without blinking an eye? What crime did the horse commit to suffer such torture? She is as innocent as the horse. I thought insomnia was pitiful enough. But now I know that insomnia and working are the most pitiful. So people, always be grateful. After all, there will always be worse things to happen. Concubine Xian was trying to stop her sleepiness while giving directions to Shan Yu. Fortunately, her memory was correct. Otherwise the two men in the carriage would have killed her with their eyes. Hey, Shan Yu. Stop. Stop. Right here. Concubine Xian was glad that she called out quickly. And almost ran over. She didn't care whether her manners were elegant or not. And stumbled out of the carriage. It was pitch black. She should be asleep, Shen Qingyan said. Concubine Xian raised her eyebrows. So what if she's asleep? I was not awakened by the noise. Yu Ping. Concubine Xian finished her complaints and raised her hand to knock on the door. After a while, there was a light sound of footsteps in the courtyard. Who is it? The voice was full of defense. Everyone looked at Concubine Xian, who smiled and replied, Sister, it's me. Sister? Concubine Jing opened the door and was stunned when she saw who was coming. Your Majesty? Concubine Xian said first. Sister, I'm sorry to bother you so late. Qingxuang said she came to visit you today. But she didn't come home. So we came to check on her. Concubine Jing was even more surprised. Miss Shen is missing? But she hasn't been here. Chapter 237. Have we met somewhere before? Is that so? The concubine Xian was extremely disappointed and coughed twice. Yu Ping understood and patted her on the back. My master is cold. Madam Jing, do you have any hot tea? Now that it's over, I have to make some now. My humble abode is simple. Your Majesty and the third young master, please don't despise me. Madam Jing, you are too polite. Several people followed Concubine Jing into the house. The small pot on the stove was still steaming, and there were two bowls next to it. One bowl was half a bowl of dumplings, and the other bowl had only some soup left. Concubine Xian glanced at him calmly and smiled. What delicious food did you make? Sister? Concubine Jing put the bowl aside and said with a smile, I made some sesame dumplings. I'm sorry to have embarrassed the distinguished guest. Do you have guests? Sister? Concubine Jing smiled bitterly and brushed her hair on her forehead. Where did the guests come from? When Xingshen was alive, he liked to eat this kind of snack. I prepared a bowl for him and ate some for him to express my longing for him. Concubine Xian apologized repeatedly with lonely words and red eyes. Concubine Jing indicated that it was okay, took the small pot aside, and started to make tea. After drinking 2 cups of tea, Concubine Jing sent them to the carriage, and only stood up and returned when she could no longer see the shadow of the carriage. Qingyan, did you see anything? At the corner, Gu Yunjian asked Shan Yu to stop the car. She was very calm and respectful, but this respect was too much. What else? Shen Qingyan shook his head, and he didn't see the rest. Gu Yunjian looked at him steadily. That bowl of dumplings is definitely not for Xingshen. But there is no one else in that courtyard. Having practiced martial arts for many years, Shen Qingyan can be sure of this. Shan Yu agreed with him. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he began to pay attention. There was no sound at all. The yawning concubine Xian held her chin with tears in her eyes. That bowl of dumplings is definitely not for Xingshen. Why do you say that? Concubine? If you were almost choked to death by dumplings when you were a child, would your mother prepare them for you? And even if she ate them herself, she wouldn't have to use 2 spoons. Gu Yunjian smiled slightly. This was his doubt. Shan Yu. You go, and keep an eye on it. The driver was gone. Under the expectant eyes of the remaining 3 people, Shen Qingyan frowned and went to the front of the car. The night was deep, and the long street was already very deserted. A few shops were lit, and there was a kind of loneliness, where all the colorful flowers were in full bloom and only the broken wells and dilapidated walls were left. Wanchun restaurant was brightly lit, but it was temporarily requisitioned as a base for searching for people. And the shopkeeper and the waiter were detained in the back kitchen. When Gu Yunjin arrived, Wu Bo was talking to He Li. He hadn't seen him frowning for a long time. Are there any new clues? Your Majesty. Wu Bo took out a small jade pendant from his sleeve. Take a look at it. If I remember correctly, this is the birthday gift you gave to Miss Jingshuang. Gu Yunjian looked closely and saw that it was a hibiscus flower. It was given by him. He clenched the jade pendant with excitement in his eyes. Where did you find it? Very close. A mile away in the plum blossom garden. But it's really strange. The yard is empty. There is no one. Old He. Right? He Li nodded and asked the guards to search inside and outside twice. But found nothing. 1 mile away. It was indeed close. Shen Qingyan secretly admired Gu Yunjian's analysis. I'll go again. Qingyan. I'll go with you. Gu Yunjian and Shen Qingyan left. Jueyun and Jifeng followed them. And Uncle Wu saw that he had to go, and couldn't let the child be in danger. He Li sent someone to inform Shen Fang and his son, leaving Fang Su to guard here, and went to the plum blossom garden. As Wu Bo said, except for the plum blossoms in full bloom, everything was quiet. No, there are people. But Shen Qingyan jumped up and grabbed a trembling woman under a few plum blossoms. The woman had her head down and messy hair, and was timid. She looked no more than 17 or 18 years old. Who are you? Why are you sneaking around? Shen Qingyan pointed at her angrily. Where is Feng Chen? I am Feng Chen's servant. My name is... He. So many people were staring at her, and he was so scared that she was incoherent. She knelt on the ground and twisted the corners of her clothes. The originally wrinkled clothes were pulled tight. Her identity delighted everyone present. This was indeed Feng Chen's hiding place. Shen Qingyan's tone became more severe. Is my sister here? Her name is Shen Qingshuang. She was abducted by Feng Chen together with King Ning. Yes. No. If yes. Yes. If no. No. If you dare to evade, I will kill you. As he spoke, a sword was already against He's neck. She screamed in fear. Wu Bo pushed the sword away with his fingers and glanced at Shen Qingyan. Xiao San. Don't scare her. Little girl. Talk slowly. Wu Bo thought he was very kind and gentle, but he seemed to be more afraid when she saw him. In addition to fear, there are other emotions. It's hard to explain, but very complicated. She bit her lip and looked at him timidly, which made Wu Bo confused. But he had to say that this girl made him feel inexplicably familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Yi's clothes were tightened, and she carefully withdrew her eyes. Speak now, Shen Qingyan yelled. How could he have the time to reminisce when he was in such a hurry? Wu Bo was about to scold Shen Qingyan, but was stopped by Gu Yunjian. The old man was really long-winded. Couldn't he tell the priorities? If you know the whereabouts of Miss Shen and Prince Ning, tell us. If you don't report it, I will not let you off easily. The deterrence produced by calmness is sometimes greater than that of intensity. Gu Yunjian's words obviously have this effect. Yi knocked her head and her voice trembled. Your Majesty. Spare me. I have said that Miss Shen and Prince Ning were sent to Zuimeng Tower by Feng Chen. What is that place? Gu Yunjian had never heard of it. Shen Qingyan's acquaintances were all over the world, and he mentioned this name many times. He was livid and wanted to kill someone. He didn't say another word, but jumped on the horse, holding the reins in one hand and whipping the horse with the other. And with a long neigh, he rode away. Qingyan. Gu Yunjian felt something was wrong, and a guard beside him whispered, Your Majesty. Zemenglu is a brothel. He nodded repeatedly, and added, Feng Chen also forced me to drink drugged chicken soup for them. I didn't listen. So he slapped me twice and begged Your Majesty to spare me. I was forced. Gu Yunjian's face suddenly became gloomy. At this moment, his self-cultivation and tolerance were all thrown out of his mind. If something irreversible really happened, He would definitely tear all the people involved into pieces. Your Majesty. Wait a minute. Wu Bo saw him riding his horse to chase Shen Qingyan, and wanted to catch up, but was grabbed by He Li. Are you crazy? The fewer people know about this, the better. And you are still rushing. Ziminglu. A den of debauchery and extravagance. As soon as Shen Qingyan and Gu Yunjian entered, they were noticed by the sharp-eyed madam. Although Ziminglu was one of the top brothels in Beijing, it was really a great honor to have two such handsome young men set foot there. Chapter 238. You want me to cancel the engagement? What kind of girls do you two gentlemen want? Do you know any? The gorgeous handkerchief with a strong fragrance was waved, and many beautiful girls gathered around and pulled at the sleeves of Shen Qingyan and Gu Yunjian. Gu Yunjian shook off his sleeves in disgust, looking anxiously in the building, while Shen Qingyan pointed his sword at the madam. The madam's frighteningly pale face was fluttering with powder, and the girls, who were smiling just now, all hid aside in fear. Sir, let's talk it over. We are all here to have fun. Don't get angry. The madam tried to move the sword away, but to no avail. Life is precious. Don't act rashly. You two young masters, feel free to ask for anything. I will agree to all of them. Shen Qingyan said coldly, we will find a young master and a young lady. Gu Yunjian described the appearance of Gu Jinhao and Shen Qingshuang in detail, and watched the reaction of the madam intently. The madam was confused. It's okay to find a young master, but why is there a young lady? She is a brothel, doing a serious flesh trade. How can she take a young lady out? She doesn't make a living by renting out the venue, and she won't do anything beyond the scope of her business. But these two are so convincing, and their swords are shining coldly. Who can't go against their lives? They are there. Jueyun and Jifeng also came, standing behind Gu Yunjian obediently. They kept in mind Wu Bo's instructions to protect the emperor. Don't look at what they shouldn't look at, and don't listen to what they shouldn't listen to. Suddenly two cold boys joined in, both carrying swords. The madam yelled at the eunuch not far away, Lao Lu. Is there the person they are looking for? Lao Lu lowered his head. Not only was there, but there was, and the room was booked through him, in order to serve the distinguished guests well. He also sent 4 extra thugs to guard the door. He stammered and said. The madam kicked him twice in anger, and then pulled him up from the ground, and her long nails almost pinched off his fat ears. Who told you to act on your own? How dare you act on your own? Those grandsons are not good people. You are unscrupulous for a few taels of silver? My life is about to be lost in your hands. How many times have I told you to do things with integrity and be a decent person? You grandson, where do you put the reputation of our Ziminglu? The madam said unscrupulous words and scolded the unscrupulous Lao Lu, and he began to doubt whether they were really doing an honest business. It's not a few taels. It's a full 1,000 taels. The madam was stunned. So much. Shen Qingyan's sword light suppressed the brilliance in her eyes, and the madam raised her voice to Lao Lu. Hurry up and lead the way for the young masters. Because Lao Lu was kicked too hard by the madam just now. His legs and feet were not smooth. But fortunately, he successfully reached the 3rd floor. Nanju Pavilion. There were 6 people guarding the door. 2 of them were Feng Chen's men, and 4 were given by Ziminglu. Lao Lu shouted, and 4 of them quickly retreated to the side, and the other 2 looked at each other and ran away. Jueyun and Jifeng hadn't made any move yet, but Shen Qingyan jumped into the air and crippled one arm of each of the 2 with one sword. Another sword. The knees of the 2 were injured, and they couldn't support themselves and fell to the ground. Shen Qingyan kicked again, and the 2 rolled down the stairs, and the shrill wailing scared away the surrounding people who were curious. Lao Lu and the others were dumbfounded and hurriedly fell to the ground begging for mercy. In Shen Qingyan's view, they were accomplices in harming his sister. So how could they be let go just by begging for mercy? Another sword slashed across, and the 5 people screamed while holding their bloody arms. Get out of here! The old procuress's heart trembled when she heard this. How could such a handsome young man be so cruel? Even if the whole building was mobilized, it might not be possible to capture him. She lost the will to resist at that time. Seeing that the guests were scattered, her heart was bleeding even more. She couldn't help but hate Lao Lu, who crawled to her side. How many 1,000 taels did she lose for 1,000 taels? Shen Qingyan put away his sword, but seeing Gu Yunjian hesitated, he couldn't make up his mind. Jueyun and Jifeng retreated silently and stopped Feng Chen's thugs, who were struggling to crawl away. Shen Qingyan knocked on the door tentatively, But there was no sound from inside. Did he fall asleep? The longer it takes, the more serious the consequences. Yoonjin, how about I go in? Although he was afraid of seeing the possible shame, it was better than being seen by Gu Yoonjin. No man could accept the girl he liked being with his nephew. What's more, his best friend is already the emperor. Seeing that he was silent, Shin Qingyan pushed the door, only to find that it was locked from the outside. The lock fell to the ground, and Gu Yoonjin grabbed his arm. Facing his puzzled eyes, he said solemnly, Qingyan, Qingshuan will be embarrassed to see you. So I'd better go? I think you'll be more embarrassed. Shin Qingyan didn't know what to say, scratched his head, and seemed to have made a great decision. Yoonjin, why don't you forget about your sister and me? It's not that I'm protecting her. Qingshuang is the victim. I can't blame her. I can only blame fate. You want me to cancel the engagement? Gu Yoonjin interrupted suddenly. Yes. Impossible. Don't mention this matter again. He was obviously angry. How could he let him give up? But, no buts. If you insist on doing it, our friendship ends here. He was touched. But a momentary touch was not enough to support the rest of his life. If he regretted it one day, how would his sister deal with it? Shin Qingyan was in a mess. The door opened at an inopportune time. The two were stunned. And then they were happy. The girl in front of them was not Shin Qingshuang, but a pretty and ugly girl. She was pretty because of her delicate face and clear eyes. She was ugly because there was a scar on one side of her face from a burn. Perhaps because of her inferiority complex. The girl covered her face with her long hair. Shin Qingyan could not reveal his sister's name, and did not know how to ask for a while. It was Gu Yoonjin who spoke. Is there anyone else inside? The girl hesitated for a while, and nodded. Gu Yoonjian's heart was in his throat. Shin Qingyan could not stand the fear of the unknown. So he pushed the door open directly. And then his eyes were as big as copper bells. A big couch, with messy clothes and quilts. And two people in a mess. One was lying. Half of his body was covered by the quilt. His upper body was naked. And Shin Qingyan could recognize his face even if it turned gray. It was Gu Jinhao. He closed his eyes. And he should have fallen asleep. The other had long hair, and half of the quilt was covering his body. He was lying on his side facing Gu Jinhao. Shin Qingyan was very upset, and still had a little fantasy that maybe it was not his sister. But the thing at the head of the bed frightened him. It was a jade bracelet. Gu Yoonjin recognized it at a glance. Shin Qingyan wanted to cry. But he couldn't cry, because Gu Yoonjin was about to collapse. Although he had made psychological expectations, he realized that he didn't have the courage to accept it all when he saw the scene with his own eyes. Gu Yoonjin's hands were hanging weakly, and the whole person was shaking, as if the sky had fallen. He undoubtedly loves her. But how can he resolve this situation? He can't kill Gu Jinhao, but he doesn't want to face him. Should he drive him out of the capital? Or take her away? What should he do? What should he do? Chapter 239. A False Alarm. Qingyan, how about I go out first? He said this with difficulty, as if he had used up all his strength. Okay. Gu Yoonjin's feet seemed to be filled with lead, and it was difficult to move a step. He felt like he was in an endless wasteland and couldn't get out. A pleasant surprise came from behind. Third brother. Brother Yoonjin. It's great that you are here. Gu Yoonjin was shocked and at a loss. Why did this stupid girl still call them? At the moment of daze, her sleeves were pulled. She said in a naive tone. With complaints, Brother Yoonjin. Why don't you pay attention to me? Gu Yoonjin took a deep breath and tried to force a smile. When he turned around, he found that the little girl had messy hair, but intact clothes, staring at him with a pair of big eyes. Qingshuang, you and Jinhao are not. I mean, are you okay? It should be okay. It must be okay. Nothing will happen. Gu Yoonjin had a hope in his heart, and he kept giving himself hints. The little girl scratched her messy hair, pointed at Gu Jinhao, and curled her lips. I'm fine. But your nephew can't say for sure. What do you mean? He was poisoned. I just gave him an acupuncture. But he still needs some herbs. Shin Qingyan pulled her over. Embarrassed? Are you and him really okay? Shin Qingshuang looked at him like a fool. Didn't I just say? I'm fine. He can't say for sure. That's not what I'm asking. When I came in just now, I saw you lying with him. Gu Yoonjin was afraid that his desire for knowledge would make the little girl embarrassed. So he motioned him not to ask anymore. Shin Shuang looked innocent. Who was lying with him? I just gave him an acupuncture and was pulling his eyelids to check. So simple? Disdain? Shin Qingyan felt extremely disgusted. What do you think? I'm engaged. How can I be so casual? But you still cover him with the same quilt. This question was asked for Gu Yunjian. I'm cold. What if I get the wrong quilt? I want to cover myself and freeze him to death. Shin Qingyan. Why are you so dirty? Gu Yunjian. Do you think so too? Gu Yunjian was already very happy in his heart. And when he saw the spearhead turn to him, he denied it flatly. He was not as dirty as Shin Qingyan. But she didn't believe it because of the sudden change from sadness to joy and the overreaction. Neither of them is a good person. She scolded angrily, pointing at the woman beside her. Baoping, testify for me. The woman named Baoping nodded hurriedly. Every word Miss Shin said is true. The sixth brother locked the door. So we couldn't get out? The young master was unconscious again. So Miss Shin gave him acupuncture treatment. It was such a coincidence that you arrived. The facts were clear. But who was this Baoping? Shin Qingyan's eyes tended to scrutinize. I am a maid in Ziminglu. The sixth brother asked me to come in and let Miss Shin serve the young master on the couch together. Shin Shuang's 3 sneezes saved Baoping from embarrassment. Shin Qingyan didn't ask any more questions. He took his sister's hand and left. Only then did he realize that her hands were cold and her clothes were wet. How did it happen? Feng Chen. That bastard. Beat me and threw cold water on me. Third brother. You have to help me get revenge. She was so wronged that she burst into tears. Gu Yunjian said nothing. He took off his coat and put it on her. He patted her back to comfort her. When she was tired of crying, he wiped her tears away. I'm sorry. I got you into trouble. Leave everything to me. Jueyun carried Gu Jinhao on his back. Shin Shuang kept her promise and redeemed Baoping. And Zimingla seemed to have experienced a dream. Who is the unconscious young man? Why is it so difficult to find him? The madam still didn't wake up from her dream and talk to herself. Jifeng, who was tying people, heard this and said expressionlessly, his name is Gu Binghe. Gu Binghe? I seem to have heard of the name. The madam's eyes lit up and she immediately covered her mouth. Could he be Prince Duan? You still say it even though you know it? The boy didn't look at her the whole time and concentrated on tying Feng Chen's 2 thugs together like grasshoppers and left. The madam covered her mouth even tighter. She couldn't say it. She couldn't say it. Whether it was active or passive. Prince Duan's coming to the brothel was a loss of face for the royal family. And if it got out, they would be retaliated. Life is precious. But you can't suffer. Gu Yunjian wanted to take Gu Jinhao to Lingyuan for treatment. But Shin Shuang decided to go home. After all, He Lianchao had sent a lot of medicinal herbs, which were convenient to use. And it was already late at night. So don't let your father and brother worry. Shin Mansion. In Shin Shuang's unhurried narration, everyone understood the whole story. She and Gu Jinhao were indeed given love drugs. But she learned a lesson. Since she was plotted by Qin Yanxue, she has become more careful and carried the antidote with her. She also prepared 2 copies just in case. But who knows who stole the sachet? So there is only one in her hidden purse. I wanted to give it to Gu Jinhao. After all, he was in danger. But I'm so pretty. Even if he took the medicine, he might not be able to control himself. It would be a waste. So I took the antidote. Gu Jinhao couldn't stand the effect of the medicine, and was afraid of doing something wrong to me. So he took all the medicine in my wallet. Don't say it's really useful. He fainted directly, and no longer had any thoughts. Gu Yunjian looked at his sleeping nephew with mixed feelings. He was sure that Gu Jinhao was definitely not unwilling and possessive as he guessed. He would restrain himself. He was really moved. Tricky. After being fed a bowl of medicine, Gu Jinhao woke up slowly. He was shocked to see many people guarding his bed. The scene of his dead father's death emerged in his mind. He looked in the crowd, but didn't see the person he wanted to see. Just when he was lost, Shin Shuang came with Qin Yuan. She had changed her clothes, and her long hair was simply tied up with a peony hairpin. She was just like a lotus in clear water. Awake? After taking his pulse, he was relieved. The poison has been cleared, and it will be fine after a few days of recuperation. Gu Jinhao didn't take it seriously. What big deal could her medicine cause? After all, he saved him, and he was not an unreasonable person. Thank you. The dog prince suddenly became polite, which was really surprising. Her reaction also surprised Gu Jinhao. She actually smiled and said that they were even. You know, a few hours ago, they were fighting like cockfighting, and there were teeth marks on his arm. Gu Jinhao's heart was beating fast, which was rare since they met. If he had been gentle from the beginning, would she have liked him a long time ago? How could there be a little uncle? He glanced at Gu Yunjin quietly, and he was looking at him meaningfully. Is this jealousy? Gu Jinhao was secretly happy, looking at the dark night sky outside the house. He should go back. Otherwise my mother will be anxious. Of course, he didn't know that his mother had fallen asleep when she found out that he was found. He put on his shoes and stood up, but suddenly felt dizzy and had to sit down again. Seeing that he looked bad, Qin Lang suggested that he stay in the guest room in the mansion, so that his sister could be treated in time if something happened. Gu Jinhao refused several times insincerely, but reluctantly stayed. Where is the little uncle? Are you going back to Ling Yuan? Qin Lang couldn't tell the difference between the important and the unimportant, and said to Gu Yunjin, Your Majesty, it's too late today. There is no need to attend the morning court tomorrow. How about staying in the room you stayed in last time? Okay. Thank you for troubling me. Young General, Your Majesty is polite. Since we are a family, why bother me? Gu Jinhao would rather not wake up. Chapter 240, he didn't show his true face, but a human skin mask. Gu Jinhao fell asleep quickly, but Gu Yunjian had trouble sleeping. He was waiting for Shan Yu, and he wanted to know who Jing Taipin cooked the sesame dumplings for. Is it Feng Chen? He was more curious about Feng Chen's identity, and what kind of deep hatred he had with him that he would set up such a trap. Fortunately, Gu Jinhao still had reason. Because of this, he had new troubles. Gu Yunjian rubbed his eyebrows and flicked the candle wick, and the room became brighter. At this time, there was a burst of footsteps outside the house. After practicing martial arts with Wu Bo for several months, he could still hear this kind of movement. Could it be Qing Shuang? The footsteps were getting closer and closer, but they were sneaky. The door was knocked gently, and Qing Shuang's low voice came, Brother Yunjian, are you asleep? No. He hurried to open the door, and his movements were so fast that the little girl jumped. She patted her chest, pulled him in, and closed the door tightly. He was amused by her. She would break into Ling Yuan without asking any questions. So why was she acting like a thief in her house? She felt embarrassed by his gaze, so she smiled. Dad is not asleep yet. I'm afraid he will find out that I came to see you in the middle of the night. It's too unreserved. Although she was sometimes reserved and sometimes not. She was afraid of Shen Fang from the bottom of her heart. Afraid that he would be nagging. He kept laughing, and she stopped explaining, as if trying to cover up something was making it more obvious. She got straight to the point. I haven't told you about meeting Gu Jinhao today. Was she afraid that he would misunderstand her, and came to explain? Gu Yunjian's hidden worries were swept away, and he rubbed her hair, only to find that her hair was still wet. It's so cold. You'll get sick if you don't dry your hair after washing it. He found a piece of cotton cloth, and pulled her to sit down. Her hair was long and black, with a pleasant fragrance. At night, candlelight, and his beloved. His heart was filled with ripples. Gu Yunjian, I asked you to listen to me, not to wipe my hair. He raised his eyebrows and glanced at her, still wiping slowly. I'm listening. Just say it. Qing Shuang, you've called me by my full name twice today. I don't like it. She didn't want to argue with him about these little things. Took the cotton cloth from his hand, and said in a serious tone, I tell you, you're also got a cold. You mean ear? He looked puzzled. The little guy is the grandson of the deposed queen mother, and even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. So the poison must not have been hers. I guess it might be Feng Chen, because when he caught me and Gu Jinhao, he said, those with the surname Gu should die. Gu Yunjian stared at her in a daze, lost in thought. Qing Shuang pushed him and continued. Gu Jinhao, and I said that Feng Chen might have had a brain injury when he was young. He beat me when he heard it, and I scratched him. I found his face strange. If he dares to do that to you, I won't let him go, he said firmly. I know. This is not the point. The point is his face. She put his hand on her face and asked him, what does it feel like? Her skin was white and delicate, and she had just taken a bath, which made him distracted. The fingers on her face trembled slightly. and he couldn't help leaning over and kissing her face. This action told her that it was a heartthrob. She was confused. And people were talking about business. I'm asking you. Is it warm? Yeah. Not only warm, but also red. But Feng Chen's face is not. It's cool. Smooth. Without a spot. And even the color is even. And I thought about it carefully. He always has no expression. Even if he smiles, it looks fake. Stiff. Unnatural. So I analyzed that he is not showing his true face, but wearing a human skin mask. In order to prove it to him, she took out a simple mask and stuck it on her face, and exaggeratedly made various expressions of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness. Gu Yunjin was stunned. He had never thought about it this way. But it is undoubtedly a new idea. The little girl is really his guiding light. When their eyes met, Shen Qinglong's voice came from outside the door. Your Majesty. Are you asleep? There was light in the room. He knew he was not asleep. But he still had to ask. Shen Qinglong immediately panicked. Why did the eldest brother come? The first reaction was not to let him see. The cabinet is too shallow to fit under the bed. You can't hide under the table to deceive the audience. Right? Gu Yunjin pointed at the bed. And she understood. She climbed up quickly and covered herself with the quilt. It was so stuffy. She wanted to pull down the curtain, but saw Gu Yunjin also came up and made a gesture to her to keep quiet. She retracted her head under the quilt and moved inside to make room for him. Gu Yunjin smiled and pulled the quilt to make sure she would not be discovered. He took a deep breath and let Shen Qinglong in. Your Majesty, please forgive me for disturbing you so late, but Shan Yu has something important to report. Shan Yu knelt down and saluted. Your Majesty. There is indeed someone with Madame Jing. A man in his 20s. I could have captured him. But Madame Jing blocked the sword with her body and dragged me. So he escaped. Shan Yu sighed. It was just a little bit off. If it was before meeting Shen Qinglong, Gu Yunjin would think that it was not Feng Chen, because the age did not match. But now it seems that there is no difference between the face of a man in his 30s and a man in his 20s. Because both may be fake. According to Madame Jing, the man is called Jia Yi, whom she met outside the palace. They must have a close relationship since they risked their lives to save him. Shan Yu's words were vague, but the meaning of close was clear. Gu Yunjin told him about the mask mentioned by Shen Qinglong, which shocked the two. Your Majesty, I think it is necessary to temporarily detain Madame Jing. Shen Qinglong was not interested in the romantic affairs of Jing Taipin, but the incident was too coincidental, so he had to be cautious. Gu Yunjin had this intention because he had a suspicion, and once this suspicion was confirmed, too many things would be involved. At this time, fingers were tapping his waist one by one, urging him to send him away quickly. It was so itchy that he endured the discomfort and tried to keep his expression natural. Just do as the young general said. I am tired. You can leave. The two of them respectfully left and walked to the door. Shen Qinglong suddenly heard a light sneeze. Obviously a woman's voice. Gu Yunjin was nervous. How could something go wrong at the last moment? Shen Qinglong obviously found something wrong, and his eyes fell on the bed. Gu Yunjin squeezed the little girl's hand from the quilt, signaling her not to make any more noise. And he pretended to sneeze twice. Shan Yu was worried that he would catch a cold, so he went to add a quilt for him, but was forcibly dragged away by Shen Qinglong. After settling Shan Yu, Shen Qinglong went to Chuni Pavilion, and sure enough, no one was there. The little girl is getting more and more outrageous, and she can't be spoiled like this anymore. Shen Qinglong poked her head out from under the quilt, gasping for air, almost suffocating. When she looked up, she saw Gu Yunjin smiling. What are you laughing at? I want to get married. It's not the right time yet. Just think about it. He smiled again, with an apologetic look in his eyes. If your elder brother finds out, I'll go with you to explain. She rubbed her red and hot face. No. I'll go by myself. Sure enough, Shen Qinglong was waiting in her room, and he couldn't tell what he was feeling. Come here. She lowered her head and moved over, not daring to look at him. Don't you want to say something? I have to say something. Clearing his throat, he whispered. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone to Brother Yunjian's room so late. It's too bad for my reputation. Although I went there to discuss business and didn't do anything wrong. It's wrong. I failed your teachings and disappointed you. I'm going to face the wall now. He sneezed, tightened his clothes, squeezed out a few tears, and walked towards the Sigla Hall. 1, 2, 3. When he counted 8, Shen Qinglang said, "Don't do it again. Go back to your room and sleep."